Once on the planet Earth reigned chaos from which came out monsters that destroyed everything in their path. But along with this came brave heroes who were able to resist them and saved humanity from destruction. One day there was born Shishao, who did not have unique abilities for what he was constantly harassed by his classmates. And in the life of the young hero happened an event that put at risk his happy family, which before his eyes was cut in half. At that moment, Shishao and his family were attacked by a huge spider monster that appeared out of nowhere. The young hero covers his family with his body from the monster's strike, but finds himself in a death-defying position. Suddenly, an information panel appears in front of the spider monster. And then the young hero falls into a strange dimension where he is called the Lord of Accounts. Then, around the hero flashes a bright light that illuminates the entire battlefield around him and throws aside the dangerous monster. The young hero becomes stronger several times and so begins his journey of becoming from a novice to the Lord of Accounts. The story moves back a few days, and the young protagonist's family joins him in celebrating his birthday. And Shishao is smiling broadly with a crown on his head, happy that today is a holiday. The young hero's sister hugs her brother tightly and asks him to tell her what wish he made. Then the young hero rubs his nose and says with a smile that he wants to live together with his family indefinitely. At that moment, a loud explosion is heard, and the entire city is quickly engulfed in flames and chaos. The young hero leans on the floor of the room and watches in horror as his family flies downward from a great height. Then a huge monster appears in front of Shishao and stares at him with a piercing gaze. Shishao screams in fear at the sight of the monster and doesn't know what to do in such a situation. At that moment, a loud shout from the young hero echoes throughout the class, and all the students turn in his direction in surprise. And the young hero is holding on to his head and trying to come to his senses after a nightmare in which he loses his entire family. At this point, the teacher points his finger in the direction of the young hero and asks him to tell about the age of the monsters. And the young hero absent-mindedly rubs the back of his head and apologizes for falling asleep during class. After that, he coughs and is about to talk about the beginning of the emergence of the Age of Monsters. However, the teacher stops the young hero and asks him to sit at his desk and listen carefully to his lecture. He then spreads his arms apart and shows a holographic map of the Earth and talks about the new age of monsters. And at this moment, Shishao stands silently and listens to the teacher's story despite knowing the story very well. A few hours pass, classes end, and the students leave the academy building to go about their business. Shishao is also heading home, but is stopped by a classmate named Luo Feng with 2 students behind him. Luo Feng comes close to the young hero and demands from him to pay for his protection. However, Shishao folds his arms across his chest and says that he refuses to pay Luo Feng for his safety. Immediately afterwards, Luo Feng gave a strong blow to Shishao's stomach, causing him to clench his teeth in unbearable pain. But after that, Luo Feng sees someone's foot heading towards his face and opens his mouth in surprise. And the young hero's sister punishes her brother's abuser without delay and delivers a serious blow to Luo Feng's head. After that, the other students look at the young hero's sister with surprise and realize that it's time for them to run away from here. And Shi Yunfei stares menacingly in the direction of her brother's abusers and demands that they get the hell out of here immediately. She then places her hands on her sides and watches as the bullies run away from her, and the young hero wipes the blood from his lips. Then, Shi Yunfei leans over to his brother and asks him to ignore the fact that he is low level compared to others. And the young hero strokes his sister on the head and thanks her for her help. Shishao then heads home with her sister, while the sun gradually goes behind the horizon and illuminates their silhouettes. As soon as the young hero gets home, his whole family greets him with smiles and wishes him a happy birthday. However, Shishao looks worried because in his nightmare, a monster attacked during his birthday party. The young hero puts the cake on the table and suggests the whole family take a walk through the streets of the city. A few hours later, Shi Xiao and his family leave the restaurant and rejoice in the fact that nothing bad happened. Suddenly, however, there is a massive explosion, and the father of the family protects his entire family with his body. Meanwhile, a strange dark hole appears in the center of the explosion, and people scatter in different directions. Minutes later, a spider-like monster emerges from the hole, looking around at all the people around it with predatory eyes. Then it heads towards Shi Xiao and his family to destroy them and raise its level. At that moment, the father of the family rushes forward and is going to confront the monster alone. He jumps high up and concentrates powerful energy streams in his hands to defeat the monster. He makes many attacks, but the spider monster just laughs at him because they don't do any damage. After that, the monster makes a quick strike and delivers a critical blow to Shi Xiao's father, and the latter falls to the ground. At that moment, the mother of the family tearfully heads towards her husband and asks her children to run away as fast as possible from here. But in that instant, she receives a powerful blow on her back from the monster and screams in unbearable pain. The spider monster throws the girl aside with another blow and heads towards the young hero's father. It looms over him and opens its maw to devour his body and gain a new level. However, at that moment, several arrows fly into one of the monster's paws, damaging it. Meanwhile, Shi Yunfei loads his bow and prepares to fire another shot at the monster to save his father's life. The monster is enraged by this prank and tries to attack Shi Xiao's sister, but the girl manages to bounce away at the last moment. After that, Shi Yunfei turns to his brother and asks him to escape from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. And Shi Xiao looks at the monster with fear in his eyes. He is very scared and doesn't understand what to do in such a difficult situation. At this moment, the monster rushed towards Shi Yunfei and pierced through her body, thus causing the girl to suffer great damage. And the young hero's sister falls to the ground and squirms in pain after being struck by the monster. Then the monster gets close to the girl and is about to send her to the other world to continue his feast. Shi Yunfei watches in horror as the monster points its sharp fangs in her direction and doesn't move. But at that moment, a young hero comes to the aid of his sister. He stops the blow with his bare hands and looks at the monster with fury in his eyes. Then he turns to his sister and asks her to run as fast as possible from this place, and at that moment, he gets a critical hit. The young hero falls to the ground, and suddenly, an information panel with a huge number of lines appears above his body. Meanwhile, Shi Yunfei looks at her brother with bitterness in her eyes and intends to avenge him heads off towards the monster. The spider monster lets out a scream, but it does not scare the sister of the young hero, and she continues to run towards the monster. And the monster stares at the girl intently as he prepares to send her to the grave with one blow. A second later, a loud sound passes over the monster's head, and the young hero, shrouded in bright flames, bears the monster a blow. Because of the blow, the spider flies away for several meters, and the young hero appears in front of his sister and is going to protect her from the monster. At this moment, Shi Yunfei looks at his brother with astonishment and cannot believe that Shi Xiao possesses such tremendous strength. Meanwhile, the monster with malice in his eyes strives towards the young hero to send him to the other world. And Shi Xiao gets into a fighting stance and prepares to make a powerful strike against the monster to protect his sister. There is a loud explosion behind the hero, and he heads towards the spider monster with great speed. Once he reaches the monster, several lightning bolts strike the monster's body and deal a huge amount of damage to the monster. After that, a fiery blade appears in Shi Xiao's hand, which he uses to strike the spider's limbs. However, the young hero soon falls to the ground and coughs up blood because his body is not used to such strength. It opens an information panel that displays a special strength scale that gradually decreases over time. And the spider monster turns his back on the young hero and says he's not going to waste his time on him. However, Shi Xiao is not going to give up so easily and surrounds himself and the monster with a fire barrier that is impossible to pass through. Shishao leans on his leg and declares in a loud voice to destroy the monster that dared to attack his family. And the spider monster looks at the young hero with horror in his eyes and cannot believe that the young man has so much power. At that moment, a special rescue team appears and heads towards the monster. And the young hero tries to warn the rescue party of the danger, but no one wants to listen to him. After a while, the squad completely surrounds the dangerous monster and prepares to attack together. The wizards prepare their spells, and the warriors prepare to repel all the monster's attacks. And the monster stares intently with its bloodshot eyes at the humans and has no doubts about its victory. And at that moment, a spiderweb appears from the ground and binds all the members of the squad. And the spider monster is slowly heading towards the bound people to absorb their life force. And in a matter of seconds, people turn into empty shells and all the power goes into the monster's clutches. After that, the spider monster is colored in green light and its characteristics are increased several times. It's heading towards the young hero to send him to the other side of the world in one fell swoop. However, the young hero manages to put his flaming sword in front of him in time and defends himself from the monster's deadly attack. But his strength quickly comes to an end, and he receives multiple attacks from the spider that make him cry out in pain. And then the young hero falls to the ground. He can barely breathe, and his strength is almost completely drained. However, he is filled with determination and slowly gets up from the ground to continue the battle with the monster. After that, his body lights up with bright flames, and he prepares to deliver a fatal blow to deal with the monster. Shishao swings his sword, and a bright swirl of flames sweeps across the entire battlefield and completely envelops the body of the spider monster. And after that, the spider monster takes massive damage and completely burns up in the young hero's bright flames. And the young hero barely stands on his feet and silently watches as a huge number of items and rewards from the monster fall near his feet. Suddenly he falls to the ground because he can no longer stand on his feet and his strength is leaving him. However, Shishao stretches his arm forward and tries to collect the rewards from the monster in hopes that the treasure can save his life. After a while, the young hero's eyes close, but a huge volume of healing power completely envelops his body. And after a while, Shishao finds himself in a strange room and is amazed to see the planets that are circling around him. Suddenly, a strange armor of red color appears in front of him, and a strange voice informs him that in front of him is the account of the emperor. Then before the young hero appears a huge number of accounts that have monstrous power, and Shishao watches this with her mouth open in amazement and listens to the strange voice that explains how to activate the accounts. Then the young hero comes to his senses and slowly walks over to the red armor to examine it closely. After a while, he grabs his head with his hand and tries to think about all the information he has recently received. Suddenly, Shishao's face lights up with a smile because he realizes that he now possesses great strength. And after a while, an information panel with his characteristics and abilities appears in front of him. At this point, the young hero folds his arms across his chest and remarks that it takes a lot of experience to open new accounts. And as soon as the hero spends experience points to open a new account, he is enveloped on all sides by magical threads and empowered. However, afterwards, Shishao looks at the information panel and realizes that he has spent a huge amount of experience, and his level hasn't changed. And on the information panel there is an icon of the young hero and his characteristics that have not changed after the fight with the monster. After a while, the hero wakes up in bed and looks around. He scratches the back of his head and realizes he's in a hospital room and tries to figure out where his family is. At this moment, Shishao noticed that all of his wounds had healed, and there was not a single trace of the battle with the monster. Meanwhile, the sister of the young hero talks to the doctor and resents the fact that the hospital requires a lot of money for treatment. And the doctor closes his eyes and explains in a calm voice that a huge amount of money has been spent on the treatment of the young hero's family. He glares menacingly at the young hero's sister and notes that unless an expensive antidote is administered, the lives of her brother and father may be in danger. At this moment, tears suddenly appear on Fei-Fei's face and she starts coughing loudly. And her mom, along with her doctor, ask Fei-Fei not to worry too much and try to recover from the fight. Suddenly, there is the sound of a door opening in the hallway, and the doctor, along with Fei-Fei and her mother, turn towards the sound. At that moment, they see a young hero in the corridor who stands firmly on his feet and promises that he will find money for the treatment of his family. He then approaches his sister and asks her not to worry about the water money because he will solve the problem. Meanwhile, the doctor looks at the young hero with astonishment and does not understand how the young man was able to cure himself of the deadly poison. After a while, Shishao approaches the doctor and asks how much money it will take to treat his family. And when he finds out about the price, he quickly shakes the doctor's hand and asks him to start treatment and promises that he will get the necessary amount of money in an hour. And then the hero goes outside, he sits on a bench, and with the help of the information panel, examines his inventory. He manages to find in his inventory a demonic crystal that could be worth a fortune. And then the young hero quickly throws on his cloak and heads into the narrow streets of the city to find the black market. He descends a narrow staircase and notices two thugs guarding a strange iron door. And the black market guards look at the young hero with surprise and do not understand what the boy forgot in this place. After a moment, Shishao looks up and asks the ambassadors to let him inside the black market. And one of the ambassadors only laughs at him and asks the young hero to leave the place as soon as possible. However, Shishao insists that he has an expensive artifact that anyone on the black market might be interested in. And at that moment, another thug loses patience. He grabs the young hero by his cloak and demands to get out of here. But at that moment, a strange old man accompanied by his guards appears in the doorway and asks the ambles to take their time. He stares intently at Shishao from the second floor and asks him to show him the item he wants to sell. And after that, the young hero abruptly removes his cloak and shows the old man a small red-colored demonic crystal. At this moment, the demonic crystal glows brightly in the young hero's hand and emits a strange magical aura around it. Meanwhile, the old man is scrutinizing the strange crystal and asks the young hero to go inside the black market. As soon as Shishao opens the doors in front of him, he sees a huge room, and in the center is the main hall with information signs. And he slowly looks around and is amazed at how huge a room was hidden in such a small building. At this moment, Shishao is noticed by a beautiful waitress who winks and smiles at him. But the hero tries to ignore it and turns his head from side to side, trying to find the old man. Suddenly, at that moment, he is stopped by two mercenaries who say that the young hero has no place here. However, one of the old man's bodyguards comes to the aid of Shishao, who demands the mercenaries take their hands off the young hero. And after a while, the young hero is brought to a separate room, where the old man offers him to sit down next to him and discuss the sale of the crystal. As soon as the hero sits down, the old man turns to him and offers a not particularly large sum for his purchase. However, Shishao folds his hands in front of him and notes with a smile that this crystal is worth much more than what the old man is offering. At this point, the old man frowns and notices that the young hero is quite good at things and offers 100,000 gold for the item. But the young hero rises for his dream and notes that the old man is offering a very low price for the goods and is about to leave. However, the passage to the door is blocked by the old man's bodyguards who are not going to let Shishao out of the room. And the old man at this moment strokes his beard and notes that the young hero cannot refuse his offer. At this moment, Shishao freezes in place and stares intently at the bodyguards. He does not know what to do in such a situation. Meanwhile, the old man throws a stack of bills on the table with a price of 100,000 and suggests the hero to agree to his offer as soon as possible. And Shishao slowly turns around and looks at the stack of bills with a frightened expression, but does not dare to take them. After a few minutes, the doors to the room open slightly, and the guards notice a tall man standing in the doorway. A strange masked man wraps his hands around the faces of the bodyguards and demands they get out of his way. He is followed by a girl who walks in and looks around at all the people in the room with a smile on her face. And the old man, without a drop of doubt, smiles slightly and greets the girl he calls the head of the Mo clan. And Mrs. Mo also welcomes the old man and notes that he is acting against all black market rules. After these words, the old man tenses up a bit and silently looks at Mrs. Mo with interest in her next actions. And the girl turns toward the young hero without a shadow of a doubt and offers him 300 coins for his item, much to his surprise. Mrs. Mo smiles and notes that she likes Shi Xiao very much, but the young hero can't say a word back to her because he's confused. Meanwhile, the old man stands up from his seat in surprise and notes that Mrs. Mo had quoted too high a price for this item. And Mrs. Mo Lee only smiles wryly and suggests that the old man spend his money to restore his clan's reputation. And after these words, the old man quickly leaves the room with irritation on his face, and the girl smiles and waves goodbye to him. At this moment, the young hero scrutinizes the girl and notices that there is a clear power struggle between the Mo clan and Huang Zheng. Before the girl leaves, he is going to give her the demonic crystal, but Mrs. Mo refuses and offers the hero to keep the object for himself. Then Mrs. Mo abruptly turns around and explains to the hero with disdain in her eyes that she only wanted to mess with the Huang Zheng clan. She immediately leaves and asks her loyal bodyguard to give Shi Xiao the amount of money she promised him. And the young hero smilingly looks towards the departing girl and notices that she has a very interesting character. Meanwhile, the whole family of the young hero stands by the bed where the head of the family is lying and is worried about his condition. Suddenly, the director of the center bursts into the room and with a loud shout remarks that there is no place for those who cannot pay for treatment. Then he grabs the doctor's clothes and asks why a family that can't pay for treatment is still in that room. And the doctor explains that one of the members of this family will soon return with the full amount to pay the hospital's expenses. But this answer does not satisfy the director, and he slaps the doctor in his face with all his might. He then heads towards the hospital bed and tells Fei Fei that she and her family need to get out of here, and reaches her hand toward the face of the head of the family to remove the mask that allows him to breathe. At that moment, Fei Fei tries to interfere, but the principal with anger in his eyes slaps her face and tells her to stay out of his way. At the same moment, the young hero kicks the door of the ward with all his might, and the director of the center turns his gaze on him in surprise. The young hero looks angry and promises that the director of the center will be held accountable for punching his sister in the face. However, the director of the center becomes even more furious. He grabs Shi Xiao by his clothes and points out that he is defacing the hospital's property. And at that moment, the young hero's eyes glared at the principal with even more fury, and his body was covered in fire. After that, the headmaster's hand is covered with a strange bright glow and it catches fire, causing him terrible pain. And the director quickly runs out of the chamber and hopes to find a place where he can extinguish his hand, which was set on fire by Shi Xiao. And the young hero apologizes to the doctor for the inconvenience and hands him the full amount to pay for the treatment. He looks at the doctor carefully and asks him to do everything possible to save his family. And the doctor smiles a little and is happy about the fact that someone had the courage to fight back against the director of the center. After a moment, a credit card appears in Shi Xiao's hand, and he says he's willing to cover the repair of the door he kicked in anger. Then he thanks the doctor and heads to his sister's house to see how she's feeling after what happened. At this moment, Fei Fei is shivering and trying to recover. She apologizes to her brother for being too weak to protect the family. However, the young hero strokes his sister on the head and asks her not to worry about it and promises that he will do everything for the family. And tears appear on Fei Fei's face as she talks about not being able to go to the school tournament to pay for her treatment. At this moment, Shi Xiao smiles widely and, holding her sister by the shoulders, says that he can perform in her place and earn money. The young hero is filled with confidence. He smiles broadly and is confident that he can win the grand prize. A few hours later, a huge number of people gather in the square in front of the school, ready to take part in the main competition. The headmaster is in the center of the room and tells the students that the sponsor will be Mrs. Mo, who is standing next to him. All the students are thrilled by the sight of Miss Mo and hope that they can get a solid winnings for participating in the competition. And the young hero stands in the middle of the crowd of people and listens attentively to the principal's explanation of the rules of the contest. Behind Mrs. Mo, a huge information panel appears and depicts the various locations of the dungeon. One of the locations shows a creature that looks like a living tree with red eyes, and the young hero decides that he will destroy this monster at any cost thanks to his new power. And the principal at that moment asks his students to be careful not to go one-on-one against such a dangerous opponent. And the disciples rejoice when they learn that they don't have to fight such a dangerous creature. Meanwhile, the young hero thinks about the director's words and assumes that during the assignment, everyone will be divided into teams. Suddenly, the students look toward the principal with a surprised and disgruntled look when the principal talks about teamwork being necessary. The principal thanks the students for their questions and explains that each team will have a different set of points to take away from each other. He then shows a huge map of the dungeon with red dots, marking the locations of the monsters. Suddenly a sly smile appears on the principal's face, and he points out that the students will have to fight each other to get a high score. And at that moment, all the students look at the principal with their mouths open in surprise and remark that this is too cruel to them. But the headmaster doesn't listen to his students, and in a second, a huge portal opens behind him, which leads to the dungeon where the test will take place. Meanwhile, the attention of all the students is on the young hero because he is the lowest level among all the participants. And Shishao doesn't pay any attention to the prying eyes and heads to the teacher's office to sign up for the competition. At this point, the teacher turns around and corrects her glasses, and then scrutinizes the young hero. She is surprised to notice that the level of the young hero is extremely low and offers to join some group. At this second, the bully Luo Feng appears behind Shishao's back and looks at the young hero with a wide smile. Along with his friends, he points out that the young hero should bow down to him and ask for his protection. Luo Feng then smiles evilly and points out that if Shishao obeys, then perhaps he will take him into his squad. He then grabs the young hero by the shoulder and suggests that he start howling and whining like a dog. However, Shishao outplays the bully and turns the situation in his favor with the help of clever phrases. And Luo Feng notices it at the last moment and realizes that the hero has made a fool of him in front of his friends. So he becomes enraged and is going to hit Shishao with all his might for insulting him in front of his friends. But the teacher quickly stops the fight before it starts and points out to Luo Feng that he should go to the competition. And Luo Feng unhappily clucked and promised that he would take revenge on the young hero while passing the test. And he sets off towards the magic gate but periodically looks back towards the young hero. Finally, the bully disappears from the young hero's sight, and the teacher warns that Shishao should join the team for safety's sake. However, the young hero refuses, and the teacher sighs heavily, but holds out a pass to allow him into the testing area. And the young hero sets off towards the magic gate with full confidence that he will take the first place in the competition. At this moment, Madame Mo, along with her bodyguards, are carefully observing Shishao's actions. And Mrs. Mo smiles playfully when she remembers that she has met the young hero before and notes that he is a very interesting young man. Then she folds her arms across her chest and hopes that the young hero will show an interesting result during the contest. A few minutes later, the young hero finds himself in the test area and sees before him huge mountaintops and a long river. He takes a breath after teleporting, and the magic gate behind him slowly closes. And in a few seconds, he's racing through the forest, hoping to find as many monsters as possible to earn points. He cold-bloodedly destroys small monsters that pose no threat to him. However, several of the monsters try to escape from him, so he sets off in pursuit of them to finish off the remaining ones. But watching them closely, he realizes that all the spiders are heading towards a certain place through the bushes. He then makes the decision to follow them in hopes of finding the Spider Queen and getting valuable items for her. However, he soon realizes that he has entered a dangerous part of the forest, but still continues his movement into its depths. And after a few minutes, he discovers a huge tree on which there is a red web along with a girl who is trapped in it. The girl crawls and tries to get out, but the spider's web binds her arms and legs and does not allow her to move. Despite this, she is again and again spinning in her web and trying to call someone to her aid. At that moment, a young hero appears in the tree. He heads towards the web and promises the girl that he will save her. And the girl looks at the young hero with surprise and asks him to run away from here as fast as possible because he has a very low level. She has tears in her eyes because of fear, but still asks to stay here because she is worried about Xiao's life. However, the young hero doesn't listen to her and scrutinizes the red web to figure out how to destroy it. Then the girl turns to the young hero in a loud voice and points out that the queen is level 8 and will easily destroy the hero. But this thought only makes the young hero excited, and his hand ignites with a bright yellow flame. And after a while, all the red cobwebs that bound the girl in the blink of an eye turn to dust. And Xiao's whole body lights up with bright flames, and he asks the girl to run to her group as fast as possible. At the same instant, a red spider queen appears at the top of the tree and looks at the intruder with a displeased look. The young hero notices the monster and freezes in place from fear, and the girl does not understand what is happening. A second later, acid rains down on them, but Xiao dodges in time and pushes the girl aside. However, the heroes immediately land in a spiderweb trap that was prepared for them. At this moment, Xiao realizes with horror and surprise that soon the web will completely immobilize them, and tries to think of an escape plan. However, in a second, the web turns into a strong cocoon that securely entangles Xiao and the young girl together. The girl tries to free herself and screams for help, while the spider watches intently. At this point, the young hero asks the girl not to panic and looks around carefully to find a way out of the trap. Meanwhile, the heroes notice that the spider, for some reason, leisurely goes deep into the forest and leaves them. And the girl tearfully rejoices at this coincidence and hopes that the spider has changed its mind about eating them. But the young hero disappoints the girl and terrifies her when he tells her that the Spider Queen is sure to return. And then the girl starts twisting her head in all directions and screams loudly in fear with tears in her eyes. And the young hero tries to calm her down and then grits his teeth and tries to free his hands. After a minute, however, he realizes that the web is fresh and not strong enough and tries to chew through it with his teeth. He makes the best effort to get out, but the girl dreams of something else entirely. At this point, he looks at her unhappily and demands that she help him bite through the cobwebs too. And the hero begins to chew the cobwebs together in hopes of getting out of this trap, and silence looms between them. After a few minutes, they are freed from the web, and the girl cries with happiness that she is unharmed. Suddenly, there is a loud rustle in the forest, and the heroes realize that the Queen of Spiders is heading in their direction. Then, the young hero covers the girl with his body and asks her to escape from this dangerous thicket as quickly as possible. But the girl grabs Xiao by the shoulder and asks him to run away with her as quickly as possible, or he will go to the other world. However, on the face of the young hero flashes only a wide smile, and a second later he says that he is eager to meet the monster. A bright flame lights up in his hand, and he tells the girl that he will definitely defeat the Spider Queen, even if alone. At this second, the Spider Queen rushes to attack Xiao and his girlfriend, but the hero puts up a wall of fire in front of him for protection. Then he turns toward the girl and asks her to leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. But Huantian says he has healing magic and will help the young hero in battle if needed. And the hero, ignoring the girl's words, heads towards the giant spider to deal with it. And the spider watches him carefully and prepares to fend off the young hero's attack. Suddenly, Xiao's body starts to be enveloped by huge swirls of flames, and a fiery blade appears in his hands. He quickly jumps up as the giant spider attacks and prepares to perform its deadly move. And as soon as the young hero waits for the right moment, he rushes at the monster with a loud scream, and with two hands holds his blade. In a split second, the spider's entire body is struck by a huge sweat of flame, and with his sword, Xiao cuts its body into two equal parts. Soon the giant spider's entire body turns to ash, and the girl watches silently in amazement at what is happening in front of her. Her eyes go wide with delight, and she says that she didn't expect such a powerful outburst from the young hero. Meanwhile, Xiao concentrates the rest of the flame in his hand, and looks around carefully for valuable items. And Ruan Tian looks at the young hero with adoration and admires his immense strength. Then she stands proudly on the rock and rejoices in the fact that she was able to gain valuable experience without putting in any effort. As soon as the hero is about to leave, she quickly follows him, snuggling up to him with her body and asking more about his power. However, Xiao is not particularly happy with the situation and demands that the girl stop bothering him. He squats down to collect magical items and points out that all loot belongs to him alone. Then he scrutinizes the red claw that fell out as a reward for defeating the huge spider. Suddenly, in his hands, the red claw begins to glow with a bright light and begins to transform into another object. The young hero watches this process with amazement and realizes that the item is now many times more useful. He quickly digs through his inventory and uses the information panel to find out that his magic ring improves other items. Xiao, with a smile on his face, ponders the situation, while Ruan Tian does not move a step away from him. Then the girl turns to him and talks about how she could never have guessed that the hero was hiding his true power. Xiao abruptly yanks his arm to the side and asks the girl to stop pestering him, then stares intently into her eyes and warns her that Ruan Tian will be very sorry if she tells anyone about his secret. However, after the words of the young hero, the girl is not frightened, and on the contrary wants to hug Xiao even more. At this moment, the voice of several people behind the heroes can be heard greeting Xiao and his companion. The strangers turn out to be a small group that a few hours earlier threw Zhuan Tian to be eaten by a huge spider. And Ruan Tian points her finger at the gang leader and accuses him of abandoning her to her fate. And the gang leader only looks at her with a mocking smile and says that the girl is not capable of anything. A little later, he notices that the spider his team was hunting has been roasted by someone, which surprises him greatly. The squad leader turns to Huan Tian and along with his men asks what happened to the Spider Queen. Then Ruan Tian tries to hug Xiao and says that it was the young hero who disposed of the dangerous monster. However, the squad leader and his friends do not believe that Xiao was able to cope with the monster and just laugh at him. This situation makes Ruan Tian furious, and because of the offense, her eyes fill with tears. Meanwhile, the team scrutinizes the body of the huge spider and tries to figure out how it was destroyed. And the young hero and Ruan Tian are standing on the other side waiting for action from the squad. Suddenly, an information window appears in front of Ruan Tian, informing her that the squad leader is inviting her to join him. However, the girl says she won't fall for such a trick again and announces in a loud voice that she won't be joining the squad. Then the members of the squad point out that no one needs Ruan Tian and it is better for her to be in their team than to be left alone. After these words, the girl is furious and promises that under no circumstances will not be in their squad. At this moment, a loud roar is heard, and out of fright, the girl snuggles closer to Xiao and cries out in fear. And on the faces of the squad appears a smile because they heard the sound of a dangerous monster for which you can get a lot of points. At this point, the young hero informs the squad without much emotion that this squad will not be able to handle the monster. The squad leader slowly turns around and demands that the young hero repeat his words once more. And at this moment, Xiao's face lit up with a gloating smile and he called the commander's squad a bunch of weaklings. The young hero's words hurt the squad leader, but his men stop him from rash actions and ask him not to give in to provocations. After that, the squad goes into the thicket of the forest, and the squad leader promises that he will take revenge on the young hero for the words he said. And as soon as the detachment disappears in the thicket of the forest, the girl looks at the young hero with grateful eyes and offers to go on the road. However, the hero goes in the direction where the squad of men went, and Ruan Tian does not understand what Shishao is up to. And the young hero turns around with a smile on his face. He explains that they are going on a hunt for a dangerous monster. At that moment, the roar of the dangerous monster echoed throughout the forest. Meanwhile, the wounded creature is running across the plain from danger and trying to find a place to hide. However, pretty quickly the Tyrannosaurus grabs the creature with its head and completely devours it on the spot. The Tyrannosaurus then stands up to its full height and lets out a loud roar that extends for hundreds of kilometers. And at this moment, he's being ambushed by a squad of men who are ready to pounce on him at the first opportunity. One of the squad members is a little shaken with fear and suggests to his commanding officer that he find another target to attack. But the commander is only annoyed by his comrade's cowardice and demands that he put those thoughts out of his mind. Then he clenches his fist tightly and promises his team that they will defeat this monster without much trouble. At that moment, he imagines himself on a golden throne with Ruan Tian sitting beside him, and at his feet, Shishao apologizing for his impertinence. He anticipates the moment of imminent victory, and it makes his face take on an eerie expression. And after a few minutes at the head of his team, he rushes towards the mighty Tyrannosaurus to defeat it. A few meters away from the monster, one of the team stops and notices that something is wrong with the monster. And at this moment, the Tyrannosaurus turns its attention to the team of humans and looks at them with a menacing look. He gathers people with the help of his tail, and the team at that moment tries to run away and dodge the attack. However, it's getting too late for the squad, and a powerful tail kick catches up with everyone. Then the monster breathes out hellfire and destroys the remaining humans who were lucky enough to survive the last attack. And the commander with fear in his eyes looks at what is happening and realizes that he is the only one left of his team. He quickly turns around and tries to run away from the huge monster that is chasing after him. The squad leader keeps a close eye on the Tyrannosaurus's actions and tries not to get hit by its new attacks. Meanwhile, the young hero and Ruan Tian are walking through the forest and hear a familiar voice coming from far away. And Ruan Tian noticed that the squad leader was running towards them with a gloating smile on his face. At that moment, the squad leader decides to set the Tyrannosaurus on the young hero, and Ruan Tian therefore heads in their direction. Then the young hero raises his fists in the air and says that he is ready to fight the squad leader if he wants to. But the commander abruptly changes direction and finds himself behind the girl's back with a wide grin. Then, he sharply pushes Ruan Tian towards the monster and wishes her good luck in fighting it. And the girl, with resentment in her eyes, looks at the commander and does not understand why he decided to do this to her. However, a second later she hears a loud roar behind her and realizes that a dangerous monster is nearby. The girl turns around and sees the huge mouth of a Tyrannosaurus quickly heading in her direction. From fright, the girl stretches her arms forward and aims a small magical projectile at the monster, which does almost no damage. Then the monster looks at her menacingly, and the girl with tears in her eyes very quickly runs to Shishao and asks for his help. At this moment, the squad leader stands behind the young hero's back and laughs at the whole situation. Then he smiles broadly and wishes the heroes good luck, and then turns into smoke that dissolves into thin air. The young hero stands serenely still and slowly looks around for the squad leader. And despite the fact that the latter has completely disappeared, he grabs him with his hand and talks about not allowing him to leave the battlefield. The young hero stares at the squad leader and says that such tricks won't work on him. And the squad leader at this moment is clenching his teeth tightly from where, and trying to figure out how Shishao was able to detect him. He slowly begins to choke and tries to come up with a plan to free himself from the young hero's grasp. And in this second, he realizes that the young hero has a special vision and offers to destroy the dangerous monster together. However, the young hero only smiles and says that he does not need the help of such a weakling as the squad leader is. After that, Shishao released the squad leader's throat and hit the ground with all his might, causing it to split into several pieces. And huge streams of fire completely surround the dangerous monster, and Zhuan Tian rushes towards the young hero with all his legs. At this moment, the squad leader watches in amazement and can't believe that Shishao has tremendous strength. He sits on his knees and asks him to join forces against the monster, and in exchange promises to give the hero all the magical items. And the young hero only looks at the squad leader with a gloating smile and offers his companion to decide his fate. And the squad leader bows his head and begs Ruan Tian to forgive him for all the dirty deeds he has done. However, the girl does not pay attention to the pleas of the squad leader and only admires the strength of the young hero. Then she turns toward the squad leader and talks about how she'll never forgive him for what she's done. Suddenly there is a loud roar, and with a sound wave, the Tyrannosaurus is freed from the fire trap. Zhuantian is surprised to see that the monster was able to get out of the trap, and Shishao turns towards the monster and prepares to fight. However, at this moment, the squad leader pulls out a dagger from behind his back and looks at his assailants with a predatory smile. He quickly runs towards them and hopes to strike from behind while the heroes are distracted by the huge monster. However, the young hero quickly creates a flaming sword in his hands and fends off the dagger attack and then looks at the squad leader with anger. After that, he immediately stabs him through with his flaming sword, and the squad leader screams in pain. And the hero, with a slight smile on his face, looks at his opponent and says that such a weakling does not belong in this dungeon, and the squad leader clings tightly to his wound and clenches his teeth tightly, saying that he will definitely take revenge on Shishao. And once the squad leader disappears, the young hero scrutinizes his belongings in search of useful items. However, a Tyrannosaurus appears behind Shishao, and the young hero immediately forgets about finding useful items. He abruptly creates a flaming sword in his hands and blocks the monster's attack at the last moment. But the Tyrannosaurus has monstrous strength and throws the young hero off without much trouble. However, Shishao is not going to give up. Around him appears fire whirlwinds that take the shape of dragons and are headed towards the monster. And once the whirlwinds reach the Tyrannosaurus's body, they deal massive damage and make the monster roar with rage. And the young hero silently watches the monster and contemplates a plan to defeat this deadly creature. After that, he makes a quick dash and his entire body is covered in bright flames of fire. Shishao crashes into the Tyrannosaurus's body at full speed, pushing it back a few meters. As the monster tries to come to its senses, it turns to Zhuantian and asks him to use a pacification spell on the monster. But the monster quickly rises and spews out flames, but with the help of his magic shield, the hero reduces the flames to nothing. And Ruan Tian tries to hide behind a tree and tells Shishao that her magic might not work on such a dangerous opponent. Meanwhile, the hero dodges the monster's blow and jumps up to give the girl a command to start creating a spell. Once again, he strikes a fatal blow at the monster with his fiery blade, and Ruan Tian watches in amazement and once again marvels at the strength of the young hero. However, the monster continues the fight and tries to hit the young hero with his huge tail. But Shishao anticipated this outcome of events and blocks this punch with one hand, and then grabs the Tyrannosaur's tail with both hands and stares at his opponent with an eerie look, and sharply raises the monster above his head and moments later topples it to the ground with all his might. After the strike, the young hero turns to Huan Tian and asks her to use her spell right now. And the girl begins to perform a strange dance, twirling her staff around herself, and then sends an air kiss in the direction of the monster. At this moment, a huge purple heart appears above the monster's head and rushes towards it with great speed. The young hero then turns to the girl with a disgruntled look and asks if she is sure she used the right spell. However, after a minute, the heroes notice that in place of the huge Tyrannosaurus, A cute little dinosaur has appeared. The young hero is going to destroy him, however Ruan Tian asks him not to make a hasty decision and tries to dissuade him. The girl quickly runs up to the cub and wrapping her 2 arms around it asks Shi Xiao to spare the poor creature. She gently strokes the little dinosaur's head and tells the young hero that this animal could be a valuable ally for them. However, on the face of Shi Xiao painted only a gloating smile and said that he will now send the girl along with the dinosaur to the other world. At this moment, goosebumps run down Zhuangtian's back because of her fear of the young hero, and she doesn't know what to do in such a situation. But without thinking long, she puts the little dinosaur forward and tells Shi Xiao that he can do whatever he wants with it. The girl puts it on the ground and the little dinosaur doesn't realize what's going on and licks its snout. However, the cute expression on the dinosaur's face has no effect on Shi Xiao, and with the help of his sword, he sends him to the other world. Then with a calm expression, he looks at Ruan Tian and says that appearances can be deceiving. And the girl sits on her knees and cries loudly because she feels sorry for the little dinosaur. But she quickly comes to her senses when, with the help of a dashboard, she learns that she's gotten a lot of experience. At this point, the young hero also opens the information panel, and to his surprise, he notices that as a reward for the monster, he received a lot of experience. He quickly teleports to his pocket dimension and looks around for Lord accounts. And after a while, several accounts of the Lord appear in front of him, where only one of them is available to him. Without thinking long, he folds his hands in front of him and decides to pump up his existing account to get a new ability. And in front of him appears a huge eye, and the information panel informs the hero that with it he can watch the opponents. The young hero is very happy about this news, because now he can track down an ancient tree that lives in the depths of the forest. And Ruan Tian quickly distracts him from his thoughts and points somewhere forward, saying that there are still valuable items left from the monster. After walking a few meters, the heroes see in front of them a huge golden beam that comes from a small object. When they take a closer look at it, they realize they have a rare dinosaur egg in front of them. At this moment, Ruan Tian comes closer to the egg and says with joy in his eyes that a dinosaur could hatch from it. Because of these words, the young hero indulges in his fantasies and imagines himself riding a powerful dinosaur. However, Ruan Tian distracts the hero from his musings and asks if she is really useful to him while going through the dungeon. But the young hero does not understand the meaning of this phrase and tells the girl that he will not give her this rare egg. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mo, along with her bodyguards, is observing what's going on with the help of a magic panel. Then she turns to one of her bodyguards and demands that the headmaster be brought to her immediately. The girl then closes the information panel and tries to understand why the young hero is hiding his real level. A few minutes later, the headmaster appears in her private room to greet Mrs. M.O. The girl ignores the director's benevolence and asks what he knows about Shi Xiao. And she is greatly surprised when the director tells her that the young hero has never leveled up once since his admission. And the headmaster coughs slightly and says that the young hero at first seemed to be a very capable student, but now he is not so sure. Then Mrs. Mo asks the headmaster to check the leaders in the dungeon using the dashboard. And the headmaster comes to a great surprise when he sees Shi Xiao on the list of leaders in the overall score. And Ms. Mo smiles slyly and asks the principal to announce the list of the main leaders of the competition to the participants. However, the director is very surprised by such a request and points out that such an approach can make it very difficult to pass the dungeon. But Ms. Mo ignores this and points out that it is imperative if the participants want to excel in the future. And the principal only sighs heavily and then opens the information panel to fulfill Mrs. Mo's request. Meanwhile, deep in the thicket of the forest, one of the squad leaders crawls through the grass and tries to escape his abusers. He is approached by Luo Feng, who stands at the head of the squad and taunts the wounded commander. Then he abruptly steps on his body with his foot, causing a hell of a lot of pain, and the commander's body quickly disappears from his sight. He looks around while his companion rejoices in the fact that both units are under Luo Feng's leadership. However, Luo Feng himself is not happy about this coincidence and would like to personally go through this dungeon. Suddenly, an information panel opens up in front of him, showing the squads that are leading in points. The exact same panels appear in front of the other squad members, and everyone scrutinizes the number of their points. Luo Feng, along with his team, is greatly surprised when he sees the leader Shi Xiao, who is ranked 3rd on the list. And Luo Feng is extremely impressed by this turn of events and hopes that he will be able to fight the young hero in person. Then, he raises his battle axe upwards and bids the squad to move towards Shi Xiao's location. He opens the interactive map and points his finger to the fact that the young hero is not far from his squad. Meanwhile, the other squad leader is running through the forest and occasionally looks back, hoping that his pursuer has fallen behind. However, suddenly a loud explosion sounds near him, and from its force he falls to the ground but manages to cover his face with his hands. He crawls forward and notices a bright flame burning behind him and his pursuer a few meters away. The squad leader tries to escape, but a vortex of bright flames completely surrounds him and cuts off his escape route. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and he looked back in horror towards the young hero and Zhuang Tian, who were heading towards him. And the young hero stops a few meters away from him and asks to share information about the last boss. At this moment, the squad leader is about to attack Shi Xiao, but the latter has no problem deflecting his lunge. And then he snaps his fingers and the commander's entire body catches fire and he screams in pain. Ruan Tian once again admires the strength of the hero, and Shi Xiao is disappointed to note that the squad leader had no valuables with him. Then he scratches his beard and remarks that Ruan Tian is a very valuable and useful companion for him. And after these words, the girl wants to hug the young hero, but he pulls away and asks Ruan Tian to cool down a bit. But the girl is already immersed in her thoughts and imagines in her head how she holds a golden goblet in her hand, and all the students call her a goddess. And the young hero watches Zhuang Tian with a misunderstood expression on his face and asks her not to wallow in her dreams. Then he opens the dashboard and tries to figure out where the other teams are. At this moment, Ruan Tian is distracted from his thoughts and notices that Luo Feng's team is not far away from them. Then a smile appears on the young hero's face, and he talks about how Luo Feng's team is most likely watching him closely. After that, Shi Xiao heads into the thicket of the forest, and Ruan Tian indicates in a disgruntled voice to attack Luo Feng's team. The heroes head forward, and the girl notices that the shadow tree hides very well in the forest and will be hard to find. In response to these words, the young hero smiles and notes that the girl is much smarter than he first thought. Then he scratches the back of his head and decides to use his new ability to find the final boss. And a second later, a blazing eye appears in the sky, scrutinizing the surroundings in search of the monster. The blazing eye gradually gains height and informs the young hero of all the teams and monsters that dwell in the thicket of the forest. After that, there are waves of fire that swirl around the young hero while he watches closely. A second later, a trail of fire guides Shi Xiao towards where the last boss of this dungeon is. The young hero is happy that he has such a unique ability and is confident that he can defeat the last boss. Then he rushes forward quickly and Ruan Tian doesn't understand what's going on and asks Shi Xiao to wait for a while. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's team is in the bushes, waiting for the right moment to attack the young hero. Luo Feng is furious at the fact that the young hero has already managed to destroy several teams and doesn't understand why Shi Xiao is so strong. He can't stand it and heads towards the young hero and his team follows him. Suddenly, one of his comrades reports that Shi Xiao has somehow disappeared from radar and is not visible on the general map. Then Luo Feng opens the information console and is furious when he realizes that the young hero has disappeared from his sight. Then he closes the information panel and in a loud voice orders to find Ruan Tian, who should be together with Shi Xiao. Meanwhile, Ruan Tian walks proudly alone through the thicket of the forest and doesn't understand why the young hero has decided to make bait out of her. She is worried about her safety and is constantly looking around for danger. Suddenly, Luo Feng appears in front of her along with his team and looks at her with an evil expression. Then Ruan Tian, in a troubled voice, says that she doesn't know where Shi Xiao is and asks her to leave her alone. However, this answer does not satisfy Luo Feng, and he demands to immediately tell the girl where the young hero is now. Then he puts his axe to Zhuantian's chest and indicates that he will send the girl to the other world if she does not give an answer. At this moment, a loud creaking sound is heard, and a huge shadow of a hand falls on Luo Feng's entire squad. A second later, a huge wooden arm comes down on part of the squad and strikes hard at those who failed to dodge. Luo Feng's entire team turns back and sees behind them the monstrous tree that is the final boss of the dungeon. Everyone is terrified looking at this monster and do not know what to do in this situation. They are sure that they will lose to him in the battle. However, Luo Feng rushes first into battle and orders his squad to gather their strength and give battle to the monster. On his forehead protrude veins of anger, and in his eyes you can see a huge thirst for victory over a dangerous opponent. Luo Feng delivers a swift strike with his axe and frees his friends from the path of the dark tree. At this moment, the dark tree lets out a loud roar and prepares for its next attack. And Luo Feng stands proudly in front of his comrades and orders them to use their magic to battle the monster. At this second, the dark tree strikes, but with the help of his shield, Luo Feng blocks this deadly attack. He is healed by his allies, and small fireballs appear behind him, heading towards the dark tree. The wizards along with Luo Feng would continue to attack the dark tree, making it scream in pain and take a huge amount of damage. Meanwhile, Ruan Tian watches the battle and is amazed at the fact that Luo Feng was able to recruit a very well-coordinated team. At this point, the fireballs continue to reach the body of the dark tree and deal critical fire damage to it. A smile appears on the faces of the squad, and Luo Feng urges his friends not to stop for a second. Then he strikes a powerful blow with his axe, and his mind fills with the belief that together with his team, he can defeat the monster. However, suddenly the tree is covered by a strange metallic sheath that Luo Feng cannot penetrate. And under the feet of the dark tree, green lines appear that diverge all over the ground in different directions. The ground begins to crack beneath their feet, and people watch in fear to see what happens next. A moment later, huge rifts appear in the ground from which a strange green energy oozes out. And the dark tree with its green eyes scrutinizes the people and lets out a loud cry. After that, strange creatures that look like walking trees appear from the crevices and surround Luo Feng's squad. However, Luo Feng does not lose hope and rushes at the first enemy that gets in his way. But when he turns back, he notices that most of his squad is scattering in different directions to escape. Meanwhile, one of the monsters grabs Ruan Tian with its vines, and the girl calls the young hero for help. And in a second, Shi Xiao comes to the rescue. He strikes the monster a powerful blow with his jerk and frees the girl from his grasp. He then catches the girl in his arms with a smile on his face and apologizes for having to be bait for a while. But Zhuantian is not upset by the young hero's actions and tearfully rejoices that she was able to be useful to him. And the young hero only smiles and indicates that he will not give offense to those who are in his team. Meanwhile, Luo Feng is furiously swinging his axe and trying to fight off a huge number of reanimated trees. And the young hero taunts him and points out that he can defeat all monsters alone. However, Luo Feng is unwilling to listen to the young hero's words and points out that Shi Xiao is weak. And the young hero, with a smile on his face, continues to watch the battle from the sidelines and talks about demonstrating his strength. After that, he creates fire magic in his hand and sends one of Luo Feng's squad members to the other world. Luo Feng is furious at the young hero's behavior and says that only a coward would do such a thing in the midst of battle. And the young hero only scoffs and says that no one in this arena is equal to his strength. At this moment, Luo Feng rushed towards the young hero with a loud shout and was about to deliver the most powerful blow. However, Shi Xiao reflects Luo Feng's attack without much trouble and uses fire magic to flip him aside. And Luo Feng flew on the ground with great speed, and his axe flew in the other direction. But Luo Feng is not going to give up. He quickly rises to his feet and says that if Shi Xiao does not team up with him, no one will stop the monster. However, the young hero is confident in his abilities and crossed his arms in front of him, declares that he will destroy everyone who is here. After that, a huge fire petal appears in the air, and a huge number of fire arrows fly towards his enemies. The young hero laughs loudly and tells Luo Feng to spare him so he can see his true strength. And after a moment, fiery arrows sweep across the battle, attacking both the living trees and the men of Luo Feng's squad. People try to hide, but the fiery arrows leave them no chance and send them to the other side of the world. And the remaining trees try to reach the young hero, but the fire arrows also destroy them. One of Luo Feng's squad members crawls to his commander and tearfully begs him to save him. Suddenly, the dark tree lets out a loud roar and starts sucking out all the power and the rebellious trees beside it. Small places appear in the body of the huge tree that are filled with a green glow. On the battlefield, only Luo Feng, Shi Xiao, and Ruan Tian remained, who are watching the monster's transformation in amazement. The tree is greatly transformed and looks like a strange creature that burns with a bright green flame. Ruan Tian looks at the new form of the monster fearfully and worries that this opponent will be very hard to deal with. And the young hero stands still and scrutinizes what the horrible monster will do. In the blink of an eye, the dark tree is behind the young hero and is about to strike his back with its sharp daggers. However, the young hero turns around and says with a confident look that this attack is too slow for him. In the same instant, a fire sword appears in his hands and he blocks the dark tree's attack with no problem. However, the dark tree has destructive power and throws the young hero upward. The monster then assumes an attack stance and prepares to deliver the killing blow. And from his body, a huge number of green, sharp needles are heading towards the young hero. At this moment, Luo Feng bursts into loud laughter and says that Shi Xiao will go to the other world because of his pride. However, in the blink of an eye, all the sharp needles burn in a bright flame, and the young hero looks unharmed. In a split second, he is behind the back of the dark tree, and with his hands in his pockets, he declares that this battle has come to an end. Several cuts immediately appear on the dark tree's back, but it turns around for its next strike. However, then the entire body of the monster is enveloped in fire, and the young hero continues to walk forward with a confident step. After a minute, a magical portal appears in front of the heroes, and the public address system announces the end of the contest. At this moment, Luo Feng falls on his knees before the young hero. He apologizes for his act and acknowledges the strength of Shi Xiao. And the young hero looks at Luo Feng with a serious look and talks about how he doesn't care about his words. Then he steps his foot on his chest and demands that he apologize again for all the words he said. Shi Xiao listens to Luo Feng in silence for a while and then tells him not to come into his life anymore, even as a younger brother. At these words, Luo Feng becomes enraged and rushes at the young hero with the last of his strength, holding his axe in his hands. Ruan Tian is surprised by this turn of events and tells Luo Feng that even for him, this is a low act. But Luo Feng has a wicked smile on his face and says that he will take revenge on the young hero for his humiliation. After that, a huge puff of smoke appears in Luo Feng's place, completely hiding his silhouette. As soon as the smoke clears, a broken magical figurine appears in Luo Feng's place. And Luo Feng himself is near the magic gate and with a smile on his face says that this time he beat the young hero. However, Shi Xiao becomes enraged and catches up to Luo Feng with a special fire strike. Luo Feng doesn't have time to say anything and disappears from this dungeon due to the injuries he received. Zhuangtian rejoiced at the fact that the trial had come to an end and she had managed to score a huge amount of points. The young hero talks about leaving the team, but Ruan Tian is not going to object and thanks the young hero for his help. She hugs him and talks about how his actions will make her very rich because of the points she has earned. Then the heroes study magic items, and Shishao discovers a magic crystal that has healing powers. He gives it to Zhuantian and asks her to use it wisely, and the girl is greatly surprised by such a gift. A smile appears on her face, and she heartily thanks the young hero for such a valuable artifact. And Shishao is slightly embarrassed by such a compliment and opens the information panel to leave the group. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet of the young hero and Ruan Tian begins to shake, and the system reports that the dungeon is beginning to collapse. The girl falls to her feet and, holding her head with her hands, screams loudly in fear and doesn't know what to do. The image from the monitors that follow the test begins to distort, and the system starts the countdown. But the young hero does not give in to panic. He helps Zhuantian to stand up, and they run to the exit together. Suddenly, Ruan Tian stumbles and falls to the ground. She tries to get up, but her leg hurts badly. The young hero asks the girl to go up as soon as possible, but Ruan Tian is very scared and asks to leave her here. The girl starts crying loudly and says that for the young hero she is just a burden. However, Shishao does not want to leave Zhuantian in distress. He takes her in his arms and together with her runs towards the portal. He talks with a calm expression on his face about how he would never leave his friends in trouble. And after saying those words, with all his might, he threw Ruan Tian towards the portal before it closed. The girl pulls her hand out of the portal and asks the young hero to run as fast as possible in her direction. Tears come to her eyes because she is afraid that Shishao might stay in this world forever. And after a few seconds, the portal closes, and with it, Ruan Tian disappears. And the young hero uses the scroll of return and doesn't understand why the girl was so anxious to save him. A bright beam teleports the young hero straight to the destroyed portal, and Shishao looks around. He turns his head from side to side and doesn't understand where the rest of the contestants have gone. He then walks along the school corridor and notices Zhuantian crying loudly near the small lockers. Shishao walks closer to her and with a calm voice asks why the girl is crying so loudly. And Ruan Tian immediately calms down when she hears the familiar voice and looks at the young hero with surprise, not believing that he is standing in front of her. And the young hero strokes the girl on the head and explains that he used the teleportation scroll to get out of the dungeon. After that, Zhuantian hugged the young hero tightly and rejoiced at the fact that he was unharmed. She then quickly pulls away from him and apologizes for getting too close to him. Suddenly, near the young hero and his companion appears a gang of mercenaries who did not expect to see someone in this place. The young hero stands in front of Zhuantian and asks what the mercenaries forgot inside the school. He takes a closer look at the mercenaries' suits and realizes that they are not in good faith. Meanwhile, one of the mercenaries greedily licks his lips and talks about taking Zhuantian for himself. And the girl hides behind the young hero's back and asks him to save her from this horrible man. Then a smile appears on Shishao's face, and he advises the mercenaries to leave this place while they have the chance. But the mercenaries don't listen to the young hero's words and rush towards him without a second thought. And the young hero stands in one place and waits for the right moment to attack. Suddenly he makes a sudden leap and prepares to deliver his deadly blow to the enemy. In the blink of an eye, he cuts through the mercenaries' armor with his flaming sword and sends two of them to the other side. One of the surviving mercenaries looks at the young hero in fear and begs him to spare him. And Shishao slowly headed in his direction and demanded answers to his questions. Then the young hero puts his hand up and says he will tell all in exchange for his life. He immediately drops all his items and money in hopes that Shishao will change his anger into mercy. And the young hero presses his sword against the mercenary's shoulder and demands to know what his squad is doing here. Shishao is greatly surprised when he learns that the mercenary squad is here to do the bidding of the Huangjung clan. And the mercenary is breathing heavily because of the heat of the flames, and talking about how their main target is this Mistress Mo they must capture. After saying this, Shishao thinks deeply and remembers that the Mo and Huangjung clans are constantly fighting for power amongst themselves. The mercenary thanks the young hero for keeping him alive, and Shishao notes that he now has valuable information. At this point, the mercenary pulls out a healing potion and tries to replenish his missing health. And the young hero looks around and realizes that in the near future, because of the magical barrier, he will not be able to get out. Suddenly, the mercenary's body catches fire, and Shishao realizes that he didn't promise to keep him alive. The young hero then turns toward his girlfriend and asks her to find a safe place. He looks very serious and tells Huan Tian that he is going to save the school from the mercenary group. And the girl is covered in blush after the words that Shishao said and promises that she will hide in a safe place. And the young hero sets off towards the main hall of the school, and Ruan Tian wishes him good luck and asks him to be very careful. After a few minutes, Shishao finds himself in the main hall. He looks very confident and intends to rescue Mrs. M.O. He hides behind a column from one of the mercenary patrols and decides to follow this unit. The young hero assumes the mercenaries will lead him right to where their boss is. After a while, Shishao opens the information panel and tries to figure out where exactly the mercenaries are headed. And the squad does not notice that someone is following them and move leisurely in the direction where the hostages are. Meanwhile, in one of the classrooms of the school, a group of mercenaries have gathered together with their boss and are holding the students hostage. A bound teacher sits on a chair and asks the mercenaries to let her students go and not harm them. At this point, the mercenary commander is greedily licking himself and enjoying the fact that the teacher is completely immobilized. He grabs her face and talks about how the girl is now completely his. But the teacher becomes disgusted by these words, and despite her condition, she abruptly breaks out of his arms. Meanwhile, the rest of the mercenaries observe the situation with a smile and ask their commander to provide the girl. At this moment, Luo Feng looks at the bound disciples with fury in his eyes and silently curses them for not being able to do anything. Meanwhile, the mercenary commander rips off the teacher's clothes and taunts her caustically. But Luo Feng comes to her teacher's aid in time and pushes the mercenary commander aside despite being tied up. His face is filled with anger and disdain for the mercenary, and he's willing to do anything to protect the girl. However, the mercenary commander only taunts Luo Feng and then punches him in the stomach with all his might, causing him to let out a loud scream. After that, the mercenary commander scratches his beard and looks at Luo Feng and notes that the young man is unusually brave. And Luo Feng is on his knees and trying to recover from the terrible blow he received from the commander. Suddenly, the mercenary commander throws a knife in front of Luo Feng's face and orders him to rise to his feet. He points towards Luo Feng's classmates and suggests that he send his former comrades to the other world. And the disciples look at Luo Feng and the mercenaries in surprise and can't believe their ears. The mercenary commander slashes Luo Feng's hands with his knife and frees him from the tight ropes. Then he puts a knife in his hand and demands action as soon as possible before his patience runs out. And the teacher looks at Luo Feng with tears in her eyes and worries about his fate. At this moment, Luo Feng clutched the knife with both hands and thought about what he should do in such a situation. And despite all the danger, he throws himself with a knife at the squad leader because he doesn't want to betray his friends. But the commander has a high level, so he has no problem grabbing Luo Feng's hand where he is clutching the dagger. He then looks at Luo Feng with a gloating smile and firmly holds his hand and tells him that he will pay for his transgression. However, suddenly blood comes out of the mercenary commander's mouth, and he loses his balance and his dagger falls to the ground. Luo Feng looks at the mercenary commander with disdain and tries to understand what happened to him. The mercenary commander staggers for a while, and then falls face down on the floor, but there is a strange dagger sticking out of his back. Suddenly, a young hero whose body is covered in bright flames appears at the door and declares that he will save everyone. He turns to Luo Feng and notes that despite his bad character, he was very courageous. Then he offers Luo Feng to be his younger brother, but at that moment several mercenaries appear behind him. And Luo Feng is amazed at the current state of affairs, and standing over the body of the mercenary commander warns Shi Shao of the danger. At this moment, the young hero asks Luo Feng to duck, and as soon as he does, a fiery blade flies over his head. Meanwhile, Shi Shao spins the fire blade in his hands and destroys all the mercenaries who tried to attack him, and the mercenary commander lies motionless on the ground and watches with fear in his eyes. After defeating the mercenaries, the young hero approaches Luo Feng and his disciples, who thank him for saving them. And the young hero ignores the others and tells Luo Feng that he deserves his forgiveness. At this moment, Luo Feng falls to his knees and bowing his head asks Shi Shao to make him stronger. Then the young hero slams his foot sharply against the floor and the dagger flies high up. Shi Shao deftly catches the dagger and says that he is willing to give Luo Feng some of his strength for his noble deed. Then he holds out his dagger towards Luo Feng and suggests that he deal with the mercenary commander himself. And without a shadow of a doubt, Luo Feng takes the blade with both hands and brings its blade over the mercenary commander's head. And the mercenary commander still can't move and only begs Luo Feng for mercy with a pitiful voice. However, Luo Feng makes a fatal blow, and then a tremendous force envelops his body and he gains new abilities. After that, Luo Feng thanks the young hero for his new strength, and Shi Shao extends his hand forward and asks him to stop bowing down to him. The other students kneel down with pitying faces and beg the young hero to share his power with them. However, the young hero calls them scum and says that none of them are worthy of his time and energy. At this moment, Luo Feng unties the teacher's hands and turns to the other students not to molest Shi Shao. Once the teacher is freed from the rope's bindings, she thanks Luo Feng for her rescue with a smile on her face. And he's embarrassed by her words. He gets very uncomfortable and says he's not worthy of such praise. Meanwhile, the young hero continues to free the students, and the teacher informs him that there are still hostages in the school. Then, Shi Shao opens the information panel and scrutinizes the map of the area to work out his future plan. At this moment, a magical window appears above the school building, which informs the young hero all the information about his opponents. Shi Shao looks carefully at the detailed map and learns that the mercenaries still have a few commanders left. Then he turns to Luo Feng and asks him to escort all the students to a safe place where there are no mercenaries and points the way. And then throws a poison dagger towards Luo Feng and talks about how this item can help. Luo Feng scrutinizes the item and notes that the young hero should not share such a rare item. However, the young hero insists Luo Feng take the item and warns that its use is limited. Luo Feng thanks Shi Shao for the valuable gift and promises to escort everyone to safety. After a while, the young hero finds himself outside and uses the information panel to view the map. He discovers an armored personnel carrier nearby and notices that one of the mercenary commanders is inside it. Then he decides to go into his pocket gear to upgrade his level for more confidence in his abilities. As soon as Shi Shao spends experience points, his body is filled with power and bright flames light up around him. Suddenly, a dashboard appears in front of the Lord's account with a list of skills to choose from. Shi Shao scrutinizes the proposed list and selects a defensive skill for the upcoming battle. He smiles slightly and can't wait to use his new skills in battle. Meanwhile, a few fighters are guarding an armored vehicle and discussing that the peaceful area is very calm. A mercenary tells his comrade about the existence of dangerous monsters that destroy everything outside the safe zone. From the story of his friend, the mercenary becomes worried and notes that he is very glad to be in this place. At that moment, a young hero runs past them, and instantly their bodies are engulfed in bright flames. The other mercenaries try to stop the young hero's advance and open fire with machine guns. However, with the help of his flaming sword, the young hero nullifies all attacks of the Black Tiger mercenaries. At this moment, to Shi Shao's great surprise, several grenades appear above his head. There is a loud explosion, and a huge sweat of flame completely engulfs the young hero. And the commander of the mercenaries observes what is happening on the armored personnel carrier and notes that the intruder is defeated. At this moment, several mercenaries approached the huge flame to make sure that Shi Shao would no longer interfere with them. Much to everyone's surprise, the young hero appears in flames and uses his blade to create a vortex of fire. All the mercenaries instantly fall to the ground, and the squad leader cannot believe in such a turn of events and is frightened by what is happening. At this point, the young hero is smiling while several fire shields swirl around him to protect him from enemy attacks. However, the commander of the mercenaries does not pay attention to this. He comes to his senses and opens fire on the hero from his machine gun. Then, Shi Shao quickly dashes towards the mercenary commander and dodges his bullets. Then he makes a high jump and is about to strike his opponent with his fire blade. But the mercenary commander defends himself from the blow with his machine gun and notes that the boy can't hurt him. At this moment, a look of amazement appeared on Shi Shao's face as he couldn't deal much damage to his opponent. And the commander takes advantage of the young hero's confusion and hits him with all his might with his cannon. However, the young hero is not going to give up so easily. He covers his body with fire and prepares for a new attack. And the mercenary commander only taunts the young hero and holds up a strange object. Then he abruptly throws him to the ground and talks about how now Shi Shao can never touch him. And at this moment, an energy shield appears around the mercenary commander that completely absorbs Shi Shao's attacks. And the young hero hops on a nearby armored vehicle and tries to think about his next plan of action. He realizes that all of his opponent's power lies in his items, so he decides to deprive him of that advantage. So Shi Shao puts his life on the line and, under the cover of his shield, breaks into his opponent. And the mercenary commander keeps firing his machine gun at the young hero and doesn't realize what he's up to. Suddenly, the young hero nimbly dashes past the commander and clots of flame begin to form around him. After that, there is a powerful explosion at the place where the mercenary commander was standing, and Shi Shao protects himself from it with his shield. The flames gradually dissipate, and the mercenary commander scrutinizes himself and doesn't understand why he didn't take damage. He decides to ignore it and continues shooting Shi Shao with even more enthusiasm. And the young hero only has to defend himself with his shield, but his health is gradually decreasing. Suddenly there is a click, and the mercenary commander's huge machine gun stops firing. After that, all of the mercenaries' armor and weapons turn to trash, and the commander is left completely naked. He immediately falls to his knees and tries to gather all his equipment together while Shi Shao watches on. While the mercenary is busy gathering his equipment, Shi Shao regains his health and says that the battle is over. However, the mercenary commander is not going to give up. He grabs a grenade and says that even without equipment he can fight. But the young hero, without delay, puts a flaming sword to his throat and tells him that it's best not to mess with him. And then, with an emotionless face, he talks about how he can send the mercenary commander to the other side of the world at any moment. At this point, the mercenary realizes the direness of his situation and asks to be spared. He points toward the box containing the valuables and says he knows its code. Then the young hero comes closer and demands the mercenary commander to open the box for him as quickly as possible. And the mercenary commander, with anger in his eyes, carries out this order, constantly cursing Shi Shao in his head. He slowly presses his fingers over the buttons and hopes someone from the squad will come to his rescue. Periodically, the mercenary commander turns toward the young hero and imagines in his head how he's defeated him. After a few minutes, the chest opens, and at its bottom lie rare items that emit a blinding light. At this moment, the mercenary commander turns to Shi Shao with a slight smile and says that he deserves mercy. However, the young hero does not agree with this. He immediately sets the mercenary on fire and says that he is not going to forgive the mercenaries. The mercenary commander's entire body is engulfed in bright flames, and he runs away from Shi Shao, hoping to find salvation. After some time, the hero examines the body of the mercenary commander, and to his disappointment does not notice valuable items. Suddenly he finds a key to the dungeon and hopes that this item can help him greatly in the future. Then he walks over to the open chest with a smile and scrutinizes its contents. Quite quickly, Xiao's face lights up with a bright smile because he finds a magic crystal of a very rare specimen. And immediately afterward, the young hero is transported to the pocket dimension to unlock new skills with the help of the experience gained. He opens the skill panel of his fire account, but notices that all skills require a high level. Then Xiao sighs heavily but does not lose heart, and decides to open a new Lord account. He scratches his beard and hopes that through his luck, he can definitely get a useful account. Then he points his finger sharply in the direction of the closed account and asks the system to unlock it immediately. The map begins to spin in front of the young hero and then begins to emit a strange glow. And in a minute, a new account of a dark inventor who has a vast array of skills appears in front of the young hero. However, the young hero is a bit frustrated because he has been given a non-combat account. Then Xiao opens the information panel with which he hopes to get more information about the account. To his great joy, he learns that the account has a huge number of options and can create items. At this moment around the hero appears a huge number of magical gears that greatly surprises him. Suddenly, a small robot appears in front of him and says that it will help Xiao from now on. However, the young hero asks the robot to take his time and tell more about everything. At this point, the robot's face turns malevolent, and he suggests that the young hero take over the world. But Xiao isn't interested in that, and he has a menacing look on his face as he demands work to never mention the idea. And then he asks the robotic assistant to elaborate on the abilities of the inventor's account. The robot gets a little upset after Xiao's words, but elaborates on the fact that the new account can create various items. This information pleases the young hero very much. He assumes that thanks to the new account, he will be able to create unique items. And the robot continues his story and notes that each unique item requires a special drawing. The young hero listens intently to the robot's story and considers the Lord's new account. And before finishing his speech, the robot assistant notes that the young hero can change accounts at any time other than combat. Suddenly, the young hero declares that he has kept Mistress Mo waiting too long, and the works are upset that his master is leaving. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mo is sitting in a spacious cabin surrounded by a huge number of dark tiger mercenaries. Mrs. Mo warns the mercenaries that their actions will have serious consequences and demands her release. However, the mercenary commander only laughs at her words while sitting in his chair and points out that they kidnapped the girl for a reason. He abruptly turns around to face Mrs. Mo and notes that they were hired by the Huangjung clan for this operation. And after that, the Black Tiger heads towards Mistress Mo, who is extremely unhappy with the situation. And the head of the mercenaries points in the direction of Mo's lady bodyguards, who have turned into statues, and notes that no one will help the girl. However, Mrs. Mo is not worried and notes that all the mercenaries from the Black Tiger clan will regret their act. Suddenly, the mercenary takes a seat next to Mrs. Mo and offers to help her for a certain fee. He smiles broadly and says that for 100 million he is willing to help Mrs. Mo and free her. However, Mrs. Mo shows disinterest in the deal and says that she will never deal with the Black Tiger clan. The head mercenary becomes furious after Mrs. Mo's words and says that she will regret her decision. However, the words of the mercenary do not scare the girl, and she says that she will never deny her words. At this moment, the mercenary unhappily clucked and drew his swords from their sheaths with the intention of sending Miss Mo to the other world. But suddenly, a purple shield appears around the girl, and the blades of the head of the mercenaries do not reach their target. Mrs. Mo turns back around and tries to figure out who just saved her life. To her surprise, she sees a young hero in the doorway who smiles broadly and demands a large sum for her rescue. And on Mrs. Mo's face, there is only worry because she is worried that Xiao is too weak to fight the mercenaries. Meanwhile, the head of the mercenaries becomes enraged by the young hero's actions, and without further thought, rushes at him with 2 swords. But with his fire shield, Xiao blocks the attack and tells the mercenary that he is not as simple as he may seem. At this point, the young hero notices that the head of the Black Tiger mercenaries is a very dangerous opponent, and he should not relax. And Mrs. Mo turns to the young hero in a loud voice and asks him to run away from here as fast as possible while he is still alive. Meanwhile, the mercenaries come in close to the barrier and fire their machine guns at it. And Shishao only smiles and says that no one will be able to break through the protective barrier around the girl. Even though Mrs. Mo is under fire from the mercenaries, she is worried about Shishao's life and follows the battle closely. For a while, Shishao and the head of the mercenaries exchange blows, but the young hero's health is quickly coming to an end. Then the young hero arms himself with his special shield and runs to attack the mercenary with a loud shout. And the mercenary is surprised at such recklessness and says not to underestimate him. At that moment, several small grenades appear above the heads of the mercenaries and their head. But the head of the mercenaries is not worried and creates a shield in front of him to protect himself from the exploding grenades. However, to everyone's surprise, instead of an explosion, a web appears that deals damage and entangles all the mercenaries. And the young hero smiles broadly and notes that his modified grenades always reach the enemy. After a while, the head of the mercenaries burst out of the web and looked at Shishao with anger in his eyes. Then he crosses his two swords into a single blade that begins to emit a large amount of energy from itself. At this point, Shishao realizes he's in big trouble, so he gets into a defensive stance and prepares to strike. And in a second, the head of the mercenaries unleashes his strongest attack on the young hero, but at the last second, Shishao defends himself with his shield. The young hero looks at the mercenary in surprise and is amazed at how strong his opponent is. He tries to counterattack his enemy, but the head of the mercenaries has no problem dodging and notes that the young hero is too slow. After saying that, the mercenary delivers a crushing blow and turns Shishao's shield into a pile of debris. Then the young hero steps back and uses fire magic to strike the mercenary. However, the black tiger with his sword blade blocks all the fire that is headed in his direction. And Mrs. Mo is watching the whole situation with her mouth open in amazement and can't believe that someone has such great power. Meanwhile, the young hero brings the blade of his blade down and creates a vortex of fire around him. He looks at the head of the mercenaries without fear in his eyes and says that he will show what he can do. After these words, a vortex of flame is created around the black tiger, but this magic doesn't do much damage to the mercenary. The black tiger burst out of the fire flames with a quick jerk and headed towards Shishao to deal with him in one blow. Suddenly, a huge turret appears right in front of him and opens rapid fire on him. The head of the mercenaries looks at the cannon in surprise and can't understand where Shishao got such an item from. Meanwhile, the turret continues to fire at the mercenary and doesn't stop for a second, and the head of the mercenaries uses his energy shield to protect himself from the onslaught of bullets. At this moment, Shishao taunts the black tiger and tells him that he got this weapon from his captain. Meanwhile, the mercenary's barrier cannot withstand the hail of gunfire and collapses before his eyes. Then the black tiger moves around the room in quick jerks and tries to avoid the turret's fire. He then abruptly turns around and rushes towards her parallel, reflecting the bullets with his sword. The head of the mercenaries in one blow to deal with the machine gun turret, he is sure that exactly the same way he will defeat and Shishao himself. He turns the turret into a pile of garbage with his blows and demands the young hero show himself before him. However, the head of the mercenaries notices very late that Shishao is behind his back with a magic dagger. The black tiger turns around sharply and says that the young hero's blows can't penetrate his armor. But despite these words, the head of the mercenaries falls to one knee due to the fatal blow from the dagger. Gentleman Mo is surprised by the fact that the mercenaries took lethal damage and assumes that Shishao has a special dagger. Meanwhile, the black tiger is trying to get up and his entire body is covered with electrical energy due to the activation of a special item. He becomes enraged at having to spend a lot of items on a low-level opponent and grits his teeth in anger. The young hero seizes the moment and tries to strike a fatal blow with his sword, but the mercenary easily blocks the attack. At this moment, the mercenary is at the peak of his anger, and the veins on his face are swollen with rage. With his sharp blow, he makes the young hero fly several meters away from him. Yishishao crashes his back into the concrete wall with all his might and takes a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the head of the mercenaries pulls a special syringe from his pocket and jabs it into his neck. After that, he is filled with a huge amount of energy and his body begins to transform, and the young hero watches this with great amazement and thinks about the fact that battles at high levels look completely different. He decides to jump a few meters away and waits for further action from the head of the mercenaries. Madame Mo is also watching this and is worried that Shishao might not be able to handle the Black Tiger's strength this time. Within seconds, the mercenary's body transforms, and now the young hero sees a huge blue monster in front of him. At this point, the young hero spreads his hands and without much worry says that he has no more trumps. And the head of the mercenaries gets furious at this phrase and rushes at Shishao to send him to the other world. Despite the approaching threat, the young hero does not move from his seat and waits for the mercenary to make his attack. And looking directly at the blade of his enemy says that this battle the Black Tiger has already lost. In the same instant, 2 bodyguards appear around Shishao to protect him from the mercenary head's attack. And the young hero laughs at the Black Tiger and talks about how the fight has come to an end. The story shifts back to a few minutes ago when the young hero listens to a mercenary talk and prepares to free the bodyguards. When the head of mercenaries guesses about the actions of Shishao, he comes to indescribable rage and does not understand how the hero managed to get a special item. And the young hero talks about finding the item in the mercenary's stash like so many other things. This situation makes the head of the mercenaries even angrier because he spent a lot of effort to collect rare items. At the same moment, Lady Mo's bodyguards make a joint strike and fatally damage the head of the mercenaries. Enormous power emanates from the hands of the bodyguards while Shishao silently watches what happens next. And the body of the head of the mercenaries, despite his great strength, goes flying towards the concrete wall. And the Black Tiger's huge body breaks through several walls, and then the head of the mercenaries loses consciousness. The young hero looks at the bodyguards with great admiration and realizes it's best not to fight with them. And Mrs. Mo heads towards Shishao and gives him a special magic crystal as a reward for her rescue. But the young hero smiles broadly and notes that he had a lot of fun fighting a dangerous opponent. And Mrs. Mo is surprised and doesn't understand why the young hero got into a fight with a man who was much stronger than him. At this point, Shishao explains that there is no point in life if you don't try to overcome circumstances that are stronger than you. In response to these words, Mrs. Mo only smiles and notes that she has always liked people like this. Then she looks toward the head of the mercenaries being held by her bodyguards and says that the young hero can have him for himself. Shishao looks at the defeated Black Tiger and thanks Mrs. Mo for such a valuable gift. Without a second thought, he creates a fiery blade in his hand to send the mercenary to the other side with a single blow. And the head of the mercenaries slowly raises his head and asks for mercy in a quiet voice. But these words don't touch Shishao's heart, and he stabs his blade into the body and then gains a huge amount of experience and items. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mo extends her hand in his direction and offers the young hero to join her squad. And the young hero smiles and asks the girl what he gets for joining her special unit. Mrs. Mo smiles widely and remarks that she hasn't seen people who are so fearless in a long time. But Shishao waves his hand and notes that he only wants to learn about all the nuances that are there after joining the squad. At this moment, the bodyguards place their hands on Shishao's shoulders and remark that joining Mo's squad is a great honor. And the lady puts her hand up and asks her bodyguards not to put pressure on the young man. The bodyguards head down the hallway to deal with the other mercenaries, and Shishao asks for their bodies to be left to him. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mo takes a seat on the comfortable couch and beckons Shishao over to her. The young hero sits down against it and asks to be paid for saving the girl and winning the contest. And Mrs. Mo smiles and remarks that the young hero is very greedy, especially when it comes to money. From Ms. Mo's words, the young hero becomes a bit distracted and notes that there is nothing wrong with greed. And Mrs. Mo responds to these words by leaning closer to him and saying that she completely agrees with his point of view. But the young hero is very cautious. He thinks that Mrs. Mo is obviously up to something with him. Meanwhile, the girl releases a small robot from her hand, which falls to the floor and takes a comfortable position. Suddenly, it begins to emit from itself a bright beam of light that transforms into different images. And when Mrs. Mo begins her story, the ray of light shows the young hero several heroes who serve Mrs. Mo. The girl talks about how her elite squad has the best stats, and the robot immediately shows them to Shishao. At this moment, Shishao imagines how after joining the squad, he would be digging into the rays of fame and would be incredibly rich. But Mrs. Mo notes that working in her squad requires a lot of effort, but the young hero thinks only about money. Meanwhile, the robot shows an attack on one of the cities by a huge number of monsters that level it to the ground. And Mrs. Mo folded her hands on her chest and said that by joining the squad, Shishao and her family will be able to live in safety. She also explains to Shishao that the entire city is divided into safe sectors, and the closer to the center, the less chance of monster attacks. Ms. Mo's words bring the young hero to his senses, and his gaze becomes very serious as he worries about his family. And the girl with a smile on her face notices it, and realizes that with the help of this weakness, she can manipulate the young hero. At this moment, the robot broadcasts the vast amount of equipment the elite squad uses, and the girl tells of the existence of a medical unit that ensures the safety of elite warriors. After that, she rises from her chair and looks at Shishao, carefully waiting for his answer. Then she fixes her hair, and her face flashes with the firm conviction that the young hero has agreed to her proposal. She notes that her life is not that important compared to the value of an elite fighter and promises the young hero a trouble-free life. The young hero looks the girl straight in the eyes, thinking over everything she said, but he is in no hurry to accept the offer. Then he casts his gaze downward and thinks about the fact that there's no hurry to accept Miss Mo's offer. And then, with a big smile on his face, he says he needs time to think it over. And Mrs. Mo doesn't blink an eye and gives Shishao the card and says that he has 3 days to think about it. Shishao continues to smile and asks if all the promised money is on the card provided. And Ms. Mo unemotionally talks about how there's even more on the black card than the young hero requested. After saying that, Shishao tucks the card under his clothes and thanks the girl for such a valuable gift. At this moment, the door opens and Miss Mo, along with the young hero, turn back. The headmaster appears in front of them and immediately falls to his knees and apologizes to Miss Mo for the mercenaries. Cold sweat runs down his face, and he thinks that after this incident, his school will be over. But Ms. Mo only smiles and says that this situation is not the fault of the school principal. And the headmaster again bows to the girl and thanks her for the generosity she has bestowed upon him. At this moment, Shishao notices that Mrs. Mo is very fair despite her strict temperament, and Mrs. Mo only asks the young hero not to forget that he has only 3 days to think about it. And the young hero bids farewell to Mistress Mo, promising that he will be sure to give an answer in the meantime. After that, the school principal comes up to him and thanks the young hero for helping the school. And Shishao beats his chest and says that he is honored to be of service to the place where he is trained. At this moment, the principal says in a loud voice that he is very proud of Shishao and calls him a talented student. Then he turns to his deputy and asks him to prepare a proper reward for Shishao. However, the young hero only smiles and asks the headmaster not to bother so much, but the headmaster refuses. The headmaster is adamant that Shishao should receive a proper reward and is unwilling to discuss it. Then he claps the young hero on the shoulder and asks him to take a break after the recent events. He says goodbye to Shishao and talks about how the young hero is a true hero and should be proud of that. After that, with a smile on his face, he turns to his deputy and asks for a special item to be prepared along with the award. And Shishao overhears this conversation and tries to guess what object is being talked about. A few hours later, the young hero makes it to the medical facility where his family is. And the whole family gathers around the hospital bed where the head of the family is lying, and they ask about his well-being. And the young hero looks at his father with some concern because he worries about his parents' long recovery. At this point, his sister comes up to him and asks how the competition at school went, and the hero tells her that he won it. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door, and the whole family turns towards the sound to find out who has come to see them. At the door, they see the doctor and Mr. Zhang, who is the director of the hospital, and greets them. Director Zhang apologizes to the young hero's family for the past incident and hopes that everyone will get better soon. And the young hero asks not to worry the director about the past and thanks him for giving his family the care they deserve. After that, the head of the hospital is about to leave the ward, but Shishao asks him to stay for a while. He tries to find out from the director of the hospital if there is any remedy that would allow his father to recover immediately. And the director nods and notes that the hospital has a rare antidote that could rid Father Shishao of all problems. At this point, the head of the family tries to stop his son and asks him not to spend a lot of money on his treatment. But Shishao only smiles and holds out a black card with the desire to pay for the rare antidote. When the hospital director sees the map, his mouth drops open in surprise and he can't believe his eyes. And the young hero only scratches his head and does not understand why the director of the hospital is so much surprised by the black card. Then the head of the hospital smiles and notes that thanks to this card, treatment at the hospital will be free of charge. He then turns to the doctor in a loud voice and demands that he bring a rare antidote from the warehouse immediately. The whole family is shocked by what is happening and does not understand where the young hero got the money and connections with the highborn clan. And the head of the hospital continues to smile and notes that he will move Shishao's family to the best room. Meanwhile, Shishao is also amazed by the black card's ability and realizes that it's better to use it wisely. His sister comes up to him and tries to find out where her brother got the Mo clan map from, and Shishao tells him that he saved Mrs. M.O. Shishao twirls the card in his hand and says that now all of his family members will no longer need anything. A few minutes later, a doctor runs into the room and with a confused look informs that all the expensive medicines have disappeared from the warehouse. The young hero and the director of the hospital are amazed by such a situation and listen to the doctor with their mouths open in amazement. Shishao's face turns serious, and he assumes that former director Fan is the one he had a conflict with. And the head of the hospital turns to the doctor and tries to decide with him what to do next. He also guesses that Director Fan stole the medicine and is very angry about it. He then turns to Shishao and apologizes for inconveniencing him and his family. However, the young hero smiles and asks if he can get the antidote somewhere else, but the head of the hospital shakes his head negatively. Suddenly, a smile appears on the chairman's face, and he notes that Mrs. Mo could help Shishao with this problem. At this point, the young hero has second thoughts and decides not to approach Mistress Mo to avoid being indebted to her. Meanwhile, the head of the hospital continues to apologize to the young hero and promises to provide his family with better treatment. He then turns to the doctor and asks him to prepare everything to put Shishao's family in a better room. At this point, the young hero points to the doctor and remarks that such an employee needs a promotion, and the head of the hospital agrees with these words and puts his hand on the doctor's shoulder, noting that he now has a new position. The doctor thanks Shishao for his help, and the young hero says goodbye and is about to leave the hospital room. At the exit, he turns to his family and promises to get the rare antidote by any means necessary. And the father asks his son to be careful about spending too much effort to find a cure. At this moment, Shishao is approached by his sister, who demands an immediate explanation of what is going on. She smiles and whispers with her parents when she learns about the meeting between Shishao and Mrs. Momore. The girl smiles and thinks that she should definitely find out all the details about the relationship between her brother and Mrs. M.O., Then she joyfully raises her hand and expresses her desire to go with her brother to find the cure. Shishao stops her and tells her it's too dangerous, but the girl tearfully begs to be taken along. And the young hero, sighing heavily, agrees, and the head of the family asks his children to be very careful. After a while, Shishao and his sister leave the hospital building and head towards the black market. The young protagonist's sister is greatly surprised when Shishao talks about what happened at school. And then a wide smile appears on her face, and the young hero asks her to keep this conversation a secret. Then Shishao smiles and talks about how they will get to the black market very soon. However, several armed strangers appear on their way to rob them. At this point, the young hero's sister steps forward and is about to fight back against the bandits. And the raiders only laugh and call the young hero a pathetic weakling who cannot stand up for himself. Then Shishao asks his sister to calm down and says that he will deal with the bandits himself. He then gives them a hard stare and demands they get out of the way while they have the chance. And one of the raiders puts his hand on his shoulder and demands that he turn his pockets outward. Then Shishao declares with a smile on his face that the bandits are very lucky and he will not send them to the other world. After saying that, the bandit leader becomes enraged and is about to hit Shishao with his metal knuckles. Suddenly, however, some metal object hits the bandit in the head and he backs away from the young hero. Then the bandit falls to the ground, and the young hero watches in amazement and doesn't realize what is happening. Suddenly, an unknown man appears on the battlefield and defeats all the bandits in a split second with his blade. The young hero's sister looks at the stranger with her mouth open in surprise and asks why he saved them. And the man stands back and puts his sword on his shoulder and talks about how he can't criminals now. Then he turns around and says with a smile on his face that the girl doesn't need to know his name. While Sister Shishao looks adoringly at the stranger, the young hero tries to find out the identity of the mysterious stranger. And the man continues to hide his identity and notes that he only saved Shishao and his sister because he knows the school they attend. Meanwhile, the young hero's sister is trying to come to her senses and pulls at her cheeks to stop embarrassing herself. And the young hero gets close to the stranger and notes that he can't trust the first person he meets. Then the man with a smile on his face tells us that he works in a special unit. And at this moment, the young hero's sister tells him that in front of them is most likely Anchung, who is the star of their school. She tries to speak softly and asks the young hero not to trust this suspicious man anyway. But Anchung is not offended by these words and, continuing to smile, offers to escort the young hero and the girl to the black market. And Feifei smiles, and with a wide smile on his face, he happily agrees to the proposal. Then Anchung steps forward and asks to follow him because he knows a shortcut to this place. At this moment, Shishao hesitates. He assumes that Anchung is hiding something. But as soon as Anchung turns in his direction, the young hero looks benevolent and talks about accepting the offer of help. Feifei notices her brother's insecurities, but the young hero tells her sister that she has nothing to worry about. He then turns to Anchung with a smile on his face and asks for more details about his squad. But Anchung only scratches his head and confusedly states that he is in the reserve unit. And the young hero keeps going forward and thinks of a way to test the stranger's words for lies. He then creates a robot assistant near him, which he asks to create a special item. The robot assistant talks about how he has many inventions in his arsenal, including X-rays, which greatly surprises Shishao. The young hero declares that he is not interested in such things and asks the robot to create a lie detector. He tries to speak to the robot in a whisper and notes that he needs to verify Anchung's words. Then the robot says with a confident look that such a light object is not a problem for him to create. To test the item in action, Shishao approaches her sister and asks who she thinks is more beautiful than him or Anchung. And Feifei, with a confident look, says that Shishao is the most handsome, but the detector says that the girl is cheating. The young hero then comes closer to Anchung and asks about the actions of the Huangjung clan and the school. Anchung turns around and remarks that he hasn't heard anything about Huang Zheng's actions in this territory. Then the young hero only smiles and says that Huang Zheng probably wants to recruit recruits. After saying this, Anchung stops and scratches his head and notes that the information about the recruits is false because he is doing it personally. After a while, the heroes reach the black market. Anchung approaches first with a friendly chat with the guards at the entrance. The guards let Anchung forward with a smile and wished him a good time. The young hero then tries to go forward, but the black market guards stop him and Fei hides behind his back. At this moment, Anchung turns around and asks the guards to let Shishao along with his sister pass forward. But to his great surprise, he notices that the guards are very kind to Shishao and offers him a smoke. This situation greatly shocks Anchung, and he watches the developments with his mouth open in surprise. Meanwhile, the young one replies to the guard that he is not interested in cigarettes and asks why he is treated so well. The black market guards say that everyone has heard a rumor about the young hero's relationship with the mistress. Shao smiles widely at the realization of his situation, and his sister asks which mercenary fighting unit the mercenaries are talking about. Meanwhile, the black market guards open the main doors and invite the young hero to come inside. And the young hero walks forward while Anchung stands still and tries to recover from what just happened. Anchung carefully watches after the hero and ponders the situation at hand, and then with a smile on his face, decides that he should keep a close eye on Shishao and his actions. And after a while, the heroes find themselves in a black market building where there is a huge number of different people. Anchung walks ahead and tells Fei how the black market works and what to do to avoid getting in trouble. Then he turns to Shishao and talks about keeping your mouth shut here and quickly buying what is needed. And the young hero thanks Anchung for his help and promises that he will be very careful in this place. Then he notices that an information panel has appeared in front of him with a message of an invitation from Anchung. The young hero gladly accepts the invitation and notes that he hopes Anchung will help him in the future. And the mercenary says goodbye to the heroes and once again asks them to be careful in this dangerous place. Shishao smiles absent-mindedly as he looks at Anchung leaving and thinks that he needs to be very careful with this person. The heroes continue to stroll through the black market, and Fei twists her head from side to side, trying to find out where to buy the medicine. And the young hero turns back because he feels someone is glaring at him. Intuition does not lead. Shishao and he sees the girl who is sitting near the bar staring intently at him. When the girl notices the young hero's gaze on her, she smiles at him and turns in his direction holding a glass. A stranger offers the young hero to spend the evening with her, but Fei says that Shishao came here for another reason. And the girl starts laughing and says that she just decided to play a joke on the young hero. Then she digs behind the counter of the bar and talks about knowing a place to buy everything she needs. After that, the girl comes closer and calls herself a representative of Mo's clan who keeps order here. At this moment, Shishao summons a robot assistant and asks it to check the girl's words for accuracy. And the young hero is very surprised when the robot informs him that the representative of Shiyu has her eye on him. And the girl immediately approaches Shishao and whispers in his ear that she knows a great place where you can buy rare goods. After that, she grabs his hand and asks him to follow her despite Shishao's objection. Meanwhile, the rest of the people are watching this picture with their mouths open in amazement and cannot believe in the truth of what they see. And Fei becomes enraged by Representative Siyu's actions and demands that she leave her brother alone. However, the girl continues to lead him to the clan room, and as soon as everyone steps inside, the huge doors slam shut behind them. The young hero, along with his sister, find themselves in a huge room of the Mo clan that serves as a place for trading. And clan representative Shiyu explains to Shishao that with the magic cube here, you can buy rare items. She also notes that due to the Mo clan's high ranking, secret items of very rare quality can also be purchased here. And the young hero, without too much emotion, opens the information panel and notes that his main goal is to buy an antidote. Quite quickly, he finds the seller, who turns out to be the former director of the hospital, Mr. Fan. Then the young hero crosses his arms across his chest with a disgruntled look and notes that the director has stolen medicine from the hospital. But he immediately cheers up and asks his sister not to worry and promises that he will get the medicine without paying for it. Then he turns to the clan representative and asks the girl to arrange a private meeting with the vendor. And then the clan representative sits down on her knees and tries to contact the seller through the dashboard. And the young hero stares intently at the huge cube and waits for the former hospital director Fan to give his answer. However, the former director raises the price, and Fei suggests that she shall give it up, but the young hero asks his sister not to worry. And the young hero promises his sister that he will not only get the antidote, but also bring out the former director. After a while, Mo Clan's men lead Mo to the door of the room and push him inside the room. And the young hero sits on a chair and greets the former hospital director with a gloating smile on his face. When the former director sees the young hero in front of him, he becomes furious and drops of sweat run down his face. He stares intently at the young hero, and meanwhile Fei notes that the former director Fan is in front of them. At this point, the young hero smiles and asks how the director is feeling after the wounds he received. Director Fan slowly backed away. He was very much afraid that his disguise didn't work. He then abruptly heads toward the door and addresses the guard, noting that these children have no money to buy his merchandise. However, at this moment, Shi Xiao pulls out a black card from his pocket and asks the former director not to worry about paying for the goods. And Representative Shi Yu confirms the young hero's words and notes that there are at least 50 million on this card. At this moment, the former principal's face transforms in bewilderment, and he stares at Shi Xiao with his mouth open. Then he swivels his head from side to side and tries to figure out where the young hero got his connection to Ms. Mo from. Meanwhile, the young hero smiles awkwardly and talks about how he'd like to make it up to Principal Fan if he were here. At this moment, the former director grabs his wig and says that Shi Xiao's sincerity has touched him. And the salesman quickly removes all disguise and says that he is the former director Fan. At this moment, Fei's face expresses a great deal of surprise, while the young hero only smiles slightly. He then holds out a small case towards the young hero and offers to take a look at the antidote. He opens the case and the young hero sees 3 vials with a strange liquid in front of him. And Shi Xiao leans over and remarks that this medicine most likely belongs to the central hospital. At that moment, the former director closes the briefcase and demands in a loud voice that the young hero take his words back. Shi Xiao only smiles and notes that the criminal who stole the antidote will be severely punished. Then the former director quickly turns back around and, holding the briefcase in his hands, heads towards the exit of the room. However, the security guards do not let the former director out and require him to stay in the premises for some time. At this moment, the representative of the Jiyu clan stares intently at the former headmaster, and at her command, the guard grabs his hands and takes him directly to her side to scrutinize the contents of the briefcase. However, the representative is worried because she is afraid of accusing an innocent man of a crime. But the young hero steps forward with a smile on his face and promises the former director to make amends if he is not proven guilty. And the ex-director is just smiling because he's fully confident that he's destroyed all evidence of his crime. He opens the case and looks at the clan representative and the young hero with a gloating smile. Meanwhile, the clan representative takes one of the flasks and scrutinizes its contents while Shi Xiao watches. Suddenly, one of the girl's eyes lights up blue and she accuses the former principal of stealing in a disgruntled voice. And at the command of the representative of the former director, immediately twists the guards who were standing nearby all this time. The director is pinned to the floor, and he is at this point pointing out that the evidence of his guilt is completely absent. At these words, Representative Shi Yu steps her foot on the face of the former director and demands him to shut up. She stares at him intently and explains that her eye has special properties to recognize hidden substances. And pointing to the flask of antidote says he knows exactly what the Mo clan's antidote is made of. The girl glares at the former headmaster for a while and promises him the harshest punishment. And the young hero along with Fei ask Representative Shiyu to preserve the life of the former hospital director. At this point, the spokeswoman says with a smile on her face that she had no intention of sending the former director to the other side of the world. At that moment, a smile appears on Principal Fen's face, and he says that he has fully learned his lesson. When the foot moves away from his face, he smiles slyly and thinks about getting away with it. However, he looks at the girl with great surprise when she tells him that he will be sent outside the safe zone. He tearfully begs the clan representative to change this decision and come up with a different punishment for him. Suddenly, however, he starts laughing loudly and says that the entire city will be completely destroyed. Director Fan begins to praise some deity and promises that with his arrival, everyone will face a terrible end. At that moment, the young hero will reflect on the words of the former director. He is alarmed by the information about the attack of monsters. Shi Xiao's face becomes very serious. He is sure that the safe zone will be attacked by monsters very soon. At this moment, Fei notices that the former headmaster's words bother her a lot, and he is worried about the monster attack. However, the clan representative puts her hand on her shoulder and tells her that the girl shouldn't worry about it. Then she talks about how there are special installations on the walls that destroy every monster. And then to Shi Xiao's surprise, she throws him a suitcase of medicine and tells him that they now belong to the hero. Shi Xiao is unsure about taking the antidote flasks, but the spokeswoman comes closer to him and insists on her decision. She stares intently into his eyes and talks about how she wouldn't mind a reward for her help. At this moment, Fei quickly pulls the young hero away from the representative and says that he will not allow his brother to be offended. The young hero's sister glares menacingly at Representative Shiyu and demands that she stop stupefying her brother's mind. Ms. Shiyu just smiles absent-mindedly and says that this is just another one of her jokes. Then she turns to her guard and asks him to bring her 2 glasses of expensive wine. The young hero only smiles and promises to pay for the expensive drink if the girl tells him more about the old monster attacks. And the clan representative serves him a drink and says that she doesn't really want to remember these terrible events. At this moment, Fei takes Shi Xiao aside again and talks about her brother being too young to drink alcohol. Suddenly, a smile appears on Shi Xiao's face, and he says that he wants to buy his sister several million worth of equipment. Fei is delighted by these words because she has never heard of such a large amount of money before. And the young hero offers his sister to pick out the best gear on the black market. And then Fei rather quickly heads to the information cube to find suitable items. And Shi Xiao asks her sister to take her time because they have enough time. After a while, the guard holding a strange object approaches the representative and says that everything is ready. Afterward, the girl approaches the young hero and offers him a chance to participate in a rare auction. She explains that it displays very rare items that mercenary teams obtain the hard way. The young hero ponders the offer and notes that he doesn't have access to such an auction. But when the representative offers to give Shi Xiao access, the hero quickly agrees and asks his sister to stay in the clan room. Then he smiles slightly and remarks that his luck has favored him today. And after a while, Representative Ziyu throws the magic cube in front of her to open the passage. A magical porta-potty appears in front of the heroes and the girl tells them that the auction is right behind it. Before going inside, the girl warns that the auction is in a separate dimension to avoid problems. Then she grabs his hand with a wide smile on her face, escorts him inside the portal. At this moment, Shi Xiao looks closely at the representative and assumes that the girl is up to something. His face quickly takes on a cheerful expression, however, and he steps inside the portal with the girl. Then the heroes find themselves on a huge platform, where a huge number of people are on magical platforms. The young hero and the spokeswoman don black cloaks and discuss the auction amongst themselves. The young hero looks around and notices that there are a huge number of people at the auction who hide their identities under a cloak. After a while, Shi Shao along with Madame Shiyu take their seats in the round box. Suddenly, an extravagant man appears at the center of the stage to announce the start of the auction. The young hero summons a robot assistant to his aid and asks him for advice on subjects. And the robot, with a smile on his face, agrees to help the hero and notes that he will rate the items with stars. Yisho Shao thanks the robot for its help and asks more about the people who are in this place. But the robot looks away, and to Shi Shao's disappointment says that most people wear disguises. Suddenly, thanks to the robot, Shi Shao notices Encheng, who has arrived at the auction with the group. And Encheng doesn't notice the surveillance and is discussing something together with her teammate. And after a while, the host asks all participants to take their seats in a loud voice. A bright light appears above his head and the announcer says that the first auction item is about to appear. And a second later, a rare mana crystal appears that is decorated on the sides with gold. And the host, with a smile on his face, tells us that this is an ancient crystal that was mined quite recently. At this point, the clan representative advises the hero to buy this crystal because it can increase the owner's experience. However, the robot discourages Shi Shao from buying it and notes that the item is of no use to the young hero. Suddenly, Encheng, who is standing in front, raises his hand and sets a high price for the mana crystal. And after a few seconds, the announcer announces Encheng as the owner of the magic crystal. And the young hero, with a smile on his face, is watching what's going on and trying to figure out what Encheng bought this magic crystal for. After a while, a healing elixir in a blue vial appears in the center. And the presenter tells that this item has great power of healing and can save the bearer in a difficult moment. And the robot assistant looks at the item with a disappointed face and gives it 1 star. However, the young hero's eyes light up with excitement at the sight of the object, and he wants to buy it, but the robot talks him out of it. And within a few minutes, a huge number of people are raising the price of the item every now and then, wanting to buy it for their needs. After a while, a new auction item appears that looks like a magical red cloak. The robot looks at the item with the same disgruntled look as before, but this time gives it 2 stars. And the young hero's eyes light up with excitement again because the item allows the wearer to fly with great speed. The young hero hesitates to buy the item, and then the spokeswoman raises her hand to take the item for herself. And the magical plaza ends up in a red box that emits a bright light. The girl looks at Shi Shao with a smile and offers the item as a gift. However, the young hero realizes that the girl's intentions are not pure and refuses such a gift. And then Shi Shao offers to buy back the item from the clan representative when he has extra money. The girl agrees to the proposal, but in her heart she is disappointed that she could not make Shi Shao her debtor. Meanwhile, the auction continues and the host announces the next item he is not particularly sure of the value of. And Shi Shao is watching with his mouth open when he learns that the auction item is a rare blueprint. And a second later, a strange blueprint appears in the center that allows you to create a special robot. At this point, the announcer says the starting price for the drawing will be 2 million, and people talk among themselves and note that even for such a small amount of money, no one will buy this item. The young hero looks carefully at the people around him and doesn't understand why no one is upping the ante. And the robot assistant informs Shi Shao that the master engineer skill is very rare and such an item will not be useful to everyone. Then a smile appears on the young hero's face because this blueprint could be very useful to him. Then he turns to the clan representative and asks more about the people who have talent in engineering. And the girl talks about how such an item is only needed by a few and is usually bought for an entire clan. At this point, the young hero is rubbing his hands with happiness because he realizes that no one will definitely buy it. Meanwhile, the host once again asks the participants if anyone will buy an item, but only a sepulchral silence is heard in response. But suddenly the presenter's face and amazement looks at the man who dared to raise his hand and buy the item. It turns out to be a young hero who, to the surprise of many, decided to buy the artifact. albeit for the starting price. And the participants talk among themselves and call Shishao a fool who doesn't know about magic items. Meanwhile, the representative tries to dissuade the young hero and points out that he will not be able to use the item. However, the young hero only smiles and says that he buys the blueprint to show off to the girls. But deep down, he laughs and thinks about the fact that he was able to acquire a very rare item. And the host snaps his fingers and, pointing at Shishao, announces the owner of the rare blueprint. Shishao looks at the box containing his rare robot blueprint with a smile on his face. However, to the great joy of the young hero and the robot, the blueprint improves, and they are very happy about it. Robot and Shishao envision in their heads a new robot that will completely obey them and enjoy this dream in their heads. With joy, the young hero waves his arms and does not notice that he hits the robot assistant with his fist. Meanwhile, the next item that appears on the auction is a shield that protects its wearer from damage. It is followed by a blade that restores the wearer's health after its attack. As soon as these items are bought up, the host announces in a loud voice that a new item is about to appear on stage. Suddenly, a huge monster appears in the center, and the announcer says that the auction item is the summoning stone. The young hero watches in amazement and cannot believe that such objects exist. And the spokeswoman, with a smile on her face, tells us that magic crystals of their summoning can fall from dangerous monsters. Then she gets very close to the hero and touches his chin with her finger, saying that Shishao is not ready for such monsters yet. At this moment, the presenter announces with a loud voice and a smile on his face that the crystal bidding has begun. And after a while, Shishao picks up the crystal for a very large sum and looks over to the robot in frustration. Suddenly, there is a loud explosion, and columns of smoke rise, and the presenter jumps away from the center. And in place of the pillar of smoke appears a huge electromagnetic tank that serves to sweep the dungeons. All participants look at the marvel of engineering and prepare to start bidding for the item. And the young hero looks at the electromagnetic tank with a smile and hopes that in the future he will be able to create one. After a few seconds, the tank opens fire with its cannon to demonstrate the power of its gun. And the presenter comes up close to him and announces the starting price of 50 million for this tank. And at this moment, all participants raise their hands to raise the stakes for the electromagnetic tank. Meanwhile, Shishao and Chairwoman Shiyu are watching the bidding take place. Shishao's face looks very worried when he hears people offering astronomical amounts. However, he tries to remain calm and tries to see the person who buy the electromagnetic tank. After a while of bidding, a wide smile appears on the presenter's face because he is preparing to demonstrate a legendary item. And above his head appears the golden key that opens the dungeon of the 100th level. At the sight of this item, all bidders begin to cheer and wait for the bidding to begin. And the young hero closely follows the participants and does not understand why everyone is so animated at the sight of the key. At this point, the spokeswoman explains that the dungeon key has a strength that decreases over time. After saying those words, Shishao immediately opens the information panel to check the status of his key. He looks carefully at his key and is relieved that it looks intact. A drop of sweat ran down Shishao's face, and he hoped that he would be able to open the dungeon with this key in time. Meanwhile, a very heated bidding between bidders is taking place for the legendary key, and the young hero scratches his beard and doesn't understand how people can have so much money. Once the bidding for the key is over, the host happily announces the display of the last auction item. And after his words, a charming girl appears in the center, holding a wooden box in her hands. And once the box is opened, everyone sees that it contains a small potion that has the gift of immortality. Representative Mo is furious at the sight of it, because she was not informed that the item would appear at the auction. And Shishao turns to the robot assistant and asks if such a potion can be created with skill in alchemy. And the robot sidekick tells us that such legendary items can only be obtained by battling powerful demons. Meanwhile, the presenter holds up the potion and talks about its special properties. One of the participants is worried that the potion might not work, but the host assures him that the potion is in good condition. The bidding begins, and the young hero looks on in surprise at the man who announces a large sum for the potion of immortality. Suddenly, Shishao notices that Anchung has also gotten involved in the bidding process and is naming large sums. The young hero's face is covered with cold sweat because now the sums at the auction seem incredible to him. And after a few minutes, Anchung buys the potion for 300 million and is very happy about his purchase. And the announcer bows low and a bright light envelops him and the auction begins to come to an end. Then a bright light appears in the center of the auction and all participants are teleported back. Shao returns to the black market with representative Shi Yu. To his great surprise, the young hero notices that his sister hasn't finished buying herself items. He then turns to the clan representative and thanks her for the opportunity to be at the auction. Shishao then teleports to his pocket dimension and scrutinizes his lord accounts. He opens the information panel and studies the blueprint of the new robot with the robot assistant. Information panels open in front of him, and he learns that he has enough resources to build a combat robot. At this moment, a smile appears on Shishao's face, and he hopes that he will be able to create a great robot. He slams his fist into his palm and proceeds to improve his skills to improve the blueprint. And after a while, an information panel opens in front of the young hero, which offers to choose the gender of the future robot. The young hero scrutinizes his options, and the robot sidekick smiles achidically and offers to make the girl a robot. At this moment, Shishao is running through his head exactly what a battle robot might look like. And with a trembling finger, he reaches for the information panel so that the gender of his robot is female. At this moment, the robot assistant squints at Shishao and says that he knew about the young hero's choice beforehand. Then a new panel appears in front of Shishao that allows him to choose the type of future robot. He flips through a few options with a slight smile on his face, and with uncertainty on his face, he chooses one of them. The robot assistant is about to say something, but the young hero turns sharply in his direction, and the robot is instantly silenced. And then the information panel starts to disappear, and the system announces the start of the robot creation process. And the young hero sees the creation of the robot body he has chosen start out of thin air in front of him. However, suddenly, many red panels appear around Shishao and his robot assistant to report an error. After a while, they disappear, and Shishao looks at the robot's body again, hoping that everything will go smoothly from here on out. At this moment, the robot assistant is watching the process with great anticipation in his eyes, while Shishao is immersed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, the robot's body changes drastically, and instead of a tall lady, it transforms into a cute little girl. The young hero looks very shocked and can't understand why his demands were ignored by the system. And the battle robe opens her eyes and stares intently at Shishao, asking him to explain what she was created for. At this moment, the robot assistant and Shishao are stunned by the robot's beauty and can't say a single word. And the battle robot rushes towards the young hero and talks about how she is very scared to be in this place. Then the young hero strokes the robot girl on the head and promises he won't do anything bad to her. At this moment, a strange smile appears on the battle robot's face, and she thinks about being able to trick Shishao. The robot's smile becomes insane, and the young hero's new assistant turns out to be a creature that wants to take over the world. Meanwhile, the robot assistant is scrutinizing the robot creature and senses that something is clearly wrong with her. He tries to understand what the robot girl is feeling, but his sensors can't detect her mood. At the same moment, the girl robot tries to analyze the characteristics of the assistant robot, but she fails to do so as well. But a smile appears on her face because she is sure that thanks to her disguise, she will be able to take over the world. And the young hero bows before her and stroking her head says that from now on the girl will be called Nana and she will serve him. And the robot Nana smiles and promises to do whatever her new owner tells her to do. A few hours later, the young hero is home and the girl robot is standing by the sink washing dishes. Fei is very happy to have a new helper in the house, and her mom, on the contrary, is worried about the little girl doing the work instead of her. And the young hero lies on the couch with a book on his head and asks his mom not to worry and to rest as much as possible. He looks at his family with a smile and talks about how his new robot was designed to help their family. And mom calms down, and Fei, with a smile on her face, continues to watch the girl robot wash the dishes. And the father of the family reads the newspaper and pays absolutely no attention to what's going on around him. However, there are tears in the robot girl's eyes because she wants to rule the world, not wash dishes. A few days go by and huge crowds of students gather in the center hall of the school. The principal stands in the pulpit surrounded by other teachers and announces that everyone is here to present an award. He tells us that thanks to one of the students they managed to save Mrs. Mo and all the students in the building. Then he clenches his fist tightly and says that the whole school is immensely grateful to this student for his heroism and courage. At this point, the students are looking at the stage with smiles and eagerly waiting for the hero to appear. And the headmaster extends his hand forward and asks the young hero to come up on stage to receive his award. And all the students look at Shishao, who is slowly heading towards the headmaster with surprise and incomprehension. The principal and all the teachers clap loudly, and the students are indignant and don't understand how Shishao could be a hero. And the students start laughing at Shishao and also assume that the identity of the real hero was purposely hidden. At this moment, Luo Feng grabs one disciple from the crowd and demands with anger in his eyes to treat the young hero with respect. And Ruan Tian looks at Shishao, who is heading towards the podium, and doesn't understand why the disciples don't believe in his strength. Meanwhile, one of the girls keeps a close eye on the young hero and assesses him. She speaks the young hero's name aloud with the hope that it might memorize him. Once the young hero is on stage, the headmaster asks the students to show respect and doesn't understand why no one recognizes Shishao's strength. And the young hero points out that the disciples simply don't understand his true power and asks him to continue the ceremony. At this moment, the principal awards extra points to Shishao and hopes that this will help the students recognize his merit. Then he coughs slightly and begins his speech by saying that their school isn't particularly rich and famous. Then he removes the red blanket from the pedestal and everyone sees the huge amount of money that now belongs to Shishao. However, the school principal points out that this money is worthless compared to the next gift he wants to give. And after a moment, he pulls a bundle from his pocket containing an ancient map of the old lands. The young hero absent-mindedly looks at the map and points out that this is the school's main treasure, and he cannot accept this gift. However, the director insists on his decision and is going to tell the story of this card. And his story begins with an ancient hero who was an accomplished warrior and adventurer back in the day. According to the teacher's story at the time, mercenaries explored the ruined cities in search of rare items. Based on the story, mercenaries used torches and long cloaks to hide in the shadows from monsters. And the map itself points to the location of ancient ruins and powerful items. As he speaks, the director imagines the image of the ancient hero in his mind and hopes that Shishao will continue his work. The young hero ponders the words of the director. He could not have imagined that the ancient map contains so much history. And the director continues his story and points out that the hero and his map were once laughed at. However, in the course of his wanderings, the hero proudly looks forward and pays no attention to the words of others. And after his story, the director hands over the legendary map to Shishao personally. He asks that the legacy of the old hero be preserved and hopes that the young hero will find a worthy use for the artifact. And Shishao proudly picks up the card and promises to do his best to continue the legacy of an old hero. Suddenly, the ground beneath the student's feet begins to shake and the ceiling begins to collapse and small rocks fall down. And a bright light appears on the ceiling to everyone's great surprise, and the students point to it. At this point, the teacher asks all students in a loud voice to leave the room immediately. and the young hero covers his face with his hand and realizes that the monster invasion has already begun. Meanwhile, the principal and the other teachers approach the portal where the monster is about to appear, and the students run away. A moment later, the silhouette of a huge monster appears in the portal and heads towards the humans. The monster laughs at the humans and talks about how he can destroy them with one blow. It smiles broadly and exposes its sharp teeth with its fangs pointed toward one of the students. And the student is lying on the floor and trying to crawl away from the monster. He is very scared and promises that his dad will definitely help him. The monster is about to grab him with one hand, and the student tries to crawl forward and calls for his father. Suddenly, a sharp sweep of the blade travels across the monster's entire theme and deals critical damage. The monster falls to the ground and a young hero appears beside him, holding his flaming sword. He approaches the injured student and with a disgruntled look demands that he get out of his sight immediately. However, the disciple wraps his arm around Xiao's leg and tearfully asks to be escorted to safety. But this only angers the young hero, who says he's about to send his apprentice to the other side of the world. And at that moment, the apprentice with frightened eyes runs away from the young hero, fearing that he is going to harm him. Meanwhile, the young hero is looking around and trying to figure out where the monsters will appear next. He scratches his beard and assumes that the level of monsters will gradually increase. At this moment, Ruan Tian and Luo Feng appear behind his back and want to help the young hero. And following that, a purple portal appears near them from where the monster will soon emerge. Then the young hero points toward the portal and asks his friends to be ready to give battle to the monster. However, Luo Feng grudgingly turns away because he doesn't feel like working with Ruan Tian on the same team. Meanwhile, a monster that looks like a huge rooster appears from the portal and looks at the heroes with fury in its eyes. And Xiao, along with Luo Feng, stand next to each other preparing to give battle to this monster. The young hero rushes forward and asks his comrades to make one last strike when the right moment comes. And his friends confirm in a loud voice that they will follow his instructions and then trail after him. And the monster only mocks people and points out that pathetic people are no match for his power. After a while, the young hero along with Ruan Tian's stacked attack critically damage the monster. After the victory, the young hero squats down from exhaustion and talks about how his friends need to level up. Then they move on and notice more monsters on their way that appear from purple portals. Teachers try to save their students, but the bright flames of the fire turn people's bodies into ashes in a second. The young hero, meanwhile, notices that the entire year has been attacked by monsters that destroy all the houses in their path. He keeps a close eye on what is happening and hopes that his family will remain unharmed. Suddenly, a minotaur appears on the way of the young hero, who says that he will destroy any man in his way. He immediately attacks Xiao, but the young hero manages to block the dangerous attack with his flaming sword. He then quickly swings his blade and delivers a critical blow to the huge monster. He is helped by Luo Feng, who delivers the final blow, and the monster falls to the ground. However, the young hero hears a loud roar and instantly turns toward the sound. He sees a high-level werewolf not far from him heading towards a group of students. One of the teachers tries to protect his students, but he is too injured and can barely stand on his own 2 feet. And the werewolf just laughs at the sight of it and is about to send the wounded teacher to the other world with his blow. However, at that moment, the monster receives a deadly attack with a horrified look at his wound, not realizing what is happening. The monster tries to attack his assailant, but the young hero, without delay, plunges his blade into the monster's body, causing it to scream in pain. The monster tries to shout something, but Xiao, without delay, carries another blow and sends it to the other side. The other teachers try to heal their wounds and look on in amazement at the young hero's actions. And the young hero, along with his team, approaches them and asks them to go to a safe area as soon as possible. He carefully watches the fleeing people and hopes to save them in time. Meanwhile, another monster comes out of the portal, looking for easy prey with a smile on his face. However, as soon as he comes out of the portal, he gets a death blow to his great surprise. The monster looks at his wound in horror and doesn't understand where this place gets its worthy warriors from. He tries to crawl away to safety, but Luo Feng appears behind him with the intention of finishing off the monster. And Luo Feng with his axe makes a fatal blow and sends the dangerous monster to the other world. His whole body is enveloped by power, and he feels that thanks to his victory, he has gained a new level. Then he turns to the young hero and thanks him, along with Zhuan Tian, for the opportunity to gain new levels. And the young hero turns toward the new monster and asks his team to be careful. And at this moment, a huge tiger appears in front of them, whose level is greater than the previous monsters. The young hero looks at his opponent with surprise and realizes that the level of monsters will only increase. Meanwhile, the monster moves with great speed and begins circling the Jur squad. And then it rushes at Zhuan Tian, who has the lowest strength among all the squad members. However, the girl manages to react in time and creates a protective barrier around herself to block the monster's attack. Then the monster cries out in pain because it receives a powerful blow to its back from the young hero's fiery blade. And Shishao, holding his sword in his hands, stares intently at the monster and prepares for the next strike. He then swings his blade, and after his strike, the monster falls to the ground. At this point, the young hero clenches his fist and hopes his family can handle the dangerous monsters in the city. Then he activates his unique ability and creates a fire eye in the air to scout the area. After that, a huge map appears in front of him, showing the locations of monsters and students. The young hero then turns to Luo Feng and asks him to go to the safe zone with Ruan Tian, but Luo Feng is not happy with this decision. Then Shishao glares menacingly at both of them, and his friends have nothing left but to agree with the young hero's decision. The young hero heads over to help the other disciples and wishes Luo Feng good luck. After which he goes forward, and Luo Feng and Ruan Tian bid him farewell with smiles on their faces. Ruan Tian then approaches Luo Feng and asks him to be gentle with her, and the man agrees to protect her on her way to the safe zone. Then he silently escorts the young hero with a glance and thinks that he has changed a lot lately thanks to Shishao. And the young hero runs forward in quick spurts and hopes to save the other students in time. During his journey, he reflects on what is going on around him and thinks he should learn a new skill. Without stopping, he contacts his pocket dimension and thinks what better use to make. To his surprise, he notices that he has a huge amount of experience that will allow him to greatly pump up his skills. Then he chooses the Fire Lord's account and decides to increase the connection with him so he doesn't have to choose for a long time. And after that, Shishao feels his strength increased several times, and now he leaves a trail of fire behind him. At this moment, an information panel opens in front of him with a skill tree that prompts Shishao to choose one. And the young hero, with a smile on his face, decides to choose an attack skill to easily destroy monsters. After that, a hint appears on the information panel that the young hero can now cover his body with fire during battle. And the young hero continues to run forward with the firm belief that now he will definitely be able to save everyone. And in a matter of minutes, he finds himself outside the main building of the school where the students are left. Meanwhile, several teachers, along with their students, have barricaded themselves in the room and are hoping that the monsters won't find them. The teacher tries to calm her student and tells her that they have an experienced warrior with them who will save them from the monsters. At that moment, there is a loud explosion, and people see the body of a monster covered in fire flying over their heads. The teacher looks at the monster with surprise and thinks about the fact that now he will have to fight. However, then a young hero appears, and everyone realizes that it was he who defeated the monsters. The teacher looks at Shishao carefully and thanks him for once again coming to her aid. And the young hero accepts thanks from other students. However, the teacher is not happy with this situation. And when the hero suggests that the teacher escort everyone to the safe zone, the teacher says that Shishao has no right to order him around. At this moment, the teacher looks at the teacher with incomprehension and says that he should listen to the words of Shi Xiao. At this point, the teacher is immersed in his reflections. He is uncomfortable with the fact that the young hero has taken all the word for himself. He then pushes Shi Xiao aside and talks about how he will escape alone. Suddenly, he feels a terrible pain in the hand that he tried to push Shi Xiao away with, but he tries not to show it. And the teacher promises the young hero that she will personally escort all students to a safe zone and asks Shi Xiao not to worry. The young hero leaves, and all the students, along with the teacher with smiles on their faces, wish him good luck. And after a while, the young hero finds himself in front of the huge golden doors that lead to the library. He stares at them intently and assumes that there is a security seal on the door that will prevent anyone from entering this room. To his great surprise, the young hero opens the door and notices that there is someone inside the library. He opens his mouth in surprise when he realizes there is no protective seal and looks around carefully. And the young hero sees before him a huge room that is filled with a huge amount of magic crystals and other objects. From the beauty of the room, Shi Xiao stands in a stupor and enjoys the beautiful view. Suddenly he hears a strange sound and turns around to recognize its source, and notices a girl not far from him who immediately slams a huge trunk shut at the sight of him. The girl flinches and rises to her feet as soon as she hears Shi Xiao's voice calling out to her. The young hero looks at the girl with a smile and notes that this place is not at all meant for students. Then the girl fills her hand with her magic, asks how the young hero was able to discover her location. And Shi Xiao only notes that the girl is called the Frost Queen, and he didn't expect to see any emotion on her face. After saying that, the girl surrounds herself with a barrier, and several daggers are created in the air around her. A beam then shoots out from her hand and heads towards where Shi Xiao is. The blade stops a few centimeters from the face of the young hero, who stands still without unnecessary movement. He smiles and talks about how he didn't mean to bother the girl at all, and the Frost Queen freezes in a stupor when she sees that Shi Xiao is about to leave the library. Suddenly, a high-level monster appears in the center of the library and starts smashing everything in its path. Stones fly in different directions, but the young hero deftly dodges them by jumping. The monster then heads towards the girl with a smile, telling her that he hasn't tasted human meat in a long time. At this moment, the girl jumps aside and aims a huge number of sharp daggers towards the monster. The huge monster has no trouble defending himself from blows and looks at his opponents with a gloating smile. The monster hits the ground with all its strength with its fist, and huge chunks of stone fly in different directions. The girl creates a barrier to protect herself from the monster's attacks, but the monster clutches the sphere with his hands and is about to destroy it. The protective sphere cannot withstand the monster's power and collapses, leaving the girl without any protection. The monster opens his huge mouth and is going to swallow the whole girl who was in his captivity. The monster's eyes widen in surprise when he receives a fatal blow and loses his hand that was clutching the girl. Shi Xiao catches the girl and tells her that he is going to defeat the monster and save all the students of the school. The girl is about to object, but the young hero puts his finger to her lips and tells her that he has no problem destroying the monster. The monster has been horribly damaged after the young hero's attack and looks in his direction with hatred in his eyes. The girl crosses her arms over her chest and remarks that the young hero is deliberately hiding his true level. The monster takes advantage of the fact that the young hero does not pay attention to him and with great speed rushes in his direction. The young hero dodges the deadly attack without much trouble and fills his hand with magical power. Shi Xiao strikes without mercy, and his opponent turns into a mountain of ashes. The young hero scrutinizes the amount of experience he has gained, and the girl notices that Shi Xiao is actually very strong. Shi Xiao suggests that the girl find a safe place, but she objects and says that she has other plans. A cold vortex appears around the girl and completely surrounds her from all sides, and she disappears. Shi Xiao scratches the back of his head and completely doesn't understand the strange girl's act. The young hero looks around and notices that there are gems among the debris. Shishao opens the magic map and tries to locate the remaining disciples. On the magic map appears the mark of a legendary monster that is heading towards the school's hideout. The school principal, along with all the students, are in a safe bunker to protect themselves from dangerous monsters. The headmaster asks the students to remain calm and tells them that the doors of the asylum can protect them from monsters. A student raises his hand and asks the principal why the doors are designed to protect against level 40 monsters. The principal raises a finger up and tells them that last time they were attacked by monsters no higher than level 30. The head of the school comes closer to the gate and notices that a fortune has been spent on it. The young hero's companions stand near the wall and discuss the situation among themselves. The girl presses her knees to her chest and voices her concerns about the monsters that may threaten the young hero. The girl's musings are interrupted by a loud knock on the iron gate, on which a protective seal appears. One of the students grabs his face and worries that the magic gate may not be able to withstand the onslaught of monsters. The young hero's companion runs to the door with a smile on his face and ignores the teacher's warnings. Suddenly, a huge hole appears in the magic door from which a huge monster claw appears. The young hero's companion is greatly shocked by this situation and cannot believe that the magic door failed in its task. There is a loud explosion, and the shards of the door, along with some students, fly all over the room in different directions. The doorway reveals a powerful 45th level creature that taunts the students and their attempts to hide. The monster lets out a loud laugh and is extremely happy about the fact that it was able to find a huge number of people in one place. The young hero's companion looks at the monster with astonishment and thinks that all the students will soon come to an end and there is no salvation. The huge monster scrutinizes the man in front of him and is amazed that someone is still standing in front of him. The students scatter in different directions and try to find a hiding place, but the hero's companion continues to stand in front of the monster. Without too much thought, the hero's companion rushes into the attack-not-deadly monster, although he does not really believe in his success. The monster has no trouble launching a counterattack and delivers a fatal blow to the man who dares to oppose him. The monster rises to his full height and uses a special spell to destroy all humans in an instant. The students are grabbing their heads and their noses are bleeding due to the effects of the monstrous dark magic. Ruantian uses a magical barrier to resist the monster's spell, but she barely manages to control it. A huge monster grabs a man with its hands and is going to swallow him whole to increase his level. An electric shock flies into the monster's head, causing the monster to be greatly surprised and let the student go. The principal gets into a fighting stance and uses magic to confront the huge monster. A huge stream of electricity strikes the body of the huge monster and causes it to freeze in one place. The principal is trying to catch his breath after using magic because he is very old and can use his magic all the time. The monster makes a quick dash and pierces the headmaster's body with his dagger. He taunts him and talks about how lightning doesn't hurt him. The monster scrutinizes the headmaster and says that humanity should scrutinize its adversary. A huge mouth appears on the monster's belly with which it is going to devour the headmaster and raise its level. The director realizes that the last minutes of his life have come, so he looks at the monster without emotion and mentally says goodbye to his brother. All the students look toward their principal with bated breath and can't believe that soon the monster will devour him. Suddenly, a blob of flame appears around the monster, which throws the monster back and prevents it from engulfing the director. The students look in amazement at Shishao, who was able to save the headmaster from the clutches of the bloodthirsty monster. Shishao grits his teeth hard with anger and swears to himself that he will rid this world of this monster. A purple armor appears on the young hero's body, and around him appears a huge amount of flame that envelops his body. The monster looks at the young hero with a wide smile on his face and says that no human can defeat him. Shishao pays no attention to the monster's words and gives it a fatal blow with magic without delay. The monster scrutinizes its body and can't believe that a level 6 human could deal such a blow to it. The young hero concentrates the fire in his hands and talks about how the monster will regret coming to this place. With the help of fire energy, Shishao gains tremendous speed and heads towards the monster to deliver a fatal blow. The young hero moves with tremendous speed and deals the monster a tremendous amount of attacks and augments them with fire energy. The legendary monster uses its special magic and flips Shishao away from him, interrupting his series of attacks. The monster looks very shabby after the young hero's attacks, but is still capable of continuing the fight. The monster uses dark magic and subjugates the students of the school to fight the young hero. The students shout out strange words and rush towards the young hero without delay. The young hero carefully observes the actions of the distraught students and contemplates a plan of action. Shishao uses her new skill site to analyze the performance of students who have been exposed to the spell. In front of the young hero appears a pillar of fire that in a split second destroys all the students who tried to attack him. The monster sends his new students into battle against the young hero and mocks the way Shishao destroys his friends. Zombies indiscriminately attack everyone in their path and bite students to turn them into similar monsters. The monster laughs loudly and says that the young hero is incapable of saving all the students and fighting him at the same time. Luo Feng suddenly appears to destroy the zombies and tells the young hero that he will protect the students of the school. Zhuantian also joins the battle and destroys the reanimated dead with his fire magic. A young hero creates a magical barrier that protects the surviving students from the hordes of zombies that are headed their way. Shishao's loud voice demands people to listen to his clues and not hurt those who have not turned into zombified creatures. The monster is about to flee the scene of the battle, hoping that the young hero is distracted by the defense of the students. Suddenly, a huge turret appears in front of the monster and starts firing countless bullets at him. The magic turret deals a huge amount of damage to the monster and allows it to advance towards the exit of the shelter. A young hero appears on the back of a huge monster and asks him why he's going to flee the battlefield. Shishao strikes hard and thereby strips the monster of its huge wings that allowed it to move quickly. The huge monster falls to the ground and begs the young hero to spare him. The young hero is not going to spare the monster and immediately wears him a fatal kick with his foot right in the head. The monster spews a huge beam of venom from its mouth and hopes to delay the hero for a while to complete his mutation. A wide smile appears on Shishao's face, and he sends a huge amount of fire charges towards the monster. The monster tries to defend himself against the young hero's magic with his limbs, but he has a hard time doing so. The monster realizes the direness of his situation, so he is going to destroy the turret with his corrosive acid. A wall of fire appears around the monster, preventing it from retreating. In the hands of the young hero appears a flaming sword, and he informs the monster that the hour of reckoning for all his sins has come. Shishao stabs his fire sword straight into the ground, and flames begin to emanate from it in different directions. Because of the hero's magic, the monster falls into a distorted dimension that is only accessible to a few magic users. The young hero concentrates energy over his head, and a huge scarlet star of destructive power appears above him. A huge scarlet star heads towards the monster and brightly illuminates its entire body. Shishao put away his armor and pondered over the words of the monster, who managed to say his master's name before perishing. The young hero receives a huge number of rare items, among which are a magic crystal and acid stomach juice. Shishao sighed heavily, because he was expecting to get some legendary item from the monster. Shishao is going to combine the worm's paws with the huge egg he got in the battle. The dragon egg splits open, and out of it emerges a long tongue that quickly grabs the paws of a huge worm and devours them. The egg licks itself and feels a strong sense of joy because the young hero has given it such a gift. Shishao leans over the egg and contemplates whether he should continue to feed the strange creature. The companions of the young hero are very happy about the fact that the monster was defeated, and Shishao remained unharmed after the battle. Shishao looks at his friends with a wide smile and rejoices in the fact that his companions have found common ground with each other. Tears appear in Ruan Tian's eyes, and she talks about how many people they were unable to save today. Shishao strokes the girl's head and says that in emergencies, losses are inevitable, and one must be prepared for this course of events. A huge number of students surround the young hero on all sides and thank him for their rescue from the monster. The girl is cradled tightly in her lap, and the teacher asks her to keep her spirits up and keep an eye on the headmaster. A wide smile appears on the teacher's face, and she explains to her students that soon they will all be safe. Shishao also tries to cheer up the students and says that the monsters in the school have been destroyed, so it's safe now. The headmaster is still unconscious, and the teacher and a student are trying to bring him back to consciousness. The young hero's face becomes serious. He scrolls a huge number of thoughts in his head and makes further plans. Shishao goes outside the school and notices that the entire city is engulfed in huge flames, and the smoke completely obscures the view. An information panel appears in front of the young hero, and he hears the voice of his sister trying to contact him. The young hero is very concerned about the situation and tries to find out from his sister if everything is all right with his parents. The connection is cut, and Shishao runs as fast as she can towards her home to get to her family. Shishao's face fills with fear when he finds himself in front of his house. Shishao stands in front of the destroyed building and can't believe that his nightmare has come true. The young hero clenches his fist tightly and hopes that his family managed to get out and survive the monster's attack. Suddenly, there is a scream of a girl trying to escape from a huge monster. Without delay, Shishao delivers a fatal blow, and a bright line splits the monster into two equal parts. The security girl thanks Shishao for her help and asks her to free her leg from under the rubble. Shishao carries a swift kick and turns the rocks into a handful of ash, and thus frees the girl from under the rubble. The young hero looks very worried and asks Qinlu to tell him about the situation in the city immediately. The girl drinks a healing elixir and tells the hero that all the inhabitants were evacuated to safety before the monsters attacked. The young hero apologizes for his behavior to the girl and explains that among the evacuees was his family. Qinlu picks up his rifle and tells him that all the residents have been sent to the underground shelter. The girl comes closer to the young hero and clarifies that she cannot guarantee the safety of all people in the city. Tears appear in Qinlu's eyes, and she talks about how her squad is unable to deal with a high-level opponent. The girl snuggles up close to the hero and offers to escape together from this city to survive and avoid the high-level monsters. The young hero puts his hands in his pockets and refuses the girl's proposal because he wants to save his family. The conversation between Shishao and Qinlu is interrupted by a high-level monster that suddenly appears in front of the heroes. The young hero is about to attack the monster, but is suddenly pushed forward by Qinlu to use Shishao as bait. The girl runs back and apologizes to the young hero for having to use him as bait. The monstrous ash leopard completely ignores Shishao and rushes after the fragile girl. The girl tearfully turns toward the young hero and asks him to save her from the dangerous monster. Shishao stands there like a stumbling block and pays no attention to the screams of the girl who is begging for help. After a while, the young hero decides to intervene and delivers a fatal blow to a huge ash leopard. The girl extends her hand towards Shishao and through the pain apologizes to him, but the young hero does not react to her words in any way. Shishao looks at the girl with a stern look and says that she is to blame for the situation. Before going to the other side of the world, the girl holds out a plan of the area towards the young hero. Shishao gets down on one knee beside the girl and covers her eyes, and then takes out a map with a layout of the city and the surrounding area. A large column of armed men, along with military equipment, moving along the streets of the ruined city. The squad leader is extremely unhappy with the situation. He smokes a cigarette and complains to the sergeant that he should be resting at this time. Sergeant Shen Bing listens to his commander with a smile on his face and reports that many units have fled the city. Commander Wang Jiangguo hugs his lieutenant tightly and notes that Shenbing is talking a lot today. The sergeant and the commander are very surprised when they hear a message over the radio about a missing girl who was trailing the convoy. The commander sighs heavily and says that he has long suspected a possible desertion during the rescue operation. Wang Qiangguo is very unhappy with the situation, and his lieutenant offers his candidacy to search for the missing girl. The commander watches the burning city in silence for a while, and then authorizes his lieutenant to go in search of the missing soldier. Sergeant Shenbin scrutinizes the photo of him and his girlfriend and hopes that the girl is still alive. The commander keeps a close eye on She Yunfei because the young hero's family seems very suspicious to him. Ji Yunfei tries to contact her brother using the information panel, but the connection keeps getting cut off. All the people in the neighborhood look in amazement at the little girl who carries a huge backpack on her back. Xiao's mom apologizes to the girl robot and talks about leaving the heavy backpack on the ground. The girl of works tries to be nice and friendly to all people, but the thoughts in her head take on an eerie shape. A column of survivors reaches the entrance to the shelter where they are met by a special military group. At the order of the soldiers, the bunker gates are opened, and the transport is driven inside the shelter without obstruction. A massive earthquake hits the entire land, and all the armed men look around for a threat. A huge demonic millipede emerges from an ambush and destroys the truck and is about to deal with all the humans. The rest of the refugee transportation is also attacked by strange, monstrous creatures that destroy all transportation. People scatter in different directions to find shelter, and monsters with smiles on their faces chase them to destroy them. The squad leader appears on the battlefield and without delay deals with several monsters and saves people from perishing. Commander Wang summons his sergeant and orders him to move with him to hold off the high-level monsters. A huge millipede with rage in its eyes looks at the approaching soldiers and is about to destroy them in one blow. People are very frightened by the situation and scatter in different directions, constantly pushing each other. Due to the crush of the crowd of people, the young hero's mom loses her balance and falls over the ground, and at that moment, a huge wolf appears. The monster swings his huge paw at the defenseless woman and is about to massacre her in one blow. At the last moment, a few arrows hit the monster's arm and stop its deadly attack. Shi Yunfei saves her family from the monster's clutches and proceeds to bombard it with her enchanted bow. Tears appear in the monster's eyes because of the pain of his wounds, and he glares menacingly at the girl who dared to defy him. The wolf-shaped monster moves with great speed and tries to dodge a huge number of arrows flying at him. Shi Yunfei covers her parents with her body and asks them to run away, but they don't want to be in this world without their daughter and stay where they are. Shi Yunfei closes her eyes and prepares for the fact that she will soon go to the other world. To help the family of the young hero comes a girl robot Nana, who without much trouble to deal with the monster. Nana feels that she has become much stronger after destroying the monster, and realizes that her body has become more obedient to her. The robot girl's eyes light up with red lights, and she lashes out at all the monsters in the neighborhood to improve her performance. A huge monster runs after a man in a red t-shirt because he hates that color so much. The robot girl quickly lands a few blows on the monster and sends it to the other side of the world. Nana enjoys gaining new skills and doesn't notice the surprise of the man whose life she saved. The huge monster looks towards the little girl and is about to run away as soon as possible to save her life. Nana notices the running monster and destroys it without regret in one blow and earns extra experience points. The robot girl's face contorts in a vicious grimace. She takes great pleasure in destroying powerful monsters. Wang Qiangguo fights the millipede and marvels at the little girl's strength, while the lieutenant heals his commander's wounds. The red millipede transforms into a huge wheel that runs towards the squad leader and deals heavy damage to him. Suddenly, there is a loud explosion, and to the commander's surprise, the millipede splits into several different parts. A huge number of millipedes cover the commander's body and suck the blood out of him. The lieutenant runs to his commanding officer's aid and hopes that he can divert some of the millipedes to himself. The commander extends his hand toward the lieutenant and asks him to stay away from him because it's too dangerous. In front of Wang Qiangguo's face flashed his memories of his family who lived outside the safe zone. Wang Qiangguo hugs the bodies of his family tightly and curses with a loud voice at the monsters that attacked the village outside the safe zone. In his last breath, Wang Qiangguo gathers his last strength and scatters the swarm of bugs in different directions. The little bugs are about to attack the commander again, but at that moment they are struck by red lightning discharges. A robot girl comes to the commander's aid and regrets that she can't get his experience points. The huge scolopendra is greatly surprised by the little girl's strength and gains strength for a counterattack. The lieutenant quickly runs up to her commander and administers first aid, and the girl heads towards the huge monster. Several magical weapons appear on the robot girl's back that aim at the huge scolopendra. All guns are fired at once at the enemy, and a huge orange sphere from the explosion appears in place of the monster. Nana walks over to the body of the huge monster and laughs loudly at its useless actions. Suddenly, the girl falls to the ground and can no longer move. The young hero's parents quickly run to the robot and assume that Nana expended all her energy during the fight. The squad leader approaches She Yunfei and talks about moving to the next safe zone. She Yunfei tries to contact her brother and informs him that they are going to another safe zone, but the connection is lost. The commander approaches the girl and suggests that she get a message to her brother through a different method. She Yunfei quickly turns towards the commander and asks him to immediately tell him about the alternative communication method. Shi Xiao reaches the fifth safe zone but sees only ruins and the bodies of defeated monsters in front of him. The young hero notices a strange writing on the wall and learns that his sister has headed towards another hideout. Shi Xiao folds her hands at her chest and examines the strange figures that were left near her sister's message. The young hero remembers that one of the lectures talked about some special security service code. Shi Xiao digs through the bodies of the defeated soldiers and searches for a communicator to communicate. In the hands of the young hero appears a huge number of communicators, but all of them are damaged. Shi Xiao heads to the black market building to find a communicator in good condition. A huge number of guns are firing towards the young hero, but he has no problem defending himself with the help of a magical shield. The black market representative apologizes to Shi Xiao for her cold reception and asks the hero the purpose of his visit. The representative of the market offers the young hero to condemn all cases indoors, where it is much safer than outdoors. The black market has not changed at all since the last appearance of the young hero here. People relax and have fun. Shi Xiao walks past the experienced hunters and doesn't understand why none of them want to help the city in its time of need. The young hero and his girlfriend go into a private room and discuss the situation. Shi Yu snuggles closer to the young hero and talks about how she is very scared of the monster attack. Shi Xiao pushes the representative away from her, and she sits down opposite the young hero and crosses her arms over her chest with a disgruntled look. The young hero sits down with the girl and says that he needs a communicator to contact his sister. Shi Yu snuggles up to the hero again and gives some things away for nothing because talking about money hurts her feelings. Shi Xiao gets hold of a receiver and manages to contact the squad that is escorting his family to safety. A smile appears on Yunfei's face when she hears her brother and she recounts the events that happened to her and the squad. The father of the family carries Nana on his back because the robot has completely used up its charge in the battle with the monsters. The young hero is concerned that his robot can no longer continue fighting and thinks of a solution to the problem. Above Shi Xiao's head, his personal assistant appears and explains how to charge the robot Nanu. The young hero contacts his sister again and tells her that the robot can be charged with a magic crystal. Shi Xiao takes a seat on a vacant bench and tells the commander about the secret but safe passage to the bunker. Commander Wang is amazed by Shi Xiao's knowledge and assumes that the young hero was able to get hold of the secret blueprints. The young hero interrupts and notices that the girl is asking the mercenaries for help to protect her family from monsters. The mercenaries smile at the defenseless girl and tell her that she will pay with her body to save her family. Shishao comes to the stranger's aid and says he will help her if she gives him the information he needs. The girl opens the information panel in front of her and shows her family's location on the map. The young hero scrutinizes the girl and offers to move on to discussing payment for the task. The girl offers a huge sum for saving the family and indicates that she will be able to collect more soon. The mercenaries laugh loudly at the girl's claims. They think she doesn't have that many gold coins. A black market representative joins the conversation, appearing behind Shishao's back and talking about the girl's abilities. The mercenaries begin to apologize to the girl and offer her their services to save the family. One of the mercenaries lashes out at the young hero to prove that Shishao is incapable of handling the task. The young hero silences the mercenary with just one punch and gets everyone's attention. Shishao becomes enraged and kills another group of mercenaries who dared to attack him. The girl watches the young hero's actions with rapt attention and is amazed at his strength. The representative of the black market also closely follows the movements of the hero and notices that his strength has increased noticeably. The young hero beckons the girl over to him and asks her to move out immediately. Shishao pauses for a moment near the exit and suggests that Zieyu go with him to the streets of the city. The mercenaries are furious after the young hero's words and promise to take revenge on him for his antics. The market representative quickly wraps her arm around Shishao's arm and agrees to go along with him. The young hero, along with the beautiful ladies, heads for the exit, while the mercenaries stare unhappily at his back and hope for revenge. Shiyu and Miao put on their sturdy armor and tell the hero that they are ready to move forward. The heroes notice a strange, huge lightning bolt in the sky that brightly illuminates the night sky of the ruined city. With each rumble, more lightning bolts are placed in the sky, and a rift appears from which the claw of a huge monster can be seen. The young hero, along with his companions, watches with great amazement as the monster destroys the black market. Shishao carefully looks at the claws of the huge monster and analyzes the situation. Shiyu is greatly surprised when Shishao remarks that an ancient monster may have appeared in front of them. Miao shrieks and falls to the ground, grabbing her head because she feels a huge amount of dark energy. The young hero watches the huge beast closely and tries to figure out where it is going to go. Anger and rage appear on Shishao's face because the monster is heading towards where his family is. The young hero turns toward his companions and suggests they go to safety. The girls refuse Shishao's offer and say they will help him deal with the strange creature. The heroes quickly head to the source of the enormous energy and hope to be able to save the refugees. Bright lightning flashes now and then in the dark sky, and the heroes are gradually approaching the dangerous place. The group notices strange cultists circling a huge crystal and speaking words in an unknown language. The red crystal emits a large amount of energy, and inside it are several skulls. The young hero, along with his companions, looks at the cultists and guesses that they are the ones who created the rift. The girls attack the cultists without delay and hope that they will be able to interrupt the sinister ritual. Around the mysterious cultists appears a magical barrier that reflects all projectiles. Shishao uses his unique ability and summons firewolf heads to break the barrier. The young hero attacks the barrier with fire magic, but none of the attacks reach their target. Shishao takes his two-handed blade with both hands and uses it to try to break through the barrier's defense. The young hero has a cold sweat on his face. He spends a large amount of magic but can't break the barrier. The cultists continue their sinister ritual and pay no attention to the heroes. The girls look at the magical barrier with surprise and don't understand why Shishao can't destroy it. Above the young hero's head appears his robotic assistant, who analyzes the barrier's weaknesses. Shishao takes out a magic crystal from his pocket and is going to use it to destroy the magic barrier. The magic stone passes through the magic barrier without a problem and lands behind the back of one of the cultists. The young hero turns to his assistant and asks him to find an item that is connected to the energy shield. The robot assistant demonstrates to Shishao a turbo booster that matches his master's requirement. Shishao is unsure about using the turbo amplifier, but the robot insists on using it. The young hero is filled with determination and is going to use the item he got from the school treasury. In Shishao's hands, two magic items combine to form a pipe power shield generator. The cultists pay no attention to the young hero's actions and continue to utter strange words. The girls are closely watching Shishao's actions and hope that the young hero will be able to break the barrier with a new item. The magical artifact creates another magical barrier near the cultists, which begins to interact with the protective field next to it. The magical barrier begins to spew out a huge stream of energy and deals heavy damage to the cultists. The young hero beckons the girls over to him and asks them to hide behind his back. There is a loud explosion that destroys the energy shield, and a huge stream of energy bursts out and flies in different directions. A huge explosion crater forms in place of the huge crystal where the magical ritual was held. After the crystal explodes, the magical spatial rift begins to shrink, and a few monster claws disappear into the night sky. Shishao advances to the center of the explosion and marvels at the fact that several dark mages were able to survive the destruction of the crystal. The young hero grabs one cultist by the shoulder and demands answers to his questions. The cultist smiles widely, and his entire body lights up with a bright light, and strange runic symbols form on his body. The girls look toward the explosion in surprise and try to figure out what happened to Shishao. The young hero manages to put a shield in front of himself and escapes the destructive energy of the blast. Shishao turns his head towards the next cultist and hopes that he can get all the answers from him. The dark mage laughs loudly and then puts his hands up and prepares to self-destruct. The girls ask the young hero to be careful and are amazed at how badly brainwashed people are. Suddenly, the cultist becomes silent. He silently stares at the sky and makes no movement. The young hero uses subjugation magic, and the cultist begins to blindly obey his new master. The dark mage falls to his knees before the young hero and says that he will fulfill any decree of the new deity. The representative of the underground market looks at the young hero with amazement, because she is surprised by his extensive knowledge of magic. Along the edges of the city, there is another group of cultists who are going to call an ancient deity into this world. The young hero scrutinizes the creature's huge claw and resents the fact that someone wants to build a new world. Mrs. Cu tells the young hero about the presence of a huge number of factions that worship an ancient deity. The cultist looks faithfully at his new master and talks about the specifics of the ritual around the crystal. The young hero looks menacingly at the dark mage and demands that he tell him everything he knows. The dark magician falls into complete madness and starts beating his head against the ground with all his might and says that all his words are true. Shishao stares at the dark mage in amazement and is struck by his absolute insanity. The cultist is about to give important information, but suddenly his eyes light up brightly and he is about to self-destruct. The young hero quickly runs up to his companions and uses an energy barrier to protect everyone from the blast. Shishao looks carefully in the direction of the explosion and doesn't understand why the cultist has broken free from his control. The girls thank their savior for his help and note that the young hero is incredibly strong. The young hero carefully examines his surroundings and discovers shards of a huge purple crystal. Shishao scrutinizes the crystal shard and asks his robot assistant to scrutinize its properties. Many information panels appear around the crystal, and the robot tells us that it is an ancient artifact of a blood demon. The young hero scrutinizes the demonic crystal and realizes that he will have to fight a dangerous opponent. Shishao abruptly turns to his right side and notices that the communicator is making noise again and comes back into working order. Juan points his finger to the sky and asks his companions to pay attention to the strange phenomenon in the sky. A huge amount of red lightning flashed in the sky every now and then, but the monster's huge claw slowly disappeared into the spatial hole. The young hero reflects on the events that have occurred, and behind his back appears a huge monster that is preparing to destroy him. Shishao abruptly turned around and was surprised to see that someone had managed to give the monster a fatal blow. And Chung looks at the young hero with a smile and asks the heroes if they are all right. The young hero examines Chung with a skeptical eye and begins to suspect the man of having ties to dark magicians. Shishao thanks the mercenary for his help, but Mrs. Ziyu is extremely unhappy with the situation. Madame Shiyu looks at Chung with a displeased expression and demands him to explain what he is doing in this place. And Chung becomes very worried when a gun is put to his head and asks the girl to calm down. The young hero tries to defuse the situation and talks about not fighting in such a difficult situation. In the mind of Shishao arises a cunning plan with which he is going to bring Chung out into the open and find out his secrets. Mrs. Shiyu agrees to calm down but tells Chung that she will keep a close eye on him from now on. The young hero asks the mercenary not to worry and says that Madame Shiyu is acting extremely recklessly. Shishao asks the mercenary to pay attention to the dark sky and explains the situation to him. And Chung sighs heavily but says that she will definitely help the young hero and his companions. The mercenary leans on Shishao's shoulder and says that completing this task will help him greatly in his promotion. Ruan Tian tells the young hero that she is a burden and asks her companions to go without her, but Shishao does not agree. All the heroes go to the site of another ritual to stop the call of an ancient monster into this world. Shishao and his companions quickly reach the next place where the ritual to summon the ancient deity is held. And Chung is greatly surprised when Shishao talks about the cultists using his squad's technology. The mercenary is very confused after the charges against him and talks about his group's dealings with different people. The young hero joins in the dialogue and says that he trusts Chung completely. And Chung nervously rubs the back of his head and talks about helping and destroying the magic barrier. The mercenary pulls out a clever invention from his pocket and hurls it towards the cultists to destroy the strange barrier. As soon as the magic item reaches the barrier, it creates a gap and the impregnable sphere begins to collapse. And Chung immediately rushed forward and dealt with several dark magicians with his blade without slowing down. A slight smile appears on the mercenary's face, and he hopes that the team will be able to trust him now. Suddenly, a bright flash of energy appears near the mercenary and is directed towards a huge bardic crystal. The magic crystal shatters into several small shards, and Chung stands still and does not move. Shishao holds a huge blade at his back and tells the mercenary to destroy the cultists' crystals. The mercenary ponders the situation and realizes that the young hero is not as simple as it may seem at first glance. The group gets to the last crystal and the mercenary asks everyone to move away because he's going to destroy it. The young hero ponders the situation and assumes that it can't be that simple. Suddenly, the crystal begins to emit a strange energy and attracts the bodies of the defeated cultists to it. The dark wizards scream loudly in pain, but at the same time they praise their god whom they worship. The young hero quickly draws his sword and demands his group prepare for battle immediately. The crystal transforms and turns into a huge demon that has monstrous power. The crystalline monster rushes forward without delay, but a mercenary appears in front of it and deflects its blow. And Chung blocks the monster's punch but takes significant damage and is surprised by the monster's strength. The monster tosses the mercenary aside without much trouble and attacks Lady Ziyu. Shishao comes to the girl's aid and deflects the monster's attack with her shield. The young hero struggles to hold off the onslaught of the monster and gradually loses his health. Shishao jumps back sharply and tries to think of a strategy for the next strike. The young hero decides to go on the counterattack. He quickly runs up to the crystal monster and holds up his blade. Shishao strikes the monster's chest with all her might with her sword, but only causes minimal damage. Lady Ziyu extends her hand towards the young hero and asks him to retreat before it's too late. The monster uses his sword for a lethal attack and shouts loudly that he won't let the humans back down. The crystal monster, with a wide grin on his face, watches the strange object that is rapidly approaching him. The mercenary uses a special crystal to create a special barrier and asks the team to leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. The monster looks at his opponent with a smile and destroys a special level energy barrier without much trouble. And Chung, with surprise on his face, grabs the unique sword that Shishao throws to him and doesn't understand what's going on. The young hero looks at the mercenary with a smile and talks about how they need to defeat the monster by any means necessary. Zhuang Tian clutches her head because of the terrible pain and tells her squad that she has managed to find the monster's weak spot. The girl points towards a piece of crystal that is on the monster's back and says that this is its weak point. The young hero summons a robotic assistant who offers to improve his blade to pierce the monster's armor. Shishao asks Mrs. Shiyu to lend him her weapon for a short period of time, and the girl agrees to it. The young hero combines a gun with a magic crystal and creates a weapon much better than the one before. The young hero's team tries to dodge the crystal monster's attacks, while Mrs. Shiyu waits for the moment to attack. Mrs. Ziyu creates several of her clones and fires at the monster from all sides to give it no chance to defend itself. The young hero, along with the mercenary, watch the girl's actions in amazement and are amazed at her abilities. And Chung gives the young hero a rare item and immediately rushes into the thick of the battle and asks him to trust him. The young hero summons a robotic assistant and asks him to find an item that will increase the power of the mercenary's gloves as quickly as possible. The mercenary fights from the last strength, but his health indicator is rapidly decreasing, and he does not know what to do in such a difficult situation. A young hero appears on the battlefield, apologizing for being late and dealing critical damage to the monster with his new weapon. Shishao clenched his teeth tightly with anger and threw a huge amount of punch with his new mechanical arms. The crystal monster howls in pain and asks his deity to come to his aid and destroy his enemies. Shishao lands on the ground and gets into a fighting stance for another attack. The young hero moves at full speed towards the monster and pays no attention to its tirades about the strange deity. Shishao manages to break through the crystal monster's defense and several crystals fly apart. The crystal monster becomes enraged and sends a huge amount of crystals towards the young hero. The young hero is extremely surprised by this turn of events and realizes that he does not have time to dodge such an attack. To the rescue of Shishao comes his team that repels all the small crystals, and the mercenary asks the young hero not to relax. A wide smile appears on Shishao's face, and he thanks his comrades for their timely help. The young hero jumps high up, and his mechanical arms transform and gain a huge amount of energy. Shishao is about to deliver a fatal blow, but a powerful barrier appears around the crystal monster. The young hero hits the magic barrier relentlessly and realizes he doesn't have enough power to reach the monster. The crystal monster laughs loudly at the young hero and calls himself the chosen of the gods. The monster rejoices in his absolute defense and shouts loudly that no one can stop him. The young hero is on one knee and trying to recover with healing magic. Shishao summons the robot assistant and demands to quickly find an item that can boost its performance. The robot assistant spreads his hands and informs the young hero that there are no items left in his inventory. The young hero turns to his companions and asks them for a potion of strength that he desperately needs. The mercenary and Ruan Tian are talking about how they have no more items, and Mrs. Shiyu is thinking about something. Shishao goes to Mrs. Ziyu and says that he is willing to pay any price for the potion of power. Mrs. Shiyu tosses an elixir of power in the young hero's direction, but warns that it has side effects. Shishao grabs the elixir and tries to understand what side effects we might be talking about. The young hero analyzes the elixir and, with the help of a panel, learns that it will weaken greatly after a few hours. Madame Ziyu looks at the young hero, who drinks the strength potion without the slightest hesitation and ignores the consequences. The young hero wipes his mouth with an iron hand and says that he has no time to delay. Xiao's body is filled with immense strength, and he quickly reaches the monster to deliver a fatal blow. The young hero moves with tremendous speed and strikes the monster with his iron arm without stopping. Because of Xiao's strikes, a powerful vortex of energy is formed that completely surrounds the monster's body and prevents it from moving. The crystal monster's face replenished with fear, the monster is afraid that his energy barrier might not save him this time. The monster creates an energy barrier, but the young hero has no problem breaking it, and hundreds of shards fly in different directions. A hole appears on the crystal monster's body from the young hero's blow, and it cries out loudly in unbearable pain. The monster's body emanates a huge amount of energy, and the monster says that his patron will definitely finish what he started. The young hero strikes the crystal monster without delay and promises that he will destroy all the cultists. After another blow, the crystal monster falls to the ground, and its head shatters into hundreds of burgundy crystal shards. Xiao falls to the ground from exhaustion and tries to catch his breath after a hard battle. On the young hero's face is a huge amount of dust and dirt, and his body has completely exhausted its resources. Xiao hears a strange sound and tries to lift his head to see what's going on around him. The mercenary. Ancheng comes close to the young hero, and in his hands he holds a sword around which lightning bolts gather. The girls quickly block the young hero's body and warn the mercenary that they will protect their friend in any way they can. The mercenary's face looks very serious, and it seems that he will attack Xiao very soon and send him to the other world. Suddenly, Ancheng quickly stuck his sword into the ground and asked the girls to calm down and not jump to conclusions. Mrs. Ziyu points her gun at the mercenary and says that she doesn't trust Ancheng's words at all. Ancheng nervously scratches the back of her head and tries to explain the reason for her strange behavior. The mercenary walks past Mrs. CY and talks about how he can deal with the group at any time if he wants to. Ancheng helps the young hero stand up and offers his help during the young hero's weakened state. The girls look at the young hero with slight surprise and are amazed by the fact that Xiao is able to move on his own. Xiao leans on the mercenary and says that it's time for the group to move on. A robot sidekick appears near the young hero and asks him to be careful around Ancheng. Ancheng gently sets the young hero down on a large rock and offers to take a small rest for a short time. The sky of the ruined city fills with bright light, and the spatial rift finally disappears. The young hero stands up abruptly and urges his companions not to relax because dangerous monsters may be around. Xiao's eyes slowly close and he collapses on the stone from fatigue, while Ruin Tian anxiously looks in his direction. The young hero gradually recovers and suggests to Mrs. Xiyu to try to contact other people. Xiao opens the information panel and contacts a representative of an influential family to find out the situation. Mrs. Xiyu looks at the young hero with surprise and is amazed at his interaction with a representative of a large family. Mrs. Mo stands on the roof of the building, and behind her back are bodyguards who ensure the safety of their mistress. Xiao suggests Ms. Mo meet at the secret passage that leads to the 8th district. Mrs. Mo looks at the coordinates of the secret passage with surprise and is amazed at the young hero's skills. Xiao becomes embarrassed at being called a genius and informs Mrs. Mo that he can get to the meeting place without any problems. A mercenary with a snide expression approaches the young hero and notes that he has a special relationship with Mrs. Mo. Ancheng helps Xiao to her feet, and the heroes head towards the location of the 8th district. On the bridge in front of the entrance to the 8th district, a huge number of people and cars are piled up, all demanding that the guards let them inside immediately. Commander Wang, along with the young hero's family, reach the 8th district through a secret passage. The young hero's mom is very worried about her son, and Shi Yunfei tries to calm her down in every possible way. Near the secret passage, Shi Shao appears with his companions and greets his family with a wide smile on his face. The sister hugs her brother tightly and talks about how worried she was about his life. The family gathers in a circle and everyone discusses the recent events, while the robot Nana stands by and watches the family reunion. Tears appear in the robot girl's eyes, and she says that she is very happy to see her master again. The young hero gently strokes the girl's head and thanks her for saving his family from dangerous monsters. Shi Shao slowly turns around when he hears a familiar female voice coming from behind him. Mrs. Mo stands at the head of her bodyguards and tells Shi Shao that it's too early to relax. The girl pauses for a second and then reports that a red-tailed Bayou has appeared and is trying to sneak into the 8th district. Shi Shao clenched his teeth tightly with anger and clenched his fist because he was not happy with this turn of events. Mrs. Mo notes that the boss is level 90, and this information greatly surprises the young hero. Ruentian hugs his mom tightly, and Mrs. Shiyu can't believe that the boss has a high level. Mrs. Mo looks around carefully and notes that she has reliable information about the boss. The story shifts to a few hours before Mrs. Mo is confronted by a dragon-like creature that sizzles an entire city in seconds. The black dragon looks around carefully and stares intently in the girl's direction. The bodyguards create a protective barrier and tell their mistress to leave the city as soon as possible. Mo's body begins to shake after she remembers the monster, and she warns that the monster is incredibly powerful. Shi Shao puts her hand on Miss Mo's shoulder and says that the girl is incredibly strong if she could survive the encounter with the dragon. The bodyguards give the young hero a thumbs up, and Shi Shao says that his actions are misunderstood. Mrs. Mo folds her hands on her chest and says that she has detailed information about the dangerous monster. The dragon-like monster is in a special space, and around him there are a huge number of stars that form constellations. The dragon walks calmly among the streets of the burning city, and many people call it one of the bosses of the Qinglong side of the world. The young hero listens carefully to Mrs. Mo's account of the strange creature and contemplates a plan of action. The Han clan mobilizes a special unit and sends it towards the city to destroy the monster. Mrs. Mo looks unhappily towards the mercenary and notes that many clans sent their fighters to kill the monster first. The young hero questions the monster in detail and tries to find out why the factions want to destroy it first. A smile appears on Mrs. Mo's face, and she tells Shi Shao that you can get very valuable treasures for destroying the dragon. The girl shows the number 2 with her fingers and talks about getting about 2 billion gold coins for the treasure. The young hero's eyes turn into coins, and he wishes to try his luck in destroying the dangerous dragon. Shi Shao becomes very confused when a mercenary approaches him and asks what the young hero is up to. The young hero remembers his unique ability and thinks that he can try to destroy the dragon and get his treasure. Commander Wong approaches the young hero and asks him how he accessed the secret information on safe routes. Shi Shao tells the commander that he met a girl who gave him the secret blueprints of the city. The lieutenant quickly runs up to the young hero and asks him to tell him what happened to the girl who gave the hero the blueprints. The young hero's face becomes distracted, and he notices a strange photograph that flies out of the sergeant's pocket. The small picture shows the lieutenant together with the girl who before her death gave the hero the blueprints of the city. Shi Shao decides to lie and tells the lieutenant that his girlfriend sacrificed her life to save him and handed over the blueprints of the city. The lieutenant screams loudly with rage and can't believe that his girlfriend is no longer in this world. The commander tries to cheer up the lieutenant and asks him to be proud of his girlfriend's act. The young hero watches silently and hopes that his lies will serve for good. Shi Yunfei distracts his brother from thinking and points towards the exit where the sunlight is coming from. The young hero's sister goes outside and completely fails to notice the strange people who are standing near the exit. An armed gang meets a group of heroes and tells them that they must pay for passage. Shi Yunfei and the girl works are hiding behind the back of the young hero, who resents the bandits' presence near the secret passage. A wide smile appears on the gang leader's face, and he tells that his combat experience helped him find the secret passage. Mrs. Mo is greatly surprised when the mercenary points a long cigar in her direction and calls her name. The head of the clan looks proudly at the bandit and demands that she be let through immediately. The bandit leader smiles broadly and talks about being a free relic hunter. The bandits demand the hero group immediately lay down all weapons and place all artifacts and money in their hands. Mrs. Mo looks at the mercenary leader without fear in her eyes and says that everyone who wanted to ruin her plans always ended badly. The bodyguards immediately rush into action and attack the bandit leader without delay. The ringleader has no trouble blocking the bodyguards' blows and says that they are incredibly weak. The criminal throws Mrs. Mo's bodyguards in different directions and talks about how no one can stand up to him. The young hero's face is filled with anger towards the criminal, and he tries to understand why Mrs. Mo's mercenaries are significantly weaker than the bandit. Xiao scrutinizes the characteristics of the bodyguards and notices that they are under a dragon curse. The leader of the criminal gang firmly clutches the heads of the mercenaries and demands that Miss Mo immediately surrender before it's too late. Mrs. Cu demands that the bandit immediately release the mercenaries, and Mrs. Mo asks her friend not to interfere in the showdown. A red dot appears on Mrs. Zu's face and cold drops of sweat run down her face. The sniper points his rifle at the girl and says it's best not to make any sudden movements. The squad leader is forced to stand still as there are several daggers above his head. Some bandits do their own thing because they don't see the danger in low-level people. The young hero is still under the effects of debilitation and doesn't know what to do in such a difficult situation. Xiao imagines all his money disappearing without a trace, and his eyes fill with tears. Mrs. Mo asks for her people to be released, and in return she offers a huge amount of gold coins. The bandit leader thanks the representative of a powerful family and agrees to her proposal. The bandit quickly surveys his gang and orders his posse to clean everyone out to the last thread. The young hero places his hand on the girl's shoulder and thanks her for helping him in such a difficult situation. The bandits head towards the young hero's group and demand that they offer no resistance. The bandit leader laughs loudly and thanks the group for providing the gear and money. And Chung approaches the young hero and tries to comfort him by saying that money is not the most important thing in this life. Mrs. Mo stares intently at the departing bandits and notes that she has remembered which unit the mercenaries belong to. The leader of the squad smiles broadly and notes that he has no point in hiding anymore and tells that he is from the Dihuan squad. The young hero is greatly surprised when he sees the emotion on Anchung's face filled with anger and dislike. The leader of the mercenaries calls himself Rainer the Grey Wolf and offers to take revenge on the heroes at any time if they wish. Anchung quickly destroys one of Dihuang's squad and demands the Grey Wolf to stop immediately. Rainer turns back sharply and demands to face the man who dared to attack his squad. Strange bone blades appear on Anchung's hands, and he talks about how he has been searching for the Grey Wolf for a long time. The young hero looks at Anchung with surprise and is amazed that the mercenary was very careful to hide his true strength. Anchung's body is filled with a huge amount of energy, and it is directed towards the bandit commander. A cigarette flies out of Rainer's mouth in surprise, and he demands Anchung to explain who he is. The White Wolf comes to his senses very quickly and orders his squad to destroy the young hero's entire group. Anchung effortlessly deflects projectiles with her strange blades and demands Rainer not drag other people into their showdown. A bandit with a machine gun quickly heads towards Anchung and knocks him down, and then talks about how the mercenary is unable to handle the Dihuang squad. The White Wolf orders his squad to shoot without stopping and tries to remember what he could have done to the strange boy who raised his hand against him. There isn't a single scratch on Anchung's body, and he is purposefully heading towards the White Wolf. Rainer rubs his beard and remembers Annie, who got him expelled from the squad, and he starts blaming her for ruining his life. Anchung demands Rainer not to speak ill of his sister and lashes out angrily at the White Wolf and his troop. White Wolf sends his squad into battle and orders them to deal with the mercenary without any regrets. Suddenly, Chung transforms into a winged demon and destroys all of Rainer's men with no problem. Reiner looks closely at Chung's altered body and regrets that he will have to train a new squad. Chung looks menacingly toward the White Wolf and demands that he tell him where his sister is. Rainer's body is instantly clad in steel armor, and the White Wolf loudly proclaims that he is not to be underestimated. Chung, in demonic form, rushes towards Rainer and ignores the huge amount of missiles that are flying towards him. A series of devastating explosions erupt on the battlefield, and only the protective magic of the bodyguards protects the young hero's squad. Xiao dodges the small stones and is amazed at the fact that Anne was hiding such tremendous strength. Chung's body looks very shabby, and his left arm is completely missing, but he can still stand on his feet. Rainer is completely devoid of all body parts. He looks at his opponent with horror and can't believe that he lost the fight. Cheng pins Rainer's head to the ground with his demonic foot and demands that he immediately answer the question of where his sister is. Rainer talks about the huge sunset gorge, which looks like a big desert, and talks about Chung's sister going there. Chung listens attentively to Rainer and then sends him to the other world without pity or regret. The whole group is stunned by Chung's change of heart, and the young hero tries to find out the details of his companion's life. The wound on Chung's body slowly healed, and there was no visible trace left of his wounds. Chung scrutinizes the young hero and asks him not to ask too many questions. Xiao is surprised to learn that Chung has made a deal with monsters and gained incredible power. Chung looks at the young hero with a slight smile and notes that monsters are much more reliable than most humans. The girls are extremely shocked by this turn of events and can't believe that Chung's story is true. A large amount of energy gathers around Chung, and he opens his demonic wings to take off. Shi Yunfei orders the mercenary to stop immediately and points his magic bow in his direction. Chung Demon waves up and says that he no longer has a heart and doesn't care about the fate of people. The young hero puts his hand on his sister's bow and asks her to let Chung go because he kept them alive. Xiao looks at Chung flying away in the distance with a smile on his face and thanks him for his mercies. Chung heads towards the ruined city and promises that the next time they meet, he will not hold back his power. The young hero silently looks at the mercenary flying off into the horizon and realizes that if he were Cheng, he would have done the same thing. Mrs. Mo's bodyguards look shabby, and the girl says it's time for them to hit the road. The young hero asks the girl to delay further advancement because he has unfinished business. Xiao quickly rushes towards the bodies of the mercenary and, to the surprise of his group, takes all of their equipment and their money. The young hero smiles widely when he gets a huge amount of gold coins and valuable equipment. All members of the young hero's squad light up brightly because they get a level for destroying the gang. A sadmina appears on She Yunfei's face because she recalls Chung's betrayal. The young hero approaches his sister and asks her not to think about small things, because now the main thing is to become stronger. Shi Yunfei looks at her brother carefully and asks him to answer her why he wants to get stronger so badly. The young hero gently strokes his sister's head with a smile, saying he will do anything to protect his family. The sun is slowly setting over the horizon, and its bright rays illuminate the ruined high-rise buildings of the city. Huge numbers of military vehicles and soldiers stand in front of the entrance to Zone 8 and prepare to open fire on the refugees. The captain and the junior sergeant are arguing loudly among themselves and discussing the plight of the refugees who are behind the huge gate. The young hero closely observes the conflict of the soldiers and realizes that no one is going to let refugees into the 8th zone. Mrs. Mo approaches the young hero and asks him not to do rash things because some things cannot be changed. The robot girl stands beside She Yunfei and is amazed at the stupidity of people who point weapons against their own race. Several transport planes appear in the air and gradually descend. The transport helicopters land not far from the young hero's group. A huge number of soldiers are unloaded from the plane and their commander orders them to secure the main target. The soldiers surround Mrs. Mo and her men and demand the young hero and his family step aside. Mrs. Mo is extremely unhappy with this turn of events and says that her guests will go with her. The team leader apologizes and says that he can't follow Mrs. Mo's orders and asks to follow along with him. Madam's bodyguards push aside the medical squad and demand the soldiers stay away from their mistress. A girl named Yingyu Xuan appears from the transport plane and urges Mrs. Mo to obey and follow her. Mrs. Mo unhappily folds her arms across her chest and says that it's very mean to attack her right here. Yin Xuan laughs and tries to cover her smile and then talks about how she would never dare to attack Madam. Mrs. Mo points towards the young hero and his companions and says that she will not go anywhere without her guests. Yin Xuan listens attentively to Madam's demands and then talks about her powers being reduced to 0 in wartime. The young hero follows the events closely and is amazed that the rich family has so many contradictions within. Mrs. Mo is very upset. She turns to the young hero and doesn't know what to say to him. A wide smile appears on Shi Xiao's face, and he says that he is going to join Han Mo. Shi Yunfei is very worried about her brother and asks him if he is sure of his choice, but Shi Xiao doesn't change his mind. A wide smile appears on Mrs. Mo's face, and she tells the young hero that he has made the right decision. Shi Yunfei and the young hero's family are extremely saddened by the current situation because Shi Xiao has made a difficult decision for their safety. Mrs. Mo stands among the soldiers and notes that Han Mo will do everything possible to ensure the safety of the young hero's family. The girl turns towards Yin Xuan and about notes that she has the right to recruit talented recruits. A slight smirk appears on Yin Xuan's face, and she notes that Shi Xiao is not worthy of joining the great family. Mrs. Mo disregards Yin Xuan's words and says that she has made her final decision. The mistress turns toward the young hero and tells him that he is now officially a member of the Mogan squad. Yin Xuan explains to the young hero that it's a great honor to get into the special Mogan squad. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he says that he only wants to join Han Mo's faction. Drops of sweat appear on Yin Xuan's face. She did not expect such a response from the young hero. The young hero talks about how he is very freedom-loving and wants to start his own squad. Ying Xuan laughs loudly and calls the young hero's decision a very foolish act. Shi Xiao doesn't pay any attention to the girl's words and says that the strength of the squad doesn't matter to him. Yin Shen, with a wide smile on her face, turns towards the mistress and sarcastically says that the girl has found a real treasure. Yin Xuan bids farewell to the young hero and mistress, and also notes that he will keep a close eye on Shi Xiao's team. The young hero waves goodbye to Yin Xuan with a smile on his face and says that he will not disappoint her. Mrs. Mo is amazed at the young hero's decision and asks him if he is really going to form a new unit. The young hero introduces himself at the head of an experienced squad and calls it the Lord's Squad. Mrs. Mo clutches her head and sighs heavily, then notes that forming a squad is a very complicated process. The head of the family tells that the squad must consist of experienced fighters and have a huge fortune in reserve. The young hero listens attentively to his mistress's story and imagines her in his head as a very tedious teacher. Shi Xiao rubs the back of his head and says with a smile that he has a very hard road ahead of him. The young hero puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and talks about how he is only doing this for his mistress. The girl is extremely shocked by the words of Shi Xiao, and the hero argues that the position of the lady in the family is extremely precarious. Shi Xiao clenches his fist and promises that his team will become Mrs. Mo's strength and support in the near future. A slight blush appears on Mrs. Mo's face after the young hero's words. She is very impressed by his noble deed. A wide grin appears on Shi Xiao's face, and he says that he will personally handle the distribution of resources in the team. Shi Xiao sighs with relief when an information panel appears in front of him with the message that the debuff has been lifted from him. The young hero begins to stretch his arms and asks his mistress to watch over his family until he returns. Shishao stretches her arms forward and says that she is going to watch the battle between the professionals and the great dragon. The family of the young hero dissuades him in every possible way from the dangerous adventure and asks him not to risk his life. The sister approaches her brother and also asks him not to do anything rash, but Shishao only smiles in response. Mrs. Mo also tries to talk Shishao out of the dangerous idea and tells her about the dangerous troops that will come to hunt the boss. The young hero asks everyone not to worry and says that he knows the measure and will not get in the way. Ruantian watches the young hero with admiration and is amazed at his courage. Ruantian's face becomes very sad because she doesn't know how to provide for her parents in the new city. The young hero approaches the girl and offers her to join his squad because he considers her a valuable ally. The girl tearfully hugs the young hero tightly and thanks him for the proposal, while Shishao's face is covered with cold sweat. Shishao asks the lady for permission, but she says that the hero has the right to invite members to his squad on his own. The young hero's sister becomes enraged by the interactions between Ruan Tian and her brother and demands an invitation to join the squad. The young hero turns to the commander and lieutenant and asks what they will do now in the new place. Shishao is very happy that everything is going well with his friends and decides to go in the direction of finding the boss. Commander Wang is amazed by the courage of the young hero, and he begins to suspect that Shishao did not tell the whole truth about the lieutenant's girlfriend. Shishao's parents support their son's decision, but ask him to be very careful and cautious. The young hero strokes the robot girl on the head and asks her to see to it that his family is safe. Shishao waved her hand with a smile on her face and was about to head to the location of the legendary dragon. Mrs. Mo opens the information panel and together with Mrs. Shiyu, she hands the coordinates of the dragon's location to the hero. The young hero surveys the city from the roof of a high-rise building and ponders strategy. Shishao is transported to system space and tries to find a way to unlock a truly powerful character. The unlocked armor is in front of the young hero's face, waiting for the hour for Shishao to use it. In front of the young hero appears a strange object that is bound by golden chains, and to open it requires a large amount of experience. Shishao scrutinizes the closed item and decides to activate the Lord's special account by any means necessary. The young hero opens the dashboard and is happy to note that he has accumulated a huge amount of experience. Luo Feng contacts the young hero and reports on the situation at the school. The man keeps a close eye on the students and tells the hero that he has done everything that Shishao asked him to do. The young hero asks Luo Feng to keep his guard up and continue to stay underground until things finally subside. On the face of the hero appears a wide smile. He is glad that the school is safe and is going to go there to heal the wounds of the headmaster. Suddenly, an aviation detachment of some faction passes over the head of the young hero with great speed. The young hero keeps a close eye on the flying machines and assumes he has plenty of time to complete his tasks. Shishao beats his fist on his palm and hopes to have enough monsters in the city to gain priceless experience points. The young hero moves through the ruined streets of the city at breakneck speed. Shishao delivers the medicine, and after consuming it, the headmaster regains consciousness. Cold sweat begins to run down the young hero's face, and he apologizes for using items from the director's personal collection. The principal is not at all upset by the actions of his student, but on the contrary, thanks him for his work and the fight against monsters. The principal begins to choke and coughs loudly because he hasn't fully recovered his strength after the battle with the monster. The young hero scours every street and to his surprise encounters very few monsters along the way. Suddenly, a huge minotaur appears in front of Shishao, along with his companions, who challenges the hero. The young hero shakes his head from side to side and asks the monsters to call as many of his friends as possible. The Minotaur takes great offense at the hero's words and without delay commits a blow with his huge hammer. A small shield appears in front of Shishao that completely dampens the blow of the Minotaur's two-handed hammer. Shishao immediately counterattacks, and with a single strike quickly dispatches the narcissistic Minotaur. The monsters look closely at their adversary and are amazed that their friend went to the other world so quickly. The young hero abruptly heads in the opposite direction and says that he will not fight the monsters. The cat-faced monster is resting near the rubble of a building and doesn't notice Shishao, who quickly runs past him. The monsters express their displeasure towards their fellow man and demand that he join them on the hunt. The young hero very quickly gathers behind his back a pack of monsters who very much want to send him to the other world. Shishao turns back and tries to count the number of monsters that are chasing him. The young hero stops abruptly because he thinks there's no point in collecting monsters in one place anymore. The monsters try to catch their breath and rejoice in the fact that the young hero has finally stopped. The young hero creates an energy barrier so that none of the monsters can escape him. The monsters only mock Shishao and talk about how he has made their job a lot easier. Two powerful machine guns appear near Shishao and prepare to fire at the monsters. The machine gun turrets open fire and the monstrous creatures flee in different directions. One of the monsters tries to talk sense into his fellow monsters and says that they can defeat man. The monster is about to go on the attack, but suddenly notices small robots that are quickly heading in his direction. There is a huge explosion that destroys several monsters at once, and the hero defends himself from the fire with a magic shield. The fight quickly comes to an end, and the young hero finds himself in the middle of huge craters from explosions and monsters lie under his feet. A young hero after a battle receives a strange artifact that is fully decorated with ancient symbols. Behind the hero appears an armed squad led by a commander who notices that the streets have become too loud. The squad leader turns to the young hero and demands a clear answer if Shishao wants to stay alive. Shishao throws his hands up in the air and talks about how he is just a harmless student. The commander beckons a soldier over to him and demands to verify the information about Shishao. The soldier checks Shishao with a special device and confirms his words that he is an ordinary student. The commander examines the bodies of the monsters and notes that his squad missed a good opportunity. The commander puts a knife to the young hero's throat and demands he tell everything he knows. A drop of cold sweat runs down the young hero's face, and he talks about being in this place by luck. The commander informs the hero that he is about to engage Mogong's squad and demands that Shishao stay away from this place. A wide smile appears on Shishao's face, and he proudly says that Mogong's squad is one of the strongest among the others. Commander Chuanxi is unhappy with the squad's words and says that Mogong's squad will be destroyed this time. The young hero tucks his hands in his pockets and asks the captain to elaborate on his plan. The commander immediately takes out his blade and delivers a fatal blow to the young hero's body. A fog appears in front of the commander, revealing a puppet card cut in half. Commander Lei Tu tries to figure out what's going on and suddenly receives a fatal blow from the back from Shishao. Shishao scrutinizes his opponent and notices that he does not yet have enough strength to destroy his opponent all at once. Commander Lei looks menacingly at the young hero and asks how an ordinary student got such strength. The Chanchi squad opens fire and Commander Lei, under cover of gunmen, lunges at the young hero with a knife. Shishao puts up an energy barrier in front of himself and defends against multiple shots. Commander Lei comes close to the hero and is about to deliver a fatal blow, but Shishao reacts quickly and dodges the blow. Behind the back of the young hero appears machine gun turrets that open fire on the squad leader. The commander defends himself with his personal barrier and orders his squad to attack the enemy. Much to the hero's surprise, an enemy unit quickly surrounds him and cuts off his escape routes. The young hero is about to strike, but the soldiers move very fast and have no problem dodging his attack. Chanshi's squad gets behind the young hero's back and tries to break through his energy barrier at once. There is a loud bang and small rocks fly off in different directions. A fire spiral appears out of the dust and tries to reach the members of the Chanshi squad. The young hero is amazed at the speed of the squad and notices that they are much stronger than their captain. Shishao summons his robot assistant to help him and asks him to find an object that can increase his speed. The robot talks about a special armor that increases the speed of its wearer and absorbs electricity. The young hero sighs heavily but still decides to use the last items from his vault. Chanshi's squad looks in surprise at the direction where the young hero was and doesn't understand where the vortex of energy came from. The young hero is wearing red steel armor that noticeably increases his stats. The soldiers open fire without regret and warn the young hero that the new armor will not help him win. Shishao moves with tremendous speed and dodges the hail of bullets without much difficulty. The young hero quickly catches up to one of the soldiers and deals her a fatal blow. The soldiers are amazed at the speed of the average student and decide to use melee weapons against him. The squad makes a huge amount of attacks but does not do any damage to Shishao's armor. At the speed of sound, the hero finds himself behind the soldiers' backs and deals them deadly blows. A huge amount of cold sweat appears on the young hero's face, due to expending a large amount of energy. Above Shishao's head, a huge number of electric grenades appear and are about to detonate in a second. There is a huge explosion, and a purple cloud of smoke engulfed in electrical energy rises up. The girl soldier adjusts her helmet and tells the young hero that no one can defeat them. The smoke clears, and the soldiers see that the young hero's armor is quickly absorbing the electrical discharges from the grenades. The soldiers look towards Shishao in surprise and can't believe that the explosion of their grenades was absorbed by the armor. A huge amount of energy gathers around the young hero's body, and Shishao prepares for his final attack. Shishao moves across the battlefield with great speed and beats up the enemy squad without regret. The girl soldiers are lying on the ground and their armor has turned to shreds, and the young hero is looking around. The squad leader hides behind a concrete wall and waits for the machine gun turrets to stop firing. The squad captain comes out of his hiding place and is about to reprimand his soldiers for taking too long to do their job. The young hero sits on a rock and looks at the commander, who is amazed at the current course of events. The squad leader hits his soldier with all his might and demands that he immediately get to his feet and continue the fight. The young hero looks at the squad leader with anger in his eyes and resents his treatment of his soldiers. The commander laughs loudly and talks about how his squad is entirely made up of only slaves. The young hero fights off enemy attacks and cannot believe that the commander controls the nervous system of his subordinates. The Chanshi squad is in great pain with every movement, and bloody footprints appear from under their armor. Shishao curses the squad leader and says that he is not worthy of his rank. Commander Lei only laughs loudly and says that his squad is just expendable to him. Shishao abruptly gets behind the commander's back and delivers a fatal blow. The young hero steps his foot on the soldier's control panel and turns it into a pile of garbage. The soldiers cease their movement and fall to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Commander Lei clings to his wounded arm and begs the young hero to let him live. Shishao is not going to listen to the head of the squad and gives him a powerful blow to the jaw, causing several teeth to fall out of the commander's mouth. The young hero pins the commander's head with his foot, and he begs for mercy and begs not to be sent to the other world. Shishao looks menacingly at the head of the Chanshi squad and demands to be told about the plan to destroy Mogong's squad. Commander Lei reveals that he has agreed with another group to join forces and destroy Mogong. Shishao looks at the commander unhappily and says that there is no use for him in this information. Commander Lei crawls back and says he knows something important about the monster's location. The ancient dragon is in the central square of the 9th district and is carefully surveying its surroundings. Around the dragon, a huge number of elite monsters have piled up and are patrolling the neighborhood. The young hero analyzes the commander's words and doesn't understand why the Tianchuan group wants to help Mogong in the boss battle. Commander Lei beats his fist on the ground with all his might and talks about how his team is constantly getting scraps. The squad captain recalls how he was constantly humiliated by Mo Gong's squad and summoned to do thankless work. The head of the squad tells that once the dragon weakens, then Tianquan Group will send elite monsters to Mo Gong and the squad will be destroyed. The young hero ponders the commander's words and notes that his plan is too perfect, and Mo Gong's squad may have trumps up its sleeve. Commander Lei clenches his hand into a fist and says that Mo Gong is too arrogant and doesn't expect an attack from the back. The squad leader bows his head and begs the hero not to send him to the other side of the world. A wide smile appears on Shishao's face, and he says that he cannot allow such a person to exist on Earth. The young hero straightens out the commander and turns toward his team to decide what to do next. Shisha decides to leave the rest of the squad alone and is about to poison himself further towards the dragon. The young hero gains the required amount of experience and immediately opens a dashboard to unlock new abilities. Shisha finds herself in system space and asks the robot assistant about the possibility of increasing luck. The robot assistant looks at his master with a smile and says that he shouldn't worry about the luck indicator. The young hero is standing in front of a legendary locked account and is about to unlock it with experience points. Shisha destroys the iron chains with one swipe of her finger and casually tosses the robot aside. A strange blob of dark energy appears from the sealed account and heads towards the young hero. The dark energy restrains Shishao's arms and legs, it weakens him and prevents him from moving. The darkness completely covers the young hero's body, and Shisha asks the robot to fix the malfunction immediately. At the very last moment, the darkness recedes from the young hero, and he regains all health stats. The young hero is coughing heavily and trying to catch his breath after an unpleasant contact with the darkness. A huge amount of cold experience runs across Shishao's face, and he tries to find out from the robot the reasons for what happened. The robot assistant gets angry and says that he doesn't know why the system is behaving so strangely. A special account of a shadowy king with bats flying around him is torn away before the young hero. Shisha looks at the new special account with her mouth open in surprise and is amazed that it used to belong to a villain. The young hero scrutinizes the new account and realizes that experience points are not required to increase his power. Shisha thinks and remarks aloud that it will be much more difficult to pump this account, and the robot assistant confirms his master's fears. Before the young hero appears a port to another dimension where he will be able to increase the power of his new account. The young hero's eyes light up brightly when the robot offers a solution to strengthen the account without taking unnecessary risks. In front of Shisha arise the scales, and the robot offers to spoil money and experience to be able to use the new account. Huge ingots appear on the scales, and the young hero realizes that he will need huge resources to activate the account. The young hero smashes the golden scales with rage and talks about how the system is cheating him. Shisha opens the information panel with a sad look on his face and tries to count his state at the moment. The young hero picks himself up and decides to collect as much money as possible before the boss battle to be able to possibly use the account. Shisha scrutinizes the information panel and tries to think of a way to get the gold coins as quickly as possible. The young hero goes through the ruins of the city and tries to find some criminals. Shisha turns the corner and discovers a huge number of those piled in one pile. Suddenly, a hand appears on the young hero's shoulder, and an unfamiliar voice beckons Shisha to come forward. The young hero abruptly jumps aside and prepares to give battle. Shisha sees in front of him a full mercenary named Shu Shaoji, who smiles broadly and says that he will not hurt the hero. The young hero scrutinizes the stranger and tries to figure out what the high-level man is doing here. Shaoji winks at the young hero and talks about being a relic hunter. Shisha walks closer to the mercenary and says with a smile that he wants to take a look around the neighborhood. Shaoji points behind him and talks about coming to this place with his squad. The young hero is extremely skeptical of the situation and thinks about robbing the mercenary. Xiaoji, with a smile on his face, hugs Shishao and suggests him to join their squad to travel safely. The young hero tries to find a catch in the stranger's words, but decides to trust him for a while. Shishao thanks the mercenary for the opportunity, and Xiaoji points a finger at himself and promises to protect the hero from danger. The young hero opens the information panel and is about to accept an invitation from Xiaoji to join the squad. In addition to Xiaots, there are 3 other mercenaries in the squad, and all of them are of high level. The young hero notes that he will be ballast in the squad, but Xiaoji is quick to point out that Shishao is actually hiding his level. The mercenary and the young hero interrupt their conversation when suddenly a high-level monster appears from underground. Xiaoji quickly grabs the monster by the throat and says with fury in his eyes that it is not nice to interrupt people. The mercenary slams the monster to the ground with all his might, and to the hero's surprise, he kills it in one blow. Xiaoji shakes off his hands and wonders to Shishao if the monster had hurt him in the course of its appearance. The young hero waves his hand confusedly and talks about how he's doing fine. A huge number of mercenaries have set up a base near the city center and are preparing for the coming battle. Xiaozi tells the young hero that a large number of mercenaries have gathered in this place and have decided to observe the unrest. Xiaozi tells how the mercenary base is set up, and all the men scrutinize Shishao, who is in their camp for the first time. A man from the Horizon Squad is sitting on a car eating his apple, and then notices Xiaozi heading in his direction. Xiaozi points towards Shishao with a smile and tells the commander about their amazing encounter. One of the squad members adjusts his glasses and notices that Shishao is masking his true level. The squad leader places a hand on the young hero's shoulders and expresses his hope that Shishao will not stab them in the back. Xiaoji embraces the young hero and tries to convince the team that Shishao will not frame their squad. The squad leader approaches the young hero and asks him why he decided to join the squad. Xiaoji wants to insert his own word, but the commander asks Shishao to answer his question. The young hero looks at the commander with a serene expression and talks about wanting to destroy the dragon. The mercenary squad looks at the young hero with slight bewilderment, and the Horizon commander falls silent. Suddenly, the squad leader starts laughing loudly and says that every young man should have his own dream. Shishao doesn't change her facial expression and tries to prove the seriousness of her intentions. The squad apologizes for their commander and talks about how their boss always acts strange when he sees energetic young men. The squad leader extends his hand and formally invites the young hero to join their Horizon squad. The young hero smiles broadly and shakes the squad leader's hand firmly. In the shadows of the building, rubble appears a mercenary who laughs at the captain who accepts low-level newcomers into his squad. The Horizon squad is extremely pleased with the mercenaries' statement. They are knuckling down and are going to give battle. The squad leader continues to have a nonchalant smile on his face, and he says that he has no time to socialize with the other mercenaries. The leader of the mercenaries spreads his hands and talks about how no one dares to put conditions on him. Xiaoji grits his teeth in anger and tells Shishao that they are facing a mercenary squad that often puts them in trouble. The mercenaries raise their weapons up and are about to go into battle against the Horizon squad. An aerial technique appears in the sky, among which Yin Xuan's silhouette flashes. Yin Xuan lands a pretty quick takedown and effortlessly scatters the mercenaries to the side. The girl looks at the young hero with a smile, and Shishao thanks fate for their new meeting. The mercenaries watch the communication between Yin Xuan and the young hero with great surprise and are amazed at their close bond. The young hero puts his arm around the girl's waist, and the mercenaries can't believe their eyes at what's happening right now in front of them. Yang Xuan moves closer to the young hero and notes all attempts to flirt with her have always ended very badly. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he says that it is extremely disadvantageous for Yin Xuan to send him to the other world right now. Yin Xuan chuckles at the young hero's words and notes that Shishao is a very interesting person. Sun Yongxiao arrives on the scene and interrupts Yinshuan and Xixiao's dialogue and says it's time to move to the scene. Yingshen orders her squad not to act without her command and to wait for her signal, or else the plan will fail. The girl says goodbye to the young hero and notes that there is a huge debt hanging over him. A sergeant walks past the young hero and deliberately pushes Xixiao in the shoulder to stop him. Song Yunxiao stares intently at the young hero and talks about memorizing his face. The robot aide looks warily at the strange sergeant and warns the young hero of the danger. The mercenaries look at the student with great amazement and cannot believe that the guy is so lucky. The Horizon squad quickly approaches the young hero and tries to find out detailed information about his encounter with Yin Xuan. The squad leader observes Xixiao from afar and notes that the young hero is a very interesting guy. The young hero kneads his arms and turns towards the mercenary squad that wanted to fight the Horizon squad. The mercenaries are scattering in different directions because they don't want to mess with the young hero. The Horizon squad shows their opponents obscene gestures and taunts them. The squad leader approaches the young hero and notes that Xixiao is not as simple as he may seem at first glance. The young hero serenely tucks his hands in his pockets and says that he is just an ordinary student who is very lucky. The members from the squad quickly run up to the hero and ask more about how Xixiao managed to earn a fortune. The squad leader urges his companions to calm down and asks them not to pester Xixiao with their questions. The young hero is ready to talk about ways to make money, but warns that good investments are needed to start. The sergeant adjusts his glasses and says that he has no doubt at all that Xixiao is not a fraud. The young hero looks at the Horizon squad with a smile and talks about how he's going to steal from the professional squad. The squad leader looks very confused after the hero's proposal and asks about the amount of the down payment. The mercenaries are extremely surprised by Xixiao's statement, but nevertheless they are going to agree to his terms. The young hero rubs his nose and talks about how the squad can make about 100 million if they agree to invest in his project. The squad leader and the sergeant are silent because they are shocked by the figure that the hero voiced. Xiaoji laughs loudly at the hero's words because he doesn't believe that Xixiao will be able to provide the guild with a huge amount of money. The young hero involuntarily looks toward the squad and asks why they are laughing at him. The sergeant corrects his glasses and says that the young hero's plan is impossible to imagine in his imagination, and all his words look like complete nonsense. The commander asks not to hold a grudge against his squad and says that Xixiao's words are very hard to believe. The man rests his hands on his long sword and talks about not being able to sponsor the young hero for a large sum of money. Xixiao notes that his friendship with the squad is much more valuable to him than money, and he is very glad that he met the people from Horizon. The young hero opens the information panel and is about to leave the Horizon squad. The commander asks Xixiao to take his time and talks about knowing people to take some money away from for investment. Ma Huang's mercenary squad fights a small group of monsters and uses firearms. The squad leader orders the mercenaries to focus on the target and destroy the monsters as quickly as possible. Behind the mercenary squad appears a mechanical bug that is approaching the people with great speed. The squad leader turns back sharply and tries to determine the source of the noise he heard behind his back. The mercenaries are surprised to surround the strange job and try to study it. There is a loud explosion, and the stones along with the bodies of the mercenaries fly all over the battlefield. 4 elite monsters surround the mercenaries and are about to destroy them in one blow. Suddenly, there is an energy shield that saves the mercenary squad from imminent doom. The Horizon squad appears on the battlefield, mocking the misfortune of their opponents and heading in their direction. The young hero says that the mercenaries better give up all their possessions or the energy shield will disappear. The commander looks angrily in the direction of the young hero and refuses his offer. Xixiao slowly walks away from the mercenary squad and is about to remove the energy shield. The squad leader falls on his knees in front of the young hero and says that he will give 3 million for his salvation. The Horizon squad leader does not agree to such an offer and says that his rivals have much more money at the moment. The mercenary commander tries to justify the perfidy and says that everything is the fault of a traitor who used to be a member of the Horizon Squad. The young hero says he's not going to listen to the mercenary's ramblings and reminds him that the energy shield is about to disappear. The head of the mercenaries realizes that the shield's time is coming to an end, but he can't make up his mind. The commander agrees to the deal and says that he will give 6 million gold pieces without any problems. A sly smile appears on Shishao's face, and the young hero talks about how his price has now doubled. The commander angrily taps on the walls of the dome and talks about how the young hero is just extorting money from them. The commander notices a gap in the barrier and agrees to the young hero's terms, but says that he will give half of the coins after his rescue. The money goes into Shishao's account, and he tells the squad that they can get to work. The Horizon Squad takes their weapons in hand and heads towards the high-level monsters. The squad leader grits his teeth in frustration as the Horizon Squad takes his men's loot. Xiaoji shakes his hands off the dust and with a broad smile on his face reports that the job is done. Suddenly there is a loud pop and the entire battlefield is covered by a thick fog from a smoke bomb. The mercenary squad moves quickly forward and scoffs at the fact that the young hero decided to spare their lives and saved their lives. The Horizon Squad approaches their opponents with a steelyard and holds a cold weapon to their throats. The squad leader quickly drinks the healing essence and says that his soldiers will be able to destroy the Horizon members without any problems. On the battlefield appear machine gun turrets that shoot all members of the mercenary squad and reduce their numerical superiority. Small robots appear on the legs of the remaining mercenaries, ready to detonate at any moment. There is a loud explosion behind the young hero, and he heads towards the squad leader with his sword drawn. The mercenary commander is trembling with fear and can't believe that his entire squad has been destroyed. Flames appear around Shishao every now and then, and the hero says that only the strong can survive in this era. The mercenary commander flees because he thinks he can't win and leaves his men to their fate. Suddenly, a huge blade appears in front of the mercenary commander, causing him to stop on the spot. One of the squad members can't believe that he was betrayed by his commander and loudly asks his boss to explain his deed. The commander doesn't know what to say to his subordinate. He falls to his knees and says that the Horizon Squad can do whatever they want to him. Shishao keeps his hands in his pockets and tells the Black Rock Gang commander that his squad has much more in store. Commander Horizon enjoys his moment of revenge and thanks fate for being able to meet Shishao on his path. Shishao squats in front of the gang leader and promises to consider pardoning his life in exchange for his secret treasure. The squad leader crawls back in horror and marvels at the fact that the student is much smarter than he first thought he was. A slight blush appears on the young hero's face, and he brags to Xiaoji that he was able to guess the secret of the gang leader. The squad leader laughs loudly and talks about how he will never tell where he hid a huge pile of gold coins. The gang commander is very surprised when he hears the voice of his subordinate, who promises to escort the squad to the place of the treasure with money. The commander cannot believe that his subordinate knows the location of the treasure and resents the situation. The squad leader abruptly snatches up his weapon and is about to send his comrade in arms to the other side of the world. Xiaoji blocks the gang leader's path and deflects his attack with his shield. A flaming sword lights up in the young hero's hands, and he is about to finish off the gang commander with one blow. Horizon's commander asks for his longtime adversary, and Shishao gladly agrees to such a request. The commander approaches the head of the gang and demands to be told the whereabouts of the traitor Horizon. The bandit leader only taunts the Horizon commander and talks about how no one wants to play brotherly games. Commander Horizon delivers a powerful sword blow to the gang leader and sends him to the other side of the world. The young hero examines the impact site and is struck by the fact that the Horizon commander has tremendous power. The squad leader ponders the words of his enemy and thinks that all his words are idle chatter. The squad tries to cheer up their commander and asks him to ignore the words of the missing people. The young hero admires the friendly team of Horizon and hopes that he can achieve the same result when creating his own team. Shishao asks the squad to follow him and says that very soon they will receive the promised reward. A gang member leads his squad to the place where his boss collected all his treasure and equipment. The young hero and the Horizon squad find themselves in front of ruined iron doors with mountains of gold coins behind them. Shishao stops the squad and asks everyone to take their time and freeze in place. The squad notices a robber demon ahead who is very happy about the fact that he was able to dig up the treasure. Xiaoji's eyes shine with happiness. He grabs the young hero by the shoulders and says that now they are all incredibly rich. The squad members quickly put their hands over Xiaoji's mouth and urged him not to make any loud noises. The squad leader tells Shishao that there are huge mountains of treasure in the habitat of robber demons. Demon robber joyfully dancing on a golden chest and completely unaware that he is being watched by a whole squad of adventurers. Commander Horizon imagines in his head a mountain of treasure and strongly hopes that his companions will manage to catch the demon and destroy it. The young hero asks the captain about a strategy to defeat the strange demon. The commander explains to Shishao that the whole difficulty of the plan is to catch the demon and destroy it as quickly as possible. The demon keeps jumping on the golden chest and trying to find a way to open it. The young hero gives a thumbs up and talks about being fluent in the technique of taking control. Xiaoji puts a hand on the young hero's shoulder and says that he has no doubts about his abilities. A member of the bandit squad asks for permission to leave and is let go by the Horizon squad with no problem. The bandit fairly quickly scurries off towards the Horizon and thanks the squad very loudly for pardoning his life. The squad closes Xiaoji's mouth again and hopes they didn't scare off the demon that's hanging around nearby. The demon, with a smile on his face, stuffs the treasure from the chest into his backpack and hums an unusual song to himself. Behind the demon's back appears the Horizon squad, who smiles achidically and offers the monster to share the spoils with them. The demon quickly escapes from the humans despite the fact that it has a huge backpack of items on its back. The young hero sighs heavily and clutches his head as his robot assistant translates the demon's speech. Shishao blocks the demon's path and is about to attack it with his fire sword. A smile appears on the demon's face, and he slips under the young hero's feet without much trouble. Xiaoji tries to block the demon's path and puts a shield in front of him, hoping that the demon can't get through it. The demon moves with great speed and has no problem circling around Xiaoji's finger and continues to run forward. The demon with a smile on his face runs forward and does not pay any attention to the arrows that fly in his direction. A magic staff that consists of thorns grabs the demon's leg and slows its speed. The demon pulls out a short sword from his backpack and cuts the magical pathways from his leg. The Horizon squad runs with all their might towards the demon who is trapped in the energy barrier. The demon strikes the barrier a few times and is finally free of the pesky trap. The squad surrounds the demon on all sides and tells him that he has no more escape routes. An evil grin appears on the demon's face, and he uses his fingers to fold strange symbols. In place of the demon appear several of its copies, which immediately scatter in different directions. The squad uses its magic and speeds up its body to catch up with the divided demons. One of the Horizon squad members is greatly surprised when he sees Xiaoji using his shield to move quickly. The sergeant is peacefully drinking tea and using the carpet airplane as a means of transportation. The squad is extremely unhappy with the sergeant's action and believes their friend is cheating in this unspoken contest. The squad leader is one of the first to reach his target and make a high jump to make the hit. The squad leader makes a powerful lunge and manages to hit several demon clones at once. The commander is disappointed to see the clones disappear because he was hoping to catch a real demon. The young hero meets head-on with a real demon who underestimates Shishao's strength and runs towards him. Behind Shishao's back, a magical portal appears through which the demon is about to return to his dimension. The young hero stops where he is and makes no attempt to catch the demon. An acerbic smile appears on the young hero's face, and he asks the Horizon group not to worry about anything. The demon stops abruptly and turns his attention to a strange notebook that lies not far from Shishao. The demon abruptly grabs the notebook from the floor and holds it tightly to his chest. There is a strong energy barrier around the demon that prevents it from breaking free. The demon looks at the young hero with a displeased look and promises to send him to the other world for the trap he has set. The squad admires the ingenuity of the young hero, but Shishao does not let his guard down and says that now is not the time to celebrate victory. The squad leader fills his blade with incredible power and asks that the demon be granted to him. The sergeant asks all squad members to get up as soon as possible because they might get caught in the blast from the commander's attack. From Commander Horizon's sword comes a very bright blue light that rushes into the very sky. A bright light illuminates the demon's body and causes it to suffer fatal damage, sending it to the next world. The Horizon squad rejoices in their victory. They toss the young hero into the air and thank him for his help. The team is distracted from celebrating their victory because there is a strange noise nearby that catches their attention. The squad leader and Xiaoji quickly guess that the strange sound is the growling of the boss who is nearby. The young hero squats down and tries to think through his next plan of action. The squad leader thinks and notes that time flows very slowly in the demon world, so it is not worth thinking about where to go. The young hero pulls a magic key from his pocket and creates a portal to the demon world. A huge purple portal appears in front of Shishao, beyond which lies the unknown. Shishao tries to find out the specifics of the demon dungeon from the commander, but the squad leader says he knows very little about it. The young hero warns the entire squad that there is a dangerous demonic domain ahead and asks everyone to take the place seriously. The eyes of the squad light up brightly, and all the mercenaries express their willingness to go forward as quickly as possible. The mercenaries find themselves in a huge cave that is dotted with purple crystals. The heroes carefully explore the neighborhood and discover a huge pile of coins around which the robber demons are dancing. Xiaoji doesn't wait for his comrades and quickly jumps down to deal with the demons as quickly as possible. The demons' faces contort in a grimace of horror when they see Xiaoji in front of them, and they call him an invader. Xiaoji addresses all the demons in a loud voice and demands them to come out of their hiding places. Several demons head towards Xiaoji and intend to defeat the invader together. From above, arrows rain down on the demons, leaving no chance for the monsters to escape. The squad leader also enters the battle. He spins his sword and creates a huge vortex that sucks the demons into itself. The sergeant uses a defensive wind spell that protects his companions from demon attacks. The young hero is not going to be deterred and uses machine gun turrets and explosive robots to fight. The demons are talking among themselves and trying to find a secluded place to hide from the humans. Shishao summons a huge fire dragon to fill the entire room with fire and prevent the demons from escaping. The entire Horizon squad is obscured by pillars of smoke due to the fire magic the young hero uses. Shishao folds her arms across her chest and apologizes to her team for her magic. The bodies of demons lie all over the cave, and around them scattered a huge amount of gold coins and rare items. Each member of the Horizon squad receives legendary gear and scrutinizes the new items. The young hero can't find the right equipment, but he is not upset and is happy for the success of his team. Amidst the mountain of gold coins is a huge gold chest that shines brightly. The eyes of the squad members light up brightly with happiness when they see the huge golden chest. The young hero stops his friends and tells them that the chest of gold may not be as simple as it seems at first glance. Xiaoji ponders over Shishao's words and notices that the demons were performing a strange dance against the golden chest. The sergeant adjusts his glasses and notes that the objects worshipped by the creatures are usually spiritual in nature. The squad leader picks up the demon's body and says that there is a ritual to perform before opening the chest. The squad leader throws the demon's body towards the chest and tells the squad to make sure the place is safe. The golden chest transforms into a huge mimic who grabs the demon's body with his tongue and devours it. The lid of the golden chest closes, and it regains its innocuous appearance. The squad leader notes the high level of mimicry and says they'd best head back and leave the chest alone. The squad members grab their heads and shout disappointedly because they were hoping to get more treasure from this place. The young hero scratches the back of his head and offers to divide the money earned among the squad members. The squad leader, to the surprise of the others, agrees to the young hero's proposal rather quickly. One of the squad members offered to give half of the gold coins to Xieshao because he had contributed greatly to their victory. The Horizon squad agrees with their comrade without any objection and thanks the young hero once again for his help. The young hero admires the team's decision and makes a promise to himself that he will definitely cooperate with the guys in the future. The squad leader opens the information panel and hands the young hero part of his reward. Squad leader Horizon grasps his sword and motions for his companions to move on. Xiaoji winks towards Xieshao and asks him to tell him about the special ways of earning gold coins. The young hero is completely oblivious to his companion's words and silently looks towards the golden chest. Xiaoji waves his hand towards Xieshao and asks the young hero to forget about the gold chest because it is a very dangerous venture. The sergeant, together with the members of the squad, try to dissuade the young hero from the dangerous idea and says that they have already exhausted the limit of luck. The young hero scrutinizes the chest. He agrees with his companions but says that it is not his style to leave such a rarity behind. The squad leader looks at Xieshao carefully and asks if the young hero has any trump cards up his sleeve. Opposite each member of the Horizon squad, an information panel appears to inform that a young hero is leaving the squad. Xieshao turns his gaze towards the squad and asks them to get away to a safe place so they won't get hit by the powerful strike. Xiaoji tries to oppose Xieshao's decision, but the commander stops him and asks him to respect the young hero's decision. The squad leader says that he will not allow himself to leave his comrade in trouble and says that Horizon will help the hero in case of danger. Xieshao looks at the Horizon squad with a smile and hopes that they will remain intact after the battle. The young hero heads towards the golden chest and asks the system to activate the Shadow Emperor account. The color of the cave changes to red, and all the blood of the monsters rushes towards the young hero and creates his clothes. The squad is surprised to notice a huge number of bats flying over their heads. The hero's appearance and his clothes are greatly transformed, and he becomes like a supreme vampire. The young hero smiles evilly and rushes to attack the huge golden mimic. The mimic opens his mouth and points his tongue towards the young hero to grab him. The monster's tongue passes through Xieshao's body and does not deal any damage to him. The vampire grabs the mimic's tongue with both hands and splits it in two and wears the monster with massive damage. Mimic gets wooden legs and tries to flee the scene of the battle. Mimic spots the Horizon squad and heads in their direction to destroy the weak humans. The vampire creates a blood weapon and strikes the lid of the golden chest. Mimic looks very scared because a huge number of blood monsters appear in front of him. A blood clot that consists of monsters grabs the Mimic and is about to swallow him whole. Mimic is drowning in blood from the monstrous creatures and his life points are quickly slipping toward zero. The young hero's entire mouth is covered in blood, and his eyes glow brightly in the darkness of the cave. A great number of golden hands head towards the young hero and rip off the mantle of the Dark Lord. A huge coffin crashes behind Xieshao's back, and the hero falls to his knees and tries to catch his breath. The young hero has expended a tremendous amount of energy during the battle and looks very exhausted. Xieshao grasps his chest, which is aching with pain, but is happy about the huge amount of rare items he was able to obtain. The Horizon Squad looks admiringly at the young hero and congratulates him on his fine victory. The squad leader puts a hand on the young hero's shoulder and asks Shishao how he feels after the battle. The sergeant's body lights up with a bright light, and he tries to recite a spell to remove the weakness debuff from Shishao's body. A great number of rays are directed towards the young hero and cure him of his negative state of weakness. The young hero thanks the sergeant for his help, but he just fixes his glasses and says that it was no problem for him. The commander tries to ask more about Shishao's strength, but he says that now is not the right time for this discussion. The young hero discovers a blueprint of a huge fortress and asks the commander if he knows anything about the subject. The Horizon commander and his squad scrutinize the blueprint of the fortress that the young hero received after the battle. Shishao scratches the back of his head and does not realize the value of his item, while the commander says that the young hero is very lucky. The squad leader tells that the fortress can only be built in a special dungeon. The huge fortress sits on a vast, simple plain, and around it graze amazing, magical creatures. The head of the squad talks about the fact that it can be very unlucky, and the fortress will appear in the place of the real doomsday. The young hero scratches the back of his head and notes that luck is very important in this world. The commander turns aside and says that the demand for this drawing will be very low, because only a few engineers can use it. The young hero ponders the commander's words and considers how best to dispose of the rare blueprint. Xiaoji asks Shishao not to think much about the strange blueprint and talks about how they received many different blueprints. A trading panel appears in front of all the squad members, and they ask Shishao what he's up to. The young hero rises to his feet and talks about how the Horizon group can take back any item he got when destroying the mimic. Horizon Squad rejoices at the generosity of the young hero. The boys toss him in the air and thank him for his valuable gifts. The commander asks the young hero to turn to his team if he suddenly runs into trouble. After a full hour, the Horizon Squad, along with Shishao, are on the surface and breathing in a full breath of fresh air. The squad leader approaches Shishao asking about his future plans in the city. Xiaoji hopes that the young hero will reveal the secret of making money, but Shishao folds his arms across his chest and says that he is going to the dragon. Horizon's commander doesn't mind going with Shishao to the dragon, but says that his team may be a burden to the hero. The young hero puts his hand on the commander's shoulder and says that the squad will help him a lot if they poison the dragon with him. Shishao looks straight into the commander's eyes and talks about how he will need reliable allies in the city. Horizon Squad laughs out loud at the words of the young hero, and the guys say that they are ready to follow the hero even to the end of the world. A wide smile appears on the hero's face, and he promises the boys that under his leadership they will never lose. The young hero, along with the Horizon Squad, are sent to the center of the city, where there is a dangerous dragon and mercenary squads. The commander notes that the battle has already begun in the center of the city, and clarifies with Shishao the further plan of action of the group. The young hero thumbs up and uses his unique ability True Eye. A golden eye appears in the sky, scrutinizing every millimeter of the city. In front of the young hero appears a magical map of the area on which all monsters and people are displayed. A sly smile appears on Shishao's face, and he informs his friends that a grand performance is about to begin. The huge dragon is in the heart of the city and scrutinizes his domain. The mercenary squad led by Lady Yin Xuan advances towards the huge dragon. The ancient dragon turns its head toward Yin Xuan's squad and swears on its name that it will destroy the humans. Yin Xuan expresses her surprise at the dragon's high intelligence but says she doesn't have time to talk. The ancient dragon flies up into the air and then abruptly heads towards Yin Xuan's mercenary squad. The monster opens its mouth slightly and a huge stream of purple flame erupts from there. Yin Xuan dodges the fire attack and asks his squad to remain calm during the battle. The warrior gets closer and is about to strike, and the dragon is about to tear him apart with his claws. The knight activates divine protection, and his entire body is illuminated by the bright light of the sun. The warrior puts his shield forward and blocks the monster's strike, but takes massive damage. Behind the warrior appears a gunman who relentlessly shoots at the monster with his magical revolvers. Yin Xuan praises the members of his squad and approaches the monster from the back to deliver a fatal blow with his blades. The warrior turns to the healer and thanks the girl for her timely help on the battlefield. The dragon opens its maw wide and a blob of energy forms in it, about to spill out. Suddenly, the dragon's jaws freeze and its energy blob dissipates completely. The wizard concentrates the energy in his sword and talks about not being able to hold back the dragon's breath for long. Yin Xuan's squad constantly attacks the ancient dragon and doesn't let it rest for a single second. The ancient dragon raises its head to the sky and emits a loud howl that reverberates for hundreds of kilometers. The eyes of the monsters around the city light up brightly and they rush to the dragon's aid. Yin Xuan asks his wizard to inform the peacekeeper squads of the approaching horde of monsters. The squad sends its commander a message from Yin Xuan that it is necessary to stop the advance of the monsters. The commander is extremely displeased with Yin Xuan's wayward character, but orders his squad to immediately take up battle positions. Chao Renzi's face becomes very serious, and he tells his fighters that they should never destroy the monsters. The commander turns toward the mysterious hooded figure and says that it is not yet time to act. The mysterious wizard smiles and asks Chao Renzi not to keep him waiting for too long. Yin Xuan continues to launch countless attacks on the ancient dragon and is completely unaware of the plot against her squad. The team fights as one, but the boss's health does not drop below a certain threshold. The warrior puts forward his shield and tries to repel all the dragon's attacks that are heading towards his squad. The wizard contacts the other squads and asks for reinforcements to be sent immediately. A young hero appears behind the wizard's back and says that no one will come to the aid of Yin Xuan's squad. Without delay, the wizard throws a dagger towards Shi Shao and demands him to get out of the battlefield immediately. The young hero catches the dagger on the fly and notes that he is very upset that the wizard couldn't remember his name. Shi Shao destroys the magic blade in his hand and says that there is no way to get rid of it so quickly. Yun Xiao demands the young hero to leave the city center immediately because it's too dangerous. Yin Xuan tries to block the dragon's powerful attack and asks his companion to ignore Shi Shao. The squad leader fails to hold back the monster's onslaught, and the dragon sends the girl flying several meters away. Shi Shao catches Yin Xuan in his arms, and a wide, caustic smile appears on his face. Yin Xuan doesn't believe the hero's words and says that the other units don't have the courage to betray them and rushes into battle. Yin Xuan says that she appreciates the young hero's attentiveness, but asks him to leave the danger zone as soon as possible. A wide smile appears on the young hero's face, and he offers his help in fighting the dragon in exchange for valuable items. The girl calls the young hero a madman and says that she is completely disappointed in him. The young hero closes his eyes and his body slowly turns to ash because he uses a teleporter. Shi Shao bids farewell to Yin Xuan's squad and asks him not to blame him for the meanness if it comes to that. The healer becomes worried after Shi Shao's words, and the wizard loudly declares that it is not worth listening to nonsense. Yin Xuan clutches his blades tightly and says that their main task now is to defeat the ancient dragon. The high-level monster has no problem dispatching the mercenary squad and heading forward. Commander Cao orders the troops to hold off the monsters until the end and says that he will personally punish the traitors. The head of the mercenary squad observes the situation carefully and cannot understand why there is such a cluster of monsters near his positions. The commander hoists a two-handed sword on his shoulders and orders the squad to deal with the monsters to keep the humans alive. The Horizon squad watches the battle with smiles on their faces and rejoices in the fact that their plan is working perfectly. The sergeant and squad leader find that creating chaos is an excellent strategy in a battle against an experienced enemy. The monsters keep arriving from different directions, and very quickly the mercenaries are surrounded on all sides. The commander enlists the help of the Emperor's secret squad in hopes that they will deal with the monsters. A slight smirk appears on the squad leader's face, and he says that he doesn't care at all about the life of the mercenary squad. Commander Kao grits his teeth in anger and realizes that he shouldn't have trusted the Emperor's secret squad. The head of the squad orders his men to move towards the dragon to carry out the plan a little earlier than planned. The soldier suggests to his commander to deal with the mercenaries, but he only shakes his head negatively and says that they should wait. An evil smile appears on the face of the secret squad commander, and he says that the task of the squad is to destroy Yin Xuan's squad. With each passing second, the dragon grows stronger and uses more powerful and deadly attacks. The warrior covers his squad and Lady Yin Xuan from the fire and tells them to act carefully. The mercenary commander heads towards the elite squad and asks for help and is followed by a huge pile of elite monsters. The mercenaries grab their neck and arms and fall to the ground like toy dolls. Ying Xuan quickly guesses that the mercenary squad has decided to betray them and that Shi Xiao was right in his warnings. High-level monsters gradually approach Yin Xuan's squad while an ancient dragon rampages behind their backs. The squad stands with their backs to each other, and Yin Xuan tells his companions not to worry and hands out their errands. The shooter quickly makes his way into the thick of the dangerous monsters and picks the right moment to fire. There is a tremendous amount of pop from the gunshots, and the monsters fall one after another like dominoes. The wizard uses ice magic and freezes a huge number of monsters. Yin Xuan moves at the speed of light and has no problem cutting the bodies of monsters into small pieces. The squad is pretty exhausted after destroying the high-level monsters and is trying to catch their breath. Commander Kao tries to pose as an inanimate body and hopes that Yin Xuan won't notice his pretense. Ying Xuan hears her friend's loud scream and turns around sharply to see what's going on. The healer falls to her knees and a huge wound from the poison blade appears on her chest. The Emperor's squad is heading towards the warrior and is about to attack him stealthily. The mercenaries' blades pierce the knight's armor and deal critical damage. The gunslinger and the wizard are amazed at the actions of the secret squad and don't know what to do in such a situation. Yin Xuan rather quickly gives orders to the remaining squad member and asks them to save their friends. A slight smile flickers on the face of the Emperor's squad leader, and he says that the girl will not be able to cope with this critical situation. Yin Xuan smiles slightly and says that the actions of the Imperial squad may come out for public discussion. The leader of the secret squad smiles nastily and says that after the girl's squad is destroyed, none of the people will know the truth. Yin Xuan holds a special crystal in his hands and says that ruthless words should only be spoken to a losing opponent. The girl shatters the demonic crystal in her hand and drinks its contents. A bright light illuminates Yin Xuan's body, and she receives a huge amount of energy due to the power of the crystal. The leader of the mercenaries orders the attack without delay and says that the only man is unable to resist them. Yin Xuan moves with tremendous speed and massacres a large portion of the secret squad in the blink of an eye. The leader of the Emperor's secret squad decides to retreat because the leader of the special squad turned out to be incredibly strong. There is a huge tail heading towards the wizard and the gunslinger that is going to knock them down. Yin Xuan instantly comes to the aid of his squad and asks his companions to rescue the wounded on the battlefield. The girl orders her squad to retreat if she can't deal with the monster soon. Yin Xuan soared high overhead and was about to strike a powerful euler at the ancient dragon's body. The girl's blade emits a bright light and deals a huge amount of damage to the ancient monster. The ancient dragon has time to react and manages to grab the girl with his tail. The dragon flies up sharply and takes the squad leader with it. The girl flies down with great speed and thinks that the last minutes of her beautiful life have come. The young hero makes it in time and saves the girl he offers his help in exchange for all the items that will fall out of the dragon. Ying Xuan talks about how it's very reckless to sacrifice your life for money, and the young hero talks about how he's not going to lose. Shi Xiao lands on the ground, and there is a violent rumble of huge rocks flying in different directions. From the unusual landing, the mask on Yinxuan's face breaks, and the hero gets a beautiful view of the girl's face. The wizard, along with the rest of the squad, are outraged by the young hero's action and demand that the girl be put down immediately. Yingxuan breaks free from the young hero's grip and says that she is sick of these games. A satisfied smile appears on the young hero's face, and he says that it is not worth hiding a beautiful face under a mask. The girl points her blade toward Shishao and tells the hero that he should not be arrogant. The ancient dragon hovers in the air and prepares for another deadly attack. Yinxuan says to take advantage of the opportunity and leave the dangerous place as soon as possible. On the face of the hero appears a wide smile. He folds his arms on his chest and says that he will destroy the dragon on his own. The gunslinger and the healer are surprised by the hero's recklessness and cannot believe the truth of his words. The wizard speaks to Shishao in a haughty tone and calls the young hero a true madman. Horizon's leader appears on the battlefield with his squad and tells them not to underestimate their opponent. The wizard is outraged and says that useless units are unable to fight on par with the ancient dragon. The members of the Horizon squad are furious after the mage's words and say that it is the special squad that is mediocre. The commander apologizes for his squad members and says that their group came just to observe the hero's actions. Yinxuan and the wizard turn back and are surprised to notice that the young hero's clothes and appearance have been greatly transformed. The girl is watching the battle closely, while threads of Shishao's dark magic pass near her face. The warrior comes to his senses and tries to protect his squad from the powerful gusts of strong wind that the hero has summoned. The great dragon recognizes the strength of the young hero and says that Shishao is worthy to fight him. A bright orb appears above the ancient dragon's head, which it is about to point towards Shishao. The young hero defends himself against the monster's attacks with the help of his bloody robe and wonders how he can defeat the monster. Shishao smiles widely and quickly wrapped himself in a strange bloody orb. The Yinxuan squad and the members of the Horizon squad watch the battle closely and are amazed at the scale of the battle. The scarlet sphere collapses and from there appears Shishao, but already in the guise of a scarlet dragon. The dragons fight each other fiercely and unleash a huge amount of attacks on each other. The ancient dragon points out that a familiar power emanates from Shishao and asks for his name. Shishao says that the ancient monster is unworthy of knowing about its essence and slams right into the monster's neck. The red dragon tightly clutches the neck of the ancient dragon, and the sky is constantly illuminated by discharges of multicolored lightning. Shaoji and his friend watch the battle closely and are once again amazed by the young hero's strength. The members of Yinxuan's squad discuss the strength of Shishao among themselves and can't believe that the hero is much stronger than the boss. Yinxuan keeps a close eye on the Scarlet Dragon and understands why Madame has taken such a strong interest in the young hero. The mercenary commander realizes it's time to get off his feet and slowly creeps towards the exit of the city center. The leader of the Imperial squad watches the battle of the two dragons mesmerized and can't believe his eyes. Shishao holds the ancient dragon firmly by the neck and silently flies forward through the boundless sky. An ancient dragon points out that Shishao has great power and suggests that he move to the side of the monsters. The red dragon digs even harder into the dark dragon's neck and deals critical damage to it. There is black blood running all over the red dragon's face, and it tells him that he is not interested in the monster's offer of an alliance. The ancient dragon falls to the ground with a huge rumble and raises up a huge amount of dust and dirt. The red dragon emits a great roar that resembles a sound wave that spreads throughout the city. People are plugging their ears and screaming that Shishao needs to come to his senses and stop attacking allies. The red dragon is heading towards the humans, and the wizard urges everyone to retreat before it's too late. The commander, along with his squad, stays in his place and says that he fully trusts the actions of the young hero. Golden hands peel the Shadow Master's cloak off the young hero again, and Shi Shao regains his human form. Xiao Ji together and his comrade look at Shi Shao with their mouths open in surprise and utter complimentary words in his direction. The squad leader asks to leave Shi Shao alone, and the sergeant uses a healing spell to remove negative effects from the young hero. The young hero's body heals, and the system application reports that the hero spent a lot of gold coins during the battle. Shi Shao tries to remain outwardly calm, but his soul rages and regrets the money he spent. The squad leader approaches the young hero and congratulates him on his victory, but also notes that Shi Shao should be careful when using special powers. The young hero thanks the commander for his advice and thinks that he should be more modest and not use his unique abilities very often. Ying Xuan and her team head towards the young hero and apologize for underestimating him all this time. The girl reaches out towards the young hero and offers him to join her elite squad. The squad is surprised by their commander's decision, and only the healer is happy that Shi Shao can join their squad. The wizard is outraged and says that the young hero did wrong and took away their squad's loot right in front of their noses. Xiaoji points a finger in the wizard's direction and says that Shi Shao can deal with dangerous monsters alone. The wizard's face fills with anger and he says that he is not interested in the opinion of weaklings. Ying Xuan demands that the wizard be silent and says that his speeches greatly dishonor her team's name. On the wizard's face, veins swell with anger, and he talks about how he can't accept Shi Shao. The young hero does not pay any attention to the words of the wizard, but refuses the girl's offer and says that he will create his own squad. Ying Xuan casts her gaze downward and says that she knew from the beginning that the young hero would refuse her proposal. The girl extends her hand forward and says that she hopes to continue working with the young hero. Shi Shao nervously scratches the back of his head and drops of sweat run down his face. He doesn't really trust Yin Xuan's words. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he still dares to shake hands with Miss Yin Xuan. The girl leans in close to the young hero and asks him about how she can thank him for her rescue. Shi Shao asks Yin Xuan not to rush things and says that she wants to discuss these details a little later. And Xuan bides farewell to the young hero, and her squad hides behind the tall buildings of the city. The members of the Horizon squad admire the young hero and say that only he is worthy of Xuan's heart. The squad leader is surprised at the news that Shi Shao is owned by Han Mo Corporation, and says that the young hero has a lot to lose. A smile continues to remain on the young hero's face, and he informs the commander that he could not have done otherwise. The squad leader sighs heavily and says that Shi Shao is very different from the members of his squad. The young hero remembers his abilities as an engineer and contemplates building a fortress for his future group. Shi Shao points towards the magic items and suggests his companions pick up the items that fell from the ancient dragon. The young hero's eyes widen with wonder when he sees before him a mystical key to the lands of an ancient dragon. Xiaoji sighs heavily and says that the items that fell from the dragon don't seem valuable, and says that he regrets the effort spent. The young hero shows the squad a mythical key and tells them that magical items don't matter. The squad leader looks at Shi Shao in surprise when he claims to find valuable items in the Dragonlands. The eyes of the squad members light up brightly when the young hero points out that there is a lot of treasure in the monster lands. The lieutenant tries to bring the fighters to their senses and tells them that access to the Dragonlands belongs entirely to Shi Shao. The young hero opens the information panel and realizes that he can't clear the lands of the ancient dragon alone. The squad leader opens the information panel and receives a gift of 100 million gold coins from Shi Shao. A slight smile appears on Shi Shao's face and he says that he always keeps his promises. The squad commander tries to object and says that thanks to the young hero, his squad and without the dragon got enough gold. Shao shakes his finger from side to side and notes that he can't break his promise. The squad members hug the young hero tightly and thank him for providing the gold coins. The lieutenant, at the sound of the commander's laughter, hits his subordinates with his whip and asks them not to bother Shi Shao with their loud cries. The commander pats the chest of his armor and says that the young hero will help count on his squad's help at all times. The young hero decides to seize the opportunity and says that he has a small request. Outside the safe zone is a vast desert, over which dangerous monsters fly. Shishao asks the squad for more information about the boundaries of the safe zone and offers to expand his team. The squad leader thinks about the hero's words and notes that it is much easier for him to lead a small group of people. The young hero insists that the Horizon squad needs a change because that way they can increase their income. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and tells his commanding officer that he completely agrees with the young hero's point of view. Other members of the squad also support Shishao's words and say that expansion is vital to the squad. The commander scratches the back of his head and notes that his team has become forward-thinking very quickly. The squad leader offers Shishao a deal in which he will get decision-making rights in the Horizon squad. The young hero agrees to the commander's suggestions without delay and shakes his hand firmly. White wings appear on Shishao's back, and he tells the squad that it is time for him to depart. Horizon squad, with smiles on their faces, say goodbye to their comrade and ask the hero not to forget about them. The young hero flies over the rooftops rather quickly and heads for his family's location. Mrs. Mo slowly drinks her tea and welcomes the young hero into her home with a smile on her face. A drop of sweat runs down Xiao's face. He is extremely uncomfortable being in front of the head of a noble house. The young hero sits on a luxurious couch with his family and marvels at the circumstances. Shi Yunfei says that he was worried about his brother's life and is happy that Shishao was able to get out of the city unharmed. Xiao demonstrates a magic key to his sister and suggests the girl guess what he needs the item for. Mrs. Mo's face expresses extreme amazement, and she asks the hero where he got this magic key from. Shi Yunfei quickly guesses that her brother was able to defeat the ancient dragon and looks at him rapturously. Mrs. Mo doesn't much believe the young hero's words and says that Yin Xuan's squad has defeated the monster. The young hero talks about being able to find the dragon's vulnerable spot and being able to quickly deliver a fatal blow to it. The girl hurries to find out about the dragon's weak spot, but the hero is not going to share the information so easily. A sly smile appears on Xiao's face, and he informs the head of the family that her corporation has a huge number of enemies. Mrs. Mo asks the young hero not to worry about trivialities and notes, that the corporation is able to defend itself against all threats. The young hero wonders about the question of how much he is obliged to give to the corporation for his being in it. Mrs. Mo folds her arms across her chest and notes that Xiao has recently joined the organization, so he may not pay the fee this time. The representative of the family looks with shock at the sister of the young hero, who is extremely happy that all the money will remain in her family. Xiao decides to be generous and says he will give away half of the trophies and awards he has earned. Mrs. Mo is amazed at the young hero's generosity and says she doesn't understand his actions. Xiao gets up from his couch and talks about how he's not going to be a greedy man and doesn't mind sharing the wealth. A slight blush appears on the girl's face when Xiao declares that he's doing everything for her. Mrs. Mo becomes embarrassed, and her bodyguards positively appraise the young hero's actions. Xiao sits closer to the girl and asks her about ways to pay for her share. The girl tells the hero that he has several ways to repay the debt, and the second of them is the most dangerous. Xiao snaps his fingers and makes a point of choosing the riskiest way possible. Mrs. Mo says goodbye to the young hero and tells him that she will take care of all the little things. The girl stops in the middle of the room and talks about how the corporation can formalize the family's move to other safe zones. Xiao thanks the head of the family for the offer, but says he will consider the matter next time. Mrs. Mo folds her hands behind her back and heads for the team's exit. The girl suddenly stops and tosses a card towards Xiao that allows unimpeded movement between safe zones. The young hero catches the card and thanks the lady for her generosity and help. The hero's sister chuckles and talks about how Mrs. Mo turns around a lot because she doesn't want to leave Xiao. The young hero apologizes to his parents for not being able to move them to a safer place just yet. Mom asks her son not to worry about his family, and robot Nana says he'll clean the big house. The whole family smiles broadly and says that they would welcome any place where Xiao is. The girl's face work expresses only positive emotions, but she actually despises everything that is happening right now. The moon shows in the night sky and illuminates the tall corporate building where the Xiao family now resides. The young hero stands on the roof of a building and enjoys a beautiful view of the city. Xiao summons his robot assistant and asks him to carefully analyze the blueprints of the fortress. The robot analyzes ancient blueprints and notes that the results are not optimistic. The robot shows the hero one of the dungeons and tells him that the fortress needs a certain place. Xiao clutches his head and becomes depressed when he learns of the cost of building the fortress. The robot apologizes and adds that rare materials in large quantities will also be needed to build the base. The assistant asks his master not to be upset and says that Xiao has absolute luck. The robot shows the young hero a model of a builder robot that will be engaged in creating a fortress. Xiao remembers his robot Nana and plans to give her control over all the construction robots. The robot agrees with the host's idea and notes that controlling construction robots is not very difficult or problematic. Xiao scratches the back of his head and notes that building a legendary fortress is a big problem. Towards Xiao, a large stream of water is directed and pours over the young hero from head to toe. Shi Yunfei laughs loudly and suggests her brother to have fun in the infinity pool. Xiao wipes his head with a towel and talks about how his sister will have to spend time without him. The young hero once again finds himself under a huge stream of water that comes from an infinity pool. Robot Nana smiles broadly and says that her master needs a good rest. A wicked smile appears on the young hero's face, and he agrees to spend some time with the girls. The girls look towards Xiao, who is heading towards them with great speed. The story is transported to another place. The moon brightly illuminates the buildings of Hanmo Corporation. The deputy president is sitting at his workplace, and behind his back he hears the sound of approaching footsteps. Lady Yin Xuan apologizes for the mistakes she made during the battle with the ancient dragon. The deputy president shuffles his foot unhappily and says that the girl knows all her weaknesses. The man comes close to the girl and says that her words cannot be an excuse for the failure of the mission. The deputy does a leg kick and the girl flies back a few meters. The man expresses his dissatisfaction with the failed operation and notes that Ying Xuan has shown her worst side. Ying Xuan apologizes to Deputy Mo Chi and her whole body trembles in pain. The man strikes the girl again and talks about how he doesn't have time to listen to bullshit. The deputy stares intently into the girl's eyes and talks about spending a huge amount of money and effort on her. The man stops for a second when he hears a voice behind him telling him to stop. Han Mo looks menacingly at his fighter and says that the soldier has too much pity for his fighter. The squad leader shakes his head negatively and says that he doesn't want to watch a useless waste of time. The chairman slaps the girl in the face again and asks for information about the man who was able to destroy the ancient dragon. The squad leader opens the information panel and informs about the student who managed to defeat the ancient dragon. The deputy president opens the information panel with a disgruntled expression and checks the information. An image of Shi Xiao appears on the monitor screen, and the chairman is furious that he was beaten by the boy. The squad leader notes that one should not judge a book by its cover and suggests that Shi Xiao is intentionally hiding his real level. The deputy approaches Yin Xuan and demands to tell in great detail about the young hero's strength. The man is amazed at the young hero's strength and asks why the girl hasn't recruited him into her squad. Ying Zhen is afraid to raise her head and reports that she failed to recruit Shi Xiao. The man with his magical hand grabs Yin Xuan by the throat and notes that the girl is not performing her duties well. With a slight movement of his hand, he throws Yin Xuan's body to the ground and gives the girl one last chance to right her wrongdoing. The chairman orders Yin Xuan to recruit the student by any means necessary, and if he refuses, demands that he destroy him. Yinchuan is breathing heavily and slowly getting back to his feet after striking the chairman. The squad leader asks him not to be blamed for not standing up for the girl and tries to find out details about the gifted student. A wide smile appears on the squad leader's face when Yinchuan calls Shishao a great warrior. The squad leader heads for the exit and asks to leave Shao on him if he refuses to join their squad. Mrs. Yinchuan thinks that the young hero's act has provoked many conflicts, and now the hunt for him is open. The girl looks up at the moon and hopes that Shao will volunteer to join her squad because she doesn't want to fight him. A huge crowd gathers in the main square of the school, rejoicing that they can see daylight again. The students are whispering among themselves and discussing the events of the past few days. The members of Shao's squad talk among themselves and guess that the young hero was able to defeat the ancient dragon. The girl feels strongly about the young hero and thinks about the fact that Shao suffered many injuries during the battle. A strong burst of blue energy appears in the sky, and all the students' attention is drawn to this unusual phenomenon. A young hero lands in the main stadium, and on his back are angel wings. The young hero's squad welcomes their commander with a smile and rejoices in the fact that Shao is unharmed. Shishao is discouraged by this warm welcome and tries to get rid of his annoying comrade. The principal and the teacher also welcome the young hero and note that thanks to him, the school is completely safe. The young hero asks the principal if there is any plan to rebuild the school as soon as possible. The director puts his hand on Shao's shoulder and says that he has contacted Hanmo Corporation and they will send people soon. Shishao refuses all rewards for saving the school and tells the principal that he only did what he had to do. All the students get excited at the sight of the young hero and chant his name loudly. Girls and men confront each other for the right to be near the young hero. The young protagonist is horrified to see the distraught students and decides not to stay in school too long. Shao asks his companions to quickly follow him and heads away from the crowds of people. The young hero's team, with smiles on their faces, follow him sternly and inquire about their future destination. Shishao asks if his friends' families are okay, and when he hears a positive answer, he visibly calms down. Ruentian thanks the hero for his concern and notes that her family is safe because of his actions. A young hero with a big smile on his face informs his friends that they are traveling outside the safe zone. Near the walls of the 9th District, construction work is underway to repair the concrete walls and create a magical barrier. A man with a gun stops the heroes and says that it is forbidden to move in this area. Shishao says in a calm voice that he needs to leave the city to attend to personal matters. The gate guard starts threatening with his weapon and demands the boys leave the danger zone. Luo Feng becomes enraged at the guard's stubbornness and plans to straighten him out. The young hero stops his flashy friend and asks the guard to take a look at his universal pass. The soldier scrutinizes the strange card and says that he has never seen such a pass. The head of the gate guard joins the conversation and demands his ward to report the situation. The guard captain's eyes widen in surprise when he realizes that he has a top-level pass in front of him. The commander punches his fighter in the face and talks about the students having a top-level corporation pass. The commander of the guards apologizes to the hero for the inconvenience and offers to arrange transportation to stay safely outside. The gates of the city slowly open and a bright light illuminates the faces of the characters. The guard commander watches Shishao closely and doesn't understand why the commanding officer demanded to follow him. The head of the guards contacts his sister by radio and informs her that the young hero is leaving the city. Behind the shoulders of the girl is a huge rifle, and she asks her brother to closely follow the movement of the hero. The young hero, along with his heroes, is in a ruined part of the city. Ruan becomes sad from the oppressive atmosphere, and Luo Feng enjoys the view and breathes fully. Luo Feng thinks for a moment and asks the young hero how they will get to the dungeon. The young hero smiles and talks about arranging for the squad to have some good transportation. The hero's comrades look at him uncomprehendingly when he mentions the Lord's squad in his speech. Xiao says that the meeting place is not far away and offers to talk on the way. The heroes pass by the ruined houses of the city, and Xiao tells his friends about the idea of forming a squad. Xiao's friends are enthusiastic about the idea of a special unit and note that it has the perfect name. Suddenly, the faces of the heroes' companions become sad, and they talk about how they will severely hamper Xiao's progress. The young hero asks his companions not to give up and says that they will quickly raise levels under his guidance. An SUV pulls up to the heroes, and behind its wheel is Xiao Jai, who greets everyone with a smile. Xiaoji perks up when he sees the beautiful girl in front of him and tells Zhuang that he will definitely protect her from adversity. The girl thanks Xiaoji for helping and becomes a little confused about what's going on. Luofeng notices the huge shield and says that Xiaoji is very professional with his equipment. The SUV takes off down the road very quickly and heads towards the dungeon. The young hero scrutinizes the magic key and hopes to be able to open the dungeon in time. Xiaoji scrutinizes the roll of paper in the hero's hand and says that the map is important in the hunter's life. The young hero notes that in his hands is the perfect map that was drawn up personally by Mu Wei. Xiaoji abruptly presses the brake pedal and the car instantly stops on the spot. Xiaoji puts his hand on the young hero's shoulder and tries to find out details about the young hero's map. The young hero is surprised by the fact that his friend reacts very violently to the map. The car continues on its way, and Xiaoji tries to find the words to talk about the great Mu Wei. The car speeds along the rocky road, and the heroes watch the ruins of the cities through the car windows. Xiaoji keeps the steering wheel straight and says that the goal of the hunters is to explore this world. The young hero listens attentively to his friend's story and tries not to interrupt him. Xiaoji notes that hunters also seek answers to questions about the emergence of the era. Ruan Tian joins the conversation and says that she has heard a great number of different legends about this world. The girl imagines in her head a huge artificial intelligence that is constantly calculating this world. Luo Feng crosses his arms at his chest and talks about how he has never heard any version of the origin of this world. The young protagonist notes that it's been a long time, and so most people are fine with it. The car continues on its way, and the lone deer silently escorts the transport with its gaze. The young hero notes that from Xiaoji's appearance, it's very hard to tell that he can think. Xiaoji scratches his head and talks about only paraphrasing his commander's words. The young hero presents the image of Commander Horizon and thinks of the fact that he is respected by many in the wastelands. Xiaoji tells the story of the existence of the hunter Mu Wei, who was close to unraveling the truths of this world, but suddenly disappeared. The young hero twists the map in different directions and talks about not seeing the truths of the world in the parchment. Xiaoji, with a smile on his face, unravels the legend that if you find the truth, you can restart the world and become its lord. Luofeng and Ruan Tian listen to Xiaoji's stories with interest and marvel at the idea of restarting the world. Luofeng imagines himself on a golden throne surrounded by a huge number of beautiful ladies. The young hero notices that his companions have a very rich imagination, but they lack the high level to realize the dream. Xiao says that he doesn't really believe in legends and suggests that we focus on the task at hand. A wide smile appears on Xiaoji's face, and he tells him that he has set a goal to find Mu Wei and learn the secret of the world. The young hero leans on his arm and thinks about asking the director for information about Mu Wei. The car stops, and the heroes find themselves in a narrow gorge where there is a secret dungeon. The young hero and Xiaoji look at each other and simultaneously inform each other that they were being tailed the whole way. The young hero's companions turn back and with sad faces declare that they do not see the pursuers. The young hero silently watches as Xiaoji throws a grenade forward to lure out the pursuers. The grenade crashes against an invisible barrier, and a cloaking field appears in front of the heroes. There is a loud explosion, and the silhouettes of the boys are illuminated by bright flames from the fire. Two people are in a car and are coughing loudly due to the huge amount of smoke. Luo Feng notes in a loud voice that the city guard commander is driving the car. The commander, along with his squad, gets out of the car and says with a strained smile that he couldn't let the heroes travel unaccompanied. The young hero points his fire blade toward the guard commander and demands to know how he tracked down the squad. Shishao notes that the head guard's excuses look worthless and he is going to destroy him. The commander of the guards smiles broadly and asks not to take his life. The head of the guards uses special commands to give orders to his squads. The young hero decides to play along with the mercenaries to uncover their plot and holsters his weapon. The commander agrees with the hero that everyone is very lucky to survive the disaster and says that we should trust each other more. The head of the squad comes closer to the young hero and asks him to tell why he traveled to a place so far from the city. Shishou shows the guard commander the magic key and says he plans to clear the dungeon. Luo Feng and Ruan Tian exchange caustic smiles and hope that their commander will lure the bandits into a dangerous trap. The head of the guards notes that the dungeon is high level and says that the young hero will not be able to destroy the monsters with such a team. Luo Feng suggests that the head of the guards and his men muster all the will in their fist and help them clear the dungeon of monsters. Zhuan winds his hair around his hand and notes disappointedly that the guards lately consist of only cowards. A squad of soldiers goes to their commander and tells him that they should not allow their squad to be treated in such a way. Deep down, the head of the guard is overwhelmed with emotion and doesn't know which path to take. The commander of the guard sighs heavily and talks about how he can't leave his men in this desert. The young hero lifts the key up and, to the great surprise of the commander of the guards, says that the key is designed for 10 people. The squad leader looks very disgruntled but agrees to go into the dangerous dungeon. The young hero points the key in the opposite direction of himself, and a magical portal opens not far away. Shishou says it's time to go, and the guard commander says he can be relied upon. The head of the guards leaves behind a signaling device so the sister can get to this place. Before the heroes opens the world on a beautiful dungeon, and in its center is a huge tree. Rantian and Xiaoji stand together on the edge of the cliff and enjoy the beautiful view. Luo Feng is looking forward to the battle, and Xiaoji asks the young man to be careful and asks him to keep behind his back. The young hero asks his robotic assistant to carefully scan the area and determine if a fortress can be built here. Shishou is thinking about the group's plan of action, and Ruan Tian approaches him. The girl raises a finger up and points towards the dark figure that is rapidly approaching the squad. A green dragon can be seen in the sky, licking greedily at the sight of its prey. The commander has no trouble blocking the dragon's blow with his shield, and says there's no need to panic. A huge number of magic shots are directed toward the fire, and the soldier commander deals additional damage to the monster with his chain. The young hero is surprised to see the head of the guards and his men fighting for him without much outrage. The commander puts his foot on the monster's head and says that this will be the case with every monster that dares to attack them. The squad leader laughs loudly and talks about how it is forbidden to fly over his men. On all members of the squad falls the shadow of a huge dragon that suddenly appears on the battlefield. The dragon quickly grabs one man and is about to swallow him whole. The monster turns toward the forest and spits the man out toward the trees. The commander rushes at the huge dragon and asks Xiaoji to immediately help him in the battle. A slight smile appeared on Xiaoji's face, and he said loudly that he could only deal with the monster with 2 punches. In front of the young hero appears a strange information message, the essence of which he cannot understand to the end. The young hero returns to his personal dimension and notices a dragon egg moving around the room at great speed. Shishou is going to create him for a monster to temporarily calm his violent temper. The egg stops moving at breakneck speed, but for some strange reason it starts to shake. A robot sidekick tells the young hero that the creature inside the egg wants to hatch, but lacks strength. An evil grin appears on Xiao's face, and he is about to feed the dragon heart to the strange monster. Egg runs away from the young hero rather quickly when he sees his kin's heart in his hands. The young hero tells the creature that he will remain forever in a shell if he continues to fear everything. The creature begins to pant in anger and snorts unhappily in response to Shishao's words. A huge sweat of energy begins to emanate from the egg, and it seems that the creature is about to break through the shell. The shell shatters into small pieces, and the robot prompts the young hero to choose a name for his pet. The red beast runs his little eyes around the room and studies the surroundings around him. The head of the guard seizes the moment and delivers a fatal blow to the huge dragon, and it falls to the ground. The commander notices a strange energy source appearing not far from him and tries to determine its source. Red Comet exhales a large volume of fire and looks around for the enemy. The soldier points his weapon at the little dragon and regrets that he will get little experience for killing it. The man doesn't have time to fire his weapon because the little dragonkin breaks it in a flash. The Red Comet rushes to attack Xiaoji's shield, and the man talks about how he's not trying to harm the creature. The commander swings his chain and is about to destroy the monster in one blow. The young hero calls everyone to calm and says that this dragon is his pet. Xiaoji tearfully looks at the cuts on his shield and tells the young hero to pay to repair the item. Chuanten rushes towards the little dragon to hug it, but the creature was not very happy about this situation. The red dragon gets into a fighting stance and prepares to attack the girl if she gets too close. The young hero strokes his new pet on the head and asks him to remember all his companions. Shishao hears a strange sound and looks towards the huge tree and tries to identify the danger. The young hero stares intently into the thicket of the forest and says that the owner of the forest is not happy to see him in this place. The commander of the guards suggests that the young hero split up to speed up the quest and gather a huge amount of resources. The head of the guard says goodbye to Shishao and decides that it is best to observe the hero from a safe distance. In the magical dungeon are a huge number of different kinds of wood that reaches very high sizes. The young hero approaches Xiaoji and asks him if he knows about the features of the dungeons. Xiaoji shakes his head negatively and says that he doesn't know anything about caves, so he explores the ruins. The dungeon contains huge plants, and at first glance it seems safe. The traveler scrutinizes the crystal cave for the need for resources. A small band of mercenaries encounters dangerous monsters and engages in combat with them. Zhuan Tian is fascinated by the fact that there are so many different dungeons in the world, and she hopes to explore them all. Behind the girl suddenly appears a huge monster that is going to devour her whole. The little dragon comes to the rescue, and with his body, he wears some serious damage on the monster's head. Red Comet is watching his opponent's actions closely and preparing for the next strike. The monster howls menacingly in pain and promises the little beast that it will destroy him without hesitation. The young hero is amazed by the fact that the monster talks, but Xiaoji sees nothing unusual about it. The young hero's aide informs his master that he now knows the dragon language. Red Comet keeps a close eye on his opponent and prepares for his master's command. The dark dragon makes a series of several quick strikes, but none of them reach the red dragonkin. Dragonlance soars upwards and crashes into the monster's head at full speed, dealing significant damage. The huge dragon looks arrogantly at his younger counterpart and tells him that his tricks won't work anymore. The monster delivers a powerful tail strike and sends the little dragon flying. Xiaoji and Zhuang Tian are closely following the progress of the battle. They are greatly worried about the fate of the Red Comet. The young hero stops his friends and urges them to stay out of this fight. Shishao notes that his pet must first of all be able to defeat monsters, and Zhuang, after these words, considers the hero very cruel. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he talks about his ability to never lose to such a weak opponent. The little dragon cub burns the trunk of a tree and is about to drop it to the ground. The dark dragon taunts his fellow dragon and has no idea what the Red Comet is up to. Red Comet picks up a huge tree trunk and hits the monster's head with it with all her might. The monster becomes indescribably furious and promises the dragon that he will not leave a wet place from him. The dragon gets hit again and again with wood from the little dragon and falls to the ground. The dark dragon tearfully demands the red comet surrender before it's too late. The little dragon leaps into the air and aims a huge fireball towards his opponent. The monster screams in pain and demands an end to this horrible fight. It shakes its head from side to side. The monster burns alive in red flames, and the little dragon is humming a tune to himself. Ruantian and Luofeng upgrade thanks to the victory of the red comet. Shaoji points his finger towards the dragon and notices that the red comet is about to make dinner out of his opponent. The young hero agrees with Shaoji and notices that his pet uses special herbs to flavor the meat. The wonderful smell of roasting meat reaches the young hero's group, and they enjoy the flavor of it. The little dragon brings a piece of meat to the young hero and offers to taste it. The young hero thanks his pet for the treat and gently strokes its head. The whole group yells that they are hungry and suggests that they start tasting the monster meat. The soldiers are munching sandwiches and regretting not being near the heroes while the commander silently watches Shi Shao's actions. The commander asks his squad to shut up immediately and says that as soon as they get the money they will be able to afford any food they want. The head of the guards is furious and clenches his teeth tightly. He fears that the young man is becoming more of a threat by the minute. The huntress arrives at the location of the dungeon and prepares to travel through the portal to her goal. Huge numbers of dragon bodies lie on the ground or hang from tree branches. Red Comet destroys all the enemies without much trouble and leads the heroes forward. Luofeng and Ruantian heartily thanked the little dragon for making a lot of meat for them and helping them level up. Shaoji asks Luofeng to repel all dreams of finding a battle pet because they are incredibly rare creatures. Shaoji bangs his fist on his palm and says that he has come up with a great idea on how to make a lot of money. Mercenary tells of the existence of special arenas where, from time to time, pets fight each other and the winner takes the reward. Shaoji puts his hand on the hero's shoulder and convinces him that thanks to the power of the red comet, they can make a fortune. The young protagonist conceives that he could obtain rare items during competitions between pets. Xiao's team advances and is completely unaware that they are being followed. The girl, along with her little companion, stands on a tree branch and watches where the young hero is headed. A slight smirk appears on the young hero's face because he notices his pursuers. The little dragon climbs a tree and directs a huge sweat of flame towards his enemies. The girl quickly jumps down and marvels at the fact that she was able to be discovered so quickly. The stranger grabs her bow and sends several metal-tipped arrows towards the young hero. The young hero catches arrows with his bare hands and calls the savage's weapons primitive and useless. Shi Shao breaks the arrow in his hands and demands the strangers identify themselves and explain why they attacked him. The girl, along with her small companion, scrutinizes the young hero's face but has no intention of answering his question. Shaoji tells his friend that he is most likely facing aborigines who possess immortality. Ruantian smiles widely and loudly declares that immortality for a girl is a huge gift. Shaoji tells his friends about the horrible experiments humans are doing on the natives and says that their immortality is a curse. The girl and her beast have their hands firmly on their weapons and are ready to fight to the end. The young hero looks at the natives with great annoyance in his eyes and ponders the situation. Shi Shao suggests that the girl hide in a secluded place so she won't be kidnapped by people. The girl, along with her companion, is not going to listen to the strangers and attacks the young hero again. The young hero dodges a huge number of attacks and talks about opening this dungeon. Shi Shao gathers a huge amount of energy in his hands and demonstrates to the barbarians that he has no intention of toying with them. The young hero looks menacingly at the natives and says that no one dares to interfere with his plans. The girl, along with her pet, abruptly turns around and runs deep into the woods. Cold sweat appears on Shi Shao's face, and he is amazed at how quickly the natives ran away from him. The natives fall to the ground and try to catch their breath after a grueling run. The commander of the guard looks at the natives with a smile and rejoices at the fact that such a valuable commodity has fallen into his hands. The girl is not happy that there are invaders in her lands, and her companion says that now is not the time to think about it. The men are looking at the natives with a caustic smile and are going to catch them by any means necessary. The mercenaries rush towards the girl, who is armed with a primitive spear, without fear. The girl moves very fast and dispenses with the commander's men without much difficulty. The commander of the guards is about to attack the girl with a chain, but his attack fails and the aborigine runs away to attack. The aborigine is about to deliver the fatal blow, and the squad leader silently looks at his opponent and does not know what to do. There is the loud sound of a gunshot, and the aboriginal's spear turns into useless splinters. The mercenary looks at her acquaintance with a smile and says that the commander is very lucky. The commander is very happy to see his big sister and asks her to deal with the savages once and for all. The girl realizes she can't fight a high-level opponent and tries to find a way to retreat. A Misha sniper fires on the area around the natives and tells them that there is no escape from her. The girl jumps down from the tree and proudly proclaims that no one can hide from her sight. The aborigine does not know what to do in such a difficult situation, and she notices strange mechanical robots behind her. The girl pushes her partner to the side and tells him to run away from here as fast as possible. Around the aborigine creates a special barrier that completely restrains the girl's movements. The girl asks her friend to forget about her and asks him to run away deep into the forest as fast as possible. The pet tearfully runs away from danger and hopes he can find reinforcements among other people. Sniper Misha stops his brother and asks him not to run after the beast, because they have more important things to do. The girl orders her brother to put the aborigine to sleep and notes that she definitely needs the girl alive. Sniper sends her into the woods and tells her brother that it's time for her to go on a hunt. The young hero approaches an old tree and hopes to find some useful object near it. Luofeng and Ruan Tian had heavily upgraded their equipment during their time in the dungeon. The red dragon gets into a fighting stance because he senses danger approaching his team. The young hero asks his pet to calm down and offers the aborigine to go out into the white light. The animal pops out of the bushes and asks the young hero to rescue his friend from the hands of humans. Zhuangtian and Xiaoji blurt out a smile when they hear the cat talking to the young hero. Xiao tells the cat that she will not help her mistress without benefit to herself. The aborigine shows a red stone that he will give to the young hero as a reward for saving his girlfriend. The young hero marvels at the rarity of the item and asks where the cat got the crystal from. The cat tells that he has a whole mine of red rocks, but he will tell about it only after saving his mistress. The young hero points out that the cat is probably lying, and after these words, the aborigine becomes enraged and says that his words are always true. Xiao crosses his arm across his chest and decides that he will trust the beast and save the girl. The young hero points a finger in the cat's direction and offers the pet to take off his mask, and he will help him in return. The cat at first refuses Xiao's demand, but then very quickly agrees to the hero's request. The aborigine removes his mask, under which the cute face of a cat has been hidden all this time. Ruantian hugs the cat tightly, and the pet complains that the man's embrace makes it unable to breathe. Luofeng and Xiaoji ask for the cat to be handed over to them because they want to cuddle and pet it too. The cat gets furious and talks about how he'll never let himself be petted by nasty males. The young hero gently strokes the cat's back and talks about how anger is completely unbecoming of a cat. The cat does not understand how Xiao was able to put her alertness to sleep, and the young hero declares that he will definitely help the animal. The young hero activates a unique ability and gains the location of all creatures on his map. Xiaoji offers to go in search of the native, but the young hero shakes his head negatively and says that the bandits will find them themselves. A Misha sniper moves on the trail of the battle to discover the location of the young hero and his companions. Suddenly, a devastating wave of fire passes over the sniper's head and destroys a huge number of trees. A small dragon attacks the girl from behind, but she manages to put up an energy barrier and deflects the attack. Xiao looks towards the sniper with a smile and talks about being prepared in advance for the enemy's arrival. Sniper Misha removes her burnt cloak and says that she is greatly impressed by the young hero's actions. The girl comes close to the young hero and notes that she really likes the appearance of Xiao. The young hero grabs the girl's hand and asks for an answer to which faction she belongs to. The girl steps back and says that she belongs to the Huan group and offers to join her squad. The young hero notes that he can't accept the sniper's proposal because he is already a member of Han Mo's squad. The girl tells the young hero that the Huang faction will provide all the resources that will be needed by Xiao. Xiao doesn't give much thought to Sniper Misha's offer and refuses to join another organization. The sniper points her weapon at the young hero and asks him to reconsider her offer. The girl stares intently into the hero's eyes and says that Xiao should join her faction, or he will go to the other world. A slight smile appears on Xiao's face, and he once again responds by refusing the sniper's offer. A puppet card with a bullet hole in the center appears in place of the young hero's body. The young hero appears behind the girl's back and uses the most powerful attack in his arsenal. Along with the girl's body, a top-level puppet card appears in front of Xiao. The sniper is in a comfortable position and takes an accurate shot at the young hero. Xiao looks around carefully but completely fails to notice the bullet that is flying towards him. The little dragon saves Xiao from being shot with his body and takes critical damage. The young hero creates an energy barrier around himself, and in his arms, he holds the body of a red comet. Ruan Tian's eyes fill with tears at the sight of the injured dragon, and she is about to go to help, but Luo Feng stops her. Xiao takes out a healing potion from his pocket and pours the healing liquid into his pet's body. The young hero looks proudly at his pet, who recovers quickly and is raring to fight. The sniper jumps from branch to branch and tries to dodge the bullets of the machine gun turrets that shoot at her without interruption. The girl looks at the young hero through the scope of her rifle and is amazed at Xiao's calmness. The sniper opens careless fire with his rifle and attempts to destroy the energy barrier. Xiao pats his pet on the head and apologizes to him for having to suffer because of his master. The young hero carefully analyzes the situation and decides to raise his level with the help of experience points. Xiao snaps her fingers and instantly spends all her experience points to increase her level. The sniper has destroyed the energy shield and is now trying to target the young hero. The girl fires a magic bullet from her rifle to destroy Xiao for sure. The young hero catches a bullet with his bare hands and tells the girl that she broke his heart. Misha's sniper opens his mouth in surprise when he notices that the hero has upgraded himself a few levels at a time. Xiao sends his pet into battle and orders him to destroy the sniper by any means necessary. A small dragon releases huge streams of bright flame that destroys everything in its path. The sniper fails to take cover from the fire and informs the hero that he will regret his decision. Xiao looks at the burnt body of the girl with a smile and says that he doesn't care about the consequences of his actions. The optical drone carefully records the progress of the fight between the sniper and the young hero. Once the fight comes to an end, the optic drone quickly flies back to its base. The young hero's companions come out of the bushes and are amazed at the fact that the young hero has raised himself 2 levels at once. The cat rubs his eyes and can't believe how incredibly strong the young hero turned out to be. Ruantian hugs the little dragon tightly and says that she was greatly worried about its safety. The cat looks at the hero with huge eyes and offers his candidacy as a pet. The red dragon comes to a rage and the young hero clues in that they must rescue the cat's mistress. The cat coughs slightly and notes that he and the girl are partners, and he wants to choose a young hero as his master. The earthling starts pacing underfoot, and Xiaoji points toward the strange monster that is climbing up the trunk of the tree. The huge monster is a dragon and has a huge number of different heads. The monster looks menacingly toward the humans and says he will destroy anyone who gets in his way. The cat grabs the young hero's leg and offers to back off before it's too late. The dragon's heads go high up, and he scrutinizes his domain while other monsters fly around him. Shishao tells the cat not to worry and says that he is going to destroy this dragon. Luofeng asks the young hero to wait because he wants to ask Shishao for one request. The man clenches his hand in a fist and simply has the young hero's permission to join this battle. Ruantian joins the conversation and also asks the young hero for permission to join the battle. Shaoji puts his hand on the hero's shoulder and tells him that Shishao should not doubt the strength of his friends. The young hero refuses his friend's request and tells them that they will still get a chance to prove themselves. The dragon's red head rises up and begins spewing out a stream of fiery flames. The red comet shoots its flame in response to the dragon's attack and tries to negate it. The dragon heads talk amongst themselves. They marvel at the fact that humans have too much power. Shishao creates a fire furnace near him and is about to use his new ability. A steel arm appears above the heads of the dragons and heads in their direction. The steel hand clutched the red dragon head tightly and paid no attention to the fiery attacks of the other heads. The hand clenches sharply and completely destroys the red head to the surprise of all the dragons. The monster screams loudly in pain and tries to hide under the trunk of the great tree. Cat asks not to finish the monster because that would lead to a huge mistake. Shisho tries to find out the details of the monster's destruction from the cat, but the cat can't remember the main points. The cat waves his paws vigorously and offers to go to his friend who knows the secret of the monster. The young hero agrees with the cat's wishes and tells his group that it's time to move on. Shishao and his squad go to the aid of an aborigine who knows the secret of the monster. The commander of the guards is fighting off flies and doesn't understand why his older sister is so delayed. The man scrutinizes the bound aborigine and has a desire to see her face. The commander comes closer and slowly removes the mask. He is savoring every second of this process. A small dinosaur appears behind the man's back and scrutinizes the commander. The man uses a chain and chases the strange creature out of the cave rather quickly. The commander is about to remove the mask again and notices that for whatever reason it won't come off the girl's face. The man hears a strange crunching sound and heads for the cave exit again to deal with the pesky beast. In front of the head of the guard stands a large number of strange creatures that scrutinize the man in front of them. The commander uses circular attacks with his chain to drive the strange creatures away from him. The little dinosaurs pounce on the man in droves and send him to the other side of the world. The little dinosaurs head over to the bound native and sniff the girl thoroughly. The dinosaurs lift the girl up and look at her with joyful eyes. The little beasts quickly leave the cave and carry the bound girl along with them. The young hero's map is updated, and he notices that the aborigine has started moving for some reason and is heading in a strange direction. The cat keeps moving and tells the group that they will soon have to face creatures that are far more dangerous and evil than any monster. The girl slowly opens her eyes due to the bright sunlight and finds herself on a strange altar. The aborigine abruptly jumps off the pedestal and tries to figure out how she ended up in this strange and incomprehensible place. The girl heads towards the forest and hopes to hide among the huge trees. In front of the aborigine appears a huge monster that blocks the girl's way further. A man on a huge monster appears behind the girl and asks the native to abandon any attempt to escape. The man looks at the girl with a smile and tells her that it is now her destiny to be with him. The girl is not going to listen to the words of the aborigine and tries to run away into the forest. Small dinosaurs appear around the aborigine, which surround the girl from all sides and do not allow her to escape. Veal slowly makes his way to the aborigine and tells her that it's time to accept her fate. The girl gets into a fighting stance and tells Veal that he is nothing but disgusting. Veal waves his head negatively and tells his longtime friend that she misunderstood him. Veal's face contorts into an angry grimace, and he speaks loudly about how he's tired of being stuck in a small grove for thousands of years. The man topples the girl to the ground and says that very soon he will go to a new world through a dimensional gate. Veal's face flashes only the emotion of rage, and he tells the girl that he needs her strength to get out of this prison. Suddenly a young hero appears and says he knows a way to get to another world. Veal slowly rises to his feet and asks Shishao how the hero is going to take him with him to the other world. Shishao points a flaming blade at the native and says that there is only one way for scum to go to the other world. Veal thanks the young hero for coming to him personally, so he won't have to search for people all over the island. The Aborigine bares his blade and points it at the young hero. The man jumps up sharply, and an iron tail heads towards the young hero, which he manages to block with great difficulty. Shishao's eyes widen in surprise because he realizes that his opponent is incredibly strong. The young hero jumps back and tries to come up with a plan for his fight with the native. Veal jumps on the back of his beast and tells Shishao that it is an honor to fight his pet. Shishao slings his fire sword on his shoulder and asks why Veal is hiding his true power. The Aborigine calls the young hero an ignoramus and explains that his power cannot be measured by ordinary numbers. A small dragon appears on the battlefield and unexpectedly attacks the huge beast Veal. The young hero tries to analyze the characteristics of his opponent and realizes that they have the same level. The little dragon beckoned his master over to him and offered to let Shishao sit on top of him. The young hero presents a ridiculous picture in his head and tells his pet that he will definitely ride the dragon when the time comes. Veal looks at the young hero carefully and tells him that he can rightfully be considered a worthy opponent for him. The young hero carefully analyzes the situation and tries to understand why his opponent is of such a high level. Shishao throws the healing essence towards Shaoji and asks his friend to distract the enemy for what time. Shaoji runs towards Veal and his monster and declares in a loud voice that he will destroy it. The monster's eyes light up brightly and it rushes towards Shaoji along with its master. Shaoji blocks the native's powerful strike with his shield and takes minimal damage. The young hero watches the battle closely and guesses that Veal's strength is directly related to his opponent. Shishao throws a one-handed blade towards Luofeng and asks him to help Shaoji in the battle with the Aborigine. Shaoji is surprised to see Luofeng rushing onto the battlefield and saying that the enemy is too strong, and Shao is making a mistake. Luofei continues to run towards Shaoji and tells his comrade to silently trust the young hero. Viela smiles broadly when he sees his new opponent and talks about how all men will fall by his hand. Luofei blocks the monster's powerful blows with his shield and also takes minimal damage like the rest of the battle. The man makes a counter-strike and destroys the monster's tail and then looks at Viela with a smile. Viela looks confused because he doesn't understand why his pet is taking a huge amount of damage from weak humans. The girl sits near the bushes next to her cat and remarks that she has never seen Veal fail. The cat waves his arms in different directions and tries to convince his mistress that Shishao and his crew are good people. Shishao joins in the dialogue and tells the girl that he's not as good as the cat is trying to make him out to be. The girl wants to thank the hero for his help, but Shishao says that these are unnecessary words. The young hero looks closely at the native and asks him to tell him what connects the tree and the three-headed dragon. Luofeng, supported by Ruan Tian, feels very confident and tells the girl that he will destroy the monster with his new sword. The man dashes forward and uses his sword to destroy Viela's pet head. Viela's face fills with rage, and he speaks loudly about how he will never forgive the man who poisoned his pet to the other world. Veal and Luofei's swords are spliced together, and both swordsmen put all their power into their strike. The Aborigine marvels that the young hero and his crew were able to survive an encounter with a three-headed dragon. The cat notices that Shishao was able to destroy one of the ancient serpent's heads. A look of consternation covers the girl's face, and she says that no one should destroy a dragon without a good reason. The story shifts to a few hundred years ago, when a great three-headed dragon chose a great tree as his home. The girl tells that if you spill the blood of a dragon on the roots of a tree, a magical fruit will appear that gives the power of this dragon. The young hero and Xiaoji sigh heavily because they realize they made a huge mistake in the battle with the dragon. Xiao nervously scratches the back of his head and talks about how there wasn't a single drop of blood left from the dragon after his strike. The girl shouts insults at the hero and says that he destroyed the fruit of power with his own hands. The young hero's face contorts in a terrible grimace, and he asks the girl how to punish the creature who was supposed to tell about the dragon. Xiaoji hugs the young hero and tells him not to worry about the power fruit. Luffy has no trouble fighting Vielha and managing to speak insults at him. Vielha is fed up with the waste of time, and with a loud howl he calls out to the beasts that are near the battlefield. A huge number of beasts headed towards the battle site and glared at the outsiders with fury in their eyes. Vielha's face contorts into an angry grimace, and he says that if he can't defeat the foreigners alone, the beasts will surely help him. There is a loud explosion, and a huge number of monsters are sent to the other side of the world. Viel mounts his best horse and heads towards the tree to get the powerful fruit. The young hero tries to stop the aborigine, but he is not going to listen to him. Xiaoji puts her hand on the young hero's shoulder and talks about not spoiling such a wonderful comedy. The number of monsters grows exponentially, and they quickly surround the young hero's squad. The young hero's body is enveloped in bright flames, and he tells the aborigine that he is going to burn everything around him. Under the group of the young hero appears a huge seal that contains all the monsters that have managed to gather at this moment. Fire swirls across the vast battlefield and turns the monsters' bodies in black coals. The young hero receives a unique book that allows him to turn his pet into a riding animal and increases its size. Xiao raises the magic book up and is about to use it on the red comet. The red comet increases in size and takes on a more intimidating shape. The young hero's companions are closely watching the transformation of the pet and tell Xiao that he is incredibly lucky. A young hero asks his team to climb on a red comet to get on the road as quickly as possible. Flames burst out of the red comet's mouth and it headed towards the great tree with great speed. The bright sun illuminates the great tree that sits in the center of the island. The dragon is hiding inside the tree. He is very frightened that there are people who can fight him on equal terms. The heads communicate with each other and hope that no one can find them in the secret lair. The dragons notice near the entrance to the cave the silhouette of Vielha heading in their direction. The aborigine heads for the dragon and is followed by a huge variety of monsters. Viel aims his blade towards the dragon and demands the red head to appear before him. The heads of the surviving dragons tell of a certain foreigner destroying their fellow dragon in a split second. Viel can't believe that the red dragon's head is no more, because his raison d'être is the fruit of power. The dragon heads mock Viel and curse him for not keeping his promise to protect them from the outsiders. Viel is about to punish the dragons for their taunts and heads towards their heads to destroy them. The dragon's jaws open and they form a ball of energy and are about to attack Viel at once. Suddenly the dragons stop using their spell and huge drops of cold sweat run down their faces. Viel taunts the dragons who decided to suddenly hide in the corridors of the cave. Behind the aborigine there is a powerful explosion and he freezes in a stupor because he does not understand what is happening. The young hero and his companions riding a red comet advance through crowds of monsters and head towards Viel. Viel looks at the huge dragon that stands before him and can't believe that the young hero was able to catch up to it so quickly. Viel shouts insults at Xiao and promises that one day he will avenge his favorite pet. The young hero listens to the aboriginal man's words in half an ear and talks about sending him to the other side of the world soon. The aborigine hits his big moat on the ground with all his might and talks about making Xiao pay for what he's done. Xiao asks everyone to stay on the dragon and together with Luo Feng rushes towards the aborigine whose body is emitting a bright light. Luo Feng tries to break through a special energy barrier, but for some reason, he can't get through it. Veal absorbs the power of the great tree and warns the foreigners in a loud voice that he will not allow them to take the dragon's power. An Aboriginal girl warns the young hero that very soon Veal will absorb the power of dragons and grow but incredible size. Due to a powerful surge of energy, the mountain begins to collapse and huge rocks split Xixiao's group in two. Red Comet evacuates the young hero's companions from the cave and ignores their objections. Xixiao's squad, along with the Red Comet, looks towards the cave entrance, which is now completely blocked by huge rocks. The dragons punch their way through the huge rock and fly to the surface. The young hero and Lo Fei stand in the jaws of dragons and escape imminent doom. Xixiao thanks the dragon heads for their help and promises that he will not destroy them and will protect them as a reward for his rescue. The Aboriginal girl is greatly surprised when the great dragon calls Xixiao his lord. Flames gather around the hero and he prepares to fight Veal. Veal has grown in size tenfold and looks like an ancient deity from myths and legends. Veal feels invulnerable and condemns the great dragon for his betrayal. The great dragon feels no guilt for his act and says that there is nothing more valuable in this world than life. Veal's face contorts into an angry grimace, and he promises the great dragon that he will pay for his decision. The Aborigine fills his hand with incredible power and decides to destroy the great tree of life. Huge iron hands appear behind Veal, pulling him by the hair and interrupting his tree attack. Iron hands clenched into a fist and struck at Veal with unimaginable speed. Veal falls to the ground with a thud and can't believe that Xixiao was able to damage him. The young hero's body is covered with flames and his hands are covered with magical seals. Veal slowly rises to his feet and promises that he will wipe the young hero off the face of the earth. Xixiao doesn't wait for his opponent to recover and uses his hands and feet to pummel Veal with blow after blow. Red Comet watches the massive amount of explosions that are going off on the battlefield. Veal lies in a huge crater, and his health scale is slowly approaching 0. The young hero flies through the air using his wings and tells the Aborigine that he had no chance of winning. Xixiao's squad, along with an Aboriginal girl, rejoices at the young hero's victory and says that their leader is irresistible. The cat stands proudly with its paw on a rock and says that its master is not the equal of ordinary people. Veal tries to get to his feet and says that fate is too cruel to him. A huge magical seal appears behind the young hero's back, and he tells the Aborigine that the whole world is unfair. There is a loud explosion that can be seen from hundreds of kilometers away, and Veal is sent to the other side. The young hero thinks about Veal's last words and gets creeped out at the mere thought that one day he might lose. Xixiao's companions notice a huge number of rare items falling from the sky as soon as Veal is killed. Xixiao lands on the ground and asks his companions to take their time because they are the only people in this dungeon. The great dragon thanks Xixiao and his companions for their help and offers the 2 remaining fruits of the great tree as a gift. The heroes reach the sacred altar of fate where the dragons are about to perform their ritual. The young hero tries to find out who is the creator of such a beautiful place, but even an Aboriginal woman can't give an answer to that question. The girl admires the massive columns and says that for several hundred years this place has not changed in any way. Xixiao gives the order and the dragons simultaneously bite themselves to activate the ritual. The 2 columns are illuminated by a bright light and mighty vines very quickly braid them on all sides. In place of the altar, branches of a legendary tree appear on which hang sacred fruits. Xixiao senses the unimaginable power that is stored in the sacred fruit of the tree and hopes to raise a fortune by selling them. The young hero climbs up and carefully picks the legendary fruit. Xixiao pulls the fruit with all his strength, but it continues to hang on the branch as if nothing is happening. The young hero wipes the sweat from his face, and Luo Feng suggests just cutting the sacred fruit from the tree. Xiao stops his friend from doing something rash and says that they are probably missing something. An Aboriginal girl approaches the hero and explains to him that only she and Viel can pick the fruit of this tree. Shishao approaches the Aboriginal girl closely and asks her for her help to pick the legendary fruit. The girl is confused but asks the young hero for a favor in exchange for his help. Shishao promises that he will fulfill any request of the girl because he believes in her pure thoughts. The Aborigine turns her back on the young hero and asks her not to deceive her and keep her promise. The young hero smiles broadly and talks about being able to fulfill any wish of the girl if it is doable. Shishao's group observes an Aboriginal man's sacred ritual of harvesting the legendary fruit. Shishao is amazed by the native's strength and feels the vital energy with every cell of his body. The girl closes her eyes and a huge amount of color begins to bloom near her. The Aborigine removes her mask and her brown hair slowly develops in the light wind. All the companions of the young hero are amazed by the beauty of the girl, and only Shishao does not express any emotion and silently observes the ritual. The girl makes a small wound on her palm and then spills her blood on the petals of a yellow flower. The ritual comes to an end. A tremendous energy passes throughout the temple and destroys the ancient columns. The girl asks her friends not to worry and holds the legendary fruit in her hands. The young hero discovers knowledge of legendary potions that grant huge improvements, and he asks the robot to learn about the methods of preparing them. A robotic assistant tells his master that you must be a master of alchemy to create a legendary potion. The young hero listens attentively to the robot's explanations and realizes that in the near future he will have to collect rare resources. The girl comes very close to the young hero and says that it is her turn to fulfill her request. The Aborigine fixes his hair and speaks with great shyness about wanting a child from Shishao. The young hero's companions look at the girl with their mouths open in astonishment and cannot believe her words. The young hero is discouraged by the situation and says that he cannot take such a step. Tears come to the girl's eyes, and she talks about how Shishao promised her to fulfill her every wish. There are drops of sweat running down the young hero's face at breakneck speed, and he tries to explain that he's not ready to build a family. The girl falls to her knees and starts crying loudly, and the young hero tries to calm her down in every possible way. The hero's companions are watching the situation with a snide expression and waiting for a decisive action from Shishao. Shishao looks at his friends extremely disgruntled and tries to think of a way to get away with this situation. The young hero puts his hands on the girl's shoulder and talks about the fact that people don't have a nice way to go after the first meeting. Shishao suggests that the Aborigine go with him and carefully consider his new wish. A smile appears on the girl's face as she hugs the hero tightly and says that she always wants to be by his side. Before they leave, the heroes look at the beautiful view Veal left behind and head for the exit. Shishao and his companions are heading towards a huge object that emits a large amount of energy. Xiaoji adjusts his glasses and is struck by the bright glow that emanates from the unusual object. The young hero manages to find a mystical cube, which is an important ingredient for creating a resurrection potion. Xiaoji removes his glasses and notices that Shishao has managed to get divine quality material. Luofeng and Ruantian once again raise their level and rejoice at this beautiful event. Luofeng gathers the whole group around him and wonders why he could fight Viel as an equal. The young hero tells his companion about the Aborigine's special skill and takes to studying the magic book. An Aboriginal girl tells Shishao that Viel has subjugated all his beasts by force, and the hero can follow his path. Xiaoji suggests that Shishao sell all the rare materials because the squad won't be able to create rare potions from them. The young hero refuses his associate's offer and questions the cat about the location of the quartz cave. The group quickly finds themselves in a quartz cave with a huge amount of red crystals. The squad, with a wide smile on their faces, looks at the gemstone deposits and thinks that they will soon be rich. The cat picks up the red crystal and tells us that he found this place a long time ago. The young hero scrutinizes the red crystal and thinks of creating a small mine nearby. The team is about to collect the magic crystal on their own, but Shishao stops them and asks them to wait. Xiao shows his team the golden key and tells them that the robots will do all the work for them. The young hero approaches the cat and asks him to stay in the mine for a period of time. The cat remembers that he made a mistake and agrees with the hero that he will stay here for a while. Pet smiles when Xiao promises to show him the whole world when he returns to the crystal caves again. The cat cheers up and tells the young hero that he can rely on him. The cat and the aborigine hug each other tightly, and the pet asks his mistress not to lose things on the road. The young hero notes that the cat and the aborigine are sure to meet again and asks them not to be upset. The robot assistant flies over to Xiao and informs him that his fortress currently possesses the 3rd level. A huge portal opens, and the young hero, along with his companions, finds himself back in his home world. The team discusses with each other the events that have happened and rejoices in getting high levels. Xiao stops on the spot when he notices several cars ahead of him that are heading in his direction with great speed. The cars stop abruptly near Xiao's group, and columns of dust and dirt rise under their wheels. A mercenary with a gun comes out of the transport and says that he was very lucky to catch the young hero's team here. The mercenary points his gun at Xiaoji and asks what he did to the Huangjung clan. Xiao takes advantage of the mercenary's ignorance and passes off Xiaoji as the squad leader. The young hero comes close to his friend and asks him to play along. Xiao folds his hand in front of him and thinks about the fact that the Huangjung clan has sent people for his head again. Xiaoji tells the mercenary leader that he's the one they need and points out that such a squad won't be enough to handle him. The mercenary scrutinizes Xiaoji and concludes that this is exactly the man they needed. A disgruntled grimace appears on the mercenary's face, and he proudly announces that he will deal with the squad in a few minutes. One of the soldiers points his commander in the direction of the girls and asks him to spare such beautiful ladies. The mercenary leader punches his comrade in the stomach with all his might and says that only he makes the rules here. The mercenaries quickly climb out of their vehicles and attack the young hero's squad with bloodlust in their eyes. Luofeng picks up a huge axe and asks the young hero to rely on him in this fight. Xiao agrees to his comrade's proposal, and then wings appear on his back and he flies upwards. The mercenaries are surprised to see Xiao flying off into the sky and assume he comes from a wealthy family. The squad leader shouts to his fellow soldiers to ignore the low-level scum and focus on the squad leader. The young hero's team gets into a fighting stance and prepares to fight back against the mercenary squad. Xiao takes a bird's-eye view and notices that several more mercenary vehicles are heading towards his squad. The young hero doesn't understand why the Huangjung clan sent so many mercenaries after his head and tries to analyze the situation. Xiao lands on a high cliff and tries to come up with a plan to avoid fighting an entire army of mercenaries. The mercenary leader delivers a powerful sledgehammer blow to Xiaoji's shield but fails to break through the defense. The young hero scatters a group of mercenaries in different directions and asks his friends if they're okay. Xiao watches the battle closely and notices that his team can fight the mercenary squad without much difficulty. The aboriginal Chi-Chi in battle uses his special spear that pierces any mercenary defense. The head of the mercenaries turns back when he hears the sound of approaching vehicles. Another squad leader stands in front of his colleague with a cigarette in his teeth. Other mercenaries arrive on the scene of the battle to fulfill the contract of a high-ranking family. The mercenaries begin to argue with each other and try to figure out which of them is worthy to fulfill the contract. Commander Hunter suggests his buddies deal with Xiaoji's defenses if they're so confident in their abilities. Commander Idle laughs loudly and says that his associate should scrutinize the details of the contract. The mercenary points his finger towards Xiaoji and says that this man is not the target of their mission. Commander Hunter becomes enraged and demands that Xiao appear before him because he has a bunch of questions for him. The young hero heads towards the mercenary and asks him not to yell so loudly. Commander Idle extends his palm forward and says that 50 million gold coins have been set for the young hero's head. Shishao waves his head from side to side and tells the mercenaries that the bounty on his head is grossly undervalued. The mercenaries are fully confident of their victory and discuss among themselves how they will divide the spoils. The young hero interrupts the conversation of the mercenaries and informs them that he is going to rob them. The mercenaries laugh full-chested and don't believe that Shishao's intentions are serious. Shishao shows the mercenaries the magic crystal and says that with its help, he will defeat them without much difficulty. The young hero activates a magic crystal and an interplanar portal begins to form in the sky. From the portal appears a huge monster, whose body is covered with a huge number of eyes. All the mercenaries fall to their knees and bow before the huge creature and call it an ancient deity. The mercenary commanders watch this spectacle and believe their lives have come to an end. Xiaoji expresses his surprise that the stone has summoned the illusion of an ancient god while Shi Xiao scrutinizes the crystal. An aboriginal girl snuggles up to the young hero and talks about being very scared. The bodies of the mercenaries light up with a blue light and their souls leave their bodies and head upstairs. The girl becomes even scarier from what she sees, and the young hero silently observes what is happening. From the body of a huge monster appears a huge beam that consumes the souls of mercenaries. Once all the souls are consumed by the monster, the portal begins to close, and the ancient deity returns to his abode. Mercenary units lie immovably on the ground in front of the heroes, and the sun gradually disappears over the horizon. Shishao looks at the mercenary leaders and thinks that he should not summon such a powerful demon anymore. The young hero's team is very excited about gaining a new level and finding valuable items, while Chi-Chi looks upset. Shishao notices the girl's saddened look and goes over to her and tries to find out the reason for her sadness. The young hero notes that the aborigine shouldn't worry about her level because she has incredible strength. Xiaoji asks the young hero where he got the demonic crystal from and offers to put it back where it belongs. Shishao recalls getting this crystal from the cultists when they were conducting their sinister ritual. Xiaoji's face takes on a serious look, and the man says that the cultists of the ancient world monastery are very dangerous. Shishao suggests that the group quickly pick up the items and then return to town. Xiaoji apologizes to the young hero and tells him that his transport was damaged during the battle and will now be unable to operate. Shishao tells his guys not to worry and asks them to move a little farther away. The robot sidekick flies upwards and the mercenary vehicles start swerving around him. In front of the Gear squad, there is a loud explosion that lights up their faces, and Shishao says that everything will be ready soon. In front of the young hero's squad appears a huge vehicle that was made of mercenary vehicles. Xiaoji is very excited about the new car and starts kissing its body. The young hero's team gets inside the car and it rushes at full speed towards the city. Young observes the city from the roof of the house and ponders the events that have taken place. Shishao examines the small earpiece and thinks about the fact that it is impossible to leave the Huangjung clan behind. The young hero summons a robotic assistant and asks it to hack into the Huangjung clan's hardware for him. Shishao puts a small earpiece to his ear and is about to hack into the mercenary network. The young hero scrutinizes the mercenary network and tries to find weaknesses in it. Shishao keeps correcting the earpiece because she hears interference and strange sounds. The young hero fixes the earpiece using his skill as an engineer and infiltrates the system. Shishao enters the Huangjung clan's central building, where he is greeted by an artificial intelligence. The young hero heads to the mercenary room and receives a message that his avatar has a high credit risk. Shishao finds himself in a huge room that serves as a bar for the clan's mercenaries. The young hero scrutinizes the mercenary orders and sees Suzi, who is at the top of the list of orders. Shishao recalls his last meeting with Shuji and realizes that the girl is hiding a lot of things. The young hero is distracted from his musings when he hears a loud female voice calling him over. Shishao sees a high-level girl in front of him who points out the fact that Hunter broke the terms of the deal. The young hero is in slight confusion and is thinking about what to say to the girl. Shi Xiao tries to get into the mercenary's skin and tells the girl that he has absolutely no memory of their deal. The girl points her magic staff at the hero and says that she has been collecting recipes for rare elixirs for the mercenary. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he talks about paying for the girl's work. The girl opens the information panel and tells Shi Xiao that he owes 1,000,000 gold coins for her work. All the mercenaries in the bar are watching the conversation closely and wondering where Hunter got the money from. The girl ponders the hero's words and offers to finalize the deal when it suits him. The mercenary says that she has changed her location and gives the young hero her address. Shi Xiao studies the mercenary's biography and is surprised by the fact that Hunter was a mid-level potions expert. A young hero walks through the mercenary base but finds no important information about the clan. Shi Xiao is about to enter the special room, but the security system won't let him in. The young hero asks the robot to break down the door, but the robot tells him that doing so will risk damaging his account. Shi Xiao decides to leave the mercenary base and thinks about getting an account of a higher position. The little dragon is very happy about the hero's return and jumps into his arms. Shi Xiao, along with the little dragon, logs into her personal system and examines her available accounts. The young hero scrutinizes the master alchemist's account and decides to unlock it to create potions. The robot assistant tells about the features of the new account and informs the hero that he can now create potions. Shi Xiao leaves the system room and decides to return to his room to get some rest and energy before tomorrow. On the bed of the young hero sleeps 3 girls whose faces are illuminated by the bright light of the moon. Shi Xiao decides not to disturb them. He wishes them a good night's sleep and closes the door to his room. A new day comes. Bright sunshine illuminates the windows of high-rise buildings, and people stroll peacefully through the streets of the city. The young hero sits down on a bench and waits for the girl who is supposed to take him to the black market. The main billboard of the city shows a girl who is a famous singer. Shi Xiao scrutinizes the singer's poster and can't believe that her concert will be held today. The young protagonist scrolls through old memories in his head where his sister constantly sang songs of the famous singer. Mrs. CY reaches the meeting place and notes that she didn't know that the young hero liked musical performers. The young hero and Mrs. CU walk the streets of the city and discuss the famous band. The girl brings Shi Xiao to the coffee shop building and suggests that the young hero enter the market through the back door. The young hero and Shi Yu head to the back alley and Shi Xiao thanks the girl for her help. Mrs. ZU snuggles up to Shi Xiao's body and notes that the young hero has become very strong. The girl points toward the main entrance to the black market and suggests we go inside. The young hero, along with the girl, walks down a long corridor and notes the rich decoration of the rooms. Mrs. Shiyu tells the hero about a high-rise hotel that is also part of the black market. Shi Xiao wonders if he can get into the special black market building. 2 butlers greet the heroes. They open the door for them and tell them that the master is waiting for them eagerly. Mrs. CU takes a seat on the soft couch and talks about how she spent all night to get the hero rare potion ingredients. The girl talks about sleeping for a while and suggests that the young hero familiarize himself with everything while she rests. Shi Xiao opens the information panel and scrutinizes the rare ingredients. The young hero takes a seat in a soft chair and enjoys the silence. Shi Xiao launches many information panels at the same time and starts producing items. The young hero makes rare potions very quickly and then immediately sells them on the black market. A few hours later, Mrs. Shi Yu wakes up and asks how the young hero is doing. A wide smile shines on Shi Xiao's face, and he says that he has managed to earn 200 million gold coins. Mrs. Xiaoyu opens the information panel and is amazed at the fact that the young hero was able to sell so many potions. Shi Xiao sighs heavily and talks about how he could have earned a lot more, but he ran out of all the ingredients. Mrs. Shiyu asks for her time to explain when and how the young hero became a master of alchemy. Shi Xiao tells the girl that he can't give her that information yet because he's worried about her safety. The young hero and Mrs. Shiyu discuss potion sales with each other, while the information panel announces the start of the auction. A huge number of different people gather in the huge auction room, and everyone is waiting with great anticipation for the bidding to begin. The young hero and Shiyu sit in a special room on the top floor and study the people who came to the auction. Shishao scrutinizes the people at the auction and notices that he has met some of them before. At one of the huge tables sits an old man surrounded by his guards. The auction host asks all people to pay attention to the podium because the final item will now be raffled off. A special level potion appears on a silver tray, and the man announces the start of the bidding. The old man raises his hand and bets 1 million gold coins to purchase this potion. People are talking loudly to each other and discussing why the old man wants to buy this potion. Mrs. Ziyu smiles achidically and remarks that a useless item was put up at the end of the auction. The girl is greatly surprised when she sees that the hero is going to bid for this elixir. The auctioneers start laughing loudly and don't understand why the young man would buy this elixir. Mr. Ziyu looks at the hero dejectedly, and Shishao explains that he only wants to mess with the Huangjung clan. The young hero tells the girl that the old man wanted to cheat him out of money, and so now he wants revenge for that time. The old man and Shishao continuously raise the stakes and increase the original price for the elixir several times. The old man is furious that someone keeps raising the bid and won't let him buy the potion. The old wizard scrutinizes his competitors and doesn't understand why the young ones want to buy this potion. The old man smiles evasively and suggests his competitors return to their flawed lives while they are still capable of doing so. Mrs. Shiyu is about to respond to the old man's barbed words, but the young hero stops her impulse. Shishao bets a huge amount that the old man can't beat and takes the elixir for 20 million gold coins. The old man points his finger at the young hero and tells him that he will pay for his deed. A black car speeds down the road and out of the center of town. The old man is unhappy that he lost a huge sum during the auction and asks his subordinates to find out about Shishao. Suddenly, a young hero appears and hits the hood of the car with all his might. A wide smile appears on the young hero's face, and he stares intently at the old man who threatened him at the auction. The old man points at the young hero and orders his men to open fire on him. The young hero puts a shield in front of him that deflects all the mercenaries' bullets. Because of Shishao, the driver completely fails to see the road and crashes into a metal pole. The old man coughs blood and notes that the young hero is crazy if he decided to attack the Huangjung clan representative. The young hero hits the car with all his might, and it flies high up with the old man. The old man falls down and in a loud voice asks his mercenaries to help him. The young hero grabs the old man in flight and asks him if he is surprised. The old man falls to his knees and begs Shishao to spare him and leave him alone. Shishao agrees to spare the old man's life, but in exchange for his mercy, he demands that he be given the recipes for the elixirs. Drops of sweat run down the old man's face, and he says confusedly that he has all the recipes at home. The young hero lifts the old man into the air and tells him that they will get to the right place in no time. The alchemist shows the young hero a huge haul of recipes and tells Shishao that he can take whatever he needs. The young hero is studying recipes while the old man stares at Shao and thinks about how to take revenge on the offender. Shishao memorizes the last recipe and says that the Huangjung clan has been after his head for a long time. The young hero looks at the old man and suggests that he remove the ad for the bounty on his head. The old man falls to his knees and says that it is better to go to the other world than to betray his clan. Shishao offers a reward for the work, but the old man says that the hero has no object that will interest him. The young hero promises to make the old man a master in alchemy if he agrees to help him. The alchemist becomes enraged and says that he will not allow the young man to bully him. Shishao creates a legendary potion and says he can help the old man achieve his goal. The old man can't believe that Shishao is capable of creating high-level potions and says that the young man is deceiving him. The young hero tosses the legendary potion aside and watches the old man's reaction. The alchemist leaps towards the potion and manages to grab it in flight at the very last moment. The old man scrutinizes the bottle in his hands and analyzes its contents. The alchemist decides to drink a potion to see if the young hero is really capable of creating legendary things. The old man points his finger in the hero's direction and accuses him of the potion being fake because he doesn't feel any change. Suddenly, the alchemist's entire body is filled with an unprecedented calm and peace because the potion has begun to take effect. The alchemist wakes up, and the young hero asks how he tastes the potion he made. The old man looks at Shishao with incomprehension and asks why the potion's effect ended so quickly. A slight smile appears on Shishao's face, and he reveals that he reduced the duration of the potion on purpose. The old man falls to his knees again. He recognizes the skill of Shishao and asks to become his apprentice to make progress in alchemy. The young hero agrees to the alchemist's request, but in return asks for help with the Huangjung clan. Shishao helps the alchemist to his feet and asks why he couldn't become a master in alchemy. The old man recounts his journey of learning alchemy and says that his work is very dear to him. Shishao asks the alchemist to tell everything about the clan's weaknesses and also to put all the passwords in his hands. The young hero lies in his bed and scrutinizes the potion recipes that the old man passed on to him. Shishao thinks about the fact that he needs to find a master engineer and then yawns and is about to go to bed. The young hero closes his eyes and finds himself in a strange place where scarlet blood spills everywhere. Powerful beings appear around Shishao, saying that they have finally found their purpose. The young hero quickly realizes that the ancient gods are in front of him, and he tries to find out from them what they were looking for him for. The ancient deity tells Shishao that he is a very valuable specimen and warns that the hero will not be able to escape. The blood turns into strong threads that bind the hero's arms and legs. Shishao tries to free herself with fire magic, but the threads prove to be incredibly strong. The deity tells the young hero that the chosen one must remain in this world forever. Bloody threads are slowly pulling Shishao underwater, and it seems that the hero's best days are behind him. To the aid of the young hero comes an ancient kraken, which destroys the bloody threads and rescues Shishao from the water. The young hero takes a seat on the body of an ancient kraken and talks about how he's not going to give up so quickly. The deity curses the kraken for his treachery and tells the young hero that he will not be able to match the god's power. The kraken protects the hero with its long tentacles, but its strength is quickly depleted. Shishao realizes that the ancient kraken won't be able to hold off the onslaught of the other gods for long and tries to come up with a plan. The ancient kraken stares intently at the young hero and tries to tell him something, but Shishao does not understand the monster's speech. The young hero looks toward the water and notices that it is behaving in an extremely unnatural way. The kraken grabs Shishao's body with its tentacle and throws it into the tunnel that formed in the water. Shishao wakes up and realizes that he has managed to escape from the strange world. The young hero notices the wounds on his body and realizes that the meeting with the ancient gods was not a dream. Shishao carefully examines the magic crystal that is capable of summoning the kraken and realizes that it's best to be careful with this power. The young hero goes to his personal dimension and gently strokes the little dragon's head. Shishao wants to watch a recording of what happened to him in the dream, but the system says no. The young hero's face takes on a serious look, and he asks the system to tell him more about the ancient deities. The system shows the hero a new account and offers to use it to gain knowledge of the ancient gods. The young hero enjoys the view from his room and contemplates the situation that has happened to him. Shishao looks very distracted and tired after not being able to sleep at night after meeting with the ancient deities. The young hero's parents look at their son with concern and ask if their son is doing well. Shi Yunfei greets her family and offers to appreciate the outfit she picked out for Chi-Chi. The hero's face cheers up at the sight of the girls, and he talks about how they are a treat for his eyes. Shi Yunfei comes closer to her brother and says that she has an important topic to discuss. A girl stares intently at her brother and invites him to a concert of a famous celebrity. The young hero sighs heavily and talks about how he is unable to refuse his beloved sister. Shi Xiao turns toward the robot girl and asks if she will go to the concert with them, but Nana says no. A huge crowd gathered in the center of the 8th district to attend a concert by their favorite performer. A crowd of people stares intently at the young hero who goes to a concert accompanied by 2 beautiful ladies. A huge crowd of people start chanting loudly the name of the performer when a magical portal appears on stage. The young hero looks around and notices that there are too many people here. Mrs. Shi Yu appears behind Shi Xiao's back and asks the young hero how he ended up at this concert. The girl calls the young hero over to her and tells him that he doesn't have to stand in line because he has a special ticket. Shi Yunfei is happy that she won't have to wait in line, and Chi-Chi doesn't understand what special ticket we're talking about. The young hero decides to keep up with Madame CY because he is worried about her safety. The heroes find themselves in a strange dimension that transports them to the place where the concert will be held. People watch with great wonder and admiration the black hole that is at the center. In the place of the black hole appears a robot who calls himself the main host of this scene. People get all excited when they find out they have the opportunity to dine with a star. The young hero is amazed at the fans' insanity and decides not to participate in the bizarre contest. The robot also reports that each participant will be able to wear their own personal skin and hide their personal information. A black hole reappears in the center that sucks all the participants inside. The young hero is trying to catch up with his girlfriends, but they are quickly drifting away from him. The hole disappears, and in its place appears an object that emits a bright light that blinds people. A performer in a beautiful dress appears on stage and begins to perform a song. The crowd breaks into applause and cheers at the sight of their star. Shi Xiao is amazed by the girl's talent and thinks about becoming her fan. The girl extends her hand towards the participants and offers to follow along with her. A table of likes appears on the stage, which determines the rating of the participants. The young hero watches with a smile as people destroy meteorites to earn likes. Shi Xiao pulls out his fire sword and decides to enter the competition. The young hero moves with incredible speed and shreds several meteorites in a single blow. The singer admires the young hero's strength and places him in a strange, heart-shaped bubble. Thanks to the girl's spell, Shi Xiao's strength is strengthened as well as the number of points he can get. In the hands of the singer appears a ball that represents the planet, and the girl continues to sing the song. The concert venue is transformed and everything looks like a distant space, with stars twinkling and satellites flying everywhere. People's bodies are covered in bright light, and they fly towards the planet at a tremendous speed. People notice that the city is being attacked by strange creatures that turn everything into ruins. Players get spaceships and talk about a boss battle coming up. A huge monster appears in the center, and ships of men rush towards it to destroy it. A wide smile appears on the face of one of the participants because he is in second place on the list of participants. The man notices a young hero who decides to fight the monster without his ship. Shi Xiao wraps her entire body in tongues of flame and is about to deliver a decisive blow to the level boss. The young hero strikes hard with his sword and destroys the huge monster. Shi Xiao catches the singer in his arms and thanks her for the wonderful concert. The young hero flies through the air using his wings and watches the defeated monster. Shi Xiao asks not to be bothered by the singer and says that he is not a crazy fan of hers, although he likes her singing. The singer looks at the young hero with a smile and says that she will answer his questions only after the end of the concert. The girl leaves the young hero and tells him that they will see each other soon. The singer sends the young hero an air kiss and hopes he will come to her last performance. People are among the urban ruins in the heart of the city, and they look very depressed. The singer appears in front of people and points her hand in their direction and then lights up people's faces with bright beams. Huge pillars of light appear around the concert-goers and shoot high up. The young protagonist appears in a strange pillar of light and doesn't understand how he got to the stage. A robot appears near Shi Xiao and explains to the hero that because of his high ranking, he was on stage with the singer. A dashboard appears above the robot and warns the young hero that he's already gotten a bunch of dislikes. The crowd is angry with the young hero and is going to do everything they can to get him off the stage. One of the people dislikes the hero and hopes for Shi Xiao to fall flat on his face. The singer asks not to listen to people who say nasty things and promises the young hero to help on stage. Shi Xiao smiles widely, and a legendary instrument in the form of a guitar appears above his head. The young hero holds the guitar firmly in his hands and tries to remember the lyrics of the star performer's song. Shi Xiao begins to quickly strum the strings of the guitar, and beautiful music is created from under his hands. The singer's fans look at the young hero with surprise because he is performing her very old song. The singer is surprised by the hero's skill and tells Shi Xiao that he surprised her very pleasantly. The girl, along with the young hero, starts singing the song, and the fans cheer and dance to the music. Tears start coming from the eyes of one of the fans because he is very happy to hear an old song of his star. Plants emerge from beneath the ground and slowly crawl out from under rocks, adding beauty to the ruined buildings of the city. Fans look up at the tall buildings and notice that the city is beginning to slowly rebuild. Shi Xiao, along with the singer, finish playing the song, and the crowd of people loudly applauds them. The robot thanks all the people for participating in this concert and reports that thanks to their activism, the 9th district has been fully restored. The girl approaches with Shi Xiao and thanks him for his performance. She notes that the young hero has become a real star. The singer tells the young hero that her real body is very far away from here, and in front of him is only a hologram. Cold drops of sweat dripped down Shi Xiao's face, and he was amazed that the progress of technology had gone far ahead. On the robot's body, the countdown starts to go negative and people start to worry about it. There is a loud explosion, and people in panic run in different directions and do not understand what is happening. A man in a bizarre mask appears on stage and informs the people that they are now all going to the other side of the world. Fans surround the strange man and demand him not to ruin their favorite performer's performance. The man leans in slightly and informs people that his name is Dace. Dace starts laughing loudly and talks about how he needs the souls of all the people who are here. Shi Xiao looks at the strange man with indignation in his eyes and quickly realizes that he is facing an ancient world cultist. A beam of fire is directed towards the cultist, creating a huge hole in his body. One of the fans takes a few shots on the man and talks about how Deus won't be able to leave this arena in one piece. A huge crowd of people rush at the man and start beating him with anything they can get their hands on. The singer informs the young hero that someone has seized control of the equipment and now they can't go back. People are trying to catch their breath after their kicks and don't understand why the cultist keeps laughing. Daze continues to laugh and calls people a flock of sheep who will be swallowed up by this crazy world very soon. The Dark Wizard takes off unhindered and informs all humans that the age of chaos on Earth is about to come. In the center of the crowd, there is a huge explosion that sends several people to the other side of the world. Once the blood gets on people's bodies, they start transforming and turning into creepy monsters. People are running in different directions and trying to escape from the creepy monsters that attack everyone indiscriminately. The singer grabs the hero's hand and talks about how they need to escape from this place as fast as possible. Shi Xiao opens a map of the area and tries to find his friends who must be nearby. Near the young hero and the singer appears a monster that wants to destroy them. The young hero quickly creates a sword in his hand and saves the singer from the horrible monster. The girl scrutinizes Shi Xiao's face and is amazed at how strong the young hero is. Shi Xiao asks the girl why she is worried about her life if she is a hologram here. The singer looks away and talks about how she might get very unlucky and go to the other side of the world in real life. The young hero looks at the bright sun and promises the girl that he will protect her in every way possible. Shishao summons the red comet to his aid and asks the girl to hold on to him tightly. A man falls into the clutches of a cultist and asks for his release in exchange for a huge sum of money. Days creates a huge magical seal over his head and informs the man that he is not interested in money at all. From the portal appears a huge number of various monsters that scatter around the city in search of people. People with tears in their eyes try to escape from the monsters and beg the dark magician to spare their lives. The dark wizard laughs even more at the look of despair on people's faces and speaks of the imminent awakening of the ancient deities. The young hero rides a huge dragon that uses its fire breath to destroy monsters. A wide smile appears on the dark magician's face because he wants to break Shishao's resistance and show him true desperation. Dace contacts his accomplices and asks them how things are going outside. Huge server rooms are under the control of criminals who hold workers captive. One of the leaders of the criminal gang, Li Fengxi, quickly types on a computer and informs his partner that everything is under control. The programmer quickly moves his hands over the keys and says that he will soon finish transforming the portal. Li Fengxi fixes his glasses and talks about how the world will soon be ready to restart, and then they will prevail. Reinforcements from District 8 arrive on the scene, but their vehicles are attacked by drones that have been taken under control. The drones open uninterrupted fire on the guards' transports and destroy all the vehicles. Dace slowly waves his arms around and enjoys the sounds of explosions going off all around him. The dark wizard raises his hands in the air and loudly declares that he will fulfill his duty to the supreme deity. Shi Yunfei quickly moves through the streets of the city and tries to analyze the situation. The girl turns back and notices a crowd of people following her and trying to escape from the huge monster. Shi Yunfei quickly takes out her bow and shoots fire arrows upwards to get her brother's attention. The monster watches carefully the arrows that fly into the sky and does not understand what the girl is up to. Shi Yunfei aims her bow at the monster, but her whole body is trembling due to fear. The girl sends her arrows up again and hopes her brother will come to her rescue. The monster taunts the girl and talks about being tired of waiting and then rushes in to attack. A huge red dragon appears in front of Shi Yunfei and destroys the monster. The young hero lands in front of his sister and apologizes for coming to her late. Shi Yunfei gives her brother a big hug and thanks him for coming to her rescue in such a difficult hour. The young hero gently strokes his sister's head and tells her that she is no longer in danger. Shishao's face becomes serious, and he concludes that he needs to help his family become stronger. From behind the young hero appears a famous singer who rejoices at the reunion of brother and sister. Shi Yunfei's eyes widen with joy as she quickly runs up to the singer and tells her that she is a very big fan of her songs. The young hero gets angry and explains to the girls that this is not a good time for idle conversation. Shishao, along with the girls, climb on the back of a red dragon and go to the aid of the aboriginal Chi-Chi. Shi Yunfei's face becomes a little sad as she worries that she has become estranged from her brother. Shishao tells her sister that she shouldn't worry about nothing and asks her to focus on resolving the current situation. The young hero opens a map of the area and can't see on the map where the aboriginal Chi-Chi is located. Dace holds the aboriginal girl firmly by the throat and asks the young hero about losing his girlfriend. An evil grin appears on Shishao's face, and he demands that the dark wizard release his friend immediately. The dark wizard licks his lips and asks Shishao not to be angry with him. Dace looks at the young hero with a smile and talks about not wanting to fight him. Shishao doesn't understand what the cultist is talking about, but decides not to make any sudden movements. The dark wizard continues to hold Shishao's girlfriend hostage and offers the young hero to join the cult of ancient gods. A wide smile appears on Shishao's face, and he says that he doesn't believe in the truthfulness of the cultist's words. Daze tells the young hero that he smells the odor of the ancient gods, so he is worthy to join their team. The young hero scrutinizes the dark mage and asks him what advantages come with joining their organization. The cultist becomes enraged and says that being part of such a powerful organization is a major advantage. A wide grin appears on the young hero's face, and he decides to play on the dark wizard's nerves. Shishao calls the ancient gods ridiculous beings who don't really exist. The dark wizard lets the girl go and rushes sideways at the young hero to punish him for his words about ancient deities. The cultist's hands turn to solid stone, and he delivers several powerful blows on the young hero. Red Comet catches the aboriginal Chi-Chi and goes with her to a safer place. The young hero tries to parry the dark wizard's attacks and pays no attention to his words. Shishao taunts the cultist and allows huge stones to fly towards him. A spatial rift appears above Dace's head, and the cultist declares that he will definitely break Shishao's will. From a spatial rift, a huge clock appears that begins to destroy everything it comes into contact with. The girls realize that someone is in complete control of this world, and so they will not be able to win this fight. Shishao clenches his teeth in anger. He is confident that he can win, but does not know how to proceed. The dark wizard sits down in a chair that stands on a huge pile of rubble, and behind him a huge clock is swinging in different directions. Dace tells the story of losing his beloved and calls the whole world a mistake that needs to be righted. A huge crowd of people stand near the wreckage and begin to slowly head towards the cultist. Shi Yunfei and the singer repeat the dark wizard's words and head in his direction. Shishao looks at all the people and realizes that the dark wizard is hypnotizing people. A wide smile appears on Dace's face, and he tells the young hero that he's not so simple since he hasn't fallen under the effects of the trance. The dark wizard's body begins to emanate strange impulses, and he uses a mind conquest spell on Shishao. The young hero's mind is clouded, and he sees before him the whole family lying in a pool of blood. The young hero falls to his knees in front of the dark wizard, and Dace laughs and says that no one can resist his magic. The cultist pulls his hand inside the young hero's head and talks about how he will soon take final possession of his mind. The young hero comes to his senses abruptly and grabs the dark mage's hand with a smile on his face. Dace doesn't realize what's going on and very late notices the punch that's aimed in his direction. Shishao strikes hard at the cultist's mask and it shatters into countless small shards. The dark wizard wipes the blood from his face and says with admiration in his eyes that he was not wrong about Shishao. The young hero demands a dark cultist to let all the people out of here and unlock a way out of this world. The cultist laughs loudly in response to Shishao's words and says that a kraken will soon appear here and devour all the souls in this place. Dace's body glows with a bright light, and he addresses all the people saying that the kraken will be here in a few minutes. All the people fall on their knees and begin reciting prayers of praise to the ancient world and its deities. Suddenly, the cultist's entire body is enveloped in intense flames, and he takes critical damage. Shishao looks at the dark wizard with a smile on his face and talks about owning the kraken. Dace becomes enraged after the young hero's words and sends a huge amount of rocks in his direction. The young hero destroys the stones without much trouble and tells the cultist not to talk to the godmaster like that. Shishao turns toward the people who are under hypnosis and decides not to summon the kraken to his aid. Dace looks at the fleeing young hero in surprise and shouts back at him that he will not escape. The dark mage runs after the young hero and tells him that there is not a single place in the city where Shishao can hide from his enemies. Shishao stops abruptly and tells the cultist that he doesn't want to run away at all. The young hero notes that the dark wizard's words make no sense because the kraken did not respond to his call. Dace covers his ears with his hands and talks about how he's not going to listen to Shishao's lies. The young hero smiles broadly and raises his hand up to summon the mighty kraken. A mighty kraken appears from the harbor, and on one of its tentacles stands Shishao. The dark wizard falls to his knees and shakes in fear at the sight of the dark deity. Tears of joy appear in the dark wizard's eyes, and he thanks the ancient god for answering his call. The cultist goes mad. He calls Shishao a new deity and asks him to punish him for all the sins he has committed. Shishao looks closely at the cultist and promises to keep him alive if he stops all the things that are happening in this world. The dark mage says he can't do his master's bidding because there is no more way out of this world. The cultist holds out a remote control toward the young hero and tells him that only 5 people will be able to leave this place. The young hero snatches the cult of control out of the dark wizard's hands and glares unhappily in his direction. The robot assistant informs Shishao that the remote can be upgraded to save all the people. There are rumblings throughout the city, and people watch as huge clocks and buildings are reduced to rubble. People are running in different directions and trying to escape the debris that is falling on them from the height. The girls stand in one place and hope that Shishao can save them from imminent doom. The cultist presses a few buttons and starts a countdown to the total destruction of the world. The report slowly comes to an end, and all the cultists call out to the ancient god to come to this world. The equipment malfunctions and the cultist leader tries to fix it in a hurry. A man grabs the engineer against his will and tells him to evacuate the building quickly. The young hero flies through the streets of the city, and a robot informs him that the destruction of the city is an irreversible process. Shishao lands in front of the girls and asks them if everything is okay. Small panels appear around the singer now and then, and her model is periodically distorted. The young hero grabs the girl by the hand and offers to make the most unforgettable performance. The girl looks up and talks about how she couldn't help this world when it was overwhelmed by pain and despair. Shishao grabs the singer's hands and tells her not to give up in such a situation. The young hero informs the girl that he was able to figure out the remote control, and some people will be able to return to the outside world. Shishao tightly holds the girl's hand he asks her to trust, and their bodies are enveloped in a bright blue light. A huge portal appears above people's heads and teleports them to the real world. Cold sweat runs down Shishao's face and he breathes heavily, saying that he can't carry all the people at once. The young hero has expended a large amount of energy to create the portal and can barely stand on his feet due to fatigue. The girl grabs the young hero's hands and asks him not to overstretch himself because he's already done enough for people. Tears appear in Sheyunfei's eyes, and she apologizes to her brother for making him go to the concert. The Aboriginal girl hugs the young hero tightly and tells him that she will stay with him until the victorious end. The young hero's body is enveloped in a powerful sweat of energy thanks to the native's embrace, and he recovers his strength. Shishao rubs the back of his head and tells the girls that he will now be able to save everyone. A team of heroes hold each other's hands and work together to create a portal so everyone can get out of this world. The singer raises her hand to the top and her magic microphone appears above her. The girl starts singing again, and the crowd of remaining people begins to calm down. A bright light appears above people's heads, which lifts all the people into the air and returns them to their home world. People come out of the portal and are very happy to be alive in such a horrible situation. There is a loud explosion above the heads of the people where the portal is located, and people scatter in different directions. The dark magician tries to get lost in the crowd so no one can find him. The young hero manages to find the cultist. He smiles broadly and tells the wizard that he cannot escape. Daze falls to his knees before the young hero and begs to be spared. The police arrive on the scene and arrest the cultist, while the young hero closely observes the process. The dark magician is taken away in a police car, and all along the way he laughs and is happy to be able to help his new master. Behind the young hero appears singer Shui Li, who thanks Shishao for saving people. The girl stumbles and falls to the ground, but the young hero manages to catch her in time. The organization takes the girl to the ambulance, and the secretary thanks the hero for his help. Shishao sees in front of him a huge airplane that belongs to a corporation. The plane goes upward rather quickly, and the young hero sees it off with a glance. Behind the young hero appears Mrs. Shiyu, who runs towards him and rejoices that Shi Xiao has survived. The girl hugs the young hero tightly and tells him that she had to leave the concert before it started. Mrs. Shiyu looks straight into Shi Xiao's eyes and says that she has important news. Shi Xiao is surprised to learn the news that his team is to join the clan's mission. The young hero doesn't understand why his team was chosen to participate in the mission, but he realizes he can't refuse. The girl holds out a small magical orb to the hero and tells him that the terminal has details on the mission. Shi Xiao imagines in his mind a huge coliseum for the battle where the clans will compete. The young hero considers the magic bead in his hands and thinks about what he can prove himself during the competition. The girl says goodbye to Shi Xiao and says that they will see each other during the competition. Zhat Yunfei and the aboriginal girl look at Shi Xiao with hope in their eyes and express their desire to participate in the competition. The young hero approaches his sister and tells her that she is not ready for such a difficult battle. Shi Yunfei looks down at her feet and says in a resentful voice that she's tired of hiding behind her brother's back. The young hero strokes his sister on the head and allows her to join his team, but asks for a promise in return. Shi Xiao tells her sister that he will give her magic items and demands that she raise 20 levels in 2 days. The young hero smiles broadly and says that he will get the magic stones without much difficulty, and asks his sister to prepare well. The sorceress creates an energy sphere in her hands, and magic crystals swirl around her in an endless vortex. The young hero, along with his cat, watches as robots stack crates of magic stone. Shi Xiao strokes the cat's head and tells him that he's doing a great job. An ancient dragon tells that he was able to find a few more secret places where the magic crystals are located. The young hero thanks the dragon for his help and tells him that the magic crystals need to be moved to another world. Shi Xiao pays attention to the robots who can't get ahead because of each other. The young hero shows his family a huge number of boxes with magic crystals hidden inside. Shi Xiao asks his family to use magic stones to enhance his abilities. The young hero points his family to Shi Yunfei, who has already started to level up, and asks her parents to follow suit. The young hero's parents get tired pretty quickly after using the crystals, and Shi Xiao asks them to take their time. Shi Yunfei continued to absorb magic crystals without stopping and quickly reached the 45th level. The parents praise their daughter, and the young hero looks at his family with a smile on his face. The young hero turns back and notices a huge sweat of dark energy emanating from Nana. The robot girl tells Shi Xiao that she's fine and asks the hero's permission to go on a mission with him. The young hero scrutinizes his companions and hopes that there will be no problems during the quest. The girls get very excited when the young hero adds them to his elite team. An evil smirk appears on Nana's face. She plans to send the hero to the other side of the world during the quest. The city's tall buildings brightly illuminate the nighttime city where life boils. The young hero lies on his bed and studies the challenge ahead. On the information panel appears a picture of people who overcome the dangers in the cave. A group of adventurers act very coherently and methodically deal with dangerous monsters. On the very last floor of the dungeon is the boss of the place, who looks like a bug that holds a sword. Shi Xiao scrutinizes the information he received and thinks that the quest will be very dangerous. The young hero wants to find out what the missions of the other teams are, but the system tells him no. Shi Xiao closes the information panel and is about to rest before tomorrow's test. As soon as the young hero closes his eyes, the system reports that an unknown contact wants to contact him. The young hero scrutinizes the profile of the unknown and thinks about the fact that scammers are trying to contact him. Shi Xiao sits on a bench and waits for John Doe to arrive at the rendezvous point. The young hero is approached by a girl who is trying to find her lost dog. A smile appears on Shi Xiao's face, and he realizes that his girlfriend Ying Huang is in front of him. The girl takes a seat not far from the young hero and tells him to be careful. Shi Xiao leans on the back of the bench and asks why his girlfriend decided to contact him at such a late hour. The girl hints to the young hero that someone purposely put the young hero's team on the list of participants. Ying Huang warns Shi Xiao that someone from above is going to use the young hero's team for their own purposes. The young hero suggests that the head of the Han Mo clan's board of directors is watching him. Senior Mo arranges the chess pieces on his board and prepares to implement his plan. Ying Huang notes that on the board is the sister of boardhead Mocha who makes key decisions. The girl notes that Mrs. Mo has a cold temper, and there is an eternal feud between her and her brother. Ying Huang is amazed at the young hero's calmness and notes that he won't be able to get away with it like this. The girl offers the hero two options for the development of events, either to show all his strength or to show that there is no value in the hero. The young hero talks about feigning weakness and then striking a decisive blow at the very last moment. Shi Xiao turns to Ying Huang and asks the girl why she decided to help the young hero in such a situation. The girl gets up from the bench and talks about how she doesn't want to involve the young hero in a family squabble. The young protagonist asks Ying Huang why she can't control her own life. The story shifts to a few years ago. Little Ying Huang greedily eats stale bread and sits in the middle of the ruins of her own house. The girl is shivering with fear and slowly finishing her bread while her parents still haven't returned from the hunt. Ying Huang notices the bandits attacking the caravan but decides to hide behind a haystack. In the middle of the caravan was a fearless boy who wasn't afraid to fight back against the bandits. A little girl notices a gang of bandits coming up from behind the caravan. Ying Guan doesn't know what to do and silently watches the boy who is relentlessly fighting off the bandits. The boy turns around and very late notices the bandits heading in his direction. The girl overshadows the criminals' attack and saves Mr. Mo Qi's life. After the battle, Ying Huang wakes up in the hospital where Mo's family awaits her awakening. The young lord suggests that the girl improve her skills and become a first-class warrior. Ying Huang explains to the young hero that her life belongs entirely to the clan and she cannot deny that destiny. The girl lowers her eyes down and asks the hero to stay out of the guild's internal power struggle because he has a choice. Drops of sweat ran down Shi Xiao's face, and he struggled to find the right words. There is a loud rumble, and a stout man appears among the raised dust and looks at Ying Huang with a smile on his face. Wang Meng slowly heads towards Shi Xiao and talks about how Ying Huang's life is one big mystery to him. Ying Huang looks at Wang Meng in surprise and doesn't understand how he knew about her meeting. The man laughs loudly and talks about how he couldn't leave out the girl who went for a walk at night in the city. Wang Meng pats the young hero on the shoulder and says that he didn't expect to see Ying Huang and Shi Xiao together. Shi Xiao needs his hands and Ying Huang talks about Wang Meng being the second guild commander. The young hero says that he has heard of the warrior guild and is pleased to welcome its captain. Wang Meng smiles and talks about how he can't be compared to Shi Xiao because the young hero is discussed by every guild. The young hero notes that he is not worthy of such attention and does not understand why everyone is discussing him. Wang Meng hits the young hero with all his might and tells him that he is clearly an unusual guy. Shi Xiao manages to throw his hands out in front of him and defends against the strikes from his opponent. A wide smile appears on Wang Meng's face. He is about to throw another punch and asks the girl not to interfere in their fight. The young hero has no problem dodging and says he's ready to show some real strength. Shi Xiao makes a powerful lunge, but Wang Meng only laughs at the young hero. Wang Meng postures up and looks to land his own powerful combination of punches. The young hero is surprised when he learns that Ying Huang has been punished by her guild and lost her position. Ying Huang looks at Wang Meng unhappily and asks him not to tell the young hero. The girl holds onto her hand and talks about how Shi Xiao is not responsible for her punishment. The young hero turns to the girl and promises that he will get her old position back by any means necessary. Wang Meng is about to leave and says that he is now calm about his girlfriend's future. Shi Xiao takes Ying Huang's hands and tells her not to worry about anything because he will take care of everything. A new day arrives and the young hero goes shopping in the city with his sister and girlfriend. The young hero's face is covered in cold sweat because the girls spent a huge amount of gold coins. The girls bought themselves a huge number of outfits and thanked their brother for the gifts. Shishao talks about how all the girls look beautiful in their new outfits, but in his heart, he cries because of the money spent. The young hero tearfully opens the information panel to look at items on the black market. Mrs. Mo contacts Shishao and apologizes for putting his team on the list of participants. Shishao promises that he will be safe and sound upon completion of the task and asks the lady not to worry. A wide smile appears on the young hero's face as Mrs. Mo sent him many scrolls and recipes. A huge crowd of people gathers near the magic portal that leads to the Mo clan's safe arena. The young hero stands at the head of his team and waits for the challenge to begin. The whole squad is in great anticipation of the upcoming challenge, and everyone dreams of facing the legendary teams. The young hero's squad is approached by a guild of gray howls that taunt the heroes. Luofeng wants to fight the offenders, but the young hero stops him and asks him not to be provoked. The head of the Gray Howl Guild scoffs at the young hero and doesn't understand how Shishao was able to steal the boss. Wang Meng grabs the man by the head and pulls him aside, asking him not to stand in the road. The Gray Howl commander apologizes to Wang Meng and talks about being honored to meet the great warrior. Wang Meng approaches the young hero and asks him if he is ready for the quest. Commander Wang notices that the young hero is a very honest guy and wants to introduce him to his team. Wang Meng points towards Hong Wanzhou, who is the first clan commander. Wang Meng's team has a metal warrior and a girl who is a healer in the squad. The young hero stops by the first squad leader and asks for a moment of attention. Shishao apologizes for the inconvenience and promises that he will make up for his mistake with Ying Xuan. Cold sweat runs down the mercenaries' faces, and they can't believe the audacity of the young hero's actions. The first commander shakes the young hero's hand firmly and hopes that he will not disappoint him. The mercenaries watch in horror and cannot believe what they see. The elite squad sets off, and the young hero silently escorts them with a look. The young hero looks closely at the first commander and assumes he has scanned his body. The squad is approached by the commander of the Wind Clouds, Liu Zhangfeng, who greets the young hero. The commander is unsure of Shishao's good intentions and pledges to keep a close eye on his actions. The chief engineer of the Mo clan stands near the magic portal and prepares to announce the start of the competition. The portal begins to launch and the crowd cheers at the sight of the master engineer. The quest begins and guild squads set off and destroy the monsters on the road. The girl snuggles up to the young hero because she's afraid of a sudden monster attack. Shishao looks around carefully and guesses that there was a group of monsters that attacked the base in this place. The young hero scrutinizes the information panel on which the instructions for the task are written. In front of the squads of heroes is a machine for mining crystals, which must be guarded. The commander of the Gray Howl kicks the mining machine and curses everything in the world. The old man points in the direction of the old car and talks about how there's no way their team is going to score a huge number of points. Shishao quickly realizes that he needs to act, so he destroys several crystals with his own hand. The young hero scrutinizes the machine while the Gray Howl commander looks at him closely and can't figure out what his plan is. The commander calls the robot over to him and asks him to make an improved version of the old machine. In a few minutes, the young hero creates a robot that will mine crystals. A cold sweat runs down the old man's face. He can't believe that Shishao has high engineering skills. The young hero points to the robot and asks Nana to find caves with useful minerals. The robot girl gets into the car and admires Shishao's engineering skills. Nana uses a magical scanner and finds a rare cave with useful minerals. The young hero opens the scanner map and is amazed at how lucky his team is to find a rich mine. The robot arm goes up and there is a huge drill on it that comes into motion. The aborigine falls to the ground in fright, and Shi Yunfei tries to calm her friend. The drilling machine tends to go underground pretty quickly, and the squads notice a huge amount of underground crystals. Nana's face contorts in a horrified grimace, and she tries to sink as low as possible. The Gray Howl squad looks at the high-level cave in amazement and can't believe their luck. The commander slaps his associate in the face and says that Shishao is an unusual person and not to make assumptions about him. The squad leader apologizes for the inconvenience caused to the hero and apologizes profusely. The young hero accepts the apology and notes that the squads should not antagonize each other. The main base keeps a close eye on all participants and picks up on the special successes of Team Shishao. The master engineer is amazed by the young hero's skills and tries to realize how great his level is. Shishao notices the invisible drone that is following him. He turns around and smiles widely in his direction. The face of the chief engineer becomes very serious. He assumes that the young hero is hiding his real level. The young hero watches the drone fly away and assumes there are other ways to observe it. Shishao spreads his wings and is about to leave the location, and the mercenary leader tries to stop him. The young hero pays no attention to his co-partner's words and promises that he'll be back soon. Shishao finds another base that is not far from the team's location. On the building of the base is a mark of the Huangjung clan, which attracts the attention of the young hero. A wide smile appears on the young hero's face, and he decides to check out this strange base. Soldiers patrol the neighborhood and discuss the current competition among themselves. Shishao uses disguises so the guards don't notice him and pass him by. The young hero learns from a conversation between soldiers that the Mo clan is being ambushed. Shishao uses his unique ability, and a huge magical eye appears in the sky and surveys the area. A map of the area appears in front of the young hero with information about the enemies and their levels. The young hero smiles and thinks about looking at people who are high level. Shishao sneaks inside the building and discovers a girl who is one of the strongest fighters of the clan. Suddenly the girl wakes up and a sly smile appears on her face. A huge sword appears above Zhuelu's head. She looks at the young hero and asks him how he dared to come to her. All the servants fall on their knees before their mistress, and a huge sword flies to the sky where the magic eye is. Cold sweat drips down the face of the young hero. He manages to dispel the magic eye and remains invisible to the enemy. Shishao wipes the sweat from his forehead and realizes that he is facing a very difficult battle. The young hero spreads his wings and flies away from the base to come up with a future plan of action. The inspecting director of the Mo clan comes to the base of Shishao's team and reprimands the men for not having the commander on site. The young hero arrives on the scene, and the mercenary commander tries to justify himself to the clan director. The mercenary quickly runs up to Shishao and asks him to play along to justify himself to the examiner. The young protagonist apologizes for not being there and tells the principal about his stomach problem. An evil grin appears on the clan director's face, and he informs the team that he will take away all the points they have received. Shishao clenched his teeth in anger and thought about how he should act in such a situation. Behind the back of the young hero appears the chief engineer, who asks the director to transfer the unit under his command. On the face of the director, there are drops of sweat, and he says that the wishes of the chief engineer for him the law and hurriedly leaves the base. The director is extremely unhappy with the situation and promises to take revenge on the hero, while the chief engineer comes closer to him. The chief engineer informs the young hero that he has some questions and asks him to follow him. The young protagonist contemplates the appearance of the chief engineer and assumes that this person is of high status. The chief engineer accompanies Shishao to the observation room and notes that he is greatly impressed by his skills. The engineer turns his head toward the young hero and asks how great his skill in engineering is. The assistant chief engineers are surprised after the master's words and can't believe that the young hero has such power. The young hero looks a little confused after the master's words, but admits that he has great power. The chief engineer notes Shishao's great potential and suggests that he join the squad under him. The young hero spreads his hands and notes that engineering is just a hobby for him, and he doesn't want to leave the squad. The engineer's associates are furious after Xiao's words and demands that he apologize for what he said. The master engineer sighs heavily and notes that he respects the young hero's decision and says that his team will not lose points. A slight smile appears on the master engineer's face, and he notes that the young hero now owes him a favor. The young hero shakes the hand of the chief engineer firmly and promises to help in any way he can. Suddenly, all the panels light up bright red, and the security system switches to emergency mode. Commander Hong Wangzhou contacts the chief engineer and reports unexpected circumstances that threaten the teams. On the monitor screen appears the image of a huge army of bugs that is heading towards the base. Commander Hong Wangzhou reports that his squad will not be able to come to the aid of the main base. The chief engineer's face looks very worried, and he tries to find out the time before the bug army arrives. The assistant chief engineers are grabbing their heads and worrying that they are about to go to the other side of the world. One of the aides can't stand it and heads for the exit and pushes the CEO aside. A beam of red energy is directed towards the man and he screams in pain while the headmaster watches in horror. Several small drones appear around the engineer, and he announces that no one is to leave their seats. The chief engineer slowly turns to Director Long and asks what the purpose of coming to his office is. The director is furious and tells the master engineer to leave the base as soon as possible. The senior engineer turns around to his squad and orders them to immediately take up the defenses. Soldiers run outside and take up positions while a huge number of drones reinforce the structures. The master engineer lowers his eyes down and tries to think about the current state of affairs. He is not sure if the base will be protected. The chief engineer's eyes widen in surprise when the young hero reports a possible attack by the Huangjung clan on the base. The young hero folds his arms in front of him and notes that the bug army is incredibly huge. The chief engineer shows Xiao a map showing a huge mob of bugs rushing towards Hanmo's base. The young hero offers to temporarily retreat and leave the mission, and then return to the fight with renewed vigor. The chief engineer points toward his portal and notes that it is currently impossible to leave the quest area. A loud shout from Director Mo interrupts the conversation between Xiao and the engineer. The man becomes enraged and talks about wanting to survive at all costs. Director Mo points a finger in the direction of the chief engineer and talks about how no one is doing their job. The chief engineer slaps the chief executive officer across the face and demands that he shut up. The master engineer turns his back to the director and demands his squad escort the man to a restroom. The chief engineer looks at the monitor screens and informs his squad that he will fight to the last drop of blood. The soldiers look very confused. They are not sure if it is possible to defeat the bug army with a small unit. The chief engineer notes that all of the base has one hope that can turn the whole battle around. The soldiers come to their senses and demand the master engineer to quickly tell them which hope we are talking about. The chief engineer slowly turns his gaze to the young hero and asks for his help in this difficult battle. Xiao points a finger at himself in confusion and doesn't understand why he is the hope of the base. The soldiers are downcast and don't believe that the young hero has knowledge of engineering. Xiao smiles broadly and notes that he does indeed possess a high level in the art of engineering. The soldiers become indignant after the young hero's words and talk about how no one can reach a high level at an early age. A master engineer asks the young hero to create a weapon that can destroy an army of bugs. A slight smile appears on Xiao's face, and he notes that the chief engineer wants to send him to certain doom. The soldiers watch in amazement at the altercation between the young hero and the chief engineer and decide not to intervene. The young hero says that he is not going to go to the other world so quickly, and does not agree with the engineer's opinion. The chief engineer asks Xiao to trust him and tells him that his plan will save the main base. The young hero heads towards the exit and talks about taking care of the defense of the main base. The chief engineer informs Xiao that all the base's forces will be sent to help the young hero. The young hero flies at full speed over a rocky desert and heads toward a swarm of bugs. Shi Yunfei is about to follow the young hero, but an aboriginal girl stops her and says it's too dangerous. Tears appear in Shi Yunfei's eyes, and she says that she can't leave her brother alone in trouble. The young hero's companions gather in a place and prepare to engage in battle should Shi Xiao need their help. Cold drops of sweat run down Shi Yunfei's face, and she tells Shi Xiao that he will definitely manage. The young hero flies to the location of his base and beckons the robot girl over to him. Nana sits in a mining robot and mines valuable magic crystals with a special passion. The robot girl hears the young hero's voice and stops mining. Shi Xiao and Nana find a large, narrow canyon where they are about to give battle to a huge swarm of bugs. The young hero orders Nana to place exploding spiders in front to hold off the swarm of bugs. Shi Xiao twirls his finger in a circle and beckons to the robot assistant, asking him to reinforce the exploding robots. The young hero heads towards the mining device to check its functionality. Shi Xiao creates a strong metal wall around the factory to hold back the insect army for a while. The robot helper improves the metal wall and an energy barrier appears around it. The young hero opens the information panel and tries to reprogram the flying robots to help him in battle. Huge cannons appear on the high walls to target the cluster of bugs. At the base, there is a real panic. All the soldiers are concerned that the young hero spends a huge amount of resources. The master engineer is monitoring the whole situation with his flying drones and pondering over Shi Xiao's actions. The young hero creates a huge, impregnable wall with a huge number of guns and drones patrolling around. Nana looks at the red dragon with a bit of apprehension and worries that she might have trouble because of its appearance. Shi Xiao strokes the red comet's head and asks the robot assistant to prepare all the improvements for his pet. The young hero opens the information panel, and the robot assistant points out that you can make armor for the pet. The red comet puts on new armor that has exceptional durability and power. Shi Xiao gently taps the new red dragon armor and tests its strength. The robot girl looks very happy, but inside she is filled with rage at what is happening to the red comet. The young hero turns to Nana, and to her great surprise informs her that he has an update for her. Nana looks very embarrassed after Shi Xiao's words and tries not to give the appearance that she's happy about getting the upgrade. The robot reminisces about her past life, in which she was a queen and possessed incredible power. The robot girl closes her eyes against the bright light that's headed her way and doesn't realize what's going on. Nana is very surprised to notice that she now has huge wings on her back. The robot girl smiles and thanks her commander for such a wonderful gift. The young hero gently strokes the robot's head and asks her to conserve her strength because a battle awaits them soon. Shi Xiao carefully looks towards the desert plain and tries to remember the weaknesses that insects have. The young hero opens the information panel and tries to find the special recipe he got from Mrs. M.O. Powerful streams of energy gather around Shi Xiao, and he begins to create a new weapon. A red light goes on in the main base building, and an emergency is declared due to lack of resources. The soldiers point towards the monitors and ask the chief engineer to pay attention to Shi Xiao. A young hero, with the help of a unique recipe, creates a huge transformer that has monstrous powers. A huge smile appears on Shi Xiao's face at the sight of the transformer, and he tries to figure out its controls. The robot assistant asks the young hero not to worry about controlling the transformer and informs him that he will personally take care of its management. Shi Xiao hops into the cockpit rather quickly and notes that everything inside the transformer is very comfortable. The robot girl contacts her commander and reports the rapidly approaching bug army. The army of bugs is moving towards the base at an incredible speed and emitting ear-splitting screams that spread throughout the wasteland. The young hero thinks that he may not be able to survive an encounter with such a large army. Shi Xiao comes to his senses and decides to act. His hand reaches for the control culture to bring the transformer into action. The soldiers look around in a panic and note that an earthquake has started, and the engineer says it's caused by an army of bugs. The mercenaries keep a close eye on the insect swarm and prepare to give battle. Luofeng turns to his comrades and says that it is necessary to believe in the strength of the commander, and then he will definitely cope. The young hero is inside a huge robot and prepares to give battle to a huge army of bugs. Shishao notices a huge amount of smoke and dust rising up in the distance due to an army of beetles that is heading in his direction. The young hero orders a robotic assistant to open fire on the bugs as soon as they get to the protective wall. The robot opens fire with all guns, and a huge number of homing missiles fly toward the swarm. There is a huge explosion that destroys part of the bug army and turns the monsters' bodies to ash. Some monsters dodge the rocket blasts and keep running forward. The master engineer, with the help of monitor screens, follows the events and hopes for the young hero. The machine gun turret comes into action and without respite opens fire, which is accompanied by a loud rumble. A few bullets reach their targets and destroy the bugs that got very close to the wall. The soldiers, along with the chief engineer, watch the battle unfold and are amazed at the weapons the young hero has built. On the battlefield appear poisonous bugs that can pierce any obstacle with their acid. The poison bugs get close to the wall and fire at it with their acid. The energy barrier holds back the acid attack and protects the walls from destruction. The guns on the wall begin to move and prepare to open a fiery bombardment. The guns open fire and long beams of fire are directed towards the sky. Fire projectiles arrive at the location of the bug army and turn the monsters to ash. A cold sweat appears on Master Engineer's face, and he can't believe that defeating the bugs is so easy. The room inside the base lights up bright red, and the security system announces an alarm. The soldiers begin to tremble and fall to the ground in fright when they see that the army of beetles numbers in the millions. The master engineer continues to stand his ground and ponders the next course of action. The young hero's face turns grim when he learns the true number of the bug army. Shishao keeps shooting bugs and is not going to stop because his friends are at his back. The young hero is not about to back down, contacts Red Comet and Nana and asks them to prepare for battle. Shishao and his team head towards the bug army and prepare to hold off its onslaught by any means necessary. The transformer spins around its axis and opens fire on the bugs with all its guns. The Red Comet moves with great speed and bites through the sturdy armor of the beetle that got in its way. There are huge, poisonous mosquitoes in the air, and they set off unhindered towards the main base. Nana uses her wings to take off into the air and dispatch flying foes in the blink of an eye. The robot girl floods with loud laughter and destroys her opponents without delay. An informational sign warning of low ammunition begins flashing on all of the Transformers' monitors. The young hero turns to the robotic helper and orders it to open fire with live ordnance. A huge number of shells fly out of the robot's howitzers and head towards the enemy. Shishao contacts Nana and the Red Comet. He asks them to move a safe distance away from the explosion. The army of monsters raise their heads aloft and keep a close eye on the projectiles that fall from the sky. There is a huge explosion, the cloud from which rises high up and takes the shape of a mushroom. The ammunition of the battle transformer is running low, and the young hero arms the robot with a huge hammer and heads into the thick of battle. The transformer strikes his hammer with tremendous force, and the army of bugs flies in different directions from his blow. Shishao and his allies stand back to back and prepare to destroy as many bugs as they can. The mercenaries are watching the battle through the information panels and can't believe that Shishao wants to sacrifice his life. The young hero's team is also watching the battle closely. They want to help Shishao, but are too weak to do so. The soldiers take their weapons and are about to head outside to help Shishao in the battle against the insects. People get to the main gate and are surprised to notice that it is locked and won't open. A squad of soldiers is contacted by the chief engineer, who asks the soldiers not to leave the main base and to prepare for its defense. The chief engineer looks at the center panel and notices that he has no way of contacting the young hero. Huge numbers of flying bugs surround Nana on all sides, but she fights them off fearlessly. Bugs crawl all over the Red Comet's body and try to find its pithy spot. Huge drops of sweat drip down the young hero's face, and his armor can barely stand on his feet. A huge mob of bugs destroys a huge wall and destroys a mining rig. Shishao remembers that he has a trump card up his sleeve in the form of a dark vampire account, but he hesitates to use it. Shishao notices the snow not on the battlefield and doesn't understand where it came from here. A huge sword appears on the battlefield and rushes towards a huge cluster of bugs. Zhu Liu, who is a strong sorceress from the Huangjung clan, appears on the battlefield. The young hero looks at the huge sword with great surprise and does not understand why the enchantress decided to help him. The girl looks toward the young hero and admires his courage to challenge the insect army. A huge sword slowly begins to crumble and a huge armada of bugs crowds around it. Zhu Liu jumps to the ground and freezes several bugs in the blink of an eye. The girl with a wide grin on her face waves her hand in the direction of the monsters and offers to pounce on her with the whole crowd. A magical barrier appears above the sorceress's head, from which ice rays emanate. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of insects turn into huge ice blocks. The insects run away in fear in different directions, but they can't escape the ice magic. The young hero is about to join the battle, but his transformer won't move from his seat. Shishao jumps out of his robot and climbs on the back of the red comet to join the battle. The young hero looks sadly at his robot that has turned into a block of ice and curses the sorceress for this act. The insects continue their attack and head towards the sorceress under which the magic circle forms. Huge gusts of ice diverge from the enchantress in different directions and freeze all insects in their path. The girl robot fights in the air and is completely oblivious to what's happening on the ground. The young hero manages to come to Nana's aid in time and protects her from the icy blow with his huge shield. The sorceress looks at Shishao with a wide smile on her face and remarks that she is surprised that he was able to survive. The young hero looks at Zhu Liu without fear in his eyes and thanks the girl for her help. The enchantress laughs and says that Shishao shouldn't thank her enemy and heads towards him. Shishao notes that he can't help but thank the man who saved his life and notes that the girl has to pay for the robot's repairs. A slight smile appears on the sorceress's face, and she points her fingers in the direction where the army of monsters came from. The young hero turns back and notices that at the head of the insect army is its high-level king. Shishao looks at the sorceress and realizes that the Huangjung clan has decided to destroy Mo's base with the help of the insect king. Zhu Liu says goodbye to the young hero and notes that if he can survive this battle, she will compensate him for the loss of his robot. The young hero, along with his companions, get into a fighting stance and prepare to give battle to the insect king. Shishao's face looks very serious. He is going to destroy the insect king to protect the base from being destroyed. The young hero's small base is completely destroyed, and he cannot contact the main base to report the situation. The young hero heals Nana's wounds and asks her to go to the main base to ask for help. Shishao stares intently at the robot girl and asks her to fly away as quickly as possible. Nana quickly climbs up and hopes that the young hero can hold out until help arrives. Shishao jumps on the red comet's back and flames appear around it. The young hero asks his pet to be on standby and will bring his best to this battle. The soldiers are downhearted. They believe that the young hero has gone to the other world and now no one will help them. Master Engineer doesn't understand why Shishao still hasn't retreated to the main base after expending all his resources. The chief engineer orders his men in a loud voice not to lose heart and promises to deal with anyone who puts his hands down. The young hero's team panics. She can't contact Shishao and doesn't know what to do next. Shi Yunfei tries to reassure her friend and says that her brother always gets out of difficult situations. Luo Feng grits his teeth in anger and wants to go to Shishao's aid, but realizes it's too dangerous. Nana flies over the wasteland with great speed and tries to arrive at the main base as soon as possible. The girl robot abruptly turns around and decides to give battle to the bugs. She sends several missiles in their direction. A huge number of explosions go off and Nana gets a huge amount of experience for massacring the insect army. Suddenly, a huge insect appears out of bright flames and destroys the robot girl's wing. The Golden Elite Warrior turns his head towards Nana and says that she should have left the scene of the battle. A girl robot falls from a great height. She looks very frightened by the sight of an elite warrior. Nana looks at the Golden Warrior in horror and hopes that Shishao can save her from destruction. Shishao rides a red comet and destroys the insects that have managed to get close to him. The young hero stares intently into the eyes of the huge Insect King and contemplates a battle plan. The Insect King calls Shishao weak and notes that the young hero is completely unworthy of his attention. The Insect King's shell lights up brightly, and several bugs jump out of there. In front of the young hero appear 3 strong insects that look in his direction with malice in their eyes. The 3 brothers immediately rush into action and don't give Shishao a chance to analyze the situation properly. The young hero creates a flaming sword in his hands and orders the red comet to go into battle. Shishao strikes the high-level insect with his sword hard, but cannot destroy it. The young hero creates a huge shield behind his back and blocks the monster's powerful attack. Shishao tries to fight off the insects and asks the system to increase his maximum level. The young hero spends a huge amount of his strength and struggles to hold back the onslaught of high-level monsters. Shishao asks the red comet to hold off the insects for a while and decides to retreat. The young hero opens an information panel and is about to create a new weapon with the help of a robotic assistant. The robot assistant informs Shishao that he will have to activate one of the accounts to create a unique weapon. Suddenly, high-level insects appear in front of the young hero and are going to massacre him. Shishao surrounds himself with a barrier and carefully considers the situation. Small defense drones attack insects in response and do a little damage. The young hero holds in his hands a huge weapon that he managed to create from improvised materials. Shishao opens fire with his new weapon, and the robotic assistant asks him to take his time with the action. The blue projectile flies past its target and does not hit high-level insects. The projectile creates a small black hole in its place, which attracts the attention of the monsters around it. The black hole begins to emit a large amount of energy from itself and instantly absorbs the high-level insects. A young hero and a robotic sidekick watch closely as the black hole increases in size. The heroes are extremely surprised by this turn of events. The robot assistant warns Shishao to use ammunition wisely. The Insect King takes notice of the young hero and plans to deal him one blow. The young hero manages to create a blue barrier in front of him and blocks the monster's attack. Shishao seals the boss in a time barrier and tries to figure out from the robot how to increase the power of the weapon. The robot assistant and the young hero end up in the system room, and Voice explains how the new account works. The young hero approaches the orange cube and unlocks a new shooter account. Shishao learns the story of a gunslinger who worked alongside Moss and exterminated a huge number of monsters. A wide smile appears on the young hero's face, and he decides to activate a new account. Shishao's appearance and weapons are greatly transformed. He feels an irresistible urge to destroy and annihilate monsters. The young hero stands up to the Insect King and prepares to give him a fight. Shishao defends herself from an insect strike with her new weapon and demands that her opponent demonstrate more strength. The young hero attacks the monster with his sword and does some serious damage. The Insect King looks at Shishao with surprise and doesn't understand where the young hero got such strength from. The young hero grabs a huge claw with his hands and points it towards the monster's eye. Shishao deftly jumps aside and then fires his energy rifle. The Insect King goes into a rage. He lights up red and tells Shishao that no one is capable of defeating him. The young hero fires at the monster again, but this time all his shots are reflected off the monster's shell. Shishao manages to deal massive damage to the Insect King, and he starts screaming in pain. The young hero dismisses the effects of the account and observes the monster's actions. The Insect King looks at his opponent with anger in his eyes and promises to send him to the other world. A robot sidekick approaches the young hero and suggests he change his battle strategy. The insect king has little life force left, but now he looks much more dangerous than before. The young hero flies high up and contemplates a plan to defeat the monster. The monster roars loudly with rage and demands Shishao to return to the battlefield. The young hero smiles broadly and offers to let the insect king catch up with him if he can. Shishao flies over a mountain of insect bodies and doesn't understand why there are so many of them in the area. The young hero looks at the vast number of bodies on the ground, guessing that Nana fought in this place. A robot girl is lying next to the bodies of insects. Her body is very badly damaged, and she is unconscious. Shishao takes Nana in his arms, and a wide smile appears on his face as she comes to her senses. The young hero smiles broadly and tells the girl robot that she did the right thing. Tears of joy appear on Nana's face after Shishao's warm words. She is very happy to know that the young hero is not angry with her. Nana trembles slightly in fear, but thanks the young hero for saving her from perdition. The soldiers come to the main room and report to the master engineer that most of the swarm has been destroyed. The soldiers marvel at Shishao's actions and note that the chief engineer was right in his choice. The master engineer ponders the report of his soldiers and calculates a further plan of action. The chief engineer urges his soldiers not to relax and prepare to defend the base. Huge numbers of exploding bugs head towards the wall to destroy it, and turrets bombard them. A giant bug bursts through turret fire and destroys the main gate of the base. Team Feng Yun enters the battlefield to fight the insect army. The young hero's team also joins the battle and tries to contain the insect army that has broken through to the base. The mercenary leader is also in the battle and chops the huge bug in front of him into 2 pieces. The mercenary opens his mouth in surprise as he watches how skillfully Shishao's team fights. The mercenary leader asks Luo Feng to keep his cool and not rush forward headlong. There is a loud explosion and a flash of bright light appears in front of Luo Feng and the mercenary leader. The smoke gradually disappears and the heroes see before them an imperial beetle that possesses a high level. The mercenary leader turns around and runs in the opposite direction. He turns his head to Luo Feng and asks him to run with him. Luo Feng is not going to back down. He raises his shield and prepares to hold off any attack from the legendary monster. The golden insect laughs at Luo Feng and notes that the man is showing great bravery. The legendary beast rushes into action without a second thought and strikes Luo Feng's shield hard. The imperial beetle is amazed that Luo Feng is still alive and realizes that his opponent is not as simple as he first thought. Luo Feng takes advantage of the legendary beast's surprise and carries a strike at it with his sword, but the beetle blocks it. An elite monster appears behind Luo Feng's back and is about to give him a critical strike. In Luo Feng's mind, an image of the young hero arises. He thinks about being too weak and grits his teeth in anger. A gust of blue wind tosses the elite monster upwards and prevents it from completing its deadly attack. Lu Changfeng appears in front of Luo Feng and asks him not to fight such a dangerous opponent and leave this fight to his squad. Luo Feng stares with his mouth open in surprise at the storm squad that the young hero told him about. The storm squad acts very coherently, and the elite insect's health is approaching peak very quickly. Lu Changfeng gives the elite insect one last blow and sends it to the other side. The storm commander opens the dashboard and checks to see where his team stands. Storm Squad, along with their leader, sets out to destroy as many bugs as possible. The young hero's team gets together. The girls reprimand Luo Feng for going into battle recklessly. The master engineer, along with his small squad, is in the coordination room monitoring the battle. The soldiers are thrilled when the system reports that only 8% of the bug army remains. The chief engineer asks his squad not to relax and to remain prepared for any contingency. The master engineer views the situation on the battlefield through his many screens and tries to find Shishao. A message appears on the information panel that a new energy wave has appeared and will soon reach the base. Shishao is holding a robot girl and trying to hide from the insect king who is after him. A small smile appears on the master engineer's face when he sees that the young hero is unharmed. The young hero throws Nana against a high wall and asks her to find her friends. Xiao's team catches the robot girl and waves towards the young hero with smiles on their faces. The huge monster continues to follow Xiao and grazes part of the wall with its body. The Insect King destroys the wall without any trouble and looks towards the young hero with great anger in his eyes. People close their eyes against the huge cloud of smoke with horror, looking at the huge monster that is passing by them. The master engineer is closely watching the young hero and the monster that follows him on his heels. The chief engineer's face takes on an astonished look when he realizes that Xiao is heading towards Huangjung's base. A wide smile shines on the young hero's face. He can't wait to see the surprised faces of the Huangjung clan. The people in Huangjung's base discuss the attack of the insect army and gloat over their rival's base. The mission commander stands at the head of his squad and tries with his eyes to find the sorceress who disappeared without a trace. The squad leader approaches the headmaster and informs him that the sorceress has most likely gone to the lost temple. Director Huangjung is outraged that the sorceress decided to go alone, and the squad leader notes that it's in her spirit. Director Huangjung has a wicked grin on her face and hopes that the sorceress will go to the other world. The girl grabs a hand to her head and asks her subordinate when they can attack the enemy base. Director Huangjung turns around to the squad and informs them that they will soon strike their enemy, and everyone involved in the operation will receive a generous reward. The ground starts to shake and the crew panics because they don't know what's going on. A man runs out of the building and tells them that a strange guy is flying in their direction, followed by an insect king. The squad leader is furious at the words of his subordinate. He grabs him by his clothes and tells him that the mercenary's words are false. The head of the squad tosses the mercenary aside and announces the start of combat readiness. A few seconds later, a loud explosion sounds and a huge insect king appears at the base and destroys the fortress wall. The huge monster becomes enraged, it roars loudly and demands the young hero to come out into the light. The commander orders his squad to stay in formation and says that they will be able to finish off the enemy without any problems. The Insect King thinks that the mercenaries are on Xiao's side, so he immediately attacks them. Xiao is watching from the wall, and a smile appears on his face as Huangjung's base is being destroyed. The young hero waits until the boss health reaches 5% and jumps down to finish off the monster. Huangjung's squads hold back the onslaught of the huge monster with energy shields and prepare to finish it off. The squad leader shoots the monster with his weapon, and a smile appears on his face because of the hope of a quick victory. Suddenly, a liquid substance appears on the battlefield, covering the entire arena and heading towards the monster. The Insect King tries to drive the strange substance away from him and stomps it with his feet. The bloody liquid transforms into a strange creature that stares at the insect with a thirst for destruction. A strange substance covers the Insect King's body and prevents him from moving. The Insect King screams with rage and accuses the humans of using dastardly tricks. On the commander's face appear emotions of anger and irritation. He realizes that someone wants to steal the booty from under the nose of his squad. The commander orders the squads to concentrate all their energy and open fire on the monster to finish it off. The blood barrier completely envelops the Insect King's body and absorbs the projectiles of Huangjung's units. The Insect King drowns in a strange liquid, and all his health disappears with his body. The squad leader is furious with anger on his face veins, and he demands to find the man who killed the monster. The bloody barrier transforms into a huge hand that heads towards the squad of soldiers. A giant hand clenches into a fist, and a stream of blood falls on the squad that manages to put up an energy barrier in time. The unit director orders the units to retreat and curses the sorceress who left the base unauthorized. Golden hands pull streams of blood from the young hero, and he regains his former appearance. Xiao tries to rest and takes a seat near the wall because he is in a lot of pain after the transformation. The young hero opens the information panel to familiarize himself with the items he got from the boss. Shishao obtains a huge amount of gold coins, an experience causing his mouth to open in surprise. The chief engineer gathers the squad in the center of the base and orders to get rid of the insect bodies that are scattered throughout the area. The master engineer looks towards Huang Zheng's base and assumes that the young hero has defeated the insect king. Shishao returns to the base and asks his team if they're okay. Everyone is very happy to see the young hero. They hug him and rejoice at his return. Shishao becomes uncomfortable with so much attention and asks him to hug him really hard. Luo Feng greets the young hero and congratulates him on his victory over the insect army. Master engineer and mercenary leader express their great appreciation to Shishao for defeating the insects. The young hero approaches the director and wonders if he needs to share his award with the organization. Director Mo smiles and tells the young hero that he can keep all of his earnings. A man puts his hand on Shishao's shoulder and offers to be his personal bodyguard, but the young hero refuses. Master Engineer contacts the first commander of Mo's squad and reports the situation as well as Shishao's actions. On the monitor screen appears the second commander, who smiles and notes that he has always believed in the strength of the young hero. The face of the first commander does not express any emotion. He states that there are new difficulties that are related to the fulfillment of the mission. The first commander's team moves quickly through the obstacles and straightens out the remaining insects. The squad uses a variety of tools and devices, but cannot penetrate the huge gate that leads inside the temple. The monitor screens broadcast an image of the temple gates that represent a living being. A few bugs run out of the temple walls and brandish acid spit at the squad. The first commander creates an energy barrier around the squad and asks command to send them better weapons to breach the gate. The master engineer notes that he doesn't have a suitable weapon, and the base doesn't have the resources to produce a new one. The commander warns the chief engineer that in case of failure, all responsibility will fall on his shoulders. The soldiers are unhappy with the first commander's words and note that he is demanding too much from the base, especially after the bug army attack. Shishao is also unhappy with the situation and thinks that Ji Wanchuan is too ruthless to his men. The young protagonist goes to the chief engineer and asks him about ideas for producing a powerful weapon. The chief engineer explains to Shishao that he will put all his efforts into extracting useful minerals and is not worried about losing his position. The young hero admires the master engineer's determination and offers to take advantage of his plan. The chief engineer stares at Shishao with his mouth open in surprise and prepares to hear his crazy plan. The second commander turns to the head of the squad and notes that he is too hard on his men. The commander of the first squad explains to his assistant that he has purposely given a difficult assignment to see the strength of Shishao. The head of the first squad notes that he is having trouble recognizing the young hero's power with his abilities. The deputy commander chuckles at his chief's words and notes that his friend has never feared a huge force. The second squad leader points his finger in the direction of the ice block and notes that they are constantly being watched by a sorceress. The girl sits on the ice throne and notes that she expected much more from the strongest team. Commander Wang turns to the Ice Queen in a loud voice and suggests she use magic if she actually has the power. The squad leader turns to his assistant and asks him not to be testy because they have an important mission. The enchantress continues to sit on her ice throne and watches the actions of the enemy team. The squad leader turns to his men and notes that the sorceress is unable to breach the temple wall. The ground beneath the squad's feet begins to shake, and Commander Wang assumes that the next bug army is beginning to attack. A squad member stands on a huge cannon and warns the commander of approaching unidentified objects. In the distance, you can see a huge amount of dust rising up and completely blocking the view. The squad commander notes that in the direction of the unknown objects is their main base. The young hero is heading towards the main squad and behind his back with a huge speed rushing unknown objects. The dust clears, and the squad gets a glimpse of the huge amount of mining equipment that follows the hero. Shisho smiles widely and talks about how he is going to build a new base on the site of the insect temple. The young hero is fully confident in his abilities and has converted all the robots to mining resources. Commander Wong laughs out loud and notes that this is the kind of approach he was looking forward to from the young hero. The squad does not share his associate's opinion and notes that Shishao's actions make no sense. The commander-in-chief pretends to be unhappy with the situation and asks the chief engineer where his gun is. The master engineer stands up for the young man and assures the commander that the young hero will cope with this difficult task. A young hero with a big smile on his face explains that building a base near an insect lair is the wisest decision. One of the squad members accuses Shisho of carelessness and notes that his plan is based only on assumptions. An information panel appears above the young hero's head, through which he is contacted by Nana, who informs him of the ore deposits. The squad member becomes enraged and doesn't understand how there are so many minerals under the insect temple. The young hero orders his robots to start mining resources at double speed. The master engineer orders his subordinates to start building the base as soon as possible and notes the importance of attacking guns. The young hero approaches the first captain and asks him not to worry about executing the plan and promises its success. Commander Wang asks Shisho not to get too close to the temple walls because it is very dangerous. As the young hero gets closer to the main gate, bugs appear on the walls and attack him with acid. The young hero creates a fire barrier around himself, and with a grin on his face asks the bugs not to be so nervous. Shisho scrutinizes the walls of the temple and assumes that the entire temple is entirely a living being. The young hero steps back and asks his robot assistant about the presence of underground terrain scanners. Voice reports that he will create the necessary device and notes that the temple is perfect for creating a high-level fortress. Shisho is surprised after the words of his robot assistant and notes that this is a very dangerous place. Voice smiles slightly and explains that the dungeon has a huge amount of benefits. The robot demonstrates on the monitor screen a huge amount of rare high-level materials that are necessary to create a fortress. Voice also shows on the screen a huge number of bugs that have flooded the dungeon and are guarding it. The young hero stretches out his arms and says that he is ready for any hardship for the sake of obtaining a high-level fortress. Shisho creates a huge probe to search for useful resources and passageways beneath the insect temple. The young hero, along with Commander Wang, watch as the search rig runs at full capacity. The terrain scanner shows Shisho an image of a giant insect, which is a huge temple. Commander Wang gets sick at the mere thought of having to be inside a giant insect. In the center of the temple is a huge energy core that is its heart and has great value. A wide smile appears on Shisho's face, and he believes that he can use the energy core to his advantage. The first commander asks the master engineer to sever the connection between the energy core and the temple, but the engineer responds with an emphatic refusal. The squad leader turns to Shisho for help, hoping the young hero has a trump card up his sleeve. The young hero smiles and pays no attention to the threats of the squad leader. Shisho uses her skills to create a powerful explosive device that can break the link between the core and the temple. The young hero suggests that the master engineer use maximum power to breach the temple gate. Shisho doesn't want the master engineer to be stripped of his title, so he is going to use all his strength and resources. The chief engineer puts his hand on Shisho's shoulder and notes that the young man deserves the title of master much more than he does. Shisho periodically looks towards the ice throne and thinks about how he should deal with the ice enchantress. The young hero asks the squads to continue their work, and he himself goes to the ice throne despite Commander Van's warnings. Shisho listens to the captain's warnings and asks him not to worry about his encounter with the sorceress. The young hero gets to the ice block and notes that the sorceress must be very bored sitting idle. The girl agrees with Shisho's opinion and notes that upon the young hero's arrival, she became interested again. A wry smile appears on Xiao's face, and he tells the sorceress that Huang Zheng's base was badly damaged after the boss attack. The sorceress can't believe that the base has been attacked and opens the dashboard to verify this information. The girl brings her sword up to Xiao's neck and asks if the young hero is responsible for destroying her base. The young hero tries to justify herself and talks about how it wasn't her fault that the Insect King destroyed her base. The sorceress hops on her sword and without a moment's hesitation sets off towards her base. A menacing look appears on the girl's face, and she promises to take revenge on Xiao if he had anything to do with the destruction of her base. The young hero looks frightened after the girl's words and hopes that she never learns the truth about his actions. Xiao returns to his team, and Commander Wang runs to meet him with a joyful face. The young hero scratches the back of his head and talks about starting to build guns. A huge number of reinforced guns stand in front of the bug base and prepare to fire on its main gate. Master Engineer notes that the power of the guns will not be enough to destroy the temple gates, and Xiao agrees. Behind the young hero appears a huge weapon with which he is going to destroy the gates of the temple. The robot assistant informs Xiao that the gun will take a long time to reload. The main weapon begins to load, and the young hero puts his arm out in front of him and orders him to open fire. The bugs are upgrading their firepower and preparing to strike back as soon as they are ready. The master engineer notices the danger of the enemy's new guns, but the young hero assures him that there is no need to worry about it. A wide smile appears on Xiao's face. He is looking forward to test what is stronger than his firepower or insect recovery. The young hero reports to the first commander that it is possible to give the order to begin the assault on the insect city. The first commander is impressed with the young hero's actions, but thinks it best to look at their outcome to make a decision. The head of the squads extends his arm forward and in a loud voice gives the order to start shelling the insect base. All the guns fire at once at the insect temple and bombard it uninterruptedly from all sides. Cold drops of sweat dripped down Xiao's face as he saw the insects siphoning energy from the energy core. The insects raise up their weapon rigs, open fire on the human positions. Huge numbers of bombs land near mercenary squads, and exploding insects jump out of them. Master Engineer starts to worry about the bug attack and turns towards Xiao, who looks very calm. Bug bombs keep landing all over Mo's base and throwing huge numbers of exploding insects in different directions. People look on in amazement as explosions erupt in front of their faces and bright flames light up their faces. The young hero looks at the new shells with his squads and realizes he doesn't have enough resources to destroy them all. Xiao asks how much time is left to reload the gun and asks Voice to fire before the allotted time. The huge gun makes an eerie rumbling sound and opens fire towards the insect base. A huge projectile rolls across the battlefield with great speed and destroys all the acid bugs that appear in its path. The projectiles climb the main gate of the temple and begin circling in its center at breakneck speed. Huge shells continue to drill through the gates at an incredible rate, and the head of the mercenaries is glad that Xiao is on his side. The first commander notices that the young hero is incredibly strong in technical sciences, and he is very interested to know his true potential. The young hero realizes that the power of his attack is not enough to humiliate the goal and tries to come up with a new plan. Xiao asks the master engineer to stop firing and gather all the power for the laser installation. All the laser turrets open fire on the place where Xiao's projectiles are and waste a huge amount of resources. The shells of the young hero's weapons continue to drill the wall, and the resources of the main base are running out very quickly. The young hero closely follows the progress of the attack and hopes that he manages to destroy the gate before it runs out of resources. From the temple emanates violet radiation that destroys the shell of the infernal meat grinder in a fraction of a second. A bright purple flash continues from the temple and heads towards Mo's base positions. The first commander places a protective barrier in front of him and manages to block the bright beam. The young hero doesn't understand where the strange beam came from and examines the temple gates very carefully. The first commander puts his blade away in its scabbard and tells the team not to worry about the little bugs. The head of the squad turns towards Shishao. He thanks the hero for his help and tells him that his work here is done. Team Mo heads inside the temple while Commander Wang stretches his arms and tells Shishao that he'll be back soon with good news. A slight smirk appears on Shishao's face, and he assumes that the squad leader is worried that someone might steal their boss. In front of the temple gates, a huge number of high-level monsters appear and challenge all humans. The first commander creates an energy barrier around himself that completely blocks the attacks of high-level insects. The girl uses a magic book and enhances the characteristics of her squad several times. Commander Van rushes into battle and thanks Lulu for her spells that increase his power. Mo's squad acts very coherently and destroys most insects in a matter of seconds. The squad lieutenant uses energy blades and destroys level 80 monsters in an instant. There are deafening explosions every now and then around the first squad leader, and he demands the bugs show a more dignified response. An insect boss appears in front of the squad and directs an ice beam towards Mo's squad. The first commander blocks an ice projectile with his sword and learns of the existence of a certain insect emperor. The head of the squad is massacring insects in his path and trying to ferret out as much information about the emperor as possible. The insect boss hisses with anger and talks about how his race is superior to humans in everything. The monster strengthens its gun and once more attacks the squad with an ice beam. The squad leader again reflects the icy blow and notes that he has a very stubborn opponent. The master engineer offers the young hero to go inside the temple with the squad, but Shishao refuses the offer. Around Shishao gathers his team, and he tells the chief engineer that he will destroy the enemies outside to level up. Master engineer assigns Shishao's team as the royal squad and asks them to keep the bugs away from the temple and the other squad's positions. The young hero goes forward and is followed by the head of the mercenaries who wants to join him. Suddenly the ground beneath his feet begins to shake again, and Shishao realizes that an earthquake is happening right under his feet. A huge gust of fire rises up and scatters huge rocks in different directions. In front of Shishao's squad and his companions, a void demon that possesses a very high level appears. The void demon looks a lot like a huge worm, and at the sight of it, all units scatter in different directions. The master engineer asks the squads to calm down and talks about the firepower they have left. All the guns fire at once at the giant worm, but only do minor damage. The chief engineer orders high-level units to follow him to attack the worm after the ammo runs out. Commander Wang turns to his chapter and warns of the appearance of a high-level boss outside the temple. The first commander deals a fatal blow to the insect boss and asks Van to focus on what's going on inside the temple. The squad leader continues the battle and is very curious to see how Shishao handles the difficult situation. Squad leader Zunba pushes Shishao aside and runs away from the monster in the opposite direction. The head of the squad is not going to fight a high-level opponent and escapes from the battlefield with his men. The assistant informs his master that the highest-leveled squad has fled the battlefield. Squad leader Changfeng says that he will fight to the bitter end with Shishao. Lu Changfeng closely follows the actions of the young hero's team and hopes that they can defeat the dangerous monster together. Shishao asks his team to temporarily retreat from the battlefield. He thinks that a huge worm is behaving very strangely. A huge number of turrets are relentlessly firing on a giant worm that emits a loud roar. A monstrous creature destroys the entire fire battery, and people scatter in different directions trying not to get under its attack. The squads watch in amazement as the worm turns in the opposite direction and heads towards the insect temple. The monstrous creature crashes into the temple wall with tremendous force and tries to force its way inside. A smile appears on the young hero's face. He realizes that the huge worm is a wild monster that wants to take the energy core. Master engineer and squad leader Lu Changfeng are closely watching the boss's actions and waiting to see what happens next. The insect temple fights back and pierces the giant worm's body with a huge spike and deals critical damage. Cold drops of sweat appear on Shishao's face as he sees the temple use deadly attacks against the giant worm. The huge worm abruptly turns around and heads towards the squads of humans to attack them again. The master engineer calls the attention of all units to himself and orders them to head towards the temple as quickly as possible. The chief engineer grits his teeth in anger. He realizes the danger of his situation and tries to save as many people as possible. Near the squad, the fierce strangler's projectiles appear and fly past it in different directions. The young hero lands crushing blows on the giant worm and is asked to provide the entire fight to him. The chief engineer watches the actions of the young hero with his mouth open in amazement and notes that he is too exhausted to fight. Shishao looks at the master engineer with a smile and asks him not to worry about his life. At the behest of a young hero, a huge number of mining machines gather at one point. Nana uses a dashboard and controls the movement of all the mining robots. The robot girl's face is covered in cold sweat. She is surprised when the young hero notes her special ability. Nana quickly jumps into the pilot's seat of one of the robots and tries to boost her performance. All mining robots are enveloped by streams of energy that resemble charges of yellow lightning. All the robots turn into small pieces of debris and then join together to form a single structure. A girl robot along with a young hero create a huge transformer that can fight a giant worm. The projectiles of the furious strangler continue to attack the huge worm and do not allow it to move a single step. The transformer robot carries at full speed towards the monstrous creature and recoils back a projectile of furious strangler. Transformer uses his drill and uses it to deliver a fatal blow to the monstrous creature. The young hero uses the robot's power to its fullest and deals the desert demon lethal damage. The robot girl reports that transformer attacks require a huge amount of resources to fight. Shishao realizes that the robot's power is only enough for 2 minutes, so he is going to finish the monster with one attack. Suddenly, the desert worm dodges the young hero's attack and heads towards the crystal deposits. A huge worm starts devouring all the high-level crystals it meets on its way. The young hero becomes enraged by what is happening because for him, high-level crystals are a valuable resource. In Nana's mind, she hatches a plan to use money to force Shishao to obey her and become the ruler of the world. The transformer again attacks the monstrous creature with the drill, but this time they fail to penetrate its thick armor. The huge worm is modified and now its defense rate is increased several times. The young hero remembers his battle with the demonic crystal and decides to use the experience of previous battles. The transformer robot tosses its drill aside and prepares for another attack. The transformer makes a high jump and is about to hit the monster with his fist, putting all his strength into it. The transformer robot moves with tremendous speed and performs multiple punches in a couple seconds. Nana warns that the robot's attacks do no damage, and the young hero reassures her and asks her to wait a while. A huge transformer robot splits into several parts because the supply of resources has come to an end. The giant worm turns its maw toward the robots and is about to swallow them. Suddenly, the monstrous creature begins to stagger from side to side and acidic slurry pours out of its mouth. The monster spit out all the gear and fell to the ground. It shows no aggression but is still alive. The worm comes to its senses and quickly burrows underground and then retreats from the battlefield. The young hero covers his nose with his hand as he approaches the stinking slurry and examines the magical items that lie around it. With a nonchalant face, Shishao points Nana in the direction of the magic items and demands to collect them immediately. Nana looks very upset but can't resist Shishao's orders and goes to collect the items. The robot girl uses a laser and cleans up all the stinky slop in front of her. The young hero gets a huge amount of magical items and thinks about passing them on to his team. Shishao gently pushes the strange stone with her foot and notices that there is something alive inside. A small beetle flies out of a stone cocoon, which has a high level despite its harmless appearance. The young hero gets excited at the sight of his new pet, but Nana doesn't share his joy. The beetle lands on the ground pretty quickly and tries to hide in its cocoon. Shishao looks at the little beetle and asks it not to hide, and in his hand is a small net. Suddenly, the beetle starts screaming, and he talks about being the prince of beetles whom no one dares to touch. The young hero looks disappointed when he realizes he won't have a new pet, and Nana asks him to keep his guard up. Shishao rises to his feet, noting that if he had not defeated the sand beetle, then the prince of beetles would forever remain inside the monster. A smile appears on the beetle prince's face as he thanks Shishao for his help and calls him his patron. The Prince of Beetles tells of his empire in which he rules in a palace and has seized power by deception. The prince's face becomes confused, and he notes that his defenses would not be enough to stay inside the worm for an eternity. The young hero squats down and asks what the Prince of Bugs is going to do next. A satisfied smile appears on the Bug Prince's face, and he notes that Shishao can help him regain the throne. Prince Beetle's face becomes serious, and he notes that his uncle could lead the world to total destruction if he continues to sit on the throne. The young hero unclenches his fists and agrees to help the Bug Prince regain his throne. The Prince of Bugs bites the young hero, and a special mark appears on his hand, which is the seal of the kingdom. Shishao's eyes light up with joy, and he thinks that with his new title, he will be able to take over the world. The young hero opens the information panel and informs the master engineer that he has solved the problem with the giant worm. The girl tries to heal Song Yunxiao's wounds, but his body is completely soaked in deadly poison. Commander Wong tells Shishao that his friend was careless and got caught in the boss's latest attack. The girl reports that her powers are not enough to dispel the debuff. The young hero is worried that a member of Mo's squad may go to the other side of the world if nothing is done. The first commander notes that every member of Mo Gong's squad must be ready to go to the other world at any moment. The young hero is greatly surprised when the squad leader suggests he join Mo Gong. The squad members are whispering amongst themselves, and squad leader Lu Changfeng is fully convinced that Shishao deserves to be a member of Mo Gong. Shishao asks the squad leader to postpone their conversation for later and says that he wants to save the squad member Mo Gong. The young hero approaches an earlier member of the team and scrutinizes his body. Luo Feng watches in amazement as Shishao tries to help a team member even though they are on bad terms. Other members of the team don't really believe in the young hero's strength and think that he's just wasting his time. Shishao leans over to the squad member and asks him to conserve his strength to stop the poison from spreading through his body. A disgruntled grimace appears on the man's face, and he says that he is ready to go to the other world for the sake of Mo Gong's squad. The young hero explains that he is only going to help a squad member for the sake of Yin Xuan and nothing more. The man turns away and remarks that it is too cruel of Shishao's side to give him hope of recovery. The young hero summons a robotic helper to help and asks if an antidote can be prepared from available resources. Emotions of displeasure and surprise appear on Shishao's face when the robot assistant responds to his request with a refusal. The Prince of Beetles jumps on the young hero's shoulder and informs him that he can make the necessary antidote. The Prince of Beetles creates a Zerg medicinal potion that has a high-level antidote. The girl scrutinizes the antidote and notes that it will only delay the effects of the poison for a few hours. The young hero explains that he has broken down the effectiveness of the poison into multiple doses to help everyone if needed. Master Engineer listens carefully to Shishao's explanations and notes that it is necessary to build a portal as soon as possible. Shishao approaches the Chief Engineer and notes that most of the mining tools have been destroyed. The young hero holds out the antidote toward a squad member and offers him a choice of his own. The man takes the potion from Shishao's hands and drinks all of its contents to be ready for battle. The head of the squad passes by the young hero and remarks that he would not miss something in the temple because of the rush. The young hero rises to his feet and asks about whether he can take his squad with him. Commander Wong notes that Shishao is crazy if he decided to send his low-level squad into the lair of dangerous monsters. The squad leader stops and notes that he doesn't care who Shishao takes with him, but he won't save anyone. Commander Wong notices that his captain is once again making concessions to Shishao and tries to figure out what the squad leader is up to. Squads make their way deep into the temple and fight the monsters that stand in their way. The young hero and his squad do not engage in combat and simply watch the battle from the sidelines. The Prince of Beetles informs the young hero that he senses an ominous aura and asks him to be careful. Shishao concentrates and also begins to feel a strange power that emanates from the depths of the temple. The story moves to a few years ago. Bugs live in peace and worship their emperor, who stands near the Crystalla. Once Prince Beetle's uncle took over, the crystal's energy distorted and took on a dark shape. Cold drops of sweat appear on Shishao's face after the Bug Prince's story, and he talks about knowing about the existence of the energy core. Beneath the ground is a green core that is the heart of the bugs and creates a huge amount of energy. The young hero grabs his head and realizes that he needs to hurry before the core is completely overrun by the foulness. One of the squad members misses the monster on purpose, and the dangerous monster flies towards Shishao. Without delay, the young hero destroys the bug with a single blow and joins the battle against the monsters. Mogong's squad is surprised that Shishao is joining the fight and doesn't understand his true intentions. The Prince of Beetles is very excited about the fact that the young hero is engaging in battle with monsters. The young hero discovers the existence of a long staircase that divides into two parts and leads to different rooms. Shishao imagines a huge army of bugs in his head and thinks about which path is best to take. The young hero watches the squad leader destroy another monster and decides not to inform him of the existence of different paths. The squads deal with monsters and get to the fork and try to figure out where the best place to go is first. The members of Mogong's squad look amongst themselves and discuss possible route choices. The young hero goes to the left side without delay and says that his intuition has never failed him. Commander Wang and his companion decide to follow the young hero because they trust him. The first commander disagrees with Shishao's opinion and sets off in the opposite direction. Commander Wang places his hand on the young hero's shoulder and asks him to ignore the squad leader's actions. Squads quickly break through and find themselves in a place where insect armies are created. The young hero makes a surprised look and shrugs off the first commander for choosing wisely. Mogong's squad stretch their arms and prepare to destroy all the monsters in this room. The Prince of Beetles is amazed at the young hero's tactics, while Shishao notes that the squad leader will always make opposite decisions. The young hero summons his team and orders them to destroy the bug eggs as quickly as possible. The first commander stares intently at the young hero and asks him if he chose this path on purpose. Shishao makes a fool of himself and says that he doesn't understand the words of Mogong, the head of the squad. The first commander shakes his head from side to side and decides to dismiss unnecessary thoughts from his head. Cold drops of sweat appear on Shishao's face as he worries that the squad leader has guessed his devious plan. Suddenly, the insect queen appears in front of the squad and declares that no one dares to destroy her nest. The queen smiles evilly and tells people that they are lucky enough to be turned into her food. The members of Mogong's squad gazed at the insect queen with interest and pondered their next move. The insect queen reaches the head of the squad in a flash and offers him to be her pet. The first commander quickly pulls out his blade and delivers a critical strike to the monster. The insect queen becomes enraged after being hit by the squad leader and talks about destroying all the humans in front of her. The young hero and Commander Wang whisper amongst themselves and note that the first commander is incredibly strong. The squad leader abruptly turns around and notes that Commander Wang is talking too much. The first commander orders his squad to regroup and be ready to destroy the insect queen. The young hero offers his squad to watch the battle closely to learn new skills. Mogong's squad acts very coherently and attacks the insect queen from all sides. the squad leader uses a secret technique and delivers a critical blow to the monster using bright lightning bolts. The girls enthusiastically watch the actions of the squad and note that Mo Gong's team is rightfully considered the strongest. The young hero notes that his team has a big gap with Mo Gong's squad, but he hopes to one day reach their heights. The Aboriginal girl is mesmerized watching the fight and rejoices in the fact that she is on Xiao's team. The squad leader notices that his strength has increased significantly recently, as well as his characteristics. The first commander scrutinizes the young hero's squad and assumes that some of its members are augmenting his strength. The Prince of Bugs asks the young hero to keep the insect queen alive because she knows the whereabouts of his mom. The Prince of Beetles asks to spare his subject, however the young hero refuses and points out that his companions will not listen to him. Meanwhile, the Bug Queen looks menacingly toward the humans and declares in a loud voice that she will turn them to dust. Then her face is greatly transformed, and her body is filled with a strength previously unknown to anyone. At this moment, the deputy commander rushes towards the monster without a second thought to deal with it in one blow. But the Empress of Insects only mocks the man and says that she has already won the battle. Suddenly, the deputy commander is frozen in place. He tries to move his body, but it won't obey him. And the monster only gloatingly mocks him and points out that now the bodies of all humans are filled with its poison. And the whole squad falls to the ground, unable to resist the toxin. They cannot move and only helplessly look at the monster. The squad leader holds onto his blade and clenches his teeth tightly, trying to stand up, but even he can't resist the poison. Suddenly, he finds himself in a strange dimension. He immediately rises to his feet and defends himself from a magic beam directed in his direction. In front of him, he sees his exact replica, whose body is enveloped in a strange green light. Meanwhile, the young hero also comes to himself. He looks around and tries to understand what is going on around him. In front of him, Xiao sees an exact replica of himself who tells him that she will destroy him. And the young hero only smiles and punches his evil doppelganger in the face with all his might using his fiery fist. Then he clenches a fist in his palm and with a smile on his face says that he will destroy his copy. And the evil copy only smiles and tells Xiao that he has all the skills and abilities of a hero. Then the evil entity in quick jerks is behind the young hero's back and preparing to strike with a fiery fist. And a huge blast wave throws the young hero to the side and the evil copy with a smirk watching Xiao. Then without further thought, the young hero creates a fiery blade in his hand and rushes towards his opponent. However, the evil doppelganger also creates the exact same blade in his hands and blocks Xiao's strike. The young hero and the evil doppelganger exchange a few blows, and the latter notes that soon Xiao will meet his doom. An evil entity with a wide grin on its face looks at the young hero and says that after a while the hero's body will be destroyed. And Xiao looks menacingly at the illusion and says that his enemy is celebrating his victory very early on. After saying those words, the dark illusion jumps up and is about to unleash the full power of the fire blade on Xiao. And after the blow, the young hero crouches on his knees from fatigue, but clutches his blade tightly in his hands. Then he rises sharply and exchanges a hail of fiery blows with his dark copy. And as his dark copy steps back, he glares at her, trying to see how well she can copy his attacks. And the dark illusion notices Xiao's pensive look and says that this battle will be his last. At this moment, the Prince of Beetles tearfully looks at the dark illusion and appeals to the Empress of Beetles to spare the hero. However, in response to his request, there is only evil laughter, and the illusion declares that the Prince of Beetles is too weak to ask for anything. Suddenly, the young hero abruptly rises to his feet, which puzzled the dark illusion, and he looks at Xiao with surprise. And the young hero only smiles and notes that he purposely gave in during the battle to ferret out as much information as possible. After these words, the dark illusion instantly attacks, But this time, the young hero fends off the attack without too much trouble. And the dark illusion looks at Shishao bewilderedly, indicating that it is able to copy all of his attacks. However, the young hero opens a panel to communicate with the Lord's accounts and says that the illusion is unable to replicate all of his techniques. At this moment, the dark illusion immediately attacked Shishao with the hope of finishing him off with a single blow. But suddenly, the young hero's body is covered in dark flames, and he easily blocks the sword strike with his hand. And then his Dark Lord account appears behind the young hero with dark flames surrounding him. The armor then envelops the young hero and transforms by binding with the clothes on his body. At this moment, the dark illusion stared at Shishao with its mouth open in surprise, unable to believe that it possessed such strength. Then iron arms appear behind the dark illusion, and he lashes out at the young hero with renewed zeal. However, the young hero uses the same ability and clashes with his dark counterpart in a sword fight. Suddenly, a huge blade appears over the head of the dark copy, which with great speed carries on the illusion, and then pierces her body, causing the dark entity to scream in pain and take massive damage. At this point, the young hero wakes up and finds himself in a cocoon surrounded by several monsters. And the insect empress is trying to escape because the young hero's power is very strong. However, there is a blue flame that completely surrounds her and prevents her from escaping from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the young hero heads to the sides of the monster and declares that he will punish her with his new power. Then the monster bows his head and asks for forgiveness before the Prince of Beetles and the young hero. At this point, the Prince of Beetles turns to the young hero and asks him to spare the life of his former servant. And the insect empress smiles gloatingly and hopes that Shishao will heed the prince's words. However, a second later, the young hero takes a quick swing of his blade and sends the monster to the other side. After this strike, the monster's entire body is covered in bright purple flames, and then it falls to the ground. And the young hero points out to the Prince of Beetles that one should never forgive traitors or he will be betrayed again. And the Prince of Beetles puts his head down and talks about how he would like to save all of his subjects. Meanwhile, the young hero goes to the side of the monster's body and tells the prince not to be so kind. Then, Shishao opens the information panel and tries to scrutinize the items that fell off the monster. The image of the invincible bug warrior arises in his mind when the prince talks about the chitin that will allow him to regain his true strength. Then the young hero hands the magical object to the prince and looks at him confused as he showered him with compliments. Then a smile appears on his face, and Shishao says that he is always ready to help his friends. At this moment, the Prince of Beetles snuggles up to the young hero's body and thanks him again for the magic item. Meanwhile, the rest of the team comes to their senses. They look around and try to figure out what's going on. And the young hero is greeted with smiles by his friends who thank Shishao for his rescue. Meanwhile, the squad leader looks back toward the young hero and stares intently in his direction. Then, with a wary expression on his face, he tells his team that it was Shishao who saved them from danger. And the young hero approaches him and asks if he can keep the gear he got from the monster. At this point, the team points out with smiles on their faces that the young hero did a pretty good job in the battle against the monster. But when one of the mercenaries learns that the young hero has defeated the monster in single combat, there is great surprise on his face. And the young hero only smiles and points a finger up and asks the squad leader to give him the insect scales. And a moment later, on the screen of the information panel, Shishao sees the cherished item he asked the squad leader for. And the commander himself stands back to the young hero and says that he has earned this valuable gift. A wide smile appears on Shishao's face, and he blurts out with joy to see the good side of the commander. The young hero then turns to the insect prince and points out that he was able to collect another item for him. Suddenly, however, terror appears on the face of the insect prince when he realizes that their next opponent may be a swordmaster. And with a frustrated look on his face, the insect prince tells the young hero that the swordmaster is his former mentor. And the young hero's face at this moment expresses bewilderment because he can't imagine an insect that uses a blade. Then the Prince of Insects, with a hard stare, begins to describe in detail to the young hero the image of the great swordsman. And in Shishao's mind, an image of a huge beetle that is armed with a huge number of blades appears. After these words, the young hero spreads his arms and is about to go for the boss, but the insect prince with terror in his eyes tries to stop him. The young hero turns around and listens intently to the insect prince's story about the swordmaster. And the Prince of Beetles tells us that his former mentor has a mastery of the blade that is unrivaled. After these words, a look of surprise appears on Shishao's face, as he can't believe that such a creature could be nearby. And the Prince of Beetles keeps pointing out that the next boss is beyond the strength of the battle group. Meanwhile, the mercenary commander looks toward the young hero and listens intently to his conversation with the insect prince. However, the young hero doesn't notice this look, and holding the prince in his arms, asks for more details about the swordmaster. The prince's tale begins with the existence of a certain warrior who once fell into the insect kingdom. This warrior fought for a huge amount of time, but was defeated. However, the Bug King decides to spare him and offers him a place among his personal guards. And after some time, the great swordsman decided to transform his body to live forever in this new world. However, he fell under the influence of the prince's uncle and sent his father to the other world on his orders. The young hero listens attentively to the insect prince's story and ponders where the swordmaster came from. Suddenly, an idea comes into Shishao's mind that the swordmaster might be the answer to some of his questions. And he decides to ask the insect prince about other paths they could take that would prevent them from having to face the swordmaster in battle. At that moment, the squad leader approaches them and looks menacingly at the insect prince, saying that he wishes to fight the swordmaster. The commander's words frighten the prince, and from fear he hides behind the back of the young hero, who is shocked by what is happening. And the squad leader explains that he was able to see the insect prince after getting out of the monster illusion. The young hero tries to make a joke and asks not to harm the insect prince, pointing out that he is not dangerous. However, the squad leader abruptly snatches up his blade and, holding it to Shishao's neck, demands to escort the squad to the swordmaster. Meanwhile, the squad is watching carefully and waiting to see how the conversation between their commander and the young hero will end. Luofeng is furious that his friend is being threatened and prepares to attack the commander if he attacks Shishao. And the young hero keeps calm and points out to the squad leader that they shouldn't fight because they're on the same side. However, the squad leader's face contorts in anger and he immediately demands to know where the swordmaster is hiding. Suddenly, tears appear in the insect prince's eyes and he promises to escort the group to the swordmaster, but in return, he asks to spare Shishao. After which, the squad leader removes his blade from Shishao's throat and demands the insect prince to lead him towards the swordmaster. Meanwhile, the rest of the team approaches the young hero and points out that he is very strong in spirit. And the deputy squad apologizes to Shishao for his commander, pointing out that he is very eager for a battle with a skilled swordsman. Then he crosses his arms across his chest and points out that a squad leader always loses control of himself when he has a worthy opponent. And the young hero only sighs and tells the deputy that he has no grudges against the commander, and then together they go forward. And a smile appears on Shishao's face. He really wants to see the full strength of the elite squad leader. Meanwhile, the squad leader proudly strides forward and anticipates the future battle, hoping that he will not be disappointed by the swordmaster. The squad speeds up, and Shishao runs forward while the prince points out that they have a very hard fight ahead of them. After a while, the group finds themselves in front of a huge tree with a huge number of swords stuck in the ground around it. And near the tree itself is a swordmaster who, at the sight of his apprentice, offers to play a game with him. But the insect prince points out that he didn't come to this place to play games with his mentor. Then the mentor nods silently and moves the game board aside, and then says that he knows his student's intention. But when the swordmaster offers to end his life, the insect prince waves his head in different directions and says he won't do it. Then the mentor's face becomes more serious, and he points out to his student that he has no other choice. Meanwhile, the deputy commander and the young hero discuss the unfolding events among themselves. Suddenly, above the swordmaster's head with a loud sound, one of the blades that were lying all over the field stabbed in. The squad leader then takes out his blade and demands the swordmaster to fight him immediately. However, the swordmaster points out that he has no desire to fight because he is already too old. But the squad leader is unwilling to accept such a response and rushes towards his opponent at full speed. And the blade master calmly observes this and does not move from his seat even a millimeter. However, the blade master then abruptly draws his blade, and the two swords come into contact, creating a large surge of energy in the center. Several swords are immediately aimed at the squad leader, but he masterfully dodges their attacks. The blades are inexorably approaching the squad leader, but he stands in a fighting stance and is going to repel them all with one blow. The squad leader then creates blue bursts of energy with quick movements of his sword to destroy all of the swordmaster's blades, and the swordmaster continues to sit motionless beside his tree while a huge demonic blade appears above his head. Then the blade is thrust into the ground in front of the squads, and the deputy commander asks everyone to move away. Meanwhile, the swordmaster rises to his feet and, pointing to the huge blade, asks his apprentice to complete his life. At this point, the insect prince has tears in his eyes and says that he is not going to fight his mentor. And the swordmaster points out in a calm voice that the insect prince's kindness may cost him too much. Suddenly, a young hero approaches the insect prince and, stroking him, says that the mentor is right in his words. Shishao then comes forward and asks the swordmaster to tell about the day he first came to the other world. The story is transported to many centuries ago. Two swordsmen stand in the rain and prepare to fight to the victorious end. One of the swordsmen turns out to be a swordmaster, who with a quick dash is near his opponent and strikes him with a lightning discharge. Due to a huge surge of energy, the swordmaster finds himself in a strange dimension that is filled with a huge number of monsters. The young hero ponders the swordmaster's story and thinks he should investigate the strange surge of energy further. Meanwhile, the team is talking amongst themselves, discussing that the swordmaster's story may tell a lot about the past era, and the squad leader stands nearby and says that he wishes to fight the swordmaster. Suddenly, a strange green blob appears in the air, calling out to the swordmaster and ordering him to deal with the humans. And the squad of adventurers freezes in place and watches intently to see what happens next. In the center of the port appears a demonic face that laughs maliciously and says that in this place, all people are waiting for a quick death. And the swordmaster stares intently at the terrifying entity and loudly declares that he will not obey it. After these words, the demonic creature's mouth opens wide, and a huge blob of green energy appears in it. And as soon as the energy makes contact with the swordmaster's body, he begins to feel a terrible pain and clutches his head. Then he falls to the ground and begins to turn into a beetle. But before he does, he is about to give his apprentice one last gift, and he slaps his hand sharply on his chest to tear the insect's chitin out of there and give it to the prince. The armor shatters, and the swordmaster, with a smile on his face, asks his former apprentice to take the chitin and return to his former form. And the insect prince tearfully takes back his mentor's gift, and the master swordsman's transformation continues. But the insect prince continues to clutch the chitin in his hands and, not knowing what to do, continues to cry. Meanwhile, the swordmaster's transformation ends, and the heroes are presented with the image of a deadly swordsman covered in insect armor. After which, the swordmaster quickly heads towards the insect prince and is about to send him to the other world without a second thought. But at the very last moment, the squad leader comes to the rescue and blocks the swordmaster's deadly attack. And as soon as the squad leader reflects all the attacks, he makes a wide swing of his blade, but the swordmaster deftly jumps aside. After that, the swordmaster stands up in a fighting stance and his entire body is filled with a huge amount of energy. The squad discusses what to do next, but the commander waves his hand and asks to leave the enemy to him. He then sticks his blade into the ground and begins to recite a spell, after which a bright turquoise light flashes around her. After a while, a huge dome of blue light is created around the swordmaster and the squad leader. The dome covers a huge area, and the squad leader points out that the swordmaster will not be able to leave the area. Then a huge number of directional projectiles rush towards the blade master, but he tries to deflect them. And behind the squad leader's back, new blades appear, which are immediately directed towards his opponent. Several minutes pass, and the swordmaster is still chipping away at the blue blades that the squad leader created. Meanwhile, the other members of the squad watch the battle closely and note that their opponent is unusually strong. The young hero also keeps a close eye on the battle and prepares to engage if the situation gets out of hand. He then turns towards the prince and grabs him along with the chitin, demanding him to eat the item immediately and threatening him with reprisal. The young hero looks menacingly at the insect prince and says that he will send him to the other world if he does not obey his will. Then the prince looks at Shishao with a menacing look and says that he himself will do what he has to do and demands to stay away from him. Afterwards, a cocoon appears around him, and he thanks the young hero for helping him make a difficult choice. And the young hero only averts his gaze and folds his arms across his chest to say that he doesn't understand what the prince is talking about. And after a while, the prince's whole body is braided with a strange cocoon from which a large amount of energy begins to ooze out. Meanwhile, the battle between the squad leader and the blade master continues, and the latter creates a huge blade that destroys the barrier. Then a huge blade is directed towards the squad leader, but he blocks the dangerous blow with his long sword. The squad leader looks at his opponent in amazement and can't believe that his barrier has collapsed so quickly. He is about to use his new ability, but in a split second, a blade master appears behind him ready to make a deadly attack. But to the aid of the squad leader comes Shishao, who with his dark blade of flame blocks the deadly blow. And the squad leader turns towards the young hero and asks him what he forgot here. But the young hero turns around only slightly and talks about helping buy the squad leader some time. The squad leader then steps aside to gather enough strength, while the young hero prepares to do battle with the blade master. Shishao's entire body was filled with dark flames that swirled around him and his sword like a vortex. And the blade master slowly approaches the young hero and points out that he is not his equal. But at these words, the young hero only smiles and offers the master of the blade to test his words in practice. And in a second, the young hero is bombarded by fiery projectiles along with blades that fly in his direction. However, with the help of the dark flame, he reflects this attack with no problem and looks towards the enemy with a smile on his face. Suddenly, the swordmaster appears behind the young hero's back and prepares to deal critical damage to his back. But Shishao was ready for this turn of events. He quickly turns around and sharply counterattacks his opponent. Then, holding his dark blade firmly in his hands, prepare for the next attack without the slightest pity in his eyes. He makes a quick swing of his sword, causing the swordmaster to jump back and try to block the blow. The swordmaster notes that he is impressed by Shishao's strength, but points out that the young hero is no match for him. At the same instant, long wooden vines emerged from the ground and rushed towards Shishao. The young hero strikes off all the vines with quick swings of his blade, while the swordmaster watches from the sidelines. Shishao fends off all the attacks and notes that the swordmaster is acting completely dishonest and using dirty tricks. And after his words, a multitude of magical hands appear in front of the blade master and rush towards him. They relentlessly damage the monster, causing it to scream in pain, but it can't do anything against this attack. Meanwhile, a squad of fighters closely watches the battle and notices that the young hero is very strong. And Lao Tzu also agrees and decides that it is better for him to get the young hero on his side than to fight against him. Suddenly, the Blade Master goes into a rage from him, emitting a bright light that destroys all the magic fists that Shi Shao had created earlier. He then creates several illusions of himself and directs them towards the rest of Shi Shao's team, noting that the hero won't be able to save everyone. The clones of the Swordmaster are much weaker than the original, but the squad manages to hold off their onslaught with great difficulty. Then they decide to band together, and the deputy squad leader heads to the young heroes group and asks them to stand behind him. However, the girl distances herself from the squad, and the Swordmaster takes this opportunity to get rid of her in one blow. But luckily, the captain of the squad, Lao Jie, is nearby, and with the help of his skill, throws the insect back. Then he puts his blade away and turns to the girl with a note that she should hide behind the backs of her allies. Suddenly, the squad leader begins to feel a strange force that rages throughout his body. He decides to test his hunch and walks right up to the girl and then stares intently into her eyes. As soon as he grabs the girl's hand, his whole body embraces unimaginable power, and his characteristics grow greatly. But Lao Ji decides to leave it for later, so he quickly heads to the side and decides to find out the source of the girl's power later. Meanwhile, the young hero continues to fight the Swordmaster and notes that his illusions made no sense. But suddenly the Swordmaster jumps aside and then points towards the treetop, where strange puffs of poisonous smoke are forming. Then a loud explosion sounds and caustic poison vapors begin to spread throughout the room. The poison weakens the young hero, causing him to fall to one knee and try not to inhale too much of the poison, covering his mouth with his hand. Then he abruptly turns to his team and in a loud voice urges them to drink the antidote he made before entering the dungeon. Everyone nods silently and pulls out flasks of antidote from their pockets, which greatly alleviate the effects of the poison. The Swordmaster watches in amazement and notes that not even the antidote can keep people from his true power. At this moment, in the way of the Master Blade, arises Lao Ji. He does not let pass the monster to his friends, and is going to fight to the victorious end. He orders the entire squad to leave, but his aide says that Lao Tse will only die here. At that moment, the Blade Master is about to make a deadly attack and promises everyone in a loud voice that he will send them to the other world. Suddenly, a huge blue projectile rushed towards the Blade Master, causing the monster to jump away from Lao Jai. But the projectile still catches up with the Blade Master and deals critical damage to him, destroying most of his blades. The Insect Prince appears on the battlefield wearing a new green armor in his hand. He clutches a flaming sword and is about to finish off his teacher. Meanwhile, the young hero is beside his sister and trying to catch his breath because the poison has severely weakened his characteristics. And the Blade Master feels no danger from the Insect Prince and rushes to attack him without a second thought. Meanwhile, the Insect Prince clutches his blade tightly in his hands and promises to end the tyranny and take back the kingdom. The Blade Master takes a few hits and then falls to his knees, begging his apprentice to spare him. However, the prince is not going to spare his teacher and makes a strike. But the Swordmaster quickly flies up and dodges the blow. Then he creates a huge number of swords in the sky and says that he will now demonstrate his most powerful attack. But the prince states with firm confidence that his real teacher only used this technique for defense. Then his sword lights up with a bright flame, and he talks about demonstrating a true strike of his master. He then flies up and delivers a fatal blow to his opponent, causing the Swordmaster's body to catch fire. The young hero, along with his companions, watches the battle unfold and is once again amazed at the power of the Prince of Beetles. Meanwhile, the Blade Master is not about to give up. He sends several of his illusions to attack the prince. However, the Prince of Beetles has no trouble dismantling the illusions with a few punches. And the squad leader, who is also watching the battle all this time, notes that he could not fight the prince on equal terms. Meanwhile, the Blade Master's entire body trembles as he raises his hands in the air and speaks of surrendering to the mercy of the prince. However, the Prince of Beetles notes that he will not fall for this trick again and is about to strike a decisive blow. But suddenly vines appear behind him that encircle his wings and completely constrain his movement, and the Blade Master laughs at the Prince of Beetles and says that despite the mindset of his opponent, he will still win this fight. The threads tightly clutch the insect prince's body and gradually sucked out his strength and transferred it to the Swordmaster. The tentacles then completely envelop the Swordmaster's body, and his strength increases several times. At that moment, the entire tree in the center of the room is enveloped by an immense force, and the floor beneath it begins to split in half. Despite the fact that the prince manages to escape from the bonds of lianas from under the ground, appear new ones that look much more dangerous than the previous ones. Squad leader Lao Tse looks around and realizes that the squad will not be able to hold off the onslaught of strange green growths. Meanwhile, the young hero looks around and asks if anyone has a plan on how to handle the situation. And once Shi Xiao hears the prince's request to give him time, the young hero asks everyone to gather around him in a hurry. Then under his feet, he throws out generators that begin to produce a protective field. The field completely covers the squad, and the deputy commander notes that the electric field won't last long. The spiky vines completely surround the barrier and begin to destroy it at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, the insect prince tries to focus to deliver a deadly attack. The image of his mentor appears in his mind, and with a loud shout, he prepares to make a dangerous strike. A few swings of his sword are enough to destroy a huge number of tenacious vines that threatened his team. After his punch, he stares straight ahead and says he's glad his new punch worked. At this point, the young hero smacks him upside the head and points out that it's very reckless to put everything on a new beat. After defeating the monster, the true body of the Swordmaster appears in the sky and slowly descends down. And the deputy commander points in his direction and notes that they managed to take down a dangerous enemy. At this moment, the insect prince picks up his mentor's body and is happy that he managed to not damage it. Then he wraps him in a cocoon and asks the young hero to help him bury his teacher in the lands where he was born. After a while, the squad leader approaches the prince and notes that he is worthy of his teacher's name. But before he leaves, notes that he really wants to fight the prince as soon as they get out of this place. Meanwhile, the young hero talks to his sister, who notices that Shi Xiao has made a good friend again. Suddenly, the insect prince takes Fei Fei's hand and kisses her hand, saying that he is very happy to meet her. At that moment, the young hero hits the prince on the head with all his might and tells him that no one dares to approach his sister for nothing. Suddenly, the team is contacted by a master engineer using the information panel, who informs them that a frost maiden is heading their way. After this news, a cold sweat runs down the face of the young hero. He is very afraid of this girl and hopes that he will not meet her. He then draws the commander's attention to the magic items that fell from the boss, but Lao Tse says that he only needs the black tablet. The young hero thanks the commander for his generosity, but inwardly thinks about the reasons why Lao Tse wants the black tablet. And as soon as he collects all the items, he immediately throws the black plate into the commander's hands, then heads forward and asks the rest of the team to follow him as quickly as possible, as they are running out of time. However, the young hero completely fails to notice that there are 2 frost daggers heading in his direction. But the insect prince and the squad leader react instantly and protect Shi Xiao from the enemy attack. And in front of the entire squad, the frost maiden Suelu appears, blocking their way forward and wanting to deal with Shi Xiao. She demands that the young hero be given to her, but the squad leader waves his head in the negative and says that Shi Xiao is under his protection. After these words, the frost maiden becomes furious and says in a loud voice that the young hero will answer for his deception. And Shi Xiao only absent-mindedly scratches his head and suggests to the girl to solve their dispute peacefully. However, this answer does not suit the girl, and she directs some frosty besties in the direction of the young hero. At this moment, the squad leader Lao Tse grasps the hilt of his sword and is about to defend the young hero. With a quick swing, he creates a fan of blades that completely deflects the frost projectiles. Then the rest of the team appears behind Shishao's back and announces that they will fight for Shishao as well. At this moment, a gloating smile appeared on Suilu's face, and she noted that she could send everyone to the other world and grabbed her blade. However, the young hero quickly finds himself right in front of her. He grabs the hilt of her sword and asks the girl to take her time. And the Frost Maiden looks at the young hero with astonishment, not realizing how quickly the young man was able to be right in front of her. Meanwhile, the young hero looks at the girl with a smile and notes that he tricked her because he had no choice. However, the Frosty Maiden says that the young hero is trying to distract her and notes that she's not ready to bear the insult. Then Shishao pretends to be a hapless man being pursued by the Huangjung clan. And the Frost Maiden looks sternly at Shishao and notes that he's cheating her again because she knows nothing about it. After these words, a sly smile appears on the young hero's face because he knows much more than the girl in front of him. Then he fake surprised and pointed out that there were some lists where the Huangjung clan would mark those they didn't like. And then he beats his palm with his fist and remarks that he saw the name of a girl with the same last name as the Frost Maiden. At these words, a surprised expression appears on the Frost Maiden's face, and she asks Shishao more about it. And the young hero smiles slyly and thinks that this situation is very favorable to him. Then he makes an innocent expression and points out that he studied with that girl who is on the clan's blacklist. And then offers to discuss more about the situation that is unfolding around the Huangjung clan. However, together the Frost Maiden talks. She points a blade at Shishao and points out that the young hero is messing with her mind. But the young hero continues to insist that this situation should be resolved peacefully. Then the girl, without removing her blade, offers the young hero a duel, and if he will stand, she will forget her offense. Meanwhile, the deputy commander wants to intervene in the situation, but the squad leader stops him and asks him to stay put. Despite his subordinate's objection, he points out that this is a personal matter for the young hero, and the young one does not remove his hands from his pockets, accepts the girl's offer, and prepares for her first attack. He is very confident in his strength and asks the Frost Maiden to keep her word if he will stand. He then turns toward his team and asks them to not interfere with his fight in any way. He then gets into a fighting stance and waits for the Frost Maiden to make her first move. And the girl, without further thought, creates a huge blade in front of her and throws it towards Shishao. The young hero creates a huge shield in front of him, but the magical weapon destroys it without much trouble. The young hero then decides to resort to his form of dark flame account and covers his body with fire. Then in his hands he creates a sword made of flames of darkness that effortlessly destroys the dangerous magical blade. The Frost Maiden looks at the young hero with surprise and is amazed at the simplicity with which he destroyed her weapon. And Shishao, with a wide smile on his face, asks the girl not to hold back her power and take out on him all the anger that has accumulated. However, his expression immediately turns serious when he sees that the magic in the girl has changed. And after a while, he notices that a huge avatar in the form of a Frost Maiden has appeared above the girl. At this point, the deputy commander worries that Shishao has come to an end, but Lao Tse notes that the hero is not so simple. Then the deputy turns to his commanding officer and asks with surprise what he means. And the squad leader calmly remarks that the young hero has a trump card up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Fei grabs the hand of the insect prince and asks him to help his brother, but he refuses. At that moment, the Frost Maiden avatar gains strength and a huge ice blade appears in her hands. However, the young hero responds in kind, and an avatar of his fiery account appears above his head. And as soon as the avatars connect their blades to each other, a huge vortex of energy appears in the center. The squad leader, along with the insect prince, create a magical barrier that barely holds back this force. Then the young hero falls to his knees because the Frost Maiden's blow did him a lot of damage. Sweat drops appear on his face, but he is not going to give up and says that he will not restore his health. and his team looks at him with horror and asks the young hero to come to his senses as soon as possible. At this point, the commander's squad is just enjoying the spectacle, and they can't wait to see what happens next. However, to Xiao's great surprise, the Frost Maiden puts away her sword and notes that it is quite enough. A smile appears on her face, and she points out that since the young hero was able to withstand the blow, his strength is probably equal to hers. The young hero offers the girl a final blow, but she only comes closer with a smile, noting that there is no need for it. However, Xiao says that the Frost Maiden can always offer to spar with him if necessary. After these words, the girl is about to leave, but the young hero asks her not to hurry. Xiao suggests the Frost Maiden to go together to defeat the dangerous boss that dwells in this place. However, the girl only smiles and says that she refuses such a generous offer. Suddenly, the ground under the feet of the heroes begins to shake, and the squad thinks that an earthquake has begun. However, Luo Feng and Ruan Tian notice that the passages inside this dungeon begin to change, and everything turns into a huge maze. Then the girl points to one of the passageways, saying that the squad needs to go straight ahead if they want to meet the boss. And the Prince of Beetles asks everyone to be careful, because he senses that his uncle is preparing a trap for them. But the deputy commander and Lao Tse are not frightened by this news. They are confident in their abilities, and prepare to move forward. The young hero also heads after them, and tells the insect prince that he shouldn't worry about his uncle's actions. After a while, the squad sees in front of them 2 guards who possess a high level. The squad leader grasps the hilt of his blade, and not far away stands his deputy, who is preparing to take the fight. But to the surprise of most, 2 guards fall to their knees and offer to escort the insect prince to the throne room. Meanwhile, a robot assistant hurries to inform the young hero that the guards' thoughts are pure and they are not lying. However, the young hero thinks there is something wrong here, so he keeps a close eye on the guards and expects the worst outcome. He then goes ahead and tells the insect prince that he will cover for him in case of danger, which brings a smile to the latter's face. And the Frost Maiden is closely watching the squad from the side. She is very interested in how the young hero will show himself during the fight with the boss. After a while, the squad finds itself in a huge throne room. On a huge throne sits the uncle of the prince, who is the king. Beetle says his name is Oswald Armark, and suggests that the insect prince discuss the situation with each other. The heroes do not really believe Oswald's words. They feel that the creature in front of them is filled with nothing but malice and greed. And the insect prince bares his blade and tells his uncle that he can't be fooled twice. At this point, the royal guards stand on the stairs and try to block the prince's passage to the king. However, this does not stop the insect prince. He makes a sudden leap and finds himself in front of his uncle. But around Oswald Armark appears an energy blast that completely blocks the insect prince's attack. The deputy commander and the young hero watch with some amazement and marvel at the monster's ability. And the king slowly turns his gaze in their direction and notes that with proper zeal, his race can achieve human technology. Meanwhile, the insect prince is still trying to break through the energy barrier but lacks power. Then he jumps up sharply and gathers all the power in his blade for a decisive blow. But once the barrier is destroyed, the king retreats to his throne and orders his guards to attack the prince. He continues to stand with his back to the insect prince and talks about how he only wishes prosperity for his race. Then he sits on his golden throne and talks about going to visit other worlds. These words greatly surprise the young hero. He senses that the insect king is much smarter than he realized. Meanwhile, the insect prince deals with the king's guards and tries to attack his uncle, but he takes cover behind the barrier again. Then Oswald smiles broadly, baring his sharp teeth, and tells the prince that he does not know the whole truth. The story shifts to a few years ago. At the time of the origin of the insect race, there were 2 brothers from the royal family. One of them was very weak, but despite this he goes to conquer a high mountain, and on his back he carries a backpack with equipment, After a few hours, he gets to the top, then creates an energy barrier around himself and trains his strength. Many years pass, and Oswald Armark continues to explore the world, and suddenly he finds ancient knowledge in the scrolls. After a while, he manages to overhear a conversation between his brother, who recently met a man who came from another world. That evening, Oswald decides to talk to his brother and suggests that he conquer other worlds to exalt the race. However, his brother refuses and tells Oswald that enslaving other races is not the way of insects. But even after talking to his brother, Oswald does not despair and finds an ancient tablet that contains the magic of movement. The prince looks at his uncle in surprise when he offers to join him but refuses. And Oswald looks at the insect prince with anger and says he will send him to the other world for the greatness of the race. Meanwhile, the young heroes team discusses the situation among themselves and points out that all rulers are the same. And the young hero stands nearby and ponders the king's words, fearing the worst possible outcome. But the Prince of Insects does not hesitate. He clutches his blade tightly and prepares to strike without intending to listen to his uncle. At this time, a powerful beam of light passes through the energy barrier and destroys it into small pieces. However, once the attack reaches its goal, the prince sees before him only an illusion of his opponent that taunts him. At that moment, the heroes turn back sharply and see Oswald, who is already standing suddenly near the open portal. And the Insect King turns to the Frost Maiden and Lao Tse, offering to increase their strength and become immortal warriors. Lao Tse's face becomes very serious. He stares intently at the Insect King and asks for more details. Then Oswald Armark stretches his hand forward and tells the people that he will make immortal warriors out of them. Meanwhile, the young hero is looking toward the other part of the squad, who is upset that he didn't get such an offer. The sepulchral silence is broken by the squad leader, who asks the king about the other men. To which Oswald says with all the arrogance that he is going to bend all men to his will. And the Frost Maiden only smiles and says that she is not going to accept the king's offer even in exchange for immortality. However, Lao Tse looks more serious than ever and heads toward Oswald despite his deputy's call for him to stop. Then the young hero creates a flaming sword in his hand and expects to have to fight the squad leader. But to everyone's surprise, the squad leader wipes out the entire royal guard with one swing of his sword. He then points his blade towards the Insect King and declares his refusal of the king's offer. However, the Insect King looks unfazed and says that Lao Tse will regret his decision. Then a sly smile appears on his face and he says that he has a trump card up his sleeve. And at that moment, the Insect Queen appears in front of him and covers Oswald Armark with her body. The queen's entire body is covered in strong metallic armor, and swirls of magical energy swirl around her. At the sight of the queen, the insect prince drops to one knee and duly salutes his mother. And the insect queen smiles broadly and asks her son not to do her such honors. After these words, magical vines appear from the ground and rush towards the prince, but he easily dodges them. But the roots continue to grow, and the prince finds himself in a dangerous situation, but the squad leader comes to his aid. Once the prince is safe, he is approached by a young hero who tells him that his mother is under control. Sweat droplets flowed down Shishao's face as he worried that the prince would not fight his mother to his full strength. Then the gazes of the insect prince and the young hero drift toward Lao Tse, who is fighting the insect queen. Meanwhile, the squad leader tries to destroy the dangerous vines with a swift swing of his sword, but his strength is running out. Sweat drips down his face as he thinks about the fact that he has a very dangerous opponent in front of him who is not up to his teeth. Suddenly, huge purple swirls appear behind the insect queen and reach the ceiling of the room. At this moment, a smile appears on the squad leader's face, and he grasps his blade with both hands to empower it. Joining the fight is the insect prince, who cuts magical purple vortices with his blade. The prince then lands on the ground and tries to catch his breath after his slashing attack. And the squad leader looks towards the prince, thinking that even the two of them and the insect queen can't cope. Meanwhile, the queen turns to the people and asks them to run away with the prince, and a huge stone statue appears behind her. However, the Prince of Insects is not going to retreat. He flies up and, holding his blade, rushes towards the statue. He then makes a wide circular attack and deals several critical hits to the magical statue. Meanwhile, Oswald watches the fight from the sidelines and, with a smile on his face, claps his hands, enjoying the mother versus son battle. Not far from the battlefield stands Luo Feng, who wants to join the fight but realizes that his strength is negligible. And the young hero uses his magic eye in hopes of finding where Oswald Armark has been hiding all this time. Meanwhile, the insect prince continues his fight and fills his flaming sword with even more power. But despite these efforts, the insect queen has no problem blocking all attacks by surrounding her body with a magical shield. A bright smile shines on the queen's face, and she notes that her son has learned a lot during their separation. After a moment, the queen disappears from the prince's sight, and he stands still, trying to figure out what's going on. The Prince of Insects begins to squint and gaze up into the sky, from which bright sunlight falls on him. And in the blink of an eye, he finds himself in the blossoming garden place that is his mother's personal dimension. After a while, the prince sees his mother standing in front of him, but this time she is not going to attack him. The prince looks at the queen in surprise and remarks that it was a wise decision on her part to use her dimension. After which, he sharply points his finger at Shi Xiao and asks why the young hero found himself here. At that moment, the young hero examines his hand, which is covered with strange markings, and the insect queen explains to her son that he and the young hero are bound by a blood oath. A slight smile appears on Shi Xiao's face as he folds his arms across his chest and suggests that the queen has some sort of plan. Then the queen approaches her son and tells him that he must defeat her during the battle. After these words, a powerful artifact that the royal family has been protecting for a long time appears in her hands. The insect prince grits his teeth and accepts the artifact, frustrated that he can't help his mother. However, he quickly comes to his senses and says in a loud voice that he will not let her trust down. Then he beat the ground with all his might with his fist and cursed his uncle who had subjected the queen's body to his will. And the insect queen cradles her son in her arms and says that the prince will soon be a worthy king. Suddenly, the young hero thumbs up and says that he has a plan to avoid the insect queen's demise. At this moment, a wide smile appears on the prince's face, and the insect queen listens attentively to the young hero's proposal. And Shi Xiao summons his robot assistant, who tells in detail the plan of further action. And the queen, along with the prince, are surprised by the appearance of a robot in a special dimension of the royal family. Meanwhile, the robot shows a roll of paper that shows a potion that can save from destruction. And Shi Xiao emphasizes that despite the potion's properties, a sacrifice must be made. The queen holds the hand of the prince, who looks at Shi Xiao and asks what sacrifice we are talking about. There is surprise on the faces of the prince and queen when Shi Xiao notes that the latter will have to go to the other world. The queen smiles and says she agrees to the young hero's proposal even if her life is severely shortened. And the prince falls on his knees in front of the young hero and thanks him, and Shi Xiao, with a smile on his face, promises that he will help his friend. After a while, the prince, along with the young hero, find themselves back in the normal dimension. The insect queen, engulfed in pink flames, turns to her son and asks him to send her to the other world. Suddenly, her whole body is struck by a strange energy that makes her cry out in pain. At this point, the insect prince realizes that time is short. He grabs his blade and prepares to give battle. Meanwhile, Oswald Armark laughs at what's going on and enjoys the suffering of the prince and queen. The deputy commander wants to intervene in the fight. He is pained to see the prince about to destroy the queen, but he is stopped by the commander. And the Frost Maiden ponders the situation and assumes the young hero has come up with some sort of plan. Meanwhile, the insect prince fills himself with power, causing his entire body to be covered in bright flames. He then points his sword forward and rushes towards the insect queen in a swift whirlwind. The insect prince's blow deals critical damage to the queen, causing her body to emit a powerful glow. At this point, Oswald's face is bewildered and he cannot believe that the prince would dare to do such a thing. And the insect prince holds the green artifact in his hands and looks toward Oswald's illusion with hatred in his eyes. But a small smile flickers on Shishao's face because everything is going according to his plan. The prince holds the queen in his arms and they both pretend that this is their last meeting. Fei Fei and Ruan Tian begin to cry at what they see, and the young hero is surprised at how believable everything seems. Meanwhile, the prince is approached by one of the squad members who offers his help in burying the prince's mother. At that moment, the image of Oswald Armark appears before the insect prince and praises him for his determination. Oswald is disappointed that he didn't get the royal artifact, but he's sure he can manage without its help. At that moment, the squad leader folds his arms across his chest and promises that he will find and destroy Oswald's real body. After saying this, Oswald creates a strange barrier around himself and says that he won this battle a long time ago. Suddenly, the whole dungeon starts to shake, the ceiling collapses, and the heroes try to figure out what's going on. At that moment, the Frost Maiden creates illusory swords above her head and says that it's time to leave this place. After that, a magical vortex is created around her, which breaks through the ceiling and carries the girl upstairs. However, the sorceress from the commander's squad isn't standing idly by either and begins to read a spell using a magic book. And in a second, all the heroes are swept up in a magical vortex that sends them outside. Meanwhile, the deputy questions his commander about the boss, to which Lao Tse remarks that they will meet him again. The young hero also thinks about Oswald's fate, but he can't help thinking that the king of insects is up to something terrible. Meanwhile, the master engineer from the Mo clan and the mercenaries from the Huangjung clan are standing opposite each other and figuring things out. Master engineer expresses his concern to one of the commanders about his inability to contact Lao Tse's squad. And the head of the clan's squad, Huangjung, tells his deputy that the Frost Maiden hasn't contacted her in a long time. Suddenly, a gloating smirk appears on her face because she's hoping the Frost Maiden will disappear into the dungeon. Suddenly, the whole ground starts to break apart and strange, huge stakes appear out of it. At this point, the deputy takes his mistress in his arms and tries to carry her to safety. And the master engineer uses a jetpack to fly upwards and avoid being hit by dangerous stakes. At that moment, the mercenaries notice how their underground heroes appear who are surrounded by a mystical vortex. After which, a Frost Maiden landed on the ground and Ling Wen headed over to her, demanding that she report the situation. However, despite Ling Yuan's indignation, the Frost Maiden passes by and does not answer her questions. Meanwhile, the master engineer and his subordinates dodge the sharp spurs and maneuver between them. Suddenly, one of the offshoots appears in the face of the master engineer and is about to send him to the other side of the world. However, a young hero comes to the rescue of the master engineer along with the prince and Lao Tse and him from the threat. The master engineer looks at the fleeing Lao Tse in surprise and tries to figure out what's going on. But Lao Tse asks the master engineer to prepare equipment for teleportation to their homeworld without much detail. Meanwhile, the young hero watches from a bird's eye view and uses his wings to fly. Suddenly, an information panel appears in front of him and informs him that a dangerous enemy is not far from him. At that moment, a huge monster appears from under the ground and scatters rocks in different directions away from itself. All the mercenaries stare in horror at the monster. They are caught off guard and can't move. The huge insect blocks the people's escape route with its body and surrounds them with sharp growths. The commander's spotter points out a dangerous monster and notes that it looks something like King Oswald. Luo Feng looks at the monster and Shi Shao and asks what to do now, while the young hero tries to think about the situation properly. He is approached by a master engineer who notes that it takes some time for his team to teleport out of this world. Then the young hero opens the information panel and is horrified to realize that the deadly poison has not yet left his body. At that moment, to his great surprise, the prince appears and heads towards the monster, saying that he will detain him. Then a legendary insect artifact appears in front of the young hero, which is given to him by the prince. Then the young hero looks up at the huge monster and asks the prince to wait a while. And then he hits the prince on the head with all his might and reprimands him for about to commit a reckless act. The prince then looks at Shi Xiao with a bit of wariness, and the young hero talks about them fighting the beast together. Meanwhile, the squad leader and his deputy destroy the sharp growths and rescue the men from captivity. The squad leader glares at his subordinate and orders him to accompany the master engineer. The deputy commander tries to object, but Shi Xiao also joins the dialogue and notes that Wanhao should leave the battlefield. A smile appears on the deputy commander's face, and he wishes Shi Xiao and good luck in this battle goodbye. Then the young hero, along with the prince and Lao Tse, unite to defeat the monster together. The Prince of Insects charges his fire blade and prepares to make his first attack. He moves across the battlefield with great speed and manages to deal the monster several deadly blows. Then steps back and tries to catch his breath because his special technique wastes a lot of energy. And the young hero puts his hand on his shoulder and notes that the insect prince has done a great job and thus cheers him up. Meanwhile, Lao Tse pulls out his blade and says it's time to use his special technique. And much to the young hero's surprise, the squad leader stabs his own body with his own weapon. Then the blade of his sword begins to break, but a strange red energy forms from its shards. And as soon as the squad leader makes a quick swing, all the dark energy rushes towards his enemy. However, this attack damages Lao Tse severely, causing him to fall to one knee and his stats to drop dramatically. Suddenly, a huge beam of green energy flies out of the red vortex towards the heroes. The young hero creates several shields ahead of himself and his comrades, but the beam instantly overcomes these barriers. But with the help of his sword, Shi Xiao manages to repel a powerful attack from the ancient Zerg. And at this moment, Frost Maiden Zhui Lu said that she was not going to stand aside during such a superb battle. And the young hero helps the squad leader to his feet and notes that Lao Tse's attack was truly great. Meanwhile, the Frost Maiden concentrates a large amount of energy in her body, and a smile never leaves her face. And after a few minutes, several ice blades appear around the ancient Zerg and spin around him. The magical weapon slams into the monster's body and seals it in an icy cocoon, preventing it from moving. The heroes watch and marvel at the power that the Frost Maiden Zhui Lu possesses. However, a sly smile appears on the ancient Zerg's face, and the ice that binds him begins to crack. And after a few seconds, the frost cage shatters and the ancient Zerg is freed from its magical shackles. And the Frost Maiden watches the monster's action in amazement and can't believe that her magic couldn't keep the monster away for long. At this point, the squad leader approaches the Frost Maiden and remarks that he fears a Zerg has appeared in the human world. And Shi Xiao scratches his head and asks the squad leader and the Frost Maiden to lend him some gold coins. The young hero extends his hand in their direction and promises that he will become many times stronger thanks to the gold coins. The Prince of Insects indicates that he would give all his coins, but his race does not use such currency. And the squad leader and the Frost Maiden are very skeptical of Shi Xiao's request and point out that he might just run away with their coins. But the young hero continues to assure his team that he will never run away from the battlefield. At that time, the Frost Maiden opens the information panel and hands over 200 million coins to Shi Xiao. An even bigger smile appears on the young hero's face when the squad leader transfers an even larger sum to his account. The young hero then kneads his hands and prepares to assume the form of the shape of the darkness of his lord account. Meanwhile, the ancient Zerg is completely freed from its icy shackles and looks toward the humans with anger. And the young hero heads in his direction and prepares to fight him one-on-one. At the sight of the young hero, the ancient Zerg only laughs at him and notes that no one is his rival. The young hero only smiles broadly, and at that moment his entire body is entangled by bloody hands. However, the ancient Zerg is not going to hesitate and unleashes a hail of green projectiles towards Shi Xiao. But all of them are absorbed by the bloody shield that protects the young hero's body during his transformation. And after a while, a huge giant appears in the place of Shishao with several huge wings on its back. Everyone looks at him carefully and marvels at the strength the young hero possesses. Meanwhile, the deputy commander, along with his companions, stops to watch the two giants fight. Despite Shishao's transformation, the ancient Zerg does not lose his spirit and sends a huge green beam towards him. And the young hero in the Titan's body stands still and waits for the green energy projectiles to touch his body, and in the blink of an eye, turns the enemy's attack into bloody daggers and prepares to make an attack with them. He then makes a sudden dash and runs at full speed towards his opponent. Then the ancient Zerg decides to change tactics and uses several projectiles that contain ancient poison. And once the shells reach their target, they burn through the young hero's armor on his arms and legs. The ancient Zerg cheers as his attack catches up with its targets and is about to strike with its sharp claws. However, the young hero's body regenerates quickly, and he manages to defend himself against the ancient Zerg's dangerous attack. In the moment of this fight, he pierces the ancient Zerg's body with his bloody blades and deals critical damage. The ancient Zerg stares in amazement at his opponent and cannot believe that man could match his power. Suddenly, the monster lets out a scream, and its entire body is covered with bloody growths. Meanwhile, the heroes watch the battle and notice that something is wrong with the young hero. Their hunch turns out to be correct, because suddenly the young hero stops where he is and stops moving. The ancient Zerg has a sly smile on his face, now that he is confident of his victory, and is about to send Shishao to the other world. He raises his claws upward and prepares to deliver a fatal blow to the young hero. However, at the very last moment, Shishao jumps up and ends up above his opponent's head. He fiercely fights the ancient Zerg, and the system announces that soon the Dark Lord's mind will completely consume him. Even so, the young hero continues to fight and wrests several claws from the ancient Zerg. Despite this, the ancient Zerg is not about to give up and lashes out at his assailant with even greater fury. However, a huge sandworm appears in front of him and tries to attack him. At this point, the ancient Zerg goes into a rage. He aims a deadly green projectile towards the worm. From that, the worm flies back, and at that moment several sharp stakes come out from under the ground and pierce its body. And the ancient Zerg is trying to build up as much energy as possible to finish off the young hero in one blow. A huge green ring appears above the sky that prevents anyone from moving on the battlefield and pins the heroes in the ground. A cold sweat ran down the squad leader's face as he worried that an ancient Zerg could easily enter the human world. However, suddenly a strange red orb that emits a small light appears near the ancient Zerg, and in a second, bloody outgrowths emerge from it, simultaneously striking the Zerg and piercing its body like hundreds of sharp daggers. From the body of an ancient Zerg emerge bloody lines that very quickly transform into human bodies. The ancient Zerg tries to fight back, but the bloody clots are enveloping him with great fury and consuming his entire body. The fight ends and the young hero opens his eyes and realizes he is in an unfamiliar place. He looks around and notices that he is in an ancient city where everything has turned red. A young hero walks the streets of the city and receives a message that he needs to complete a task for the Dark Lord. At this moment, Shishao grasped his head because at this place he couldn't use his full strength. And suddenly a huge werewolf appears in front of him, blocking the hero's way forward. From the monster's mouth, drool slowly poured out, along with 100 strange red energy. And Shishao looks up and sees a blood moon appear in the sky. However, the young hero is not lost. He takes out a force field generator from his pocket and is going to use it. But the system reports that Shishao cannot use high-level items and cold drops of sweat appear on his face. Meanwhile, the mad wolf goes on a rampage and is about to unleash a scale of blows on the young hero. But Shishao finds a weak-level energy field generator at the last moment and applies it. After that, a portable turret appears near him, which opens fire on the monster. A multitude of bullets will recognize the body of the mad wolf and instantly send him to the other side of the world. And a smile appears on Shishao's face now that he is confident that he can handle the monsters in this dangerous place. He summons a robot assistant and asks him to prepare for him the performance-enhancing elixirs. And the young hero imagines in his head how a huge number of elixirs envelop his body and increase his strength. But a stranger distracts. Shishao from his musings, he claps for the hero and calls himself an adventurer named Laguna. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he greets the mercenary and asks him to tell him more about the place. And the mercenary points with his hand to the exit of the city and suggests the hero to discuss everything in his camp. The young hero doubts Laguna's benevolence, but his robot assistant notices that the mercenary's intentions are pure. But at the same moment, the system shows the hero an image of the Shadow King and tells him what Laguna's future holds. At this point, Shishao looks puzzled at his robot, but the assistant assures the hero that there is no need to worry now. After a while, the heroes reach a small camp that is located in a clear field outside the city. Laguna sits down with the young hero near the fire and begins her tale of events within the city. A huge number of people in the city have the plague, but there is no cure. Sooner or later, they turn into dangerous monsters and attack all living humans in their path. The story strikes a chord with the young hero and he contemplates creating a plague serum. But he remembers that he now owes a substantial sum to the Frost Maiden and Lao Tse and decides to put the idea aside. However, a smile soon appears on his face because a great income payment is ripening in his head. And the young hero's head is the idea that he can cure people for the reward of a huge mountain of gold. The hero is soon distracted from his musings and asks Laguna to tell more about herself. A smile appears on the swordsman's face, and he tells that he is a hunter in a famous guild and shows its golden seal. Then the mercenary shows the hero a portrait of the missing Dr. Victor, who disappeared a few days ago. In the dialogue, Laguna suggests that the young hero go together to find the doctor and split the reward in half. The young hero ponders the offer and asks why the mercenary thought of giving his consent right away. Then the swordsman lowers his head and notes that he is greatly inspired by Shishao's strength. After these words, a smile appears on the young hero's face. He rises and extends his hand to Laguna. Then the heroes exchange a firm handshake, and to the swordsman's delight, Shishao agrees to his proposal. Laguna smiles broadly that he won't have to tackle the daunting task alone, and the young hero looks worried he is intimidated by the rousing speeches of his new companion. And after a while, the heroes set off through the forest thicket, and the young hero discusses with the robot their further plan of action. The moment the young hero's face becomes serious, when the system says that Shishao should make Laguna the King of Shadows. Suddenly he stops, surprising Laguna, and asks for more details about the mercenaries who serve the guild. Then Laguna details the mercenary squads that use various weapons and firearms to destroy the undead in this world. The swordsman's face looks very enthusiastic at this moment, but the new realities do not inspire Shishao in any way. After a while, the young hero opens the information panel to learn more about his assignment. And he's horrified to learn that he'll lose his account if Laguna goes to the grave during the mission. A few hours later, the heroes find themselves in the forest on one of the roads that leads to the place where the doctor disappeared. The heroes hear the sound of hooves behind their backs and simultaneously turn around to see what's wrong. They see mercenaries sitting on horses in front of them and ask Laguna what he is doing here. To the surprise of the mercenaries, Laguna informs them that he has taken a mission to find Dr. Victor. Laguna then points to the young hero and notes that Shishao is traveling with him. However, this news only angers the mercenaries. They smile gloatingly and note that this task is beyond Laguna's capabilities. But Laguna doesn't like this situation and declares in a loud voice that this is his chance to become a full member of the guild. Then the mercenary commander looks at him unhappily and notes that he will take on the task himself and tells Laguna to get away. And Laguna looks frustrated at the young hero and apologizes to him for dragging him into this dangerous adventure. Meanwhile, the mercenaries continue to taunt the heroes and demand they get out of the way. Laguna asks the mercenaries one last time not to deny him the opportunity to fulfill this contract. But the mercenaries only gallop toward the forest and completely ignore the swordsman's words. Then Laguna starts pounding the ground with all his might. He is very upset that his opportunity to be a guild member has been taken away from him. But Shishao comes to him and points out that no one can take away the swordsman's dream. And Laguna lifts her head up and notes that this assignment could be dangerous for both of them. But the young hero only smiles and extends his hand to the swordsman, noting that he will help Laguna achieve his goal. At that moment, a wide smile appears on the swordsman's face, and he thanks the hero for not abandoning him in a dire situation. Sometime later, the heroes find themselves in a ruined cemetery where Dr. Victor was rumored to be going. They hear a loud voice calling for help and turn back to find out what's going on. Laguna realizes it's a shout from one of the mercenaries from the guild and immediately runs towards him. Soon the heroes come running to the scene and see in front of them a zombie giant who holds a huge cleaver in his hands. At the monster's feet, the mercenary commander sits on his knees and asks the heroes to save his life as quickly as possible. Laguna is about to bare his blade, but Shishao stops him, noting that the monster is incredibly strong. The young hero's gaze becomes serious, and he suggests that the swordsman retreat as quickly as possible. At this point, Laguna looks distracted and talks about how he can't leave his comrade to his fate. Then he lowered his gaze down and noted that he didn't expect to see a monster of such a high level here. And the young hero grabs his head and can't believe that his new partner is so reckless. Laguna only scratches the back of his head and notes that he couldn't have gotten this far without Shishao's help. Suddenly, the young hero hears in his voice a system that tells him that Laguna should not go to the other world. And very quickly, Shishao realizes that there is no way he should leave the swordsman unprotected. Meanwhile, a huge monster strikes with its cleaver and sends the squad leader to the other side of the world. Then Laguna lunges forward and, holding her blade in her hands, heads out to attack the huge monster. And the huge giant once again sends his cleaver to attack his opponent and hopes to send him to the other world in one blow. But Laguna rolls to the side and dodges the fatal blow from her foe. After which he rises to his feet abruptly and with a quick swing of his sword strikes several blows at the monster. And on the body of the monster appear small heads whose cheeks begin to swell and from the mouths of which strange liquid flies out. The mouths of the little heads open even more, and a huge stream of acid is carried toward Laguna. The swordsman watches in horror as the acid heads in his direction and realizes that he will not be able to dodge this attack. The acid completely covers his body, but a special cloak blocks some of the damage and saves the swordsman's life. Then the huge monster raises his cleaver again and hopes to finish Laguna off this time. The monster's sharp blow raises up a huge number of small stones that fly in different directions and form smoke. Once the smoke clears, a protective barrier appears around the swordsman to shield him from the blow. And the young hero places an automatic turret near him and asks Laguna to run out of the line of fire as quickly as possible. And as soon as the swordsman is near Shishao, the portable turret opens continuous fire on the monster. The bullets fly exactly on target, but the huge monster puts his hands forward and slowly heads towards the heroes. At that time, Shishao picks up a grenade and quickly throws it towards the huge monster. And as soon as the grenade explodes, a huge monster is trapped in an energy barrier. After that, the young hero and Laguna run away and try to find a place to hide from the monster. At this point, Laguna turns to the young hero and notices that physical attacks have no effect on the monster. Suddenly the heroes freeze when they see one of the coffins right in front of them open, and out of that coffin comes a man who looks a lot like Dr. Victor that Laguna is looking for. At the same moment, the swordsman points his finger at the doctor and notices that the man he was looking for is in front of him. And the young hero only bewilderedly observes it from the side and does not understand why the doctor is hiding in the coffin. The heroes hide behind the coffin, and Dr. Victor curses at them and asks them to find another place to hide from the monster. The young hero goes into deep thought and assumes that magic can deal with this monster. Laguna offers him his blade, but the young hero refuses and says he has another idea. Meanwhile, the monster lets out a loud roar and breaks the energy barrier around it, and the young hero, with a deft movement of his hand, pulls out a potion cure on his face. Appears a satisfied smile. He then throws this potion at the monster with all his might and hopes that his plan will work. The potion damages the monster, and Laguna is amazed that the young hero came up with such a cunning plan. Behind Shishao's back, Dr. Victor appears and wonders how the hero got such a high-level potion. And the doctor is greatly surprised when Shishao claims to be able to create high-level potions. After saying that, the young hero takes out a level 100 healing potion and tosses it in his hand, and then immediately throws it at a huge monster that's trying to flee the battlefield. As soon as the potion explodes, it destroys the monster, but his place appears souls that fly in different directions. The heroes, along with the doctor, watch this and rejoice in the fact that they managed to defeat the dangerous monster. The young hero smiles broadly and notes that his skills have proven very useful in this new world. He then takes a quick step towards the magic items that fell off the monster. Among all the objects, he finds a strange heart, whose properties he does not yet know. Meanwhile, Dr. Victor approaches Shishao and thanks the young hero for his rescue. They are approached by Lagoon, who tells them that it is time for them to leave this gloomy place as soon as possible. But at this moment, the doctor's face becomes serious, and pointing towards Shishao, he points out that foreigners are not to be trusted. Immediately, however, amazement appears on the doctor's face when he sees the heart of a monster in the young hero's hands. He stares at him intently and questions Shishao in detail about how he was able to obtain such a valuable item. Dr. Victor slowly reaches out his hands to the monster's heart and asks the young hero to sell him the item. At this point, Lagoon scratches the back of his head and asks what the doctor needed the monster's heart for. And the doctor explains that it can be used to study the occurrence of the plague, and these words cause a look of surprise on Shishao's face. Meanwhile, the old man falls to his knees and promises to give all his savings if the young hero sells him his heart. However, a smile appears on Shishao's face, and he gives his heart to the monster for nothing, and then notes that he is always happy to support a scientist who is willing to put everything on the line for the sake of learning and the good of the people. Dr. Victor is surprised by such an act and apologizes to the young hero for his mistrust and notes that he is not like the mercenaries. Shishao then turns to Laguna and asks for more details about the mercenary guild. And the doctor points out that Laguna shouldn't join a guild that's no better than the usual brigands, and then talks about how most of the mercenaries are extorting money from people and profiting from their grief. Then he gives the young hero a hard look and asks him not to mess with this gangster gang unnecessarily. And Laguna looks at the young hero confused and talks about how he didn't know such details about the guild before he joined. And then, in a loud voice, declares that he will definitely change these patterns and become one of the best mercenaries. And Dr. Victor heads for the exit with the heroes and suggests that they leave the place as quickly as possible. Then the heroes get into a horse-drawn cart and head towards the city very quickly. And Dr. Victor looks out at the road and begins his story about what's going on in the city. He tells us that there are minions of the True Blood that have erected a huge red temple. Laguna is also interested in this information and asks the old man to tell him more about this organization. And the young hero ponders the doctor's words and suggests that the cult is mixed up with an ancient god. And the old man confirms Shishao's hunch and notes that the cult worships a dark blood master. He also talks about how the cult during the plague gave out a cure that made some people stronger, and others turned into very dangerous monsters that destroyed everything in their path. After these words, he shakes his head from side to side and notes that all these stories are just rumors and nothing more. Then the young hero asks for more details about the ancient gods that are worshipped in this world. And the old man describes a huge eye that the young hero has met before while seeing ancient deities. The young hero wants to learn more about the ancient deities, but the old man wants to close this topic as soon as possible. Then Shishao turns towards the road and tries in his head to think about what is happening. And Lagoon distracts the young hero from his thoughts and notes that he will be able to assist Shishao in finding information once he becomes a member of the guild. At this point, the old man turns toward the swordsman and notes that he is surprised that Lagoon knows nothing about ancient deities. Meanwhile, the young hero imagines in his head the image of Lagoon, and behind him the dark-blooded Master Baird. And in that moment in him comes the realization that the ancient gods are inextricably linked to the transformation of the swordsman into the King of Shadows. And Dr. Victor puts his finger up and asks the young hero of the lines not to mention the names of the ancient gods once. Lagoon tries to learn more about the reason for this request, but the doctor asks the swordsman to close this topic for the day. Then the swordsman turns to the young hero and notes with a smile that they will be arriving at the location very soon. And after a few minutes, the carriage stops in front of the guild building, where the heroes immediately enter. The young hero and his companions are looking around and thinking that this place looks more like a pub. He then points to the second floor and asks more about it, but Lagoon himself doesn't know anything about it. Suddenly, from around the corner appears a girl named Marina, who is very happy about the return of her father. She tearfully hugs her old man and rejoices that he is unharmed. The girl wipes her tears and thanks Lagoon for saving her father, but he refuses and notes that Marina should thank Shishao. And the young hero waves to the girl and confirms the words of his friend that it was he who saved the doctor from danger. At this moment, smiles appear on the girl's face, and she thinks in her head that she is destined to be together with the young hero. But at that moment, Dr. Victor hits her on the head with his hand and tells his daughter not to think bad thoughts. Then together they turn toward the heroes and with smiles on their faces offer to come to their house when the heroes are free. The doctor waves goodbye to the heroes, and the young hero and Laguna notice that the old man has some oddities. After saying goodbye, Lagoon lines up in front of the window to report for duty. Behind him appear two mercenaries who are surprised that the swordsman was able to survive the mission. And the swordsman only smiles and turns towards the guild master to report the completion of the contract. On the girl's face appears surprise when she learns that a whole squad of experienced mercenaries was destroyed. She covers her face and asks more about the squad, and the other mercenaries are surprised that a special squad was destroyed. And Lagoon says without a shadow of a doubt that the squad leader ran into a dangerous monster and went to the other world at the hands of the monster. But the mercenaries are not satisfied with this answer. One of them grabs the swordsman by the scruff of his clothes and accuses Lagoon of lying. Their argument is interrupted by the sorcerer Sarian, who, together with his assistant, appears in the stairwell. He walks closer and asks the mercenaries to stop the mess, and then looks at Laguna and thanks him for successfully completing the task. He then pulls a strange artifact out of his pocket and begins to fill it with magical power. The young hero follows this process closely and realizes that the wizard in front of him is very powerful. Meanwhile, Commander Christine comes to Lagoon and, like the wizard, thanks the swordsman for his work. And the young hero and the robot sidekick watch from the sidelines and rejoice in Laguna's success. However, Commander Christine abruptly turns toward the young hero and, to Shishao's surprise, heads in his direction. The young hero stands confused and Christine walks up close to him and begins to smell him. At this moment, Shishao looks at the girl confusedly and doesn't understand what is happening at this moment. And the girl moves a few meters away from the hero and with a smile on her face offers to join them in the guild. At this moment, all the mercenaries look at the young hero with surprise and can't believe that their commander decided to call Shi Shao to them. And the girl looks at the young hero with a smile and notes that he has a very interesting smell. And the young hero looks at the girl confusedly and tries to learn more about what Christina liked his smell. The girl at this moment grasps her chin and ponders over Shi Shao's words for a while. After that, a smile appears on her face, and she indicates that she knows that Shi Shao has come here from far away due to the specific smell. At this moment, drops of sweat ran down Shi Shao's face. He was worried that the girl might reveal where he came from. But at this point, Lagoon sides with the young hero and points out that Shi Shao is a very good man, even if he is a foreigner. However, the girl shakes her head and notes that she is not at all set against the young hero. And then she comes closer again, and to Shi Shao's great surprise, she suggests that he think again about joining their guild. However, the young hero extends his arm forward and once again declares that he is not worthy of being a member of the guild. Meanwhile, all the other people are watching in horror and don't understand why Shi Shao refuses the offer. At this moment, Shi Shao is approached by Lagoon, who insists that the young hero carefully consider the commander's proposal. Then the commander and the wizard say goodbye and note that Shi Shao can always change his mind. After they leave, Lagoon turns toward the young hero and tries to find out why the young hero refuses such an offer. And Shi Shao's face becomes serious, and he notes that there is no reason for him to be a member of this guild. But after saying that, he immediately smiles and offers to pay everyone's alcohol bill in honor of Laguna joining the guild. Immediately, all the mercenaries raise their mugs and loudly chant the swordsman's name. Lagoon becomes uncomfortable with this attention, and Shi Shao extends a circle in his direction and offers him a proper rest. After saying that, the swordsman's gaze falls on the alcohol inside the mug, and he thanks Shi Shao for such a generous feast. And then, without wasting a moment, joins the mercenaries to drink with them to his joining the ranks of the guild. The young hero is happy about this and wishes the swordsman a great time. Then, Shi Shao takes a seat at a separate table and, without paying attention to everyone's amusement, ponders the situation. He drinks a few mugs and, watching the mercenaries, thinks about how to get rich in this world. However, the young hero is quickly distracted from his musings when he notices that Lagoon has overdrunk the mercenaries at his table. And Lagoon at this point just smiles and asks to bring him more people who can outdrink him. He then takes a seat at the table with the young hero, who takes note of his ability to stay on his feet after drinking. For a while, the young hero looks at the swordsman confusedly and thinks about the fact that soon Lagoon will be able to drink blood as well. Meanwhile, Lagoon once again thanks Shi Shao for organizing such a feast for him. And the young hero leans back in his chair and talks about how this was no big problem for him. And for a while, the heroes discuss among themselves what happened and enjoy a wonderful dinner. But their conversation is interrupted by a mob of people who barge in and challenge Laguna to another alcoholic duel. And the swordsman responds enthusiastically to the mercenaries' summons with a firm confidence in his abilities as he sets out to meet them. Meanwhile, the mercenaries amicably raise their mugs of alcohol and congratulate Laguna on joining their guild. And the young hero opens his wallet and realizes that he spent a lot on a party at a pub. A new day arrives, and the heroes set off along the streets of a vast year to meet Dr. Victor. Lagoon looks with surprise at the young hero, who is very upset that he spent so much money in the pub. The swordsman looks a bit confused when he once again suggests that Shi Shao join the guild. But the young hero again refuses, saying that he is not interested in the Adventurers Guild. And walking along the streets, Shi Shao promises that he will accompany the swordsman on his future quests. The young hero stops and watches Lagoon cheer after the words he said. After a while, the heroes find themselves near an open door that leads to Dr. Victor's house. Victor rubs the back of his head and happily welcomes the guests who saved his life not too long ago. Together with him is his daughter Marina, who looks very confused at the sight of the heroes. but a smile quickly appears on her face, and she asks the characters if they've noticed any changes in her. An old man intervenes in the conversation, pushing his daughter aside and asking her not to disturb the guests. And then Dr. Victor tells the young hero that his research into the monster's heart has hit a dead end. He shows Shishao a vial of green liquid and points out that he doesn't have a huge expertise in pharmaceuticals. And the young hero listens attentively to the doctor and offers his help and research into the monster's parts. But the doctor clutches the test tube tightly in his hands and says that he has already called in experienced specialists for this. Then the young hero nods and agrees with the doctor's decision to call in special experts who can create the reagent. And after a while, Jose, a senior pharmacist, walks in with his inner circle. He greets Dr. Victor, who asks the pharmacist to come inside his room. Meanwhile, Lagoon tells the young hero that the pharmacists in this kingdom wield great power. His face becomes stern and he notes that he doesn't really trust these people. And the young hero listens intently to the swordsman's story and ponders his skills as a pharmacist, and imagines himself on a golden throne with everyone praising his alchemical skills. At this point, Shishao decides that he needs to learn as much as he can about the Pharmaceutical Association. Suddenly, there is a strong explosion that throws objects in different directions and interrupts Shishao's thoughts. The young hero covers his face with his hand, and the swordsman protects the doctor's daughter, who is standing nearby, with his body. All the pharmacists look in surprise at the explosion and don't understand what could have happened. The smoke clears, and a senior pharmacist who looks battered from the explosion appears in front of everyone. He wipes the dust from his face and notes that the monster's heart was beyond him. Then the young hero heads in his direction and offers his help to create a powerful reagent. Shishao's words greatly anger the other pharmacists, who consider the young hero a novice in alchemy. But on the defense of the young hero is a doctor who tries to convince the senior pharmacist in the abilities of Shishao. And the senior pharmacist is greatly surprised when he learns that it was Shishao who got the heart of the monster in the battle against the monster. Then he moves closer to the young hero and questions the young man more about his skills in alchemy. Meanwhile, the other pharmacists mock the young hero, and Lagoon tries to convince everyone of Shishao's strength. The face of the senior pharmacist becomes serious, and he decides to test the hero's words for the truth. He then tells Shishao that if successful, he is willing to provide him with the creation of the reagent. After saying that, the young hero smiles and asks the senior pharmacist to provide him with money in case he can handle the alchemy. A big smile appears on the face of the senior pharmacist, and he promises to give the young hero 10,000 if he can do the task. The pharmacists are surprised by the decision of their master, and Lagoon wishes the young hero good luck in this difficult business. The senior pharmacist points the young hero in the direction of the monster's heart and suggests that they get down to business immediately. And the young hero walks over to the alchemical counter and studies the blueprint of the necessary reagent in detail, and then masterfully wields a multitude of alchemical flasks in preparation for the creation of the desired elixir. With deft movements, he pours the contents of all the test tubes into one container. Meanwhile, everyone watches Shishao with bated breath and admires his excellent technique. A few minutes pass and a flask of reagent appears in the young man's hands to the great surprise of the senior pharmacist. Quite quickly, pharmacist Jose snatches the flask from the hands of the young hero because he personally wants to test the performance of the reagent. He then goes to the monster's heart and pours the entire contents of the flask over it while reciting a spell. And in a few seconds, the heart turns into a huge bloody blob that's constantly in motion. Suddenly, the blood transforms into a bat that tries to leave the room. However, Lagoon manages to draw his sword and with a swift movement of his hand sends the strange creature to the other side. Meanwhile, the doctor asks the pharmacists not to go near the place where the strange creature was destroyed. And the young hero imagines in his head the image of a dark blood master and assumes that this creature is involved in the case. He recalls his encounter with the ancient deities and hopes that next time he will be able to give them a decent fight. But he is distracted from his thoughts by the pharmacists who apologize and point out Xiao's special skills in alchemy. He is then approached by a senior pharmacist, Jose, who promises to pay the amount he promised. The young hero smiles and talks about how happy he is to work with a man who keeps his word. The senior pharmacist then gives Xiao a portion of the amount and promises that he will give the rest during their private conversation. Xiao picks up the bag of gold coins and thinks about how alchemy can make his life a lot easier. Meanwhile, a senior pharmacist suggests that the young hero join their ranks. He looks serious and offers to discuss all the details in his private office. At this time, the other pharmacists look among themselves and can't believe that their master wants to accept an outsider into their ranks. And the master pharmacist does not pay attention to his subordinates at all and suggests the hero to follow him. The young hero agrees and offers Dr. Victor and Laguna to go with him to negotiate. However, one of the pharmacists doesn't want to let the swordsman through and notes that access to their chambers is closed to guild members. Then the young hero says that he will not go anywhere without his friend, and the master pharmacist allows the swordsman to go with them. Then everyone goes outside, and Jose, the master pharmacist, offers the young hero his place in the wagon. And once everyone is seated inside, the wooden wagon speeds off at full speed toward the center of town. After a while, the heroes find themselves near a huge fortress, which is the headquarters of the Pharmaceutical Association. The master pharmacist goes forward, and the young hero marvels at the scale of the Pharmaceutical Association's headquarters. A few minutes later, the heroes find themselves in the senior pharmacist's private office and discuss among themselves what has happened. The senior pharmacist notes the high intelligence of the young hero, and without too much concealment, offers him to join his squad. Lagan looks confused, and the young hero notes that the pharmacist is making such an offer for a reason. Then Master Jose points his pipe in the direction of the young hero and asks him to help him become president of the association. After these words, the young hero folds his hands in a lock and remarks that there is no gain for him in this matter. Then Master Jose promises that after his appointment, he will give half of the association's income to Xiao. The young hero thinks Jose's offer is too suspicious, but the robot assures him that the master pharmacist is not fooling him. Then a smile flashes across Xiao's face, and he asks the master pharmacist more about his wish. The master pharmacist puts his foot down and explains that because of the current president, the entire association is in decline. He tells the story of how he promised his mother to make sure everyone could get free treatment, and then points to the young hero and says that it is Xiao who is the key for him to become the president of the association. Then the young hero ponders the words of the master pharmacist, weighing his every word, and pretty quickly agrees to the deal and then shakes the senior pharmacist's hand firmly as a gesture of goodwill. Then Jose the pharmacist points to a bag of gold and asks Xiao to take that as a reward. The young hero quickly picks up the bag of coins and thanks the pharmacist for keeping his word. The pharmacist shakes hands with Xiao once more and suggests that he use all the resources he has in his office. And then the heroes head for the exit and notice that it's gotten pretty dark outside. Along the way, they discuss past events among themselves, and Laguna notes Xiao's special talent for negotiation. But suddenly, unknown figures in long robes and strange fire helmets appear on the hero's path. One of the unknown men makes a quick dash towards the young hero to strike. However, the swordsman Laguna quickly blocks the stranger's blow, but the blade of his blade quickly breaks. The young hero manages to create an energy barrier around him and saves the swordsman from other blows. But pretty quickly, the unknowns destroy Xiao's barrier, and the heroes are in danger again. Lagan then shoves the young hero aside and asks him to run while he holds off his attackers. The young hero is about to return to the fight, but an unknown force drags him into a dark void. When Xiao opens his eyes, he sees his friends in front of him, who are very happy to see him awake. The young hero discovers that while he was in another dimension, time did not pass for him in this place. Suddenly, the system tells Shishao that he has 10 days left before he returns to the world of darkness again. And the young hero decides that he must, in the meantime, develop a plan to save Laguna, which is in danger. Meanwhile, Shishao is approached by the squad leader, who notes that it is rather unnatural for the hero to run to collect treasure. Then the young hero looks around and notices that in the distance can be seen rays of light that come from magical objects. And a broad smile appears on his face when his companions suggest that as the victorious boss, he should take the treasure. Shishao decides to offer the squad leader an alliance, and Lao Tse sighs heavily and notes that the former young hero is back again. The Frost Maiden refuses the young hero's offers and notes that their battle together was only a necessity. The girl then directs an air kiss towards the young hero and heads in his direction. Then she touches her fingers to his forehead and reminds Shishao that he owes her a large sum of money. As soon as the girl pulls away from him, the young hero sees that a strange symbol in the form of an ice star lights up on his forehead. And the frosty lady crumbles into millions of particles in front of him and says that she will definitely keep an eye on him. Once the frosty lady disappears, Shishao touches his forehead and hopes that he won't have to fight her the next time he sees her. The young hero and the squad leader then head towards the artifacts, and Lao Tse offers to take Shishao all the items. Among the artifacts, Shishao finds new armor as well as several flasks with a very dangerous poison. This discovery makes him smile, and now he is sure that in the world of darkness, he will survive much easier. He begins to laugh evilly, which greatly alarms both the squad leader and the insect prince. And the young hero turns toward Lao Tse and asks if he should give something to the Mo clan out of the items. And to Shishao's surprise, the squad leader informs him that the key to this dungeon is now the property of the clan. Then the young hero, with a confused look on his face, tries to redeem the key, but the commander refuses the hero's request. Then Lao Tse puts his head down and says that there is one way how Shishao can get the dungeon key. And staring at him intently, the squad leader suggests he join another family of the Mo clan. At this moment, the young hero's face becomes serious. He doesn't want to accept this proposal because he is loyal to Mrs. Mo Care. He thinks over all the possible outcomes in his head and worries that he will now have to fight Lao Tse if he refuses the offer. But to the young hero's delight, the squad leader gives him time to think about the proposal. After the conversation, the young hero sinks into his thoughts and thinks about how to get the key to this dungeon. Meanwhile, he is approached by the insect prince, who is also unhappy with the situation. He points his finger towards the hero and notes that only Shishao is worthy of possessing the key and becoming the king of this world. At this point, the squad leader sighs heavily and notes that he completely agrees with the prince's logic. He then pulls the dungeon key out of his pocket and says that this item is just a source of power that he can't just give away. Then the prince grabs his head, and Shishao clenches his fists and promises himself that he will get the key to the dungeon by any means necessary. He then approaches the insect prince and tries to reassure him by noting that he will watch over this world even if he doesn't get the key. At the same moment, the squad leader turns around and says goodbye to the heroes, saying that it's time for him to return to headquarters. However, Shishao extends his hand up and asks him to wait for the commander for a while. He asks Lao Tse to return Yinyu Xuan, who had been banished from the squad earlier, as an exception. And the squad leader nods and says that he will do his best to fulfill Shishao's request. Lao Tse sets off, and the young hero looks in his direction and thinks about the fact that they might become enemies next time. The insect prince distracts the hero from his musings and asks Shishao about his sister and other team members. But the conversation between the prince and the young hero is interrupted by a huge worm that suddenly appeared from under the ground. Another worm appears after him, but the monsters only look at the heroes and are not going to attack. One of the monsters approaches Shishao and begins to make strange sounds that resemble the cry of a beast. The worms want to serve the young hero, but he points toward the prince and notes that the monsters must obey him. Then the worms turn toward the prince and promise to serve the new king faithfully. One of the worms starts spewing out a strange substance along with magical items, and the young hero points toward the puddle and suggests that the prince pick up magical items from it. Then the insect prince, along with Shishao, climb on the worms and set off on a journey to distant lands. They find a piece of paradise and a lonely cottage where the prince's teacher once lived. Together they find the burial place of the great swordsman and leave his sword there as well. The young hero looks around and notes that even in his world, he has never seen such a beautiful landscape. Then he clenches his fist tightly and promises there will be a place where his whole family will be safe. And the prince agrees with the idea and clenches his fist, saying that only Shishao and his family are allowed to be here. To which the young hero shakes his head from side to side and promises that he will not give these lands an offense. After a while, the heroes enter the house and try to find the box that the prince was bequeathed by his teacher. And the prince, with a smile on his face, finds a small chest and beckons the young hero over. Then the prince puts it on the table with the hero, trying to guess what might be hidden inside. When the heroes open the box, they take out of it an unusual package that contains the personal records of a great swordsman. The prince puts the package in Shishao's hands and asks him to read out the teacher's words, because he himself does not know the human language well. The scroll contains the life story of a great swordsman who one day finds himself on a rooftop fighting a thief. After a tough battle, he manages to return to the emperor a stolen casket that is rumored to contain an ancient object. And the swordmaster notices that inside the box is a green stone the same shape as the artifact the Zerg are protecting. Once the swordsman realizes the relationship between the two items, he decides to leave notes about this find. Swordsman suggests that this artifact is capable of absorbing the power of an entire world and serves as a source of its balance. He then looks toward the moon and hopes to have enough time to study the phenomenon further. The prince sees that the hero is immersed in his thoughts and asks to share the knowledge that Shishao has learned from the parchment. And the young hero reveals that the Zerg artifact is not the only one of its kind and asks the prince to protect it. Then Shishao turns towards the cocoon and notices that the insect queen should soon awaken from her sleep. The young hero and the prince decide to observe the beautiful lake and await the queen's early awakening. Shishao thanks the prince for his hospitality and promises that he will definitely return to these lands. Suddenly, the young hero remembers the devastation that occurred during the battle with Oswald, and his face darkens a bit. However, the prince smiles broadly and promises that by the time Shishao returns, he will build a fortress and make it much better than before. Suddenly, a strange rustling sounds behind Shishao, and the prince and the heroes turn around to find out the cause of the noise. They see before them the insect queen, who has awakened from her sleep and is slowly heading in their direction. The prince is very worried about his mother's injuries, and the queen notes that it is only a temporary hardship. Then the prince pulls Zerg chitin out of his pocket and offers the queen to absorb it to regain her lost powers. But the queen smilingly refuses the prince's offer and points out that there is a more worthy pretender for the role. She then turns to Shishao and offers to absorb the Zerg's chitin as a reward for saving the kingdom. The young hero stares uncertainly at the magical object while the prince assures Shishao that he has earned such a valuable gift. Then Shishao picks up the Zerg chitin. He thanks the prince and queen for such a valuable artifact. But the queen along with the prince point out that they don't need thanks, and Shishao fully deserved the item. And the young hero with a smile on his face begins to squeeze the stone, after which his whole body begins to fill with green energy. Then, Shishao's body rises into the air and strong gusts of energy swirl around his body. The prince expresses his surprise at the process of merging the stone and Shishao in a loud voice, and the queen asks him to keep quiet. Meanwhile, the hero finds himself in his pocket dimension to his surprise. The Lord's account appears in front of him, and the system tells him that thanks to his magic power, Shishao will be able to unlock it. Then, without further ado, the young hero directs his power to the account to get a chance to use it. And the system tells us that now Shishao can get the help of powerful sorceresses, and the young hero becomes confused because this time the account is for girls. He imagines in his head that he'll have to wear a dress to use the power of the account. He then picks up a magic staff to increase his magical power, and soon realizes that he can use the image of a sorceress on the battlefield and he won't have to reincarnate into her. After a while, Shishao comes back and doesn't know how to explain to the prince what happened to him recently. And the queen notes that the magical power the young hero has gained has great potential. Then he turns toward the insect prince and says that it is time for them to say goodbye. Shishao shakes the prince's hand firmly and promises that he will return to this world sooner or later. The young hero then uses a scroll of teleportation and is enveloped by a blue energy that transports him home. In a few seconds, Shishao finds himself at home where his entire team and his beloved family are waiting for him. Fei immediately rushes to hug her brother as soon as she sees him and is happy to see him back. Shishao's parents also greet their son and say that they are very proud of his success in the dungeon. The hero gets a little embarrassed and promises that he will not disappoint his parents' expectation. And the hero's mom offers to take everyone into another room to celebrate their dungeon victory. However, the young hero looks stressed. He makes the decision to do anything to keep his family safe. Evening comes and the young hero lies on a chair and enjoys a beautiful view of the starry sky. He decides to contact Mistress Mo, who at this time is also relaxing and enjoying a glass of expensive wine. The young hero decides to stand up and asks Mistress Mo how he can get the key to the dungeon, and notes that it's very important for him to get this item in every way possible. Mrs. Mo thinks for a while over Shishao's words and suggests that he come to the director's meeting. The young hero says goodbye to Mrs. Mo and thinks of a plan to get the key. Morning comes, and the young hero finds himself in front of a huge building that belongs to the Mo clan. He goes up to the top floor and finds himself at a huge table where all the clan directors are gathered. In the very center sits Mo Jianlong, who congratulates everyone on successfully passing the dungeon. Director Mo Qi rises from his seat and, holding a piece of paper, is about to read out the list of awards. He is greatly surprised when he sees that the young hero's team has gotten the most gold coins. And Mo Jianlong notes that the director shouldn't worry about it, because all the teams were rewarded based on their actions. But Director Qi is not satisfied with this turn of events and demands an explanation from Lao Tse, but he says nothing. Meanwhile, the young hero rises from his chair and asks to exchange his reward for the key to the dungeon. From this statement, Director Qi becomes furious and points out that the young hero has forgotten his place. Then Shishao declares without a drop of doubt that he is ready to destroy the Huangjung clan if he gets the key to the dungeon. All the directors are horrified by such a statement and say in a loud voice that Shishao doesn't know what he's talking about. And the master engineer who sits across from Shishao notes that the young hero is playing a dangerous game. The master engineer is approached by one of the squad leaders who asks what to do in such a situation. And the squad leader watches the events closely and thinks that Shishao has some kind of plan. Suddenly, Director Qi stands up from his seat and calls for everyone to calm down with loud claps. A mocking smile appears on his face, and he points a finger at the young man, saying that the young man doesn't understand the problem. Then he talks about how the clans have been feuding for a long time, and no newcomer will be able to pull it off for nothing. Director Qi then turns to his sister, Mrs. Mo, and points out that her underlings are acting too brazenly. All the directors discuss the incident among themselves and agree with Mr. Qi's opinion that the young man should be taught a lesson. The young hero looks around and realizes his case is bad, and Mrs. Mo begins to boil over with rage. She then abruptly gets up from her chair and declares that all the directors are fundamentally wrong about Shishao. Despite her brother's objections, she points out that the young hero has already achieved a lot, and this task is within his power. She then looks around the room and assures everyone present that the young hero's words are not a joke. After saying that, the directors look amongst themselves and actively start discussing amongst themselves about Shishao. But Director Chi stays his opinion and remains convinced that the young hero has no idea what he's getting himself into. Suddenly, Mo Jianlong intervenes in the argument and demands that this buffoonery be stopped immediately. He then turns to the young hero and notes that if Shishao fails, this failure will put his entire family at risk. And Mrs. Mo, along with the young juror, chorus that they are prepared to face the consequences should they fail. Then Mr. Jianlong gets up from his chair and heads for the exit, saying that the meeting is adjourned. And the young hero declares before he leaves that he will destroy the Huangjung clan in 10 days. In response, Mo Jianlong turns around and says that he is waiting for good news from Shishao. The directors also rise from their seats and point out that the young hero is digging his own grave with his words. Shishao is approached by Director Chi, who reminds the hero that his failure will be his last mistake in life. After a while, Mrs. Mo and her entourage approach Shishao and discuss the situation. The young protagonist seems unfazed with a smile on his face, indicating that he has no agenda. Everyone starts to panic, but the second squad leader urges everyone to calm down. And Mrs. Mo points out to the directors that Shishao is only joking, but he actually has a plan of action. After saying that, the young hero indicates that he has several reasons why he wants to destroy the Huangjung clan. Everyone listens attentively to his story, and the master engineer notes that the young hero acts absolutely insane. At this point, Mrs. Mo turns to her subordinates and asks those who are unsure of her to leave. And then almost everyone runs out of the office screaming that they want no part of this horror. However, despite the danger, some of Mrs. Mo's cronies decide to stay with her until the end. The master engineer also promises to help in this challenging endeavor, although he feels it is a dangerous undertaking. He then turns towards Mrs. Mo and notes that he's only doing this because of the young hero. Meanwhile, Shishao is flexing his fists and preparing to put his plan to destroy the Huangjung clan into action. Evening comes and the young hero walks the streets of the night city. The young hero notices that he is being followed, so he quickly goes around the corner, and a squad of mercenaries will follow him. As the mercenaries turn the corner to their surprise, they see only a brick wall in front of them. In the blink of an eye, several bullets hit the two mercenaries and send them to the other side of the world. However, the commander uses his blade to reflect the projectiles and is about to flee the place. He shrouds himself in a huge puff of smoke and hurls several daggers towards the young hero. However, Shishao easily blocks this attack and decides to show himself in front of his pursuer. He then pulls some daggers out of his pocket and says that the mercenary's life is now in his hands. But the commander of the hired vigilantes is not going to give up and prepares to fight the young hero. He moves like lightning and appears behind the young hero's back to deliver the fatal blow. However, the young hero easily dodges the attack and grabs the mercenary by his neck. He continues to squeeze the vigilante's neck tightly with his magical hand and demands to know all about his employer. However, even under threat of death, the mercenary refuses to tell Shishao who is behind him. Then the young hero uses hypnosis, with the help of which he is going to find out the whole truth. The mercenary tries to resist Shishao's magic, but his strength is not enough. The vigilante then reveals that he was sent by Mrs. Ling Yuan to deal with the young hero's family. The young hero is furious after this information and promises himself that he will deal with this threat immediately. He then releases the mercenary and, without much emotion, orders him to send himself to the other world himself. And then the mercenary, without further ado, stabs a dagger into his body and falls to the ground while the young hero heads onward. After a while, the young hero finds himself visiting a master alchemist who is very happy to see him. The alchemy master is surprised when Shishao reveals that he is going to destroy the Huangjung clan. The young hero takes a seat in the chair and promises that he will prepare the alchemist a good place in the Mo clan. This news makes the old man very happy, and he thanks the young hero for such good news. Shishao then asks the old man to elaborate on the Huangjung clan and its weaknesses. Then the old man tells us that the clan is divided into several parts, which are governed by the chairman of the management. And the alchemist firmly declares that now is the right time to destroy the Huangjung clan. And the young hero smiles and asks to be told about the place where Ling Yuan is now. Then rises from his chair and says that it's time for him to go to the clan residence. A bright smile flashes on his face, and he is completely confident that he will be able to break into Lin Yuan's secure mansion. Meanwhile, Ling Yuan takes a bath and enjoys a glass of expensive wine. She's angry that the young hero is interfering with her plans and hopes she can destroy him. But to her great surprise, Shishao appears in front of her and heard her displeasure perfectly. The girl stands up and asks with surprise how the young hero could know where she is. Then a sly smile appears on her face, and she is going to trick Shishao and offers to join the Huangjung clan. But to her surprise, the young hero refuses the offer rather quickly. Then she gets close to Shishao and talks about how they could run the Huangjung clan together. And while the young hero is distracted by her, she brings a dagger over his head and is about to send him to the other world. But for whatever reason, she can't deliver the fatal blow, and the dagger freezes a few centimeters from the hero's neck. And the young hero smiles widely and notes that Ling Yuan can never harm him. The girl gets furious at these words and pulls away from the hero and tries to find out what's going on. And Shishao shows her the vial of poison and tells her that Ling Yuan is now completely in his power. However, the girl does not believe the words of the young hero and continues to hold her dagger. But at the flick of Shishao's finger, she abruptly points the dagger at herself and can't control her body. Then he stares at the dagger blade in horror and begs the young hero to spare her life. At this moment, Shishao takes back the dagger and notes that Ling Yuan will definitely be punished for his actions, but later, and then stares at her intently and demands she hand over the special device that gives access to the clan's database. Ling Yuan, against his will, holds out an earpiece to Shishao that will allow access to the clan's secret information. The young hero immediately puts the earpiece in his ear and heads for the exit and then orders the girl to sleep. And after saying that, Ling Yuan instantly falls to the floor and faints, and Shishao walks out of her house. A few minutes later, the young hero finds himself in a special room where the virtual headquarters of the Huangjung clan is located. He goes to a special door and runs a scanner check, and thanks to the earpiece, he is perceived as Ling Yuan. He goes inside the room and notices that the upper clan has very comfortable living conditions. Then he sits down in a huge chair and enjoys the view, and asks the robot assistant to find the necessary information. After these words, the robotic assistant opens the information panel and with a gloating smile begins to dig through the corporation's archives. A wide smile appears on the hero's face when the robot points out that this data will have no problem helping to destroy the Huangjung clan. The robot suggests sending some hired vigilantes to sow confusion within the clan. The young hero really likes his assistant's ideas and orders them to be put into action immediately. However, when he digs into the archives himself, he discovers that the Huangjung clan is preparing an attack on the Mo clan. The young hero thinks over the received information and notes that he was very lucky to get this data in time. He then contacts Mistress Moa, who is resting in her chambers via a datapad. The young hero observes the city from the roof of a building and talks about the plan that Huangjung's clan has conceived. This news shocks Mrs. Mo, and she asks to tell the young hero more about it. She then goes into deep thought and notes that this information could be a big problem. Then he is about to get up from his bed, and without interrupting his conversation with Shishao, notes that the clan won't be able to help him. And watching through the window at the beautiful view of the city, says that the clan war is very dangerous for the city. and Shishao takes a seat on the edge of the roof of the building and talks about doing everything to weaken the Huangjung clan before it attacks. After which, he directs his gaze towards the horizon and asks Miss Mo to warn all the clan members. But Mrs. Mo casts her gaze downward and notes that no one would believe the hero's words about Huangjung preparing to attack. Meanwhile, people are having fun on the streets of the city and do not realize that soon their peaceful life will come to an end. Mrs. Mo receives Huangjung's detailed plan of attack and thanks the hero for providing the information. She looks at the city with smiles and suggests that Shishao hide her family outside the area for a while. The young hero considers this proposal carefully and tries to come up with a plan to save his family. The next day, the young hero leaves the safe zone in a car with his family. He turns toward his family and asks them to use extreme caution during his absence. After a while, Shishao arrives at the meeting place and his family tries to convince him to stay with them. However, the young hero shakes his head negatively and says with a smile on his face that he can't miss the battle of the clans. Shishao's sister and other companions want to go along with him, but the young hero points out that they will only get in his way. The young hero then strokes his sister on the head and promises her that he will return safe and sound. Robot Nana is also worried about the young hero and asks Shishao to be careful in the battle against the mercenaries of the Huangjung clan. She smiles widely when Shishao promises to sort things out quickly and wishes him good luck in the fight. All of Shishao's family and companions look at him with a smile and hope that the young hero will handle everything quickly. Meanwhile, several cars appear on the horizon and head towards Shishao. The mercenaries from the Horizon Squad get out of their vehicles and greet an old friend with smiles on their faces. They once again thank him for his help and offer their services during the battle with the Huangjung clan. However, the young hero points out to the commander that it will be much easier for him to travel alone this time. Afterwards, the Horizon Squad leader, with a smile on his face, approaches Shishao's family and says that he will protect them. The young hero's family sets off with smiles on their faces, waving goodbye to the young hero. And Shishao asks her loved ones to be careful and promises to fulfill their deeds as soon as possible. In an instant, his face becomes serious and he heads towards the city to give battle to the Huangjung clan. Meanwhile, the main center of Huangjung is bustling with activity as everyone prepares to attack the Mo clan. On a huge chair sits the chairman of the board, Huang Fusheng, who keeps a close eye on what is going on. Suddenly, one of the assistants announces that someone has infiltrated their network and stolen very important data. Then one of the executives orders to find the source of the data leak as quickly as possible. However, Huang Fusheng remains completely calm and says that this problem will not interfere with their plans. But at the same moment, his close aide claims that economic data about their clan has hit the net. After saying this, Huang Fusheng becomes furious and asks his assistant how this could have happened. At the same moment, other department directors run up to him and say that the company's shares have fallen in value dramatically. The chairman of the board goes on a rampage and orders to find the person who leaked their data online. At the same moment, he contacts his brother, who is the deputy of the corporation, with the help of the information console. His brother notes with a smile that Huang Fusheng has leaked very important data. And then Huang Fude emphasizes that his younger brother will definitely answer to the council for such negligence. But at that moment, he is approached by his assistant, who points out that there is a big problem. And the deputy corporation sees an image of burning wreckage where the weapons depots used to stand. This makes him furious, and he notes through clenched teeth that there is a traitor in their ranks. Then, with rage in his eyes, he reprimands his assistant for letting their secret data fall to the enemy. He then tosses it aside and asks him to show him the surveillance footage. A man covered in bright flames appears on the videotape and weapons fire is fired at him. But for whatever reason, the man in flames takes no damage from bullets and walks forward with no problem. Then a huge explosion goes off, and another ammunition depot is reduced to rubble. Huang Fude stares at the monitor screen with rage in his eyes and demands the identity of his attacker, and hits his desk with all his might when he realizes that he can't see who his opponent is because of the fire. Cold drops of sweat run down his face, and he swears to himself that he will track down the man who dares to interfere with him. Meanwhile, the young hero uses teleportation magic and moves to different locations to destroy the clan buildings. He then opens the information panel and notes that in a short period of time, he was able to greatly weaken Huang Zheng. However, suddenly he notices that from one huge building appears a beam of light that rushes upwards. Then in a matter of minutes, the entire city is under a huge purple dome. The young hero is surprised to see this picture and realizes that the Huangzheng clan has begun to act. He then opens the information panel and learns that Huang Zheng attacked the black market. And then he decides to go there as soon as possible to save his comrades. However, he is worried that the Huangzheng clan still has a few trump cards up its sleeve. Meanwhile, the mercenaries have killed most of the Mo clan's guards and are about to break down the main door. They laugh loudly and demand the girl immediately open the entrance to the boardroom to them, or they will destroy everyone. And the girls are hiding inside and afraid the mercenaries will do something very horrible to them. Then the leader of the mercenaries decides to take matters into his own hands and demands the girls to lay down their weapons immediately. Then there is a loud explosion near the door and a huge amount of shrapnel flying in different directions. Then in the doorway appears a squad of mercenaries who look at the defenseless girls with greed in their eyes. And Miss Siyu looks at the mercenary commander with hatred and tells him that his deed will not go unpunished. However, the commander only laughs and says that he is not afraid of consequences, and then rips off the girl's clothes. Then he pins her to the floor and tells his crew they can do whatever they want to the girls. Suddenly there is a loud explosion, a strong flame bursts into the room and sets some of the mercenaries on fire. Then a young hero appears in the passage who has completely covered his body with flames of fire. The commander points his finger towards Shi Xiao and orders him to fire water cartridges at him. And the young hero creates a fire shield around himself that blocks all the bullets that the mercenaries fire in his direction. He then removes his fire flame and tells the mercenaries that he is greatly impressed with their knowledge. And the girls look at Shi Xiao with a smile and are happy that the young hero came to their rescue. At the same moment, the mercenaries rush to attack the young hero when they see the most ordinary man in front of them. But the young hero snaps his fingers, and in the same instant, the bodies of the mercenaries catch light flames. Then the mercenary commander falls to his knees and begs Shi Xiao to forgive his rudeness and asks him to spare his life. But the young hero only smiles and says that he is not going to spare any rabble. After these words, he snaps his fingers again, and the bodies of the mercenaries are turned to embers by the strong fire. As soon as the mercenaries are defeated, the girls run up to Shi Xiao, hugging him and rejoicing at his arrival. The young hero then addresses everyone present and asks them to follow him to the exit of the building. Huge swirls of flame part before the young hero, and he escorts the girls to safety without much trouble. And the girls look at Shi Xiao with enamored eyes and admire his immense strength. After a while, he and all the survivors find themselves on a street where huge rocks are scattered everywhere. The young hero points his finger in the direction of the strange beam and asks Ms. Xia to elaborate on this field generator. However, the girl replies that in her long life, she has never seen such a device in action. But the young hero still thanks the girl for her help and then spreads his wings and prepares to take off. The girls with smiles on their faces bid farewell to Shi Xiao and wished him good luck in the battle. And the young hero increases his speed and heads upward for a bird's-eye view. He then contacts Ling Yuan and demands that she immediately report information regarding the situation in the city. After that, the young hero opens the information panel and waits for a response from the girl. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's personal bodyguard stands not far away from the girl and monitors the situation together with the alchemist. And the girl reports to the young hero that Huang Fude has locked Huang Fusheng and the Mo clan together to destroy each other. Then the girl falls, but the bodyguard manages to catch her and then turns to the old man and demands to find an antidote. But the old man notes that the poison that the young hero created has a strong effect, and he has no antidote against it. Meanwhile, the young hero lands on the roof of a building and tries to consider his next course of action. A robotic assistant flies up to him and points out the location of Huang Zheng's nearest bases. Meanwhile, at one of Huang Zheng's secret bahas, an alarm is sounded and the guards lie near an open safe. The girl scrutinizes the money bills and tries to find an important item among them. To her surprise, a young hero appears who notes that the girl is very often robbing people during the disaster. Then Zuehi abruptly rises to her feet and grabs her weapon, but the young hero promises that he is not going to hurt her. And the girl talks about how she's only trying to find the thing that belongs to the Huang Zheng clan. Then she starts digging through the money again and gets angry that she can't find the item. And the young hero opens a portal and says he's going to find Huang Fude to destroy him. Then the girl suddenly rises to her feet and says that she wants to go with the hero and destroy this clan. The young hero wants to know the reason for the girl's hatred for this clan, but Shueihei is not going to answer that question. She then heads towards the exit and turns to the young hero, saying that she knows the location of Huang Zheng's bases. Meanwhile, multiple explosions erupt throughout the city and flames of fire and smoke erupt from high-rise buildings. At one of the secret bases of the Huang Zheng clan, there is a loud explosion that destroys all the equipment. And the young hero walks in following the explosion and stabs the base director in the face with his foot and demands to know the location of Huan Fude, but Shishao doesn't get the answer he wants. So without a drop of doubt, he blows up the rest of the base entirely. And Shuehi says she knows the location of the base where Huang Fude might be hiding. However, suddenly the girl begins to shake with fear, and the young hero asks what is happening to her. Shuehi continues to shake and talks about how she has a very tragic history with that base. But despite her fear, she wants to go there. And the young hero grabs the girl by the shoulders and promises that together with him she will be completely safe. The girl is embarrassed after these words, and without looking into Shishao's eyes says that it is time for them to go on their way. A short while later, a huge explosion erupts in the central headquarters of the Huang Zheng clan. And in the passage appears the young hero along with Shueihei, who are looking around carefully. However, they are completely oblivious to the small squad that is about to attack them from the ceiling. And at this moment, a barrage of blows consisting of different elements falls on the young hero and the girl. But the young hero at the last moment creates around himself and the girl an energy barrier that protects them from all blows. And Shishao sees in front of him a squad of the enemy, which consists of cyborg girls with different magic. At the same moment, Huang Fude appears and greets the intruders of his peace with a smile. And Shueihei tells the young hero that in front of him is one of the main representatives of the Huang Zheng clan. Suddenly the girl's head is pierced by a terrible pain and her whole body begins to tremble with terror. At the sight of this, Huang Fude laughs loudly and thanks the young hero for bringing the girl to him. And the young hero stands in front of Huihei and talks about how the deputy corporation won't even lay a finger on the girl. Then a smile appears on Shishao's face, and he says that he is going to destroy the Huang Zheng clan. At that moment, the deputy corporation points his hand in the direction of the hero and orders his robot to destroy the intruders. In the same instant, the young hero and Shueihei find themselves surrounded by robots on all sides. The young hero slowly turns around to Shueihei when the girl talks about not running away anymore. Then she goes into a rage, and a tremendous force bursts out of her body that turns the air into ice. She then creates a huge ice barrier that protects her and the hero from all robot attacks, and then creates an ice dagger that simultaneously destroys all androids. The young hero looks at his companion in surprise and realizes that all this time she has been holding back her powers. And Huang Fude claps his hands and talks about how his best experiment is doing just fine. At this moment, the image of the Frost Lady pops up in Shishao's mind, and he realizes that Shueihei is her clone. and cold drops of sweat run down the young hero's face when he thinks about the fact that Huang Zheng might have a veritable army of clones. Meanwhile, Xuehe looks at Huang Fude with rage in his eyes and talks about wiping him off the face of the earth. The corporation deputy removes the glove underneath, which is an iron hand, and says that his clone is the best invention, then snaps his fingers and talks about forcing the girl to bend to his will. And at that moment, a strange dark energy begins to permeate all of the robots' bodies. And then they all combine into a huge construct that has high performance. Xuehe realizes that to fight the robots, she will have to use all her strength and prepares for battle. However, the young hero stops her and tells her that she doesn't have to turn into a killing machine. Then he touches her forehead with his finger and says that the girl should rest for a while. And the girl instantly falls asleep, and the young hero gently puts her on the floor with a smile, saying that he will take care of the problem. He then surrounds Xuehe with a shield with himself, heading towards the dangerous robot who is preparing to attack. The young hero dodges the attack and then also touches the head of one of the combined robots. After that, a violet vortex of energy appears in its center and disarms the construct. Meanwhile, Huang Fude watches in amazement and marvels at the young hero's skills. And the young hero, with rage in his eyes, says that this is the end of the Deputy Corporation's games, and it's time for him to meet his creator. But Huang Fude takes off his clothes underneath the metal armor and talks about showing his power. His armor begins to change, and Huang Fude says that his new power will destroy the young hero in an instant. And after a few minutes, a huge mechanical robot appears in front of the young hero. However, the young hero is not at all intimidated by the cyborg's size, and suggests that his opponent start fighting as soon as possible. After these words, the robot launches a huge number of homing missiles towards the young hero. And Shishao creates an energy shield around herself that missiles can't penetrate. A smile appears on his face, and he says that this attack is weak for the top of the Huangzheng clan. But the missiles keep flying towards the young hero and gradually pierce his barrier. The first part of the barrier collapses, but the young hero creates a small defense around him in no time. Then he snaps his fingers and all the rockets start emitting a strange glow from themselves. After that, flowers appear on all the rockets and they head into the groaning huge mech. And Huang Fude doesn't understand why the missiles are now turned against him and tries to shoot them down with his weapon. However, the missiles still reach the target and do a fair amount of damage to the robot. The young hero smiles and talks about how, unfortunately, he can't summon his battle robot to end everything in one blow. And Huang Fude boils with rage and orders his robot to attack Shishao with laser beams. But even such dangerous weapons are unable to harm the young hero, and he takes no damage thanks to his shield. At this moment, Huang Fude doesn't know what he should do in such a situation, and notes that Shishao should be his clan's #1 target. And the young hero notes that the clan, along with his deputy, will now be wiped off the face of the earth. Then Huang Fude grits his teeth in anger and is about to use his deadliest weapon. The robot then builds up a huge amount of energy within itself and prepares to use a deadly attack. After that, a huge number of projectiles of different elements are directed towards the young hero. And all the shells touch at the place where the young hero stands, who hasn't moved a meter. The smoke from the explosion clears and the young hero is still standing there unharmed. Then he raises his finger up and creates an energy sphere above him to summon the Witch of Light, Aphira. At this moment, all the information panels around Huang Fude inform him of the emergence of a huge energy source. After which, a fireball headed towards him at a tremendous speed. But Huang Fude has full confidence in the strength of his battle robot, so he stands still and prepares to repel the projectile. But the force of the fireball proves to be too enormous and throws the battle robot back several meters. At this moment, Xuehe comes to her senses. She opens her eyes and tries to understand what is going on. And a Witch of Light appears in front of the young hero with a smile on her face, waiting for Shishao's order. She falls to her knees before him, and the young hero orders her to disarm Huang Fude and bring him to him. The witch smiles broadly and says that her master's order will soon be carried out. She then points her magic staff towards the battle robot and aims a huge amount of meteorites at it. There is a loud explosion, and the Witch of Light only laughs loudly when she sees the flash of flame in front of her. When the smoke clears from under the rubble of the battle robot, Huang Fude is shown to be badly injured. Suddenly a wide smile flashes across his face, and he pulls a strange contraption out of his pocket. Then the Witch of Light uses a protective barrier, worrying that the enemy might use a deadly attack. And Huang Fude only laughs at the sight of it and says that it's time to use his clone. The young hero turns back abruptly when he sees a huge bolt of lightning heading towards his girlfriend. After the impact, Shuihei's body transforms into a battle robot that is under the control of the Deputy Corporation. At the same moment, the battle-robed Shuihei points a huge ice dagger towards the young hero, but the Witch of Light protects the young hero with her protective magic. Whereupon the young hero orders her to weaken the battle robot, but not to send her to the other side. The witch tries to challenge the young hero's decision, but Shishao reminds her that he is her master. Meanwhile, Huang Fude stands behind Shuihei's battle robot back and orders her to protect him in any way she can. At this point, the young hero calls the corporation deputy a coward and orders his witch to destroy him. At that moment, the Witch of Light raises her staff up and prepares an attack spell. However, Shuihei creates a protective barrier and covers Huang Fude, who is trying to escape from the battle. But with each blow, Shuihei's robot defense is weakening, and blood is slowly pouring out of her mouth due to overexertion. Meanwhile, Huang Fude tries to use the teleportation scroll, but the witch's beams can't reach him because of the ice defense. The young hero stares intently in his direction and realizes that this time he will have to let his opponent escape. And Huang Fude laughs loudly before his teleportation and orders the battle robot to fight to the victorious end. Then the Witch of Light turns towards the young hero who orders him to protect him during the battle. And the battle robot Zuehei charges a huge sphere of ice to direct an attack towards Shishao. The young hero goes forward, and the Sun Witch protects him from all the projectiles with her magic. And Zuehei is getting weaker by the minute in her battle robot state, and seems like she's about to go to the other world. Before her next final attack, the young hero quickly runs up to her. He then touches her forehead with his finger and uses his engineering skills to send her to rest. Once Shuihei loses consciousness, she regains her human body, and the young hero holds her in his arms. Whereupon the young hero gently lays her down on the floor and beckons his robotic assistant over to him. The robot assistant shows the young robot how Shuihei is organized and points out that there is a control device inside her. The young hero removes everything unnecessary and repairs the robot, after which Shuihei comes to his senses. The girl smiles broadly and says that after the actions of the young hero, she feels much better. The young hero is very happy to hear this and tells her that now Huang Fude won't be able to control her body. The girl rejoices at this news and tearfully thanks Shishao for her help. She then walks closer to him and talks about how Shishao can ask anything into her as a reward. And the young hero scratches the back of his head and with a confused look declares that he now really needs money. And Zuehei smiles and doesn't understand why the young hero asked for this particular thing. After that, she transfers to the account of the young hero a very huge sum, which greatly surprises him. Shishao asks where she got the money from, and Shuihei explains that she saved up a lot of money while hiding from the Huangzheng clan. Then the girl leans very close to the young hero and talks about wanting to go with him. But when the young hero refuses and remarks that she is too weak, and the girl says that she will then build up her strength, she then teleports away and says with a smile on her face that she will definitely come to Shishao's aid. And the young hero, with a confused look, declares to his assistant that female nature is too changeable. Then he gets with a robotic assistant into the information center and studies the classified data. The robot discovers a secret door and suggests the young hero check out what's hidden behind it. Shishao agrees, and together with his assistant, goes down the long staircase that goes deep down. After a while, the heroes find themselves in a huge room that is not on any map. They see in front of them a huge warehouse with battle robots that Huang Fude had previously used against the young hero. Shi Xiao scrutinizes the androids and asks his assistant how they can be used. And the robot, with a sly smile on his face, says that he can customize all robots to serve him. The young hero hits his aide with his fist and talks about how he needs an army, not servants. The robot then opens each robot's dashboard and changes the basic data in it, and the young hero watches intently as his assistant changes each robot at a rapid pace. After a few minutes, the robot's eyes open and stare intently towards Shi Xiao. Several robots then rush towards him, and the young hero prepares himself in battle. But to his surprise, instead of attacking, she starts hugging him from all sides and smiling sweetly. And the robot assistant is smiling evilly because he specifically set up the robots to behave this way. Shi Xiao then beats his assistant again, and he customizes the other robots just as the young hero wanted. The young hero then gives a command and asks all the fighting robots to follow him. Meanwhile, in the center of the city is a huge field generator that emits a powerful energy source. The two guards are smilingly discussing amongst themselves that the Mo clan will soon be finished. However, suddenly appear a young hero on whom the guards immediately point a gun, and Shi Xiao throws his hands up and declares with a slight smile that he is just an ordinary civilian who got lost. But suddenly Commander Wang Jianguo appears with his assistant and declares that Shi Xiao is an unusual person. He then asks his soldiers to remain calm and asks with a smile how the young hero's family is doing. Shi Xiao thanks the commander for his concern and notes that his loved ones are doing well thanks to him. Suddenly, the commander's face becomes serious and he notes that Shi Xiao is in this territory for a reason. And the young hero notes with a smile that he's going to destroy the force barrier. The soldiers are about to open fire, but the commander orders them to lower their weapons and asks them not to act rashly. The young hero then offers to keep the commander and his men alive if they don't get in his way. The commander ponders over Shi Xiao's words and notes that many civilians might get hurt. But the young hero is not going to explain his actions, which greatly angers Commander Wang Jianguo. However, Wang Jianguo agrees to Shi Xiao's proposal after a few minutes of thought. The soldiers are amazed by the commander's actions and note that their superiors will destroy all traitors. Then the commander turns to them and talks about the young hero's power being too strong. But the soldiers only run away for reinforcements, and the assistant commander Shen Bin says that he always follows the commander. The young hero smiles and says it's time to move towards the generator to destroy it once and for all. At this moment, Shen Bing's eyes become full of anger as he looks at the young hero. Then he abruptly pulls his dagger out of his pocket and is about to attack from behind. But to his great amazement, the young hero creates a fire blade behind his back and blocks his attack. The commander tries to calm his assistant down, but Shen Bing is not going to stop. Shen Bing points his blade at the young hero and says that it was Shi Xiao who sent his girlfriend to the other world. And he tells of an acquaintance who saw the young hero leave Qin Lu to be eaten by a monster. After this story, Shen Bing asks Shi Xiao why he didn't save his girlfriend from the dangerous monster, then falls to his knees in tears and says that Qin Lu was very precious to him. And the young hero looks down and tells the truth that Qin Lu decided to sacrifice him and sent him into the jaws of the monster. Then he approaches Shen Bin and talks about how he can forgive traitors and save their lives. But that answer doesn't satisfy Shen Bing, and he says he'll send Shi Xiao to the other side. He then heads towards the young hero again, holding the dagger in his hands. And the young hero creates a magic hand and gives Shen Bin a powerful blow to his body, then turns around and says that this is his last warning and asks the young man to stay on his feet. Shen Bin lies on the ground and pulls out a picture of his lover saying that now there is no future. He then pulls out a potion with a strange potion in it and drinks it completely. In a matter of seconds, his entire body transforms and he turns into a dangerous monster. The monster is attacking the young hero, and Shi Xiao says that now he will have to act seriously. After which he waves his hand and a huge table of flames completely engulfs Shen Bing in his new appearance. The flames consume everything, including Shen Bing's picture with Qin Lu. And Commander Wang Jiangguo looks confusedly at the place where his aide was and calls him an arrogant fool. The young hero also looks at the flames for a while and thinks that he will have to face the humanoid monster more than once. He then heads towards the field generator to destroy it. He turns around for a few seconds and asks the commander for help if he hasn't changed his mind about being on his side. Suddenly, runes appear in the sky that create a huge golden portal. At the same moment, monstrous creatures begin to appear from this portal and scatter all over the city. The young hero realizes things are bad. He quickly flies up to stop the monster invasion. Meanwhile, in the Mo clan's main headquarters, the current situation is being discussed amongst all of its representatives. Mrs. Mo leans against the glass and hopes that the residents can take cover from the monster's attacks. And Director Mo Chi reports that so far, the other clans are doing nothing and sitting in their seats. After that, Mo Zunlong turns towards the window and hopes that the war between the clans will not break out in full force. Meanwhile, the magic portal continues to rage and hundreds of lightning bolts burst out. After that, a huge demon lord appears from the portal and looks around carefully. The monster heads to the purple barrier very quickly and tries to break through it with his punches. However, the barrier does not yield to him, so he orders the monsters to follow him through the streets of the city. And the young hero observes this picture and notices that the monsters are heading towards the protective wall. Shi Xiao decides that he needs to deal with the monsters first. Meanwhile, in the test tubes are sleeping battle robots that are waiting for Shi Xiao's command. And they immediately fly out of their hiding place and fly towards the monsters at the young hero's command. As soon as they reach their destination, they release a huge number of missiles in the direction of the monsters. And homing missiles take out low-level monsters without much trouble. The rest of the monsters try to escape, but the robot girls catch up with each one and destroy them. One of the combat robots contacts the young hero and reports back on the mission. Shi Xiao then contacts his friends and informs them of the current state of affairs. The young hero asks his comrades to try to protect the residents and hide them in a safe place. And everyone promises him they'll do everything they can to keep as many residents away from the monsters as possible. He then speeds up and heads towards a huge portal from which monsters appear. In front of him appear flying monsters that are going to deal with the young hero. But Shi Xiao sets their bodies on fire in an instant and sends them to the other world without much trouble. He then flies up to the portal and uses his magic to close it. The young hero then turns around and looks towards the demon lord to see his reaction. But to his great surprise, the monster does not pay any attention to him and tries to destroy the protective wall. Then the young hero takes on the guise of darkness and sets out to stop the monster from ravaging the city's defenses. Shi Xiao directs several shadow beams towards the monster, but they have no effect on the monster. Then the young hero calls to his aid the guise of a shadow guardian in the hope that this power can stop the monster. The shadow guardian then grabs the demon by the horns and tries to stop it from advancing forward. The demon starts laughing and says that even knowing his scheme, the young hero won't be able to stop him. He then fills his body with power and begins to crowd the shadowy defender with no problem. The young hero realizes that things are bad and decides to contact Commander Wang Jiangguo to ask for help. Shi Xiao watches the battle between the two titans and realizes that he needs to buy some time. And he remembers with a smile that he has a rare artifact that can help in this fight. The young hero then pulls out a scroll and summons a huge Zerg army to his aid. Then a huge swarm of Zerg are ordered by the young hero to head towards the demon lord. The demon lord doesn't know what's going on and is surprised to see the Zerg in front of him trying to bite through his armor. And the people who are at the center of things can't believe that the Zerg are now fighting on their side. Meanwhile, Shi Xiao uses a teleportation circle to get himself a battle robot to fight. After some time, Shi Xiao finds himself in a secret base where there is a perfect fighting robot. The young hero turns to his robot assistant and asks to change the appearance of the combat robot. Shishao then quickly deals with the rest of the guards and says that it's time for the final battle. Meanwhile, the robot assistant is busy transforming the combat robot. And after a few minutes, the young hero climbs into an improved version of a special combat robot. He fills it with his energy and moves out to save people. The robot flies upwards and heads at breakneck speed towards where the battle is taking place. Meanwhile, the Zerg try to resist the Demon Lord to no avail and are poisoned to the other world one by one. Several reporters with smiles on their faces want to get as close as possible to capture the moment. But as they get closer, there is an explosion and a huge burning piece of rubble from the building hurtles towards them. However, to their aid comes the armored Zerg, which obscures the humans with its torso. And the demon scoffs at Zerg's attempt to save the humans and doesn't understand his motivation. In response to this, the armored Zerg just rocks and says that he is just following his orders. And the Demon Lord steps on him with his foot and demands he answer what order we're talking about. Before disappearing completely, Zerg smiles and advises the monster to turn back around as quickly as possible. At the same moment, in the back of a huge demon flies a huge number of shells that immediately explode. The Demon Lord turns around and tries to see what's going on, but only sees another missile in front of him. And the young hero takes advantage of the moment of surprise and flies up to fire all the missiles from a safe distance. The missiles continue to hit the back of the huge monster at a tremendous speed and damage its wings. The Demon Lord screams with rage, causing the entire city to shake, but the missiles inexorably continue to explode near him. However, the system soon reports that the battle robot can no longer use the missiles. Then the young hero rushes at full speed towards his opponent and decides to switch to close combat. And the Demon Lord looks towards the battle robot with a smile and says that he is ready to show his strength. Then, the monster's huge tail completely braided the young hero's battle robot arm. And while the battle robot is in the grasp of the Demon Lord deals a huge number of blows to its hull. Then the young hero covers the robot's entire body with special energy to weaken the power of the demon's blows. But it doesn't help, and the monster throws the battle robot with tremendous force towards the residential building. However, the young hero still has the power he has to start the engine of the battle robot, then abruptly flies upwards and climbs to a great height to avoid the explosion. And the Demon Lord notices that his entire body is covered in strange bugs that glow brightly. In that instant, all the bugs are blown up, and the monster's entire body is covered in bright explosions. But the Demon Lord swiftly sweeps the fog from the explosions and roars with rage, demanding Shishao to fight him up close. However, the young hero at this point is standing near a defensive wall and trying to improve its defenses. And the Demon Lord just laughs at the young hero and says it won't help people. At this point, the young hero receives a message from a battle robot that another monster portal has opened. And Shishao sees the image of a huge portal with large streams of dark energy oozing out of it. The young hero's face at this moment becomes very serious, and he realizes that it is urgent to close the portal. However, the Demon Lord takes advantage of Shishao's distraction and destroys his mechanical robot with a single blow. The robot splits in two and bids farewell to the young hero before its total destruction. And Shishao manages to leave the cockpit before the explosion and flies upwards to avoid being hit by the blast. Suddenly, the young hero notices that the sun and the moon are now simultaneously in the sky. Then he continues to look up into the sky and contemplates summoning two witches at the same time. Meanwhile, the demon prince is blazing with rage and is about to destroy Shishao with a single blow. The young hero realizes that he cannot delay, so he begins his draft despite the dire consequences. But the Demon Lord doesn't take Shishao seriously and watches with wide open eyes. And after a minute, magical barriers appear around him, but the monster just laughs and says that magic won't do anything to him. There is a loud explosion, and in front of the hero appear two witches who are complete opposites of each other. The Night Witch bows before Shishao and reports that the Demon Lord has been destroyed, which angers the Sun Witch. But suddenly the young hero feels that he is losing his strength and grabs his head because of the terrible pain. And the witches try to keep him on his toes and blame each other for the young hero's terrible suffering and pain. However, their argument is interrupted by a huge rock that rushes towards them with great speed. Then the witches point their staffs at the source of the danger to destroy it. Then they see before them a demon lord who at his last breath has activated a berserk form. The demon lord then takes off and heads towards the defense wall to destroy it at the cost of his life. The young hero realizes that things are bad and appeals to the witches to stop the monster at any cost. Meanwhile, the demon uses all its power to flatten the protective wall, and the sorceresses delay and talk about how it will take a combination of their powers to stop the demon. However, the young hero insists on it, and the witches holding hands begin to recite a powerful spell. After that, a huge magical furnace appears above them that gives them immense power. They join together with the young hero into a mighty battle robot possessing magical powers. The demon lord continues to pound the wall and notes that even this powerful energy is unable to defeat him. But the battle robot pays absolutely no attention to the demon's words, and a magical seal is created behind it. In a split second, this magical seal transforms into a fiery sphere with absolute emptiness at its center. After that, the battle robot emitted huge beams of energy that completely enveloped the demon's body. And the demon lord is surprised to notice that his body is gradually turning into ashes due to the tremendous energy. And the young hero watches through his robot as several lightning shells finish off the remnants of the demon lord. The magic comes to an end, and the witches with smiles on their faces say goodbye to Shishao and ask him to summon them again. And the young hero lands on the ground and feels that he has lost a lot of energy after summoning the two sisters. Then he opens the information panel and, standing on the ground, realizes with horror that he has easily wasted half of his magical power. Even so, he smiles because he managed to defeat a dangerous opponent without many casualties. Shishao then takes on the guise of the Prince of Dark Fire and heads towards the items that fell out of the boss. Among the artifacts are demon wings that allow Shishao to fly and increase his speed. And the young hero decides to head towards the new portal to stop the invasion of monsters. Through the use of dark energy and new wings, the young hero finds himself near a portal in a matter of minutes. He directs streams of dark energy towards it to destroy it and stop the monster invasion. However, a huge dark silhouette appears inside the portal and completely absorbs these attacks. Then the young hero uses true sight to find out who lurks beyond the other side of the portal. And the young hero sees before him a demon king who stretches out his huge hand in his direction. Then there are explosions throughout the city that affect every building. The young hero steps back, and his battle robots fly up to him and ask him to give them orders. And Shishao orders to destroy all the monsters, then the robot girls nod and set off. And the young hero grabs his face and tries to recover from the horror he saw. At this moment, an inferior demon appears behind his back and is about to attack Shishao. However, the young hero quickly creates a shadow blade in his hands and sends the monster to the other world in one blow. The young hero scrutinizes his blade and decides that he needs to be ready for any opponent. After a while, he is visited by combat robots that claim to have successfully completed the mission. Immediately, the robots scatter in different directions when the young hero orders them to patrol other safe zones. He then turns toward the energy barrier and hopes that all is calm inside the main safe zone. Meanwhile, a few people are busy fixing the radar that tracks the monsters. Suddenly, they see the door open, so they immediately grab their guns and open fire. Shishao appears in front of him, creating an energy shield to stop the bullets and saying that he has come to them in peace. He then points to the equipment and praises the squad for not running away and continuing to repair the equipment in a dangerous time. The young hero then goes to fix the equipment himself, despite the condemning shouts of the soldiers. And after a few minutes, an information panel with a map of the monster's movement appears in front of Shishao. And the soldiers, with their mouths open in amazement, look at the hero and ask him to tell them who he is. But the young hero only smiles and says goodbye, that he is only an active citizen. Meanwhile, the young hero's squad, along with the teachers, hold the defense against the monsters and protect the safe zone. Tian notes that the monster level is too high and suggests changing the plan of action. And Luo Feng agrees with her friend and asks all the teachers to go to the safe zone before it's too late. But suddenly, at this moment, all the monsters light up with bright dark flames and fall at the feet of the squad. The squad watches the situation in amazement and covers their eyes with their hand from the bright light. To everyone's surprise, a young hero appears in front of them and asks how they are doing. The young hero then approaches the director and questions him about the high-level monsters. He becomes very serious and says that he recently met a level 300 monster. Tian and Luo Feng's faces at this moment are filled with absolute terror, and they cannot imagine the strength of this creature. And the young hero says he will find a way to stop this dangerous creature. The director listens carefully to Xiao's story and says that it is time for everyone to know the truth. After which he sighs heavily and asks everyone present to follow him. After a while, the heroes find themselves in a huge library that is located under the school building. The director folds his hands behind his back and tells us that this library contains a vast amount of knowledge. And the young hero, along with Luo Feng, are looking at the principal and waiting for him to start his story. And the director begins the story with the existence of a certain squad that is rumored to have a high level. And he notes that there were exactly 5 such people, but their location is not known. And Luo Feng and the young hero are surprised when they find out that the level of these jurors was close to the 500th value. Then the director shows a map of the land and tells us that it was these heroes who created the safe zones. And then the shot changes to a strange substance, and the director notes that he's showing everyone a rare type of fuel. Luo Feng carefully observes the particles of higher fuel and can believe that such a thing really exists. And the director points out that such fuel is in every zone, and it is what the monsters are after. This information alarms the young hero. Now he is sure that the attacks of monsters are not accidental. Meanwhile, at the Mo clan headquarters, there is an active discussion about the recent events. A scout appears in front of the clan representatives and reports that the Huangjung clan is suffering significant losses. All the clan members are surprised when they learn that it is the young hero who destroys the dangerous monster and Huangjung. And the scout assures that the information is accurate and indicates that there are people behind the barrier who are relaying the information. Then Mo Zunlong turns to Mrs. Mo with a smile on his face and points out that his daughter has not let him down. And the girl smiles and says that it's all thanks to her father who gave Xiao a chance to prove herself. Suddenly, another scout appears and reports that Huangjung's huge army is preparing to attack. Director Mochi is furious at this information and doesn't understand how the Huangjung clan can have so many fighters. And Mrs. Mo reports that the Huangjung clan has joined forces with Tian Chuan. However, Director Mochi can't believe it and says in a loud voice that he won't let it go unnoticed. Then he slams his fist on the table with all his might and says that the traitors will pay bitterly for their clan's position. And Mrs. Mo notes that this is not the time to take rash actions and to think things through. However, Director Mochi is unwilling to listen to his sister and suggests sending the best squad to attack the enemy. But Mrs. Mo calls it madness and asks her brother to calm down immediately. Mo Zunlong intervenes in their argument and orders the children to calm down immediately, and then tries to think the situation through. Then Mrs. Mo says she's going to negotiate to buy time. However, Director Mo Chi asks his sister to come to her senses, saying that it is very dangerous. But Mrs. Mo only smiles and says before she leaves that she is the only one who can buy enough time. Mo Zunlong agrees with his daughter's decision and asks her to do her best to delay Huangjung's attack. And Director Mo Chi grits his teeth in anger and hopes that his sister will not fall at the hands of their common enemy. Meanwhile, a huge mob of monsters rushes through the city, trying to escape the flames of fire. However, they are overtaken by battle robots that wipe out their existence in seconds. After that, all the robots return to the young hero who gives them further orders. However, robots sometimes don't fully understand Xiao's words and ponder their meaning. Meanwhile, a military vehicle leaves the safe zone and rushes down the road at breakneck speed. In the car is the deputy of the corporation, Huang Fude, who is about to leave the city and lay low. Suddenly, however, a blue-haired girl lands on the catbird of his car and shatters the windshield. This girl turns out to be Shuihe, who is going to end once and for all with her creator who brought her only grief. She quickly jumps off the hood of the car, and then the car flips over, and Huang Fude crashes into the steering wheel with his forehead. However, the deputy corporation deputy kicks the car door with a strong leg kick and tries to get out. He looks at Shuihe with a disgruntled look and notes that his creature dare not harm him. However, following those words, an ice dagger flew towards him at full speed. This dagger pierces the deputy's arm, causing Huan to cry out in pain. And Shuihe surrounds himself with a powerful stream of energy and tells his creator that it's time to answer for his actions. Huang Fu looks worried about the current situation all over his face with drops of cold sweat streaming down his face. He then orders his system to administer an anesthetic and tries to remove the ice spear from his hand. However, despite this, he still feels great pain and lets out a loud scream. And Shuihe, with a snide expression, remarks that she has changed her magic so that her enemy will feel pain anyway. At this moment, a smile appears on Huang Fude's face as he pulls out a remote control and says that the girl is now under his control. But no matter how much the clan deputy presses the button, nothing changes and the girl creates an ice blade in her hand. It then pierces the two arms of its creator, causing him to feel unbearable pain. She then looks intently at Huan and tells him that he now has no power over her body. And the chairman tearfully shouts insults at the girl and says that his creature can't do that to him. And the girl just taunts him and says it's time to end the show. However, Huang Fu says that his clan is sure to destroy the girl along with the young hero. But Shuihe lets Huang Fude's words pass his ears and then uses his magic to turn his body into ice. Then she steps a foot on her creator's head that is not yet covered in ice and enjoys the look on his face. And then he breaks the ice into several small pieces and thus sends his nemesis to the other side of the world. Then looks up and hopes that she can make the young hero happy with her act. Meanwhile, a huge number of soldiers and equipment had gathered on the main square in front of the Mo clan building. Madame Mo, under the protection of Commander Lao Jie's elite squad, is on her way to negotiate with the Huangjung clan. In front of her, she sees a huge number of tanks and soldiers who are waiting for the command to attack. And standing in front of them is the Huang Fushan clan representative, along with the Tian Chuan clan representative. The girl goes to Huangjung's representative and asks to resolve this conflict peacefully. The old man examines the girl carefully and notices that Miss Mo looks a lot like her mother. He then points his cigarette in her direction and demands that his clan be given 3 safe zones and 1 for the Tian Chuan clan. At this point, the deputy commander can't stand it and calls the proposal a complete rip-off. However, the squad leader remains calm and demands that his comrades stay out of the negotiations. Mrs. Mo says that she agrees to these terms, but notes that the Tian Chuan clan is redundant. These words infuriate the clan representative, and he proposes to destroy the Mo clan. However, Huangjung's chairman puts his hand up and says that he wants to listen to Mrs. M.O., and the girl grabs her face with her hand and says that the clan representative understands everything perfectly. Then she stares intently into Huan Fushan's eyes and suggests that he cut the other clan out of their deal. Then the Tianchuan clan representative turns to Fusheng and says that the girl is trying to break them up. At this moment, Huang Fusheng punches the Tianchuan clan representative in the face with all his might and demands that he stay out of his negotiations. Then he turns towards Mrs. Mo and says that she can't interfere with his plans. At that moment, he is approached by his scout, who informs him that his brother has gone to the other world. After saying these words, Huan Fushan's eyes widen greatly in surprise, but he continues to listen to the report. Then he starts laughing loudly and clutching his head, not believing what happened to his brother. And his men stare in his direction in surprise. completely unaware of why their leader has started laughing hysterically. And Huang Fushan tearfully calls his brother a fool who was destroyed by his own creation, after which he comes to his senses and takes his time wiping his tears under his eyes with a handkerchief, and declares in a loud voice that he will now take everything that should rightfully belong to him. After saying those words, the deputy commander shades Miss Mo and asks the girl to leave the square as quickly as possible. And Mrs. Mo contacts her brother, who relates the details of the disaster to Huan Fude. After this message, the girl's eyes are greatly surprised. She realizes that the young hero had a hand in it. Meanwhile, a huge squad of Huangjung clan is preparing to attack on the orders of their commander. However, Mrs. Mo watches this spectacle with horror and has no idea what to do in such a desperate situation. At this moment, the chairman of the Tianchuan clan points his sword towards the Mo clan and orders his fighters to launch an attack. However, to his great surprise, his body is pierced by a huge sword that makes him scream in pain. The old man falls to the ground and notices that it was Huan Fushan who made the fatal attack. And the clan representative comes close and strikes one last blow, and then he talks about how he's going to take absolutely everything. He then immediately points his blade towards the Mo clan's army and orders his fighters to launch an immediate attack. After these words, a huge army of soldiers along with tanks goes into battle with the intention of destroying their enemy. And Commander Lao Tse and his squad are trying to do everything they can to ensure Ms. Mo's safety. Meanwhile, behind Lady Mo, her loyal bodyguards appear and prepare to protect her. And Mrs. Mo is watching the battle closely and hoping that the young hero will arrive on time. At this moment, the clan representative turns to Tianchuan's men and offers them cooperation. And the squad leader accepts the offer with a smile and says that he has long been tired of serving a weak old man. This answer suits Huan Fushan completely, and he orders the mercenaries to get him a valuable trophy. After these words, the commander, along with his squad, goes into battle in search of worthy prey. Meanwhile, Lao Tse's squad continues the battle, but their opponents are innumerable. Suddenly, Lao Tse notices that a small metal dagger is flying towards him. The squad leader quickly fends him off and then meets the sword of his opponent, Commander Hu Fei. Commander Hu Fei smiles widely and remarks that it's unfair that Lao Tse has such a large capital. And the squad leader responds by saying that it's normal for honest people to be paid according to their merits. At that very moment, Lao Jie is attacked by another commander, this time from the Huangjeng clan, but the commander also manages to block the blow. Ailong squad leader Huangjeng admires his opponent's skill and offers to fight for fun. Afterward, Ailong and Hu Fei look amongst themselves and try to decide how they will fight against Lao Tse. Hu Fei decides to run past and talks about not interfering with Ailong, but Lao Tse tries to stop him. The squad leader stares intently at his opponent and realizes that if Hu Fei passes by him, trouble will happen. But Ailong is not going to stand still and makes a sharp dash towards the squad leader with sword in hand. Lao Tse has to defend against this dangerous attack, and Hu Fei rushes past. The squad leader turns around and unwittingly hopes that the young hero will come to the rescue in time. There are a huge number of explosions all over the pane, and people's bodies are flying in different directions. The deputy commander continues to repel enemy attacks and complains that the Huangjeng clan has too many soldiers. He is helped by a sorceress who points out that the squad only needs to hold out until reinforcements arrive. In the battle, they are assisted by Yin Huan, who is a master swordsman and defeats several mercenaries with a single blow. And Mrs. Mo stands behind her back and watches intently as the battle goes on. Yin Huan continues the fight and asks Mrs. Mo to leave the battlefield as soon as possible because it's not safe here. However, Mrs. Mo looks up and talks about how she can't just abandon her people. At this time, Hu Fei appears in front of them and is very happy that he was able to find Mrs. Mo. He is about to attack the lady, but she is defended by Yin Huan, who deflects the enemy's deadly blow. However, Hu Fei makes a few lunges with a smile on his face and continues to destroy the girl's defenses. Mrs. Mo watches in horror, but can't do anything to help her friend. Yin Huan looks wounded, she is coughing up blood, but despite Miss Mo's request, she is not going to retreat. After which Na abruptly pushes Mrs. Mo towards the exit and asks her to save herself. In parting, she talks about how she is honored to sacrifice her life for the greater good. And as soon as Ms. Mo's body flies inside the building, the huge stone doors immediately close. Now Yin Huan was left in a one-on-one battle against the dangerous mercenary Hu Fei. Suddenly, Yin Huan took out an ancient purple crystal from his pocket to use its power. She abruptly smashes it in her hand, and her entire body is filled with the immense power of the heavens. After which, she clutches her sword tightly and promises that she will stop Hu Fei even if it costs her life. On the battlefield reigns absolute chaos around a huge number of broken cars, dust, and bodies of people defeated in the battle. Yin Huan stands on one log and leans on his blade to keep from falling to the ground from fatigue. And the mercenary Hu Fei notes that the girl fought very honorably, albeit briefly. After these words, a satisfied smile appears on his face, and he is about to send the girl to the other side of the world. However, at the last moment, the squad leader comes to the rescue and manages to block the fatal blow. And the mercenary smiles and says that he is now capable of single-handedly destroying the strongest unit of the Mo clan. However, the clan representative stops the mercenary and suggests that Lao Tse's unit join him. But the commander, with a stern expression, says that he does not know the concept of defeat and will fight to the end. And Commander Elan looks at his opponent with respect, but doesn't understand why Lao Tse wants to fight to the end. Suddenly, the clan family appears in the doorway of the clan building, and Mo Zunlong calls for an end to this senseless bloodshed. A wide smile appears on Huang Fusheng's face, and he cannot believe that the great Mo Zunlong has decided to come out to him. And Mr. Zunlong comes closer and promises to give all the wealth and resources the Mo clan possesses. While doing so, he replayed in his head the dialogue that had taken place a few minutes earlier. Mrs. Mo talks about going out again to trade her life for time for their family. At this moment, Principal Mo Chi grabs his sister by the shoulders and says that this is utter madness that he will not allow. And Mrs. Mo smiles widely and holds Mo Chi's hand, saying that she always knew her brother loved her. At this moment, tears appear on Mo Chi's face, and he says that he hates his sister more than anything else in the world. After that, Mrs. Mo cuddles up to her brother's body, and Mo Chi apologizes to her for what he has done. Suddenly, Mo Zunlong rises from his chair and says that it is all his fault. He hugs his children and talks about how they will all go together as one big family. The story goes back to when Mo Zunlong stands in front of the Huangjung clan representative and begs for mercy. And Huang Fusheng only laughs and says that he can't believe what Mo Zunlong is saying now. Then he scratches his beard and notes with a sly smile that he has a pretty good idea. Director Mo Chi is enraged when the clan representative demands Mrs. Mo and Yin Huan to dance for his soldiers. However, Mrs. Mo stops her brother and talks about doing this one to save lives. At this moment, all the members of the Mo clan begin to cry and silently watch what is happening. And the squad leader, despite the anger of his subordinates, demands everyone to calm down and remember this disgrace forever. Mrs. Mo approaches Yin Huan and asks her if she is afraid of what is about to happen. But Yin Huan removes her mask with a smile on her face and says that she is not worried about the future at all. After a while, a huge crowd of soldiers surround the girls and wait impatiently for the dance to begin. However, at that moment, the soldiers notice that some blue projectile has destroyed the barrier and is flying towards them. A huge dark shell explodes in the middle of the battlefield, and the soldiers scatter in different directions. And a young hero appears near the girls and apologizes for being delayed on the road. The young hero looks at Miss Mo with a smile on his face and apologizes to her for arriving at the place too late. Then he turns to the swordmaster and tells the girl that she did well in the battle, which makes her very embarrassed. Everyone cheers at the sight of the young hero, and Mr. Mo realizes that he was wrong about Shi Shao. However, Leader Huang Zheng only laughs at the sight of Shi Shao and says that one person cannot change the course of the battle. Then the young hero points his finger up at several brightly colored figures and says that he has come with a small army. And after a while, everyone notices that the brightly colored figures are robot girls who are heading to the battlefield. One of them destroys the Hwangjung clan's heavy equipment in an instant and flies aside to avoid being hit by the blast area. A black market representative also appears, and together with her squad, she attacks the Hwangjung clan from behind. Huang Zheng, the clan representative, watches with his mouth open in astonishment and can't believe it. He then turns sharply to the swordsman Alon and orders him to deal with the young hero. But the swordsman just smiles and says he's not going to fight for the losing side. Meanwhile, the other swordsman also retreats because he does not want to be destroyed by the young hero and calls the men after him. The clan head screams with rage and shouts in a loud voice that no one is able to thwart his plans. And the young hero only smiles and says that even the most careful plans sooner or later come to an end. Then he lures the clan head and offers to fight him personally to find out who is the stronger of the two. In response to these words, Representative Huang Zheng takes his sword out of its sheath and says that he will deal with the young hero in one blow. At the same moment, a magical hand appears above his head, slicing his sharp blade in half in a single blow, and then immediately attacks the clan member, causing massive damage, but Shishao doesn't move from his seat. Despite the heavy blow, the clan representative manages to stay on his feet, though he can barely breathe and is in great pain. Then he falls to his knees and stares silently at the back of Shishao, who talks about keeping him alive. However, this state of affairs does not suit the clan representative. He grabs a new blade and is about to attack Shishao from behind. At that moment, a swordmaster appears and uses her sword to block the representative's attack and deal a critical blow. Huang Fusheng reaches out his hand towards the swordsman Ailon and asks him for help, but he only laughs at the clan representative. Meanwhile, after the blow, the great swordsman feels himself losing his strength and begins to fall to the ground from exhaustion. But the young hero catches the girl in his arms just in time and thanks her for having his back. A small smile appears on Shishao's face as he is happy that he was able to arrive on time and save all of his friends. Meanwhile, the head of the Mo clan, along with his son, turns to the rest of the soldiers and offers to surrender without a fight. After that, everyone drops their weapons, realizing that in this battle without their commander, they cannot stand and surrender to the will of the winner. Then the head of the Mo clan and his son approach the young hero and thank him for coming to their aid in time. And Shishao only smiles and says that one of his direct duties is to help his clan. Meanwhile, the members of the legendary squad discuss the recent events among themselves and note that Shishao's strength has grown again. And the squad leader turns to his squad and notes that the young hero is now a head taller than them in strength. Lady Mo and the swordmaster watch the young hero with a slight smile. They hope there is room in his heart for them. Suddenly, Mrs. Mo notices the swordmaster's gaze and notes that the girl has most likely fallen in love with Shishao. Come nightfall, the young hero, along with his robot sidekick, enjoy the view of the night city. Shishao turns back and scrutinizes the army of robots, noting that it is best to preserve this technology for the future. He then turns toward the robot assistant and asks him more about the materials needed to build the fortress.